Yeah, there's people that I disagree with that I'm just like, wow, you really believe that? And then there's the people that are just fucking crazy. Then there's the liars. That's a whole other category. There's the grifters. That was my original beef with people on this app, were the people that were running rooms and trying to get people to invest in some fucking dumb shit. And so that was actually some of the first big rooms that I did, was when I was calling those people out, because they then came to the room to defend themselves. And so that's what brought the crowd. That's actually how healthy debates like became like a thing that people noticed, was all of the grifter people. When I ran a room talking shit about them, somebody came in and then told them like, oh hey, they're talking mess about you. So they came in, then the room blew up, and that's how it all got started. But it used to irritate me how they would just take turns telling people this, that, and the other thing, and then they build a funnel to get people to, and like I'm just like, dude, don't fucking give your money to these people, Jesus Christ. But now I've kind of adopted a different philosophy of like, man, if you're that stupid to give your money to them, fucking, good on them for taking.
When you take refuge, are you talking about a certain anti-Semitic real estate professional in South Florida?
I am not talking specifically about that person. There was a whole crew of them. It started with JT Fox was one of them. Do you remember him?
No, that's going back far enough. I don't remember him.
Yeah, so JT Fox was like, I mean, you can Google him. I mean, like, just Google JT Fox and fraud. JT Fox is what Grant Cardone would be if he didn't want to be able to fool people that he might be a nice guy sometimes, right? Like JT Fox is just like, I have no fucks, like I am just a piece of shit. He had a weird hustle. This is what he would do. He would tell people in the room, hey, bring your startup idea. We've got people up in here that, we've got investors, and if you've got a good idea, we'll invest. We'll get on the horn with you right now. And people would give their startup idea. Then he'd get on there, and then he'd shit on their dreams and tell them how terrible it was, right? But then what he would do is like, you know what? I feel bad. I'm going to offer you some help. And then he would have some woman, I don't remember the woman's name, connect with them over the phone, gather all their fucking information, schedule a meeting. And then what they would do is say, hey, your business is not investable right now because of X, Y, and Z. I can help you get there, but you need to pay me a fee, a consultant fee, and I will fix your business for you. And then you could go and get investors or sell it or do whatever you want to do. But that was his pitch to. He would start in the big room of just having people talk about their thing, and then I think there was like carnies always have the one that knows that's in on the gig and like and they let them win the big prize, right? I forget the name for that. But they would always have one that they're like, okay, we're going to give you the money. Great. Okay, cool. Let's get the information. And then the rest of the people, they would just put through this fucking horrible thing where they'd shit on their business and then offer them a consulting, gig. They're going to help them by them paying them a consulting fee.
My favorite scam that I thought that amused me the most, hearing people complain about it, and I don't remember who it was, but they were selling some effectively magic VIP card, and people were buying it.
10K cards.
Yeah, that's what it was.
10K card. Yeah, that guy was a fucking.
Yeah, that was hysterical. It was like, how stupid are you people?
He was one of the guys that I talked shit about originally, and he didn't come in the room, but some of his minions did, and then there was all kinds of these fucking people. The other one that I went after was Gary the Giraffe. Do you remember him?
No, man. I stayed away from a lot of this shit. Like I never wasted my time with that part of Clubhouse.
Let me go find Gary the giraffe's real name. He's like got like a rap sheet a mile long. It's crazy. Let's see. I forget his last name.
I only tangentially got near a little of this. I remember being in some room about 10K cards, and some guy was just going off because his sister spent like $300 on some of these VIP cards, and like they let him go for a while bitching, and I was just enamored with the level of stupidity. It was wild. Like normal people get hustled for a couple $100 and they're like, oh fuck, I'm stupid, I learned something.
Well, part of what that dude's scam was he would get your business information, right? You'd give it to him, and then he would go spin up a website with that name, but then he owned it. And then he'd do the 10K card thing, and then you'd be like, okay, cool, like, so give me the domain, and then he'd go, okay, I'll sell it to you. And then he wanted to sell you the domain that he only knew you would see value in because it was the name of your business. And so it was fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
But lots of stupid people. He got called out though pretty significantly. I would say this: the other grifters like went for him. Like they turned on him. I think he fucked over the wrong person, and then like you had some of the kings of that side of Clubhouse that basically said this guy's not legit, and then he left. What's crazy is if you still look at bios, there's people on here like nice people, kind people, trusting people, foolishly trusting people that you're like, oh my god, they fell for the 10K cards thing. There was a guy yesterday that I hadn't seen on the app in a long, long time, and I looked at his bio and I saw the 10K card thing in his bio, and I was like, oh, not him, they got him.
All right, man, I gotta go to bed. Good night.
Have a good night. Ann, are you awake? Are you awake, Ann? Ann Hero? Not awake. Yoav, you're awake.
Yeah, I'm awake.
What's going on, man?
Fine. Actually, Hakima told me about name. Gave me a name of a historian, Jewish historian who's believing there's a genocide in Gaza. And I checked this guy out. Turned out he's gone politically rogue. So that was kind of sad to know Hakima believes there's a genocide.
I think that this is what I think happens. I think that people that don't pay close enough attention to what's happening can be misled by propaganda, and then I think that the reaction that they're doing without real investigation to figure out if the claims and the propaganda is real, I think they worry about like, oh, well, what if I'm on the wrong side of this? I've had people pull me aside and go, hey, I think you're providing too much cover for the Jews. That's what people have told me, right? You're providing too much cover for them. And I go, what do you mean cover? And they're like, well, clearly you see what Bibi is doing, and he's harming a lot of innocent people. And I'm like, that's not clear to me at all. What's clear to me is that war came to to their doorstep, and desperate times calls for desperate measures, and war is hell. And if you want me to, take my foot off the gas of, opposing terrorism, it's not happening. It's not happening. And so you have to pick your battles, but like, that is one that like, I don't care if it's family or friends, like, if once they start using the word genocide and they're trying to be serious, that like my first pass by them is to tell them that they're fucking idiots. which I should probably just try to point them in the direction of like real information, but I can't help myself. I just tell them they're idiots. And then if they keep up their shit, I just can't fuck with them. Like if you're going to provide any type of sympathy for terrorists, like I can't fuck with you. I can't fuck with you. It's just that to me, it's like a morality test, an IQ test, all wrapped into one.
Yeah, it feels like the whole world turned on its head with this Gaza war. It's amazing. I mean, the UN, of course, is anti-Israel. The head of the UN, I think, is anti-Semitic. Am I right, Roger? What is your take on that?
Yeah, it's funny. As pro-Jewish as I am, pro-Israeli as I am, I'm a Zionist. All these qualifiers. I will say this: I stop short of declaring if somebody is an anti-Semite or if they're just a useful idiot. I think there's probably more useful idiots than there are anti-Semites, and that's not to dismiss that there's a fucking shitload of anti-Semites. I just think that there's a large group of anti-Semites and then a factor of like 1,000 of useful idiots. And so when I hear the anti-Semitic tropes, I don't necessarily default to say that they're anti-Semitic. I just my instinct, my initial instinct is that they're just stupid or uneducated. But if you're that in UN and you're using those tropes and fighting for policies that would be harmful to Israel, then yeah, it's a good possibility they might be anti-Semitic.
Give me a cup of coffee, black, lots of sugar, and a glass of okay,
Rich, what do you think?
No, man. We've flown together before. I don't think so, sir. You sure? Yeah,
I don't know why Zach always does that. I wholeheartedly agree. I think most people are just stupid. I think they just parrot whatever they fucking hear on social media or for their friends. But I do think there is like an underlying tone and like hatred towards Jews, and it's mostly like jealousy.
Alright, well, let's push. I got a great on-time record.
I think the most fucking unfortunate part of all of it is that, like, if you were to show me, like, that, oh, these lefties, they hate the Jews, or if you were to say it's the righties, the thing is, it's like, they come from all political persuasions. Like, nobody's immune to it. Like, you can find them in every fucking camp. They just come at it from a slightly different angle. And it's gross. Like you should hear the conversations I have with libertarians. The libertarians start with the idea of like, hey, we shouldn't be giving all this money to Israel. And what's interesting is, like, I listen to that and I'm like, well, yeah, I don't like foreign aid, including to our friends.
Most Jews agree too.
My thought would be, well, that's a rich country and they're our friend. We should give them access to the best weapons and they could buy them. And, like, to me, that seems like a fair fucking deal. Like, I think we should sell. Here's the weird thing. The U.S. has a history of giving weapons even to our enemies, right? I think that we should, with a country like Israel, we should give them the best of the best. But then just say, hey, you can buy any of it. And by the way, you can pay on time, and we'll just put a small little interest rate on that. I think that's a fair deal. I mean, what we get, because, like, I come from a high-tech background, and, like, I know cybersecurity pretty well. And the one thing I could tell you is that while the attackers are most advanced in China, the people, the white hats, the ones that are trying to defend against these cyber attacks, there's nowhere on planet Earth where you have more sophisticated tools to defend against cyber attacks than Israel. Like these startups that come out of Israel are fucking amazing. And in fact, even large security companies in the U.S., like, under the fucking hood of their security products that are really well known is an acquisition that they made of a fucking Israeli company and a brain trust of Israelis. That they really dove deep into the pool, and for that, I mean, like strategically, even if like your politics didn't line up with them, it would just be like shit. We need them for cybersecurity. Can you imagine if the U.S. wasn't aligned with them, and Israel was, sharing their cybersecurity tooling with and knowledge and processes with people we don't like? That would be terrible.
Yeah, I was watching that Surrounded video where it's like 20 far alt or 20 far right people versus that Mahdi guy or whatever for MSNBC or CNN, whatever. And like I'm wanting to root for them and shit, but the entire time they're like, "Oh yeah, it's the fucking Jews, it's the fucking Jews, the fucking," and I'm like, "Fuck!" Like I can't even be friends with you guys. I can't even be like on your side. Like everything is a secret fucking conspiratorial bullshit. It's like, no, Jews are just successful. So get the fuck over it and stop making it sound like, they're just all the Jews in the world are orchestrating this secret cabal to like fucking ruin the world. I mean, if you want to point to a certain examples of fucking assholes, yeah, we can all agree that fucking Larry Fink is a piece of shit. I think Ric Flair wants to come up. Nigel, you want him up?
Ric Flair's coming up? What the hell?
Yeah, Ric Flair, 16-time champion, something.
The Nature Boy? What?
I think he's doing it just for you.
Maybe it's legit. What's up, Nate? It's somebody we know because they don't want to use their voice. All right. Well, you got about 30 seconds to start talking, or we're gonna remove you and block you, and you'll never be in the room again.
Looks like you're pre-approved for our Sapphire Preferred card.
Yeah?
$95
Okay.
fee plus.
I'm gonna count to 3, backwards from 3. 3,
How much were we thinking?
2.
I know, right?
1.
$40,000 in your bank account. Google it.
Okay.
It's okay. Don't be shy.
Alright.
Hey, Roger. Roger.
You are now what
That
we
was
call in the banking
not
industry
very well
a
played.
UHWI. It means ultra high net worth individual. Congratulations. In your case, the challenge is that your business has received billions. But
Why do people do that?
Newman still only has
Because they're idiots.
$40,000
Mentally deficient.
The value of your shares can't be accessed without a liquidity event. So your
I wish the guy that came in called Truth would have came to the stage. He says significant evidence suggests Aisha was 19, not 9. I'd like to see his significant evidence that counters what Aisha herself said.
He might be a Shia. They believe she's like 18 or something. And then there's also like some Qurani only Muslims that are like, no, that's all a lie.
How much?
Mm.
Yeah, I think the best, I don't know if I told you this, but the best defense I heard was that of Islamic defense was how Muhammad did not hurt Aisha, because they say the principle is that it's not bad as long as there is no harm. And so the question is, how did Muhammad not harm a 9-year-old? And one person said that Muhammad had a small dick. So their defense that he didn't hurt her because he had a small dick.
I know she was unable to ever conceive and have children, so maybe he wrecked her insides, which is fucking disgusting. I'm glad that he died from poison.
Yeah, it's probably why he didn't fuck her when she was 6, because he knew he'd probably wreck her with a dick, even his size.
Yeah, as long as you don't tear them from their vagina to their rectum, you're okay. That's what their hadith says. Come on, you filthy muzzies down in the audience. Come on up. I said y'all in.
Rich, do you believe that there's good Muslims?
Insofar that they don't actually believe in Islam and actually keep the tenets or the teachings of Islam, yeah. I think like some secular progressive hijabi girl working at Starbucks is like, oh, I love everybody, the Jews and the Christians, and oh, I don't really like know the Quran and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think she's okay. But the problem is she'll still, if you push her hard enough, because they're usually indoctrinated and like fucking have Stockholm syndrome, that they will end up just validating all the shit and they'll be like, yeah, well, you know, I mean, he's the prophet of God, so if he wants a fucking 9-year-old, you know, Allah says it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said in the room earlier, in the other room, I said that, like, I wouldn't have much of an issue with Islam if they, I mean, if they were just talking about, you know, charity, you know, one of their you know, greatest pillars, you know, I wouldn't have as much of an issue with it. I mean, if they weren't defending, you know, child marriage, then, you know, I would think it would actually be positive.
Yeah. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? So I'm like an American Egyptian, right? Grew up in Egypt and dealt with a lot with Islam, right? But it's great to see like you guys in Egypt.
Are you Coptic, Severin?
Yeah, I'm Coptic.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, good. Peace and blessings.
Thank you. So yeah, like you know, Muhammad. Of course, you know about the famous hadith, right, of Muhammad having you know, sex with Aisha. Nah. And she was 9, right? And actually, sources say that she was still playing with dolls, right? She still didn't menstruate.
Yeah, she was playing with the dolls, and the 2 women picked her up and drug her to Muhammad's room. And she said she didn't know what was
and he says that she didn't know what was happening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, being delivered to Muhammad, yeah.
And that's the interesting thing is, like, in Islam, I believe it's like, you know, past the age of 9, you're not allowed to have like, you know, objects like dolls because it's considered idolatry. But it's like, you know, it's acceptable for like a young age, and so it's like.
Well, yeah. What it says is any woman who's playing with dolls is not mature and ready for it.
It's considered idolatry, pretty much. I mean, it's because, of course, in Islam, like, I mean, having something like even like a picture of your family is considered idolatry.
Yeah. So there is a hadith that says that angels do not enter the house or the homes where there are statues, right?
Oh yeah,
Dogs.
Muhammad is. That's just the black dog under his bed.
Yeah, and they would consider dolls to be like statues, right? So they would only permit, like according to Islamic jurisprudence, they would only permit dolls for young girls who have not yet menstruated or reached puberty. And they made that concession because of the Aisha hadith where she was still playing with dolls, right? And so they were saying like she still didn't yet reach puberty or menstruate during the time when Muhammad was having sex with her and consummated the marriage with her. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting.
Prophet Muhammad also told that in the vagina there is an angel which tells ding dong when semen comes up.
I love the Indians. The Indians hate the Muslims so much. Go ahead.
And Prophet Muhammad told in hadith, in the girl's vagina there are no eggs. There is angel waiting when semen enters. They told it to God that semen has arrived.
There's angels in the vagina, and that they tell the eggs that the semen's there. Like
eggs are not there.
Hey, eggs, get ready. The sperm's here.
They didn't know about the eggs till that time. So
Wait, hold on. Is this for real?
I've never heard that one specifically. It might, but the problem is there's like fucking millions and millions of hadiths. I mean, like, there's so many hadiths. There's a million.
Can somebody break me down this thing about the donkey though?
Which one? About having sex with a donkey and still be clean for Hajj, or?
I thought it was like a transvestite donkey.
Oh no, the gay donkey. He asked the donkey, he says, "Do you like women?" And the donkey says, "No, I do not like women."
Wow, how come Adams isn't coming up here?
You know, it's interesting, Severin. Like, I would like to hear more from like Christians in like countries like in like your case in Egypt, where there is legitimate religious persecution. I'd say particularly because just here in the United States, I think when there's a lot of talk about religious persecution, not to say that there are not people who were legitimately persecuted for having a different religion or treated unfairly, but I mean, in the Middle East, it's something I wish the media would cover more.
Severin, tell about the pogroms.
Sorry, what, Rich?
Oh, I said Severin, tell about the pogroms.
About the what? Sorry.
The pogroms.
Pogroms?
Yeah, the pogroms. So like when they go through and like attack the Coptics and shit and burn their churches and shit, like in Egypt.
Oh, yeah. The the Copts in Egypt, yeah, they do face severe persecution. It's really bad. When I was living in Egypt, yeah, for example, when it comes, you'll find it at all levels, right? This type of persecution, like even at the simplest level of playing sports, right? You're not going to be picked, at the finest elite teams, right? Like in Egypt, for example, in the Egyptian National League, like soccer is the national, sport, right? No Christian plays in that league. They don't allow any Christians. You're never going to have like this very high level job, right, at the workforce. They don't allow surgeons to be Christians, right, because it's like the highest level of, MD, right, medical doctor, and they only give it to Muslims. You can't really serve in the government, right? Even like right now, there's like a huge backlash that's going on because they just gave like a 25-year sentence to an 80-year-old Christian, 80-year-old Christian, in which they, the Muslim Brotherhood accused him of sexually assaulting a child, right? And they brought the forensic doctor, right, who handled the case, and he actually in the court testified and said no, the child wasn't touched at all, right? And they still gave him a 25-year sentence just for the sake of it, right? And it's now making the rounds. It's like there's like I think there's like a global it made it into the global news, right? That no, like Egypt is like so wrong when it comes to like handling justice between like Christians and Muslims, right? So it's like really, really bad, yeah, in Egypt.
Yeah, and it's like in general, it's like I know there's like passages like in the Quran where it says like to subjugate everyone to
pay the jizya. Yeah, you have to pay.
Yeah, like it says to Christians and Jews are the only people who get to live, and they have to pay a punitive tax.
No. So it says the Jews. It says go and kill all the polytheists, and then in Surah 9:30, it says that the Jews call Ezra the son of God, so they're polytheists, and the Christians call Jesus the son of God, which makes them polytheists. So when it says go and kill all the polytheists, it's talking about Jews and Christians too.
Yeah, so like the jurists are going to say like fundamentally, right? The infidels, right? Their blood is permissible, right? And yeah, that's the purpose behind this religion is to convert everyone, right, and make them be subjugated to Islam, right? It's an evil, terrible religion. It's a terrible religion, yeah.
Yeah, slaves, because that's what being a Muslim means. It means one who, it doesn't mean one who submits to Allah. It means one who's a slave to Allah.
Well, like to me, like I said, it's like I don't try to say that anybody's judge any specific religion. It's all about what its adherents believe, and like one of the things I find unfair, like in the West, is that we seem to like collectivize when it's racism, when it like the left will collectivize racism, of course, and misogyny. Like this is one of the things I pointed out. It's like you had the Santa Barbara shooting that happened in 2014. It blamed they blamed chauvinism, saying that you enabled this guy to do it, and they said the white supremacist a year later who shot the church in Charleston that, racism, systemic racism was what caused it, society enabled it. And then 2016 comes, you have the Orlando shooting, who was a Muslim. However, that guy was a lone wolf, does not represent all Muslims.
So you're absolutely correct, and I always say that we should be very wary of collectivizing, right? And that no, absolutely not. Like, and I always make a distinction between Muslims and Islam, right? Like the adherence of the religion and the religion itself is what it teaches, right? And so my criticisms always pertain to the religion, right? Not to the adherence.
Hey, what's going on, my nigger?
But the problem is like with Sunni Islam, like that religion itself has really bad teachings. Now the adherents not applying that teaching is because maybe it's a lack of knowledge of what's in their books and what their religion actually teaches, or because of fear or something like that, right? But my criticisms, like you said, Necro, is always pertaining to the religion aspect and not to the people or the adherents, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So Moab, you're gonna have to stop saying the N-word. So I'm not going to light back up unless you apologize. And if you say it again, I'm going to remove you from the room. Just fair warning.
What do you guys think? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, sir.
Oh, no, I said you meant the MC guy, Necro.
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
Good. Carry on.
Yeah. What do you guys think, the United States should do politically when it comes to, this political ideology called Islam? Because I do consider it to be more of a political ideology than a religion. I think, there's, I don't know, how there can be some restriction on the practice of that. I don't know, maybe they could ban some books because some classical books pertaining to that religion or political ideology is very, very bad. Announcing jihad against unbelievers and all of that stuff, right? What do you guys think should happen?
Well, I'll tell you what you shouldn't do. You shouldn't ban books. That's first and foremost. You don't ban the book. You have to educate people. You have to. The problem is you got to recognize that there are people that want to organize a society. There's different ways to do it. You do have to rally your society around particular agreements, and I just think it's weird that when you look at some of the text, that there's 2 billion people that have signed on and co-signed with nations that and leaders and religious zealots that are saying, yeah, hey, this is the way to go. This is the way to organize our society, and the only thing I can think of for that large of a number is that they're just ruled by fear. This happens to a lesser degree in the West, where when I lived in California, I swear to Christ, no pun intended, that the people that were they're apolitical until they go to college or they get in the workforce, and then all of a sudden, the people that are responsible for giving you a job or the people that are responsible for promoting you at a job, they have this kind of groupthink thing going on. And then there's people that I know that they were either in a different camp politically or religiously or just didn't care, and then all of a sudden they get into the workforce in the San Francisco Bay Area and they get turned out, and then the only other extreme that happens is that they're so turned off that they end up hating the left. And so I feel like the American left, especially in the San Francisco Bay Area, that shows me a glimpse of the control that you can have over other people that probably wouldn't buy this shit. But if you're responsible for their well-being and their upward mobility in society or whatever it might be, or just fucking clout in general, it does change the way people think about things. And so I have to imagine that most of them are just pressured into this.
Oh, hey, Roger. I gotta ask you a question. John says, ask Roger if he will consult with candidate Kitover on Federal Reserve and Treasury reform and congressional campaign strategy. He text messaged me and sent a screenshot that he's in one of the anonymous accounts.
Oh, so what is the exact ask here? Because I will tell
bear
you.
with me a second. Hold on.
Yeah, I will tell you. I've been very impressed. I still don't know why he plays my rooms, but like he's been fucking streaming rooms that show like just how evil some of these terrorists are, and I don't know. I've kind of changed my thoughts on him. I actually think
John's awesome when he's not like playing around. Like he's brilliant, dude. I mean, but he says ask Roger if he will consult with candidate Kitover on Federal Reserve and Treasury reform and congressional campaign strategy.
Tell him to come up on the stage and we'll consult right now.
He's down there in the anonymous account.
Tell him to get on a account.
Come on up, Johnny boy. You got like 70 phones, bro.
Yeah. I just want to say something before that. Like, one of the things, like I said, with Muslims, if they were to acknowledge, like, on the question of Muhammad is, like, yeah, they agree that it's something that, should not be, that is immoral, that Muhammad did, and should not be implemented in society, then that would be great for them to say. I would have complete respect for them. Wouldn't have an issue with them. But that's simply the thing that they, for some reason can't say, and that's the thing that I find disgusting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, nice to see you.
Me too. I recognize your voice, but I don't remember your previous name.
Because I keep changing my name. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Wait, what was your original name?
I've gone through a lot of names like Fanatic Cop, Adam Cop, Severin Lema. Yeah, I've gone through like all of these different.
Yeah, I know your name. I know your voice. I just didn't know the name.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, your question like how the United States can fight the ideology of Islam, I would say how did the American fight communism? Because I think Islam is not really a religion. It's closer to an ideology like communism. Because when you look closer, you have to look at the project of the Muslim community. What are their hopes? And so for me, the Ummah itself is God. They worship themselves because they are considering themselves as on a higher moral ground than the rest of the people, and they are responsible to execute God's plan. So to provoke the apocalypse or to convert the whole society, like the whole world, into Islam. And Necro, that's the problem we have because it's a constant revolution they want to implement towards the 7th century ideal. So they will never be able to be against Muhammad himself, his behavior, and their legal system who comes to clash and to compete with the secular system. The Sharia is directly based on his behavior. So when you give it time and number of Muslims, they will automatically relapse to that kind of Islam because that's the project.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though.
Well, hold on. Before you go, Necro, I just want to clarify something. I just want to get a clarification. So what you're saying is they essentially come here, behave themselves, but they're like just a sleeper cell waiting to be activated once the numbers are...
Yes, willingly or not. Because some people are willing, buying the possibility that their Islam can be coexistent and modern. But when the numbers grow, it's always relapsing to this system of rigid Sharia law because that's the ideal. And if they don't achieve that, then they're not closer to God. So that's the problem we have. If we use words that are more complicated, it's a millenarist dream where the Messiah is not sent by God or something happening to them, like when God decides. It's when the Ummah is in action. So they are basically the community is God, and they are realizing God's plan. So this is completely delusional, and I say it's closer to ideologies like communism because communism, they thought that they could achieve the perfect society if the community was building a certain project and demonizing the opponents. So it has more to do with those ideologies than other Abrahamic religions. Islam, for me, is not an Abrahamic religion at all. And that's how it was designed in its early stages. Muhammad was an apocalyptic preacher. He says that the end is near. So it's not it's not a long-term society model. It's a delusional dream. And later the caliphates rebranded his religion that was false into something for the longer term. And so that's when we have like this Islam we know today is the product of an imperialistic theocracy. So,
Hey, Roger. Hey, John said you have to unblock him. He can't come in.
oh, actually,
Which one do I have to unblock?
I guess one of them. He said like his 50 accounts have been unblocked.
All right, hold
He
on.
said it's the at rep John Kitover.
All right, hold on.
REP.
Hey, Aya, what's up?
hi.
Hi, share.
Hey.
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to say, like I said, I don't tend to try to marginalize what the meaning of religion is, because every person's interpretation is completely cultural, and so what individuals their beliefs have is really the only thing that matters to me, and so. That being said, I'm very skeptical of the idea that every Muslim who wants to establish Sharia in the United States.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the mechanism of the ideology will lead people to do that. That's not what they wish for. I used to be a moderate Muslim. I know how it feels like to be unwillingly an agent of this ideology to keep surviving and functioning until our dream was to convert the West. My mission was to make Islam look good so that people found it appealing, and that was our dream, to make France Muslim one day. So if it cannot happen by the sword, I don't know how to say that, by war, because it's illegal in the West, you can implement it by conversion. So I mean, I wasn't an evil person, but I was part of an evil ideology. That's my point.
Yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, it's a virus. It's a
exactly.
virus.
Yeah. Because I want to ask you this, Necro and A and everyone else, right? Like, well, can't someone make the same case with Nazism? Like, let's say someone was born into like a Nazi family, right? And they weren't aware of the evils of Hitler and the Nazi ideology. Does that mean that they just get they just get off the hook maybe, or like that we shouldn't try to educate them or try to make them leave that ideology, right? And of course we should try or make an attempt to make them leave that ideology, right? I consider this religion to be exactly I actually consider their prophet to be exactly like Hitler, right? There really is no difference in a way in their ideology being Nazi ideology. And so yeah, I mean, maybe I'll talk to a lot of the adherents of the religion. They're not aware of his marriages, right, to even young children, right? His wife, right, who was a 9-year-old girl. But in those circumstances, we should make them be aware, right, of those issues, right, and try to educate them what was being said previously, right, Necro? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think it's interesting though. You have it where it's Islam is a very popular religion that prisoners. It seems to be a hot spot for a lot of prisoners in the United States, for people who go to prison, and it's just in general though. I wonder essentially though. I think that if they found out that Muhammad, particularly a lot of African Americans who say the Nation of Islam, who say that Muhammad, that Christianity is a white man's religion, but Muhammad was one that was freed black men. I want most of them are not aware that Muhammad was the whitest person who would have been insulted. He said himself.
And that he traded black slaves for an Arab.
Yeah, well, also he would have been insulted if anybody suggested that he was black, and so I don't know. I understand not being into Christianity, but why can't you convert to a real black man's religion, or religion that most people would follow? That would be about liberation.
Yeah.
Muhammad, in a way, was like a little bit racist, right? Like, yeah.
Well,
You
I mean,
must
yeah.
respect the Ethiopian, even if he has a head like a raisin.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody was a racist back then, but yeah, Muhammad was definitely a racist. So,
Hello everyone.
Hey, DJ.
Question.
Go ahead.
I want to ask when the girl become able to get married.
Oh, when they're prepubescent.
Yeah, there isn't an age. I think they say like she has to be physically ready, but not. It doesn't have to be puberty, right?
Well,
She just has to-
seven, there's 65:4 in the Quran where it talks about the iddah. Yeah, it says the three different criteria for iddah is a woman who's pregnant, you have to wait till the baby's born, then you can divorce her. Then the second one is a woman who's menopausal. You have to wait 3 months menstrual cycles to make sure that she's not pregnant before you can divorce her. And the third one is a woman who's too young to have menstruated, meaning that the man and all others are permissible. But it says so that means that the man married the woman who is prepubescent, consummated the marriage by having sex with her, and now he still has to wait 3 months to make sure she's not pregnant. Because she might have went through her menstrual cycle and didn't know it.
So there really is no like restrictions over the marriage thing, right? Like, yeah, there is no age or puberty restrictions.
yeah, exactly. I mean,
So
I've
do
always
they-
I've always wanted to know what the alternative meaning of that verse is, because it's like if it says, including those women whose wives, wives who have not yet menstruated, like what is the, like how do you not imply that, it's women who have been married who are prepubescent?
What's that?
Well, because it doesn't say women who do not menstruate, like women who are, things like that. It's ones who are.
Oh, yeah, you'd have to read the tafsir where it says that the tafsir is the scholarly interpretation.
It's all the young
women.
girls. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. That it says not yet. It doesn't say does not menstruate. It doesn't say. It's not talking about.
Well, it says the ones that have not menstruated.
Yeah. Well, I thought it said actually specifically who have not yet menstruated.
Yeah, meaning that they haven't had their menstruation yet.
Yeah, so they were like, they had their, which implies that they're going to. They just haven't been able to yet.
That's right. And there's like a consensus, right? So in Islamic jurisprudence, there's this idea of a consensus. So there has been a consensus throughout the ages, right? Throughout the history of this religion that this verse permits young girls who have not yet menstruated to get married and for the marriage to be consummated. Yeah.
So was Islam the cause of this problem?
Oh, yeah.
How?
Oh, because it teaches it, right? It teaches. Wait, what are you talking like in society in general, like people being like bad, like sexually? Yeah, I mean, if someone's not Muslim, then it's not going to be Islam being the case, right? But if you're talking about like Islam teaching like child marriage, then yeah, it does teach child marriage.
No, there nothing in Quran say that you are allowed to marry a girl that is not able to get married.
Explicitly, no.
Hold on, DJ. But what about what did Aisha say in the Hadith about her age when she was married and the age that she was when she had sex?
So she had sex when she is ready.
No, wait, hold on. So you think that 9 years old is ready?
Yes.
Wow, that's.
How do you know it's not ready?
Welcome to Islam, everyone.
Again, no, hold on. I just want to say, Adams, this is why we talk about it, because guys like this will admit, they will acknowledge that this is what they do. See, it's one thing when people hear us criticizing it. It's a whole other thing when you get them to acknowledge it themselves. So, this is why we have to talk about it.
Yeah, so DJ, your argument is... Hold on, DJ. So your argument is pretty much if it's old enough to bleed, it's old enough to breed.
Yep. Doesn't even have to be grass on the field. Just play in the mud. He said.
Sounds like a pretty juicy conversation you got going on.
Oh, we're talking, Captain. We're talking about the people that are ruining your country currently: the Muslims, Africans, and Middle Easterns.
Roger, can I make have an odd take here? Because
Why would tonight be any different? Go ahead.
zing. As abhorrent as this may sound to people, with DJ
Friends, can I come off the beat? Cause that beat ain't subtracted, man. This is my name. Hey, my name is Terrell. Make it spell. If I'm not button up there.
Okay. Yeah, come back up when you can.
Wait, hold on. Don't move him down. Listen, I know everybody's got a mod badge, but listen, we're going to just give you a rule. You can come back up, but your next rap has to be a good one. We'll give you 90 seconds, uninterrupted, and it's got to be good. Listen, now check this out. We're going to listen for 90 seconds. After 90 seconds, you keep spitting. But after 90 seconds, all of the moderators can throw you down from the audience. That basically means they disapprove of your ability to rap. So I'm going to bring you up. Well, let's see how long you can last. Let them go for at least 90 seconds.
All these damn instructions ain't making no noise, no disrespect, but the time ain't ran out with the 90 damn seconds, and I hope your ass is really counting the disrespect of the ears, cause the ears really counting. My name is Terrell, the noble boy. I hope that everybody spelling got that smack ass back in the river. Make it clear, yeah, I got people in the back of this bitch. Know my name, bitch, Rick James. Ain't 60-second me. Who the strangers? That symbol on my head. The number 2 username in the motherfucking building. That JPG ain't looking stranger, cause that look like me, and me is my network. Ballin' like I'm who you know that viral tech merc. Looking like you disrespect my flow again, more microphones. Talking about in your hallways. Hit that button, we always. Well, it looks like he made 91 seconds. So I don't know which one of you guys threw him down, but he made 1 second beyond the limit. So congratulations. If I had to grade this is what I would say. I think the audacity that he has to, in public, perform, I'll give him credit for that. Because that's not nothing. There's something about that. I want to be as positive as I can here. I'm going to do the Paula Abdul version. Somebody else could be this Simon Cowell. I would just say a little more practice would probably help. A little more practice. Okay, who else wants to?
Yeah, not even the good kind of rap. I'm not giving him any credit.
Necro, you got to do that in the like a British accent.
Not even the big country.
There you go. All right, well done, bravo. So yeah, to DJ, what DJ said, and what he believes, and I think what a lot of people do believe is that this is permissible or acceptable because it's said in the Word, or in the books, scriptures, and it is God's will. And for fundamental, I completely disagree. I'm not religious. I tend to find religion to be dangerous, but I can appreciate some of its positive aspects. That I guess the point of what I'm trying to say is that I have a lot more time for fundamentalists because there is a logic. It's not something I agree with, but there's a logic, and it's based in dogma. I completely disagree with the dogma, but I can respect the logic, And
So Adam,
it's the salad bar variety people. They
Adam,
sort of
so
religious people I can't stand.
So Adam, if I can, I just wanted to see if I understand you correctly, because I think what would sound like you were saying is that you're still against it, but there's a respect for at least the fact that they're going all the way with their belief and at least not half-assing it. What I would compare that to is like, people here in this country that go really balls to the wall of the abortion thing, for example, where they'll say, if you're truly pro-life, I think the consistent logical perspective, if you believe that is murder, then you would not carve out exceptions for rape and incest. And so while you could disagree with the position, you'd have to you could maybe respect the commitment to the logic.
Yes, and also I think it's important that we should, because I don't think the problem is with people. I don't think the problem is with Muslims. I don't think the problem is with Christians. I don't think the problem is with people. I think the problem is with dogma. And I think it's important that people who are genuine in their belief of the dogma express it more in a more consistent and more reliable way to what the dogma says, and then it exposes how outrageous some of this shit is, and maybe it will turn some minds away from it, because I think that we tend to, and I'm not just keen in on Islam here, but we tend to sugarcoat or superimpose modern sensibilities onto static scriptures that are archaic and I think fucking barbaric. And I think the topic of what you're bringing up here is barbaric, but I appreciate those who stand consistent with it on a logical basis, as well as staying true to it so it can be exposed for what it is.
Right. So another thing that you're saying is that, like, the scarier thing are the people that would support this, but then they would lie to you and not have the courage of their conviction to tell you that,
or worse yet, they actually provide cover for the fundamentalists in their midst.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
If that's even more dangerous, I don't want to just. It's not just Islam. No.
Yeah, no, I hear you. American Party, is this our candidate? John Kitover?
This is candidate John Kitover for Illinois 16th.
Nice. Well, we're glad that you've decided to get out of the goo, participate. I can no longer throw you out of rooms for streaming rooms because that Clubhouse has endorsed that as a thing. So welcome to the stage.
Thanks. I think it's a positive thing that they have created Anonymous, because I think through chaos can maybe come a silver lining.
Well, I don't know if you've heard. I know that you stream. I don't know how much you listen to, but I have said that some of the things that you've been streaming, I think is wise. I really don't know why you stream these rooms. Maybe this discussion's interesting because we're exposing some barbaric shit. But most of the rooms that since I've been back on the app, they've been boring as shit. There's got to be better material out there, right?
Well, unfortunately, if I am streaming it or I'm creating shorts on YouTube, I generally do actually listen to all the stupid stuff I stream.
Oh, Jesus. So, what? Tell me about this campaign. How can we help? You want to do a Clubhouse fundraiser? How can we help you?
Yes, a fundraiser would be needed. And I think also just talking about the Federal Reserve, the Treasury Department, Congress, borrowing and spending, U.S. debt clock, actually doing financial analysis and predictions as opposed to just the never-ending, nonstop political propaganda distribution that happens here.
That's fair. The problem with that, as you probably know, is that we'd have about 3 people talking and a lot of people getting bored and leaving the room.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's why, Pepe and Sarah, and Jeff and all the other amazing people and their great content and their incredible contributions because they're such, they love America so much and they're here, because they're really educators and also, let's not forget, they're entertainers.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Well, before you do, DJ, I just want to ask the candidate Kitover a question. It, have you? And this is a serious question. Have you engaged with the local Republican Liberty Caucus at all?
So I have run in the Republican Chicago GOP party before as a committee person, and they spent $10,000 suing me to get me off the ballot. They are nothing but Democrats, and they just run around as Republicans, but they are sure as hell Democrats. They are not Republicans. So it's a fraudulent Republican political cartel that runs the show here in Chicago and in Illinois.
So, have you looked into the RLC at all? Like maybe not in your city or even in your state, but that is the group that believes in the message of abolishing the Fed's the end goal, but in order to abolish it, you have to first audit it. And in order to audit it, you have to get the awareness that it ought to be audited, and that the American people should know what the Fed is doing. And I think that there's a growing number of people that are sympathetic to that. But in the Republican Party, the allies that you would find are within the Republican Liberty Caucus.
Got it. Yeah. Thomas Massey, Chip Roy. I've looked at the Freedom Caucus, I think they also call themselves.
Yeah, that's kind of a broader thing. The RLC is more like grassroots. If they could find a candidate, I'll put it this way: if you were sticking to their very dogmatic position on economics, they would help you run. They would probably give money to a group like Young Americans for Liberty and have those folks go and door knock for you. But you'd have to probably sign a pledge saying that I'll stick to these core principles.
Cool. I'm signing up on their email newsletter right now. Republican Liberty Caucus. The guy I'm running against has created 20 trillion in debt in just 10 years. And he told all his constituents, if you don't vax up and triple boost, you're never going to get back to work and we'll never end this scamdemic. So, he's got $10 million from big health insurance, from big pharma. And it's unbelievable what you can learn about in open secrets. So it's, if Congress...
So I'll tune you into a few other groups where you can find people that will be like-minded. 10th Amendment Foundation, that's another group. I would say you would find alignment with the Mises Caucus within the Libertarian Party of Illinois. Most of the people in Chicago are like the lefty libertarians, but you have some people that want to challenge that. So you got to find the Mises folks. And again, this is not large numbers, but you would get fanatical people. You could get what you need are the people that would actually volunteer to do some of the shit. And then if you go fuck with the RLC. If they believe in you, and you'd have to show them you're serious, they would put money in it to help. And Young Americans for Liberty, if you sign up on their website, give them $25, they'll bring you to a conference in Florida, and you'll meet everybody that fucking wants to audit the Fed, and they'll pay for it. Because what they think is that, oh man, if we could just get him here to hear all the speakers, he'll donate money to us. So just sign up for Young Americans for Liberty. I think a $25 donation would get you a free trip to Florida. I'm talking hotel, flight, the whole bit, because they're going to hardcore press you for money when you get there. But I'm sure you're stubborn enough to not fall for that one.
Yeah, I've sat through timeshare pitches so I could get a free hotel room. I think I could probably go there and, not give them any money.
mean, it's interesting. In Chicago, I was there for St. Patrick's Day, so of course, and I was the only person there who I knew of who was Scottish, not Irish.
What was the last organization you mentioned?
Young Americans for Liberty and 10th Amendment Foundation. Those are like you just want to start cross-referencing all of the shit. Like, where did all of the Ron Paul folks go? And they kind of spread into different groups. But those are the places you want to go. Mises Institute will help you. Like, at least connect with the like-minded people. What you want to stay away from are the Reason Magazine libertarians. I actually get along with them a little bit better, but if you're going to go with the radical messaging, you got to find the radicals, and the Republican Party does have some, and some of them have deep pockets. Put this name in your on your list. Reach out to a guy in California that owned a company. I don't know if he's retired yet or not, but it's called Morningstar. They're an agriculture company. His name is Chris Roofer. Chris Roofer is the largest donor to the Libertarian Party. And the only reason he gives is because he believes that someday we will audit the Fed. So you want somebody with deep pockets that believes in your message? Call Chris Roofer.
I've been in a coffee shop one time where I heard a Federal Reserve employee who was a PhD talking to this other PhD employee, and it's really just bureaucracy and it's academic. But their technical capabilities and what they're doing. I don't know if you saw what the Treasury Secretary today on X put out, Scott Bessent. He said that mission creep at Federal Reserve. That's why we need to audit, because when they go on and on about climate change or
Hey, where the Epstein list at?
so anyways, yeah, it's time to audit the Fed.
I said where the motherfucking Epstein list at, motherfucking cracker.
So
sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, I mean, how much longer can we keep borrowing and spending? I mean, obviously we could do it forever, but I mean, you and I individually can't do it. So why are we letting Congress get away with this? I mean, it's absolute madness, and why anybody continues voting for Maxine Waters or any of these people, it blows my fucking mind.
I think one of the things that might actually help is if we had bold people that were pushing for a legit tax revolt under the guise of, hey, if you guys can just print the money, then there's no need for us to pay up. So we're going to stop paying taxes until you stop being silly. And I think a tax revolt, like a legitimate tax revolt, like, we're not going to lie about it. We're just going to refuse to fucking pay them. I think if you did that at any level of scale, like, fuck, if you just got 2% of Americans to just flat out stop paying them, that'd be a big fucking deal.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say that the reason why my views on the income tax has changed is mostly because of the fact that it mostly affects people who are middle class and below. Because, I mean, it definitely affects the rich the least, because the rich, don't make their money through income. The richest people in the country. So, the people who are the most affected by the income tax are working people. So you have working people who are less incentivized to work.
Well, Chairman Powell says that he doesn't ask Congress for monetary advice, and he doesn't give Congress fiscal advice, meaning that we're not going to tell you what to spend the money on, and don't tell us how we do currency manipulation. So my point is, if we want to have a tax revolt, I mean, we could also just have a spending revolt and essentially enema the Federal Reserve by issuing monthly liberty checks to actual Social Security bearing Americans. I mean, you can call it a minimum basic income if you want, but I mean, something's got to change, because property taxes and income taxes in Illinois, it's crippling people. I mean, there's no money to even enjoy life when you have to pay water, sewer, garbage, property taxes, income taxes, gas taxes, sales taxes. It's like you're working 4 out of 5 days a week just to pay taxes, And when you withdraw your income from your retirement accounts, you're still paying taxes. And when you have Social Security income, you're still paying taxes. It's like the government has to stop borrowing and spending. I mean, the government is the problem, and the Federal Reserve enacts it and enables it with this insane fiat system.
Yep. So so I don't know if you can hear me, guys. I come from the most taxed place in the world, which is Italy. We pay up to 60-65% in certain cases, and no wonder people they use a lot of how we call it here black money, basically cash. So, a tax. So, what's your hypothesis of basically tax revolt is not feasible because it's not in your case in America. It's not the Federal Reserve that is the problem. It's the BIS and the Bank of International Settlements that actually directs all the legislation and regulations. In fact, here in Europe, from the 1st of October, we will have the introduction of the CBDCs, which are the central bank digital currencies. And then you will really see hell on earth because it's basically a social credit system that they have in China. Let's say reproposed, regurgitated in the West, in Europe as much as in America. So that is exactly why they're putting this instrument in place to be used accordingly so that people will not revolt.
Yeah, I don't think a social credit score is going to work here in the U.S. In fact, I think instituting one in some ways could be the catalyst. That could be the match, that starts the fire. And so I'd say bring it because there is a limit that people are willing to be pushed to. Sadly, the limit is fucking much crazier than I thought it would be. We learned that through COVID and what people are willing to do. Shit, I still see people driving in their car with their fucking mask on. It's fucking crazy.
Hey, Roger, do you remember actually you live up that area where they a little more communist. But like the speed cameras. So when they brought them to Florida, people just shot them. They went out with their fucking guns.
I don't know if you heard me talk about this. I've gotten like 5 of these things in the mail, but
yeah.
The thing is they don't they don't count as moving violations. They treat them like parking tickets, so they can't like revoke your license. Your insurance doesn't go up. It's just a fucking fee that they give you. But I do like the idea that if the camera wasn't there, it couldn't give you the ticket. But I talked to somebody yesterday on this app. They gave me a good idea. They said just to push back on it because if you fight it, you can come into court, you can ask them, there's like 14 different things that they're required to do, for that to hold up. And the chance of one of those things not have happened is pretty good. The odds are on your side. So I'm gonna fight these speeding tickets.
Yeah, so I'd like to say something. Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, real quick. So to introduce the CBDCs, of course, these instruments not for me and you. It's not for the people that actually understood a little bit, that connected the dots, especially with COVID. It's for the Gen Z generation. It's for the young folks that cannot walk around without a cell phone in their hands 24/7. So it's for these people. It's not for us. To introduce some of the guys of so convenient, so that, cash back, whatever, and they start to introduce it by the words of Christine Lagarde, in parallel with the fiat usual euro fiat currency, and cash. And then, of course, they're going to down-regulate the fiat currency and cash and give more prevalence to the CBDC. It's going to be the same in the U.S. And again, this instrument is not for me and you. This is for new generations. And the world, unfortunately, belongs to new generations.
For me as a millennial, the only thing I feel naked not having on me at all times is my firearm. But if I leave the house and I'm like, fuck, I forgot my pistol in the house, I turn around and get back on. I don't care how far away I am. Ain't gonna catch me slipping.
Yeah, the U.S. is spending $10 billion a day that it doesn't take in revenue, or $300 billion a month is the deficit. So $10 billion a day, it's only going up. It's not like they're going to cut it to $4 billion a day that they borrow and spend that they don't have. So, I mean, what this is, I mean, it's insane. And the people that are like the AOCs, the Mamdanis, the Bernie Sanders, they're the biggest hypocrites and the biggest liars out of everybody because they're never willing to talk about the balance sheet, the financial statement, the income statement, the revenue, anything. All they want to do is borrow and spend. They're domestic terrorists, and they're the worst amongst us.
I mean, I think really it's interesting. My issues with progressives are particularly on like the idea of raising taxes as the way to stimulate the economy, things like that. Like it's where I go with against Elizabeth Warren and AOC because they always talk about raising wealth taxes or things like that as a way to generate revenue. And you have like European countries though which have enacted a wealth tax and the richness left their country. So I mean, if you want to make the rich pay their fair share, I mean, it's like almost seems like there's going to be a loophole.
Well, hold on. Why do we assume? Why do we believe the headlines that the rich don't pay their fair share? Like, where did you get that they don't pay their fair share?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that the idea is though they're saying that the rich need to pay their fair share. It is a populist position in the country. So, but regardless of whether or not you agree with it, and so they believe that the best way to their solution to make this happen is to try to impose something like a wealth tax, which
right. But and this is where like education is important. And if people really got the facts, when they were doing the Occupy movement, which stupidest movement in fucking history of the U.S. Well, no, there's been some other stupid movements, but it's right fucking up there. These fucking idiots. The top 1% pays 46% of all of the income tax in this country. If you expand out to the top 10%, that's 76% of all income taxes. And if you go to the top 50%, it pays 97.7% of all income taxes. That means the bottom 50% pay 2.3% of all of the income taxes. And so when people fucking say that the rich don't pay their fair share, they're not looking at the numbers. They're literally just listening to propaganda that is not tied into any fucking reality. That doesn't mean that there's not loopholes. Of course there's fucking loopholes. But despite the fucking loopholes, 50% of the tax, 50% of the people are paying 97.7% of the tax. That means 50% are getting a damn near free fucking ride. 2.3%. Imagine this. We all go to a dinner, big fancy dinner. There's 100 of us, okay? 100 of us. And imagine if 50 people chipped in and covered 97.7% of the bill and handed the rest of the bill, the 2.3% that's left of the bill, to the remaining 50% of the people at that dinner. Those 50 people, guaranteed, would say, "Thank you. That was very generous of you." We do that with taxes, and the 50% that are not paying shit, that are only coming up with 2.3, those are the fucking deadbeats that are fucking looking at this problem and saying like, they're buying into the idea that the rich didn't pay enough. The rich have paid more. But the bigger problem is, and I think John Kitover talks about it in an important way, is that it's not about us peons. It's really about what the government does, how it's structured. They don't even need our fucking tax dollars. Think about this. They don't need it. They collect $5 trillion, right, in 2024, $5 trillion of taxes. But they spent how much? $7 trillion. If you can spend $2 trillion that you don't have, why not just fucking let everybody keep their fucking money and then go get the ledger down to spending $2 trillion? Like, then it's like, okay, Go spend your $2 trillion and do what you wish with it. But you get $2 trillion and the taxpayers pay none. I mean, that to me that makes more fucking sense.
Yeah. If I could just push back on it, kind of play devil's advocate, some person might point out saying, like, for example, but like how much money do they get out of for how much they spend into the economy is something that they would say, basically, because
No, you're saying tax the rich, but where do you fucking think these rich people are getting the income from? Medicare, Medicaid. They're getting it from the military industrial complex. So when you say tax the rich, those are the people actually earning an income, but it's 40% of the economy is artificial and created by congressional borrowing and spending and Federal Reserve fiat currency. The whole economy is fake and fraudulent. And if we were to actually be ethical and moral and have sound currency, not this currency manipulation, aka runaway borrowing at $40 trillion in debt, these people wouldn't have the income that you even want to tax because they wouldn't be generating the income because it's all artificial and stimulated by Congress.
Yeah, that's. Thank you. Yes, indeed.
yeah, like I said, I mean, I don't take a position on taxes. Although I do think, like, I definitely don't think it's the case that the rich are too highly taxed, like Ben Shapiro would say. I mean, in fact, with Mitt Romney, like back in his 60 Minutes interview, he was asked whether he said a person making $50,000 a year pays more of what they make than he does, and he was asked whether or not that was fair, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's fair." So,
look, I just want to paint y'all a picture of like what the issue really is. I mean, just imagine this dinner, right? That Mojo's talking about. We're all at dinner, right? And all the people that are on the bottom, like, I don't make much money, like I just like to save, a few pennies here and there. But I'm already drinking that really shitty, like, Sunny Delight, like, sort of a drink. Well, all these rich people are drinking that fresh squeezed premium OJ, okay? Now, if they establish the fact that they're paying way more than me, okay, as it is, and things go to the shitter, then what the hell do I drink that's below the Sunny D?
There's a Tampico that is bottled by the Mexicans.
You could drink a Sam Adams beer and declare yourself a patriot and audit the Fed.
I would say Budweiser is below all of those things.
Water with lime is beneath all of that.
How dare you?
So who was a former speaker who was talking about the SWIFT banking system and CBDCs? Because, I mean, isn't the Federal Reserve essentially a global banking cartel and not, interested in we the people or the liberty and the preservation of our freedoms in this country?
Okay, I think the guy down in the audience said it. I was just going to say, the well guy said Capri Sun without a straw. That's definitely what it is. Go ahead, sorry.
No, real quick, I was talking about the CBDC, but if you think that the Federal Reserve is so bad now, wait till you have the CBDC in place. It's a non-cumulative type of money. It's a scam. It's a one-to-one to the social credit score they have in China. It's a conditioned type of spending that you will have. They will take into consideration your digital ID, your insurance, your properties, your everything. If you cross
Yeah, but
the road,
I don't think we're. Yeah, but Rick, I don't think the U.S. is going to fall for that shit. I literally think that the people that sit there and they're waiting for that moment. They're sitting in places like northern Idaho and they're just like, I wish they would. I think that's one of the things that would force them out of the hills and into the fight.
No, I think actually all this system that Trump is investing on. Well, I mean, Trump is signing. It's not Trump really. Like example, Project Stargate and all those things. Then basically, using AI to basically handle everything will take into consideration exactly this, because it's going to be AI that will handle the whole manufacturing and handling of the CBDCs. And actually, I see America pushing a lot through using, different types of cryptos, because so basically CBDCs, they're based off of cryptos. So
Rick, let me teach you a word that I don't know if it translates into Italian, but the key here is decentralized. You're talking about a centralized currency. We should have multiple currencies, and whether or not it's cryptocurrency or the market should decide this. I know it currently doesn't, but the market should decide what the currency is. Now, it would have to be something that they could believe in. It'd have to be backed by something. But you're making this conflation between cryptocurrencies and a digital centralized currency. They're not the same thing.
Of course, they're not the same thing. I'm going to tell you a couple of things before I go to work. So they will use stable coins. They're not going to allow you. It's not the market that will decide which one they're going to choose or which one you can choose. This is the first thing. The first thing is that they're going to use stable coins, okay, as a structure, let's say, to actually push those CBDC, which is correct what you said. So they're centralized. So that's the first thing. Second, of course, nobody will say yes to this in the West. So what they're going to do, they're going to use the different state of emergencies through wars, through climate crisis, through future pandemics and all this. They're going to say, now we have a problem, here's the solution, as they always do. I
think they're going to try, but I'm going to bet on humanity on this one. And I don't typically. I get it. The powers that be are very cagey, and I appreciate where you're coming from as you explain that. I just think that there is a breaking point, and I think that would do it. There'd be useful idiots, no doubt about it. You'd have people fucking on Clubhouse talking about it, saying how great it is, because they'll support anything. Dude, think about this. Think about how many people voted for Kamala Harris. So there's going to be useful idiots, but there was also enough people that said, no, hell no, not the woman that washes her greens in the bathtub. I think there's a breaking point for everyone.
So if you look at what Doge puts out, they take a screenshot from SAP and then they're exposing all these DEI contracts. And Pete Buttigieg, he apparently, when he was transportation secretary, gave out what was like $30 billion in DEI education contracts. So just how much has the Federal Reserve, who had lost in like 2023, $100 billion, how much have they given out in DEI research grants and other contracts? I mean, that's why auditing the Federal Reserve to show all their woke spending is most likely what would happen if a full audit could be done.
When Elon was doing the Lord's work with Doge and cutting some spending, the schools used to have this system where they would just request funds and they didn't have to show evidence. And the only thing that changed, there wasn't even something that was going to block it. It was just simply an additional request that asked people, to show. It was either to show receipts or to show you had to show some sort of evidence of what it was. It didn't even mean they were going to stop giving you the money. It just was like an additional hurdle. And what happened was the request stopped coming because people didn't want to lie about it. And so if you could just take that lesson and realize that, if the government's giving money to people, all we should ask for in return, because again, you'll never get the world that I want where the government just cuts off the spigot completely. That's not happening. But if we could at least say, okay, we're giving this money out, but there should be some evidence. And Doge was doing some really good work. The problem is
if Doge cut off all the bullshit, all the waste, all the fraud, blah blah blah, in the discretionary budget, it still wouldn't save the economy because all of the money, all the big money, is in the mandatory spending, which is Social Security, Medicare, and SNAP benefits. That's 60% of the budget right there.
Yeah, and if 40% of the economy is created essentially through inflation, even Social Security at $1 trillion is a huge benefactor to Walmart, to Target, etc. So all these profits are really artificial. It's all generated through congressional borrowing and spending through the Federal Reserve. That's your economy. It's not a real economy.
Yeah, one thing I think is interesting is the fact that I wonder that nobody's talking about how gas prices have been going down.
Just $5 a gallon here in Chicago. They're not going down because state of Illinois has high gas taxes because we have a fat, disgusting pedophile governor.
Well, I mean, I know when I was in Illinois, it was like $3, but either way, it's like even where I'm at, where I'm in a red state, it's not going any. It hasn't never been below 5 cents from when Trump took office.
So Roger, DJ wrote in the chat. So she's an adult and can get pregnant. What is the problem with marriage?
Is she a troll?
It's the Muslim.
But I would agree taxes. I would agree taxes are what raise the cost of gasoline.
Change the topic now. You've driven far away from the topic.
DJ, are you a Muslim?
Yes, I'm a Muslim.
Would you condone Muhammad being 54 years old and mounting Aisha at 9 years old? Or do you condemn it? No, just looking for clarification.
Also, was Mohammedan a fiat banker, and did he believe in fractional reserve currency and unlimited borrowing and spending in order to further the
What's the
ummah?
problem to marry a
No,
9-year-old?
John, he believed in fracturing young girls' uteruses.
So DJ, you've been begging to talk about this, so we'll engage with you for a moment. But did you want to answer the question? Do you condemn the behavior of a 54-year-old man sleeping with a 9-year-old girl, or do you support that?
There is no problem with that. I don't support and I don't condemn. This is how the people live in that certain of time. That is not problem Islam bring.
DJ.
The Islam trying to fix that problem.
No, DJ, hold on. In modern day Iran, it's funny to refer to that as modern. The IRGC has a law that you can marry a girl that's 13 years old, but if you get the father's permission, you can marry them as young as 8 years, 9 months. That's on the books today in Iran. Do you support that?
I support what the Quran say.
Glorious.
So
Glorious.
let me tell you something. I say in the comment, according to the recent studies and health data in United States, the average age for a girl first period around 12 years old.
Bullshit. Well, hold on.
Google it, man.
Wait, hold on, Necro, hold on. So let me ask you this, DJ. You're an adult male. Would you fuck a 12-year-old girl?
If the Quran tells me so.
Do you?
You took a way too long to answer that question, you filthy Islamic.
No, listen. You took about problems, could you talk about right now if I can? You can marry at 12 years old right now.
Don't let the donkey kick you in the head at the end of this conversation, DJ.
Yeah, and DJ, why do you have to lie about us or about our morality? It's like, why, like, you're trying to get it backwards about, like us supporting pedophilia when that is essentially what your religion does. Because I know for sure.
I don't understand. Look,
you made the claim that the age of consent the lowest age of consent in the United States is 12. That's bullshit. The lowest the lowest age is 12. Is 16. That is the lowest age in any state.
Maybe we're giving DJ too much credit. DJ, are you currently milking goats or camels?
I said the first period, not the law. For girls, the first period come around.
I know that is
12 years old.
Why?
So I can't
believe they can breathe.
Don't you all know that this conversation is stupid because it's all in a book? And if you want to do the book club review, all you have to do is read Glorious Quran.
Why don't your Arabs sound Jewish?
DJ, how many times have you read the Glorious Quran?
Never.
Lot of time.
Liar.
Do you consider yourself an Islamist, a Muslim, or a Mohammedan?
I'm a Muslim. I believe in Muhammad. And I believe in Jesus.
You believe in fucking little girls.
Yeah, you don't believe in Jesus, you believe in Isa bin Maryam, which is not Jesus.
No. Jesus is in our glorious Quran. We are history revisionists and we have the final say on Jesus too. You didn't know this?
The name Isa, the etymology is the semen of a stallion.
So Majo, if there are 12 years old girl and she is adult.
Yeah, okay. So can you explain to me what it means to be an adult?
Adult, that means you can have sex.
Yeah. So anybody who's
and get pregnant.
Culture can have sex at 12.
And get pregnant.
That's not the way this works. Paul, what's happening here? Mr. Harrison, I would like to attend today's briefing. And why is that?
So,
the data changes so fast.
What
the capsule changes,
that
the weight and the landing zones are all changing every day.
Ready.
I do my work. You attend these
Pregnant.
briefings.
What does that mean? Because you're not answering it. You're just stating that.
Why is it she can't attend? Because she doesn't.
I don't
What does it mean when one is ready to be impregnated? What does that mean?
Well, I am not. And she is a woman. There is no protocol for a woman.
That means born a child.
Within these walls, who?
Alright, so DJ, I'm gonna read this to you. The youngest confirmed age for her starting menstruation is 5 years and 8 months old. Her name was Lena Medina. You think because she menstruates, it's okay to have sex with her?
Thank you.
No.
Why not?
No.
You said if she can
because there's another condition. No, listen, there's another.
Said that she can get impregnated when she hits puberty. So if by puberty, then she's ready. That's what you said.
We have a confirmed launch window. Get her check.
Also, don't steal from the Bible when it says after the age of leaving. Just like that's why progressive will, just like 16. So don't steal from our book.
We can't cover
Just stick to the Quran only.
With all due respect, our capsule's being altered.
Yeah,
Let's speak.
You don't steal from a Bible.
I'm talking. So, if you realize that at the age of 10, that since they're their breasts are going to develop this much wide that it's going to kill her.
But my
More
calculations
than likely than not.
that is not the way this works.
So why
Mr.
he
Harrison,
don't die?
I would like to attend today's briefing.
He married her at 9 years old. Why he don't die?
She was never able to conceive children. Aisha died motherless. Never had any children.
Do you know why?
Yeah, because he broke her inside because a 54-year-old mounted a 9-year-old and destroyed her. She was never able to have children, which is what happens with a lot of young girls when they're raped by older men. They're never able to conceive children.
How do you know that? What's your real source?
Never heard of that?
That's the question for you. How do you know that? And the answer to that question is there's medical documentation that states that if a person has had, like, say, her first period, that just means that her body is ready to begin the process of becoming impregnated later when she becomes ready. So that's why I'm asking, what does it mean to you to be ready? Because having a first period doesn't mean ready.
DJ.
In Islam, in another condition.
No. This is about being human. So fuck your Islam. This is about being human.
DJ, what's...
So take a little girl...
You just don't understand, man.
No. It's not...
You are brainwashed. All you are brainwashed.
All you want.
Kristen, can I just say this? When you said "fuck your Islam," that's the hottest I've ever found you. That was hot.
DJ, what's more important? TJ, what's more important, clarifying whether or not Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old or destroying the Zionist state in Israel?
What?
I'm asking you if you think that we should destroy the Zionist entity in Israel and free Palestine.
The Yehudis.
And
What do you think about the Yehudis,
is terrorism justified in the destruction of Zionism, DJ?
I don't want to destroy the Yehudis. The justice has to be applied.
What do you want to do to them, then?
All we need is a justice.
What justice do you speak of, TJ?
Yeah, justice is clearly what that nationally don't know nothing about it. I don't hear you say fuck Yehudis. You are just brainwashed. You just hear what the media say.
Got it.
Christian?
Do you think the Quran was like the media of the day back then? Or is it the media of today?
John just promised us all that if you do get elected, that you're gonna fight against Islam.
Oh my God, I'm gonna create a new agency that is dedicated to picking up the ninjas that I see all over the place now. I don't know where these ninjas came from, but they're everywhere now, and we have to fight these ninjas that walk the streets in every major city.
Wait, BHI or the Muslims?
No, these women that wear these giant, dress bags, these
hijabis,
huge muumuus, these massive burqas, these ninjas from Syria, from Iraq, from Afghanistan that have flooded every major U.S. city. They're all driving minivans. Everybody's flush on SNAP and Social Security income. It's like, wow, did you win the lottery?
Yo, Christian, why you put the Islam logo in your bio? Why you put the Islam logo in your bio? And love. You
Maybe
want to be
that was when
respectful?
maybe that was when she first came on here, before she knew much about Islam, and then she got to know the real Muslims. Maybe she just got to remove that.
No, she ignorant. She's ignorant. She's stupid. Don't
I
she
know.
know, but she just
I'm tolerant of other religions because that's a good human thing to do. Doesn't mean that I subscribe to everything in Islam.
The human thing to do is to curse another man, another man religion. You know, if this happened in real life, you can't say that in public.
Yeah, so you not being
you can't say that in a public.
I know religion
just
is
covered.
not first language. So let me ask you, do you believe everything in Islam? That is absolute truth for every single word in the Quran, yeah?
I don't respond to anything you said because you don't respect my religion. And you all motherfucker can say nothing about Islam in public.
Well,
because
you
will punish for it. Because you are a coward, you said it.
Wait, hold on. DJ, hold on. Are you saying that, are you threatening a woman?
Of course he is.
Well, hold on, let's get to the bottom of it. DJ, are you threatening?
I'm not threatening. She is. This is my religion.
Yeah. So what? Hold on.
My religion.
Hold on. Well, I'll disrespect your religion. Your religion's based on a pedophile fucking prophet, so called. So let me.
Believe in it.
No, I don't fucking believe in it. And you know what else? I think there's 2 billion people, too many on this planet, and they all have one thing in common.
I wish I had the Thanos gauntlet. I'm just saying.
DJ, so what were you saying? What would happen to Kristen if she said this in public?
She got punished.
Punished by who? You?
The Muslim. It's not have to be me, but there are.
So a Muslim's gonna punish an American woman for speaking her mind?
In Minneapolis, maybe.
I wish you motherfuckers would.
You can't fucking say nothing about Islam in front of Muslim man. Go on.
Everyone.
You can't.
DJ.
You can't say that in front of a man. You're a Muslim man.
DJ, we killed 1.2 million of your fucking Iraqi people. So you don't think
you don't. You see the people in Iraq. You see the people in Palestine. How they defend. They defend their religion.
John's got a bunch of bodies.
One man.
DJ, you need to realize.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
Hold on. Can I speak?
Yeah. Let me talk to him because he's been.
Well, I just want to say one thing. Hold on. So, DJ, you have to learn though that it's not the world that must learn to comply with your religion. It is your religion that must learn to comply with the world.
So the funny thing is that you are.
Leave my religion alone and choose your religion and don't consult another man's religion.
But you're not a man. You're not a man at all. You can't possibly think that you're mature if you condone fucking little girls.
Wait, DJ, as a black man, how do you feel about Muhammad being super fucking racist and your God saying that the majority of people that are going to be in hell are black people and women?
So if I don't understand, I ask.
There's nothing in Islam like
if I
this.
don't understand questions, and I've already asked you so many questions, and you don't answer.
I don't respond. I will not respond to any of your question. I shut the fuck up.
You're clearly, and if it was a man, I would ask the same questions, and you still can't answer.
I don't care about your question. You are fucking stupid, ignorant.
You hear?
TJ, how do you feel about women?
What
about it?
How do you feel about women? Do you think they should be able to have a voice and say what they think?
Yes, of course.
Why is it your God says that women are deficient in mind?
You know what I think? I think this is my opinion. I think DJ and a lot of these other men that are attracted to Islam, it's they can't get laid, right? So they have to go fuck children. And then they've got some fucking goal in the afterlife of fucking 72 virgins. Another weird thing. No fucking grown-ass man that can get pussy wants a chick that's never fucked before. So, it's just so fucking weird. You guys, the more I hear about you, the stupider you guys get. Honestly, no, you know what? Fuck you, fuck Muhammad, fuck the Quran, Fuck all of you.
I'm so glad to see this, like, this rising up, everybody on Clubhouse to the reality of what Islam is. So many people.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, where'd he go? Where'd he go?
I don't know.
Did he go sharpen his sword? Did I go too far?
Roger, I used to listen to so many Jewish people that were very progressive before October 7th, and they were like, they're our brothers, our cousins. We have to be nice to them. We have to love them.
Yeah.
Then after October 7th, they're like, fuck these motherfuckers, kill them all.
Yeah, and like I said, I do understand how it's like so difficult to renounce something that is so obviously immoral just because it was in somebody's book. And like it's so easy for them to do is admit it, but for some reason it's so hard to do something like that.
Well, they can't go against their religion, their God, or the prophet.
Yeah, I mean, why can't they find a better role model? You know, like Mr. Rogers, or like
the real Jesus.
Or like, yeah, Mr. Rogers, Ozzy Osbourne. Like, you know, I mean, I'd sooner worship, you know, I'd sooner worship Roger before I would worship any other god that shows some guy who sexually assaulted a 9-year-old.
Okay, Necro, I got a question. If you have to follow one person as your like teacher, you know, of your religion, if you had to choose one of the two, Muhammad or Jesus?
Jesus all the way.
Thank you. I just said.
All right, hold on. Let's get more interesting, Necro. If you had to pick one person on Clubhouse to follow their religion, which person on Clubhouse? If they declared themselves like, you know, the son of God, what would you who would you follow here?
That's very difficult. I have to think about that. I think I would choose Uncle Steve.
Oh God, I'd follow Norm.
I love doing that to Pepe his roots, Roger, when he'll be going like on an anti-Semitic rant, and then all the Muslims come up and they're like, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and I'm like, Pepe, which one do you hate more, the Jews or the Muslims? He's like, oh, the Muslims, fuck the Muslims. All that there was like allegiance.
I mean, do you know?
Welcome to the stage, Sebastian.
Do you know that the Mises Caucus or the Mises Institute has estimated that for every one bomb we have dropped, whether it's in Yemen, Somalia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, every one bomb we have dropped, 1,000 Democrat voters have been imported from those third world shitholes into a major U.S. city, and Obama dropped over 30,000 bombs in 1 year alone.
Damn. And he turned strike American citizens. He was a lovely guy.
Oh, and did you know Ukraine is probably going to fall to Russia?
Oh, yeah, we all knew that.
I don't think so.
I think it's a war of attrition at this point.
I mean, they're putting it.
I think the thing that we got to look at with Russia is like they're in collapse, like just absolute in collapse. Like even if they were to like, you know, let's say the West just decided to stop giving any money to Ukraine, Russia is fucked themselves up so badly. Like you could say that, you know, that they've still made, you know, making you know, selling oil and whatnot, but like they're beyond repair at this point. Their birth rate was already in the fucking toilet, and then they just send a bunch of fucking men to get killed. It's fucking crazy. Like this was a suicide mission.
I'd like to say Alpha. Come on up. Hey, Roger, have you met Alpha or no?
I don't know.
I'm only saying, how can Ukraine continue to withstand the attacks? I mean, I read an article today about how Russia manufactures their drones, and the output is not diminishing, and it's just never ending aerial assaults. So Like, how do they continue with that type of bombardment?
Yeah, I mean, just in general though, with Russia though, I mean, the thing I'll never get over is the fact that Tucker Carlson made a trip to Russia and talked about how great the country was because their grocery stores had like the coin in the cart. I mean, clearly Tucker has never been to Aldi's.
Yeah, I was wondering about Tucker and Vladimir. Do you think he came on his chest or in his mouth?
It's easy to make fun of Russia, but they don't have the cultural problems we have. They don't have. I mean, you could say we have cultural problems and not financial problems. But we got major financial problems. But I mean, the point is, do you think they care? Do you think Putin cares if the rest of the country's fucked up? Like, I mean, that's not necessarily their strategy. I mean, they're not in the worst position. They're not in the best position. Everything is tentative. But I mean, did you hear what Trump said? He's like, Europe has a real thirst for war. Like, he can't believe how aggressive the Germans and the French are in terms of supporting this NATO, war against Russia.
Well, let me ask you this: what do you think? How many attacks, like the drone attack that took out a bunch of the planes in Russia? How many of those type of attacks could Russia sustain?
I mean, it's not like what's happening in Kiev and other major cities in terms of scale. Like, yeah, they took out that fleet of planes, but I mean, again, this is all being compartmentalized or put into the macro, or the micro, which is these drones and the terror of living under that type of situation, as opposed to having these archaic, Cold War Soviet jets, which weren't even being used.
Welcome to the stage, Cairo. What do you feel about the title?
I feel like, as Christians who worship a God who is in a little girl's vagina, it's kind of weird.
Oh, you mean like when the angel Jabril, the spirit of Allah, came down and became the most beautiful boy in creation when it died?
I'm talking about you, like you guys worship
Hold on,
in the Middle East, right?
Hold on.
You guys worship Arab in the Middle East, and
fucking Jahil.
And you guys say he was in a...
Okay, so remember when Jabril...
Am I hurting your feelings?
Went into Miriam's...
I remember you guys
rubbed on her vagina.
Worshiping a man in the Middle East.
And then he got her pregnant.
Cairo, he's in your Quran, sir. How dare you disparage the Prophet Jesus?
We can talk one at a time, but you want to go first?
Yeah, go ahead and tell us.
How dare you?
Hold on.
Okay,
Wait, hold on. Everyone, hold on. Hey, shut your fucking mouth. How about that?
And I want to know why you guys worship
Why the
God.
fuck is this
You
guy
believe.
still talking?
Okay, you believe.
Mute your fucking mic. All right. You know what?
Yeah.
I'll bring you back up, but listen, you're not going to talk over me. You're just not going to do that. I'm just trying to understand. Was that a fucking pedophile supporting Muslim? Yes or no? Was that? Okay, got it. Let's bring the pedophile supporting Muslim back up to the stage. Oh, what a fucking pussy.
Oh,
And
his alpha wasn't cooking right now.
And he had a list. That's the fucking worst.
Yeah, Roger, you'll love Alpha.
Sorry, guys. How's everybody doing?
How do you feel about Muhammad?
If Muhammad lived today, he should be in jail and most likely be killed by inmates as an act of redemption. So, do not worry. It's funny that this person that came up and spoke so nonchalantly as if he's got something nobody else knows, as if he's about to reinvent the wheel. Yet he tells Roger that, or yourself, that you worship an Arab. First of all, Jesus was not an Arab. Get the basics right if you're going to have any kind of retort. Just get the basics right.
Well, and with all due respect, I'm not a Christian either. I'm a deist. I do believe there's a God, but I think it's a little wacky to make claims that we know what the characteristics are of God. So I've got I've got my smoke with a lot of different religions, to be honest.
The ones that I like the best, though, are the ones that are not trying to cut off people's heads if they don't join. I mean, that's to me, that's a pretty major turnoff.
I think Alpha's like agnostic. He's probably one of the most well-versed when it comes to like Islam. He's really
Okay.
Well, you know, interesting, Roger. Sorry, it's interesting, Roger, that you mentioned about wackiness. Muslims usually pretend that Islam is one of those religious traditions where everything is done in a scholarly manner. There's a lot of propriety in it. Not really. I'll give you an example. One of the renowned, from the Muslim perspective, one of the renowned historians of Islam, his name is Ibn Kathir. And Ibn Kathir published an 8-volume tome work titled The Beginning and the End, Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. And in that book, he mentions the visit of one of the other renowned scholars of Islam, where he visits Egypt from Baghdad to Egypt. He doesn't visit Cairo. He visits Tanta. Now, Tanta is a very rural area of Egypt. And while he's having ablution, which is what they call his wudu or ablution, and he's performing the cleansing rites, one of the persons next to him has a disagreement with him and says to him, well, why are you performing this way? He says, well, I have a narration that says so. And they have a quarrel. And there's before he knows it, there's a circle formed around him. And the disagreement leads to a big beating, like they start jumping him. Now, mind you, this guy is one of the founders of the second largest schools of thought in Islam. And he gets beaten up. On his way home, he tells his driver that I believe there's something wrong in my opinion, my jurisprudential opinion. And as he goes back to Baghdad, months later, a new school of thought he devised. So this is the level of propriety you get in Islamic scholarship. You get beaten into an opinion. But they don't mention this, do they? And this is the religion that pontificates to others about civility and morality. Interesting.
In the hood, they call that blood in, blood out.
Oh, he definitely got some blood in and out.
You know, it's interesting. It's like Muslims tell me about like how like their countries have lowest rape rates. It's actually, I think it's more like lowest reported rape rates. Like in Saudi Arabia, you know, men, like women, their witness accounts means to. Any four witnesses, right?
You know, I want to put this hypothetical.
Hey, I'll put a question though. Hey, what was the story of where Aisha got left behind in the caravan, and then some guy rode her on horseback into town, and everybody's like, murder her, and then he changed it from 2 to 4 witnesses.
There's actually there's from any kind of sin or exculpated, if you like. And what this verse came about so expediently was Muhammad claimed that Aisha was, at first he claimed that Aisha was not left behind. That Aisha was in a different caravan, according to some narrations. They were dragging behind because the rider was supposedly sick. But if you look in Surah An-Nur, right, the chapter of light in the Quran, and you will find verse 11 to 20. It's about 9 verses that talks about the exoneration of the youngest wife of Muhammad. So it's in the 24th chapter. And the narrations that explain these verses says that, well, there should have been more witnesses. That's why
it requires more witnesses because she was prominent. She was a prominent figure. In other words, she was the wife of Muhammad. She was prominent. And there were many hypocrites trying to find a blemish to pin on Muhammad, and then that way they could use that as a leverage against him. And this is what's interesting, that Aisha spent actually almost 2 nights with Safwan. You see what I mean? With Safwan, one of the companions of Muhammad. So it's quite interesting, because they say that the hypocrites within Muhammad's camps were trying to blame things on him, even though there are narrations in 2 of the authentic books after the Quran according to Islamic viewpoint, Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which can be found online at sunnah.com. They testify. There's narrations from Aisha saying that yes, I did remain behind with Safwan. So that tells you all you need to know.
I love the book of Suckling, Alpha.
The suckling of the adults?
Yeah.
Rada'at al-Kabir. Yeah, Rada'at al-Kabir is interesting. Be careful, people. Do not be so erotic with your wives or partners, just in case, a drop of milk gets on your tongue.
Oh no, some of
Don't
the
become your mother.
six sucklings. Remember the book of Suckling, the baby goat? If a man becomes like family.
Because Roger mentioned wackiness, right? And to substantiate what I just said about how Muhammad so expediently started receiving revelations is in explanation of verse 24 of chapter 4 of the Quran, which is known as Surah An-Nisa, which apparently is entitled after woman, and many Muslim women take this to be a sign of the highest form of respect, when in reality the same chapter it denigrates women and categorizes them along with feces and illness and impurities. What kind of respect you get by being categorized in the same category as shit, with all respect. So,
cocaine in terms of your physical health is not as dangerous as the situation that you
one who became a companion of Muhammad in Medina after the migration from Mecca. He says, we won the Battle of Hunayn. We won the Battle of Hunayn, and many of the men used to be our neighbors. These guys used to be our neighbors, these people. But after the battle, some men withdrew, some ran away, some got killed, and only people left were the women and children. As we came upon the women and children, we saw them being very fearful. They were very fearful of us. And he said, at that moment, when we saw them fearing us, we felt a prick of conscience. And we were confused. What do we do with all these women and children? How can we attack them? How can we just prey upon their fears? So we went to the Prophet, and the Prophet said, hold on, I'm getting a revelation. And verse 24 was of the Quran, verse 24 of chapter 4 was revealed, saying, وَالْمُحْصَنَاتُ مِنَ النِّسَاءِ إِلَّا مَا مَلَكَتْ أَيْمَانُكُمْ. Except for the married ones, everything, the others are basically what your right hand possesses. And Muhammad said, now their vaginas are permissible for penetration. And these words are actually in the explanations, by the way.
Yeah, do not commit adultery except for those that your right hand possesses. Because remember in 2 different hadiths, the one, it says that the men were standing there and said, oh, we already had sex with them. Is it okay? And then the other guys are saying, hey, are we allowed to have sex with them?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So this shows that some of these Arabs actually had a prick of conscience. They suddenly felt this kind of, gestalt, as they say, and had some civility in them to say, wait a minute, we can't just do that. We used to be neighbors. We used to know their husbands. And these are worded in the explanations of that verse, the exegesis of that verse. Do you understand? So, and this is considered a part of Sunnah, which means a part of the prophetic tradition. And the prophetic tradition is considered to be eternal, because Muhammad was the best embodiment of the message of the Quran. So that means it's applicable to all times. So do not be surprised when a Muslim tells you that it's okay to marry a 9-year-old, because it's part of the eternal prophetic tradition.
Dude, not only DJ say that he thought it was okay,
he threatened to, violence to Kristen, which, that's crazy. This is crazy. These people are nuts. I had no idea how fucking nutty they were.
Well, Roger, I'll say this much, that Muslims that you see that avoid owning up to this, or avoid any kind of, how can I say, they avoid any kind of responsibility that this is part of my tradition, is because they know in their heart of hearts that in modern society, especially in a society that is well developed and knows, even if provisionally, that certain things are just not right to be committed against human beings, they will try to somehow dismiss that. And they will try to say, look, I don't accept that, and the tradition can be misinterpreted or can have multiple interpretations, and they will do everything in their power to try to avoid owning up to it. And one of the reasons, to me, a fundamental one actually, is that they know if they own up to this, then polite society as well as modern society at large will banish them. They will condemn them. They will find this to be an act of contempt against human beings. So they will either, the apologists of Islam either try to give it an air of respectability, or they try to avoid the issue altogether. And when they do, then a whole Pandora's box is opened about the fragility of the Islamic tradition and how disconnected it really is, not just to history or within history, but to reality at large.
Hey, Alpha, could you elaborate on Muhammad going down to the river praying with the young boy when he come back up to Aisha with the things on his clothes?
There are many things. In fact, Aisha himself relates this about 3 times in the 6 authentic books, or should I say the 7 authentic books after the Quran. And one of the persons that really elaborates on this is Nuh Hamim Keller, an American convert who is now considered one of the contemporary giants of the Shafi'ite school of Orthodox Islam. So he did a translation of The Reliance of the Traveler, Bughyat al-Talib. And in that book, he actually explains that. So,
What's he explain about
there's
Muhammad?
really not much to explain.
What was Muhammad doing? I don't think Roger's. Remember when he went down to the river?
Well, according to some scholars, Muhammad was teaching the boy how to do ghusl. That is, how to do a whole body wash. And he was teaching him how to do ablution. I don't know how you can teach a young adolescent how to do a whole body wash and you come back home with semen on your clothes.
And Aisha used to clean the semen off his clothes, right?
Yeah. In fact, one of the Hanbalite scholars, Al-Barbahari, says that at the time, given the Prophet's strength and manhood, it was only normal for him to be aroused most of the time. So I don't know if that even can serve as an explanation. You see, there's a lot in the Islamic tradition that a lot of people, that is not translated. It's not like the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition where you can find a lot of it in English or in Latin. The Islamic tradition is very cryptic. Unless you have access to the Arabic, you're going to be vulnerable to their trickery and their taqiyya or dissimulation. So that's why when you read the Quran online at www.quran.com or Quran Explorer, you look at the translations and there's a lot of footnotes. And the footnotes are all just apologetics. They're not necessarily explanation of terms and whatnot. For instance, in verse 43, of the Quran, chapter 4 of the Quran, verse 43, it categorizes women in the same category as impurities. You see? For example, it says, if you are traveling and you cannot find water, in order to purify yourself, you can do by using soil. So first it says, do not approach prayer while drunk. Okay? That's number one. Because drunkenness is considered a state of impurity. That's number one. Number two, if you cannot find water while you're traveling, then you can use soil. Because you cannot perform the prayer unless you perform ablution. And the other thing it says, if you come from the toilet, right? And then after that it says, if you also touch women. But when you look at the translation in English, it says, if you cohabit with women. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't use the word nikah. Okay? It doesn't use the word nikah. It doesn't use the word wata. It doesn't use these words. It uses the word lamastum an-nisa. Lamas means to come in contact. So if you come in contact with a woman, it's considered an act of impurity. Now you're in a state of impurity. In fact, even more worse than that, women are considered, according to the Quran and the exegetes or the explainers of the Quran, the major scholars, the woman is actually considered and perceived as impure until she is married. Until she is married, because the word used in verse 24, chapter 4 of the Quran is muhsinat. Muhsinat comes from the word muhsin. Muhsin means to be being in a state of pure, being a pure being, right? An act of purification that you have undergone. And muhsinat comes from the word muhsina, which means the feminine case of, the feminine gender of the noun pure. So you have to ask yourself, why does a woman have to be considered a muhsina only when she is married, only after she is married?
Hey, Alpha, who's the majority of people that are in hell, and why are they?
Women.
But what's the reason?
And this is actually you can see the explanations of this elaborately by the Mufassir or the exegetes al-Tabari. Ibn Jarir al-Tabari, who is considered as one of the most detailed explainers or exegetes of the Quran, in his Tafsir al-Tabari, as they call it. And this is actually under verse 282 of the Quran, which is the longest verse of the Quran. And it was revealed after the what they call the sermon of the last sermon of Muhammad. You know, the sermon of departure, as they call it, khutbat al-wida'.
But hey, Alpha, what's the reason they're in hell? Because they're deficient.
Yes, deficiency. Yes, deficiency. They say, well, does they,
deficient mind.
في الإيمان والدنيا. So basically deficient in religion and in the worldly affairs. So, but then one Muslim woman so
the makeup artist.
I don't know how to say this. Muslim woman so
the $500,000 membership fee would make it the most
I would say
expensive private
indignantly,
membership club in the country.
they perceive this as an act of respect.
People and decision makers.
God has respected me by naming a chapter of the Quran after women. Actually, the word is not, the chapter is not turned after women.
Attorney General
Nisa,
Gandhi, SEC Chair
Nisa
Atkins,
itself,
Dr. Oz, and a lot of others.
Niswa, okay, it means wives in reality.
And by the way, that's just like a side thing.
You know, it can mean feminine as well, in the plural, in the perfect.
Exactly, and that's the stuff that's out.
So,
at this moment.
You know,
Yo, Alpha, what did Aisha say about the woman who her skin was the same color as her gown?
There is. Just look over here.
I'm sorry.
The green spot on the woman's arm that Aisha was talking about.
And then I get in an argument about the laptop and what it was, where it came from, and these random, like...
There's a lot, man.
Yeah, because the woman comes Aisha, she has the bruises on her arm, and it's darker than her green dress.
And you're, by the way, you're allowed, The Islamic God has a very profane tongue.
Watch him speak.
Uses profanity too. Just imagine if God said to somebody,
I don't know the motivations.
pardon my French,
I think that a lot of people that are just
let that ugly son of a bitch be. Just imagine.
Some kind of relevance.
Or let that ugly son of a whore be. Now, I don't see how you can see this as something coming from a divine source to be so mundane and profane. But you find it in the Quran. You find where it says, an ugly person born out of wedlock. In other words, an ugly bastard. So, you have to wonder, why would any God use such terminology? Or using the words F-men, which is equivalent to saying fuck, the F word.
I don't want to make fun.
You know, it says Tabban yada abi lahabin wa tab.
The reason I do that is because I have a fundamental.
In other words, say, fuck Abi Lahab's hands.
I'm already concerned about his age, but as I say about everybody,
really?
that we're going to have to grapple with.
What would you say is the most disgusting thing you found in this?
Verse 4, chapter 65. Disgusting, dangerous. Yeah, verse 4, chapter 65 is the chapter on divorce. Verse 4 literally permits, without restraint, the marriage of prepubescent girls. Yeah.
Yeah, but a lot of people, let me play devil's advocate here. Okay, a lot of Muslims would say, oh, this is talking about the women who have complications. Or she's just like 25 years old and she never had to do menstruation.
I would say that the majority opinion and the consensus of the ulama, aka scholars of Islam, contradict you. And they say the opposite.
Yeah, it's a tough series says that it's women who are too young to menstruate.
Cancel the fight.
I'll spoil my nephew's birthday.
1, 2, 3 to the ball. If you have dementia,
it's a really lovely religion, Alpha. I think you convinced me to do my shahada now. I want to pay zakat. Oh, Alpha, I forgot to ask, what are you eating for dinner? What are you cooking?
I disagree with the official proposal for the establishment of African Federation. Yeah, I totally disagree with that. Any form of African conflict, right?
I was just saying with the South Sudanese, right? I just don't get it. It's a similar culture, similar background. Even if you were to do a DNA test, I think it would be similar, close to same, right? And it was one country, right? Sudan was one country before it became South and North Sudan. I just don't get it. Where's the self-hating coming from? It's like a self-hating part. You see what I'm saying? Like, do you hate yourself, or what is it?
So,
you want to be called?
I have to correct you on something. You said a DNA test. So that's been done. And in DNA tests, DNA evidence, which anyone can look up, out of every group in North Africa, including Moroccans, Egyptians, everyone in North Africa, Northern Sudanese people, primarily the 4 major tribes, can have the largest quantity of Arab DNA in haplogroup J than any other African group, including Egyptians and Moroccans. That's a DNA fact that anyone can simply do. So when you say, well, even in DNA, if we do it, no. So North Sudanese people and South Sudanese people are not even similar in DNA. We're completely separate people. Our struggles are the product of colonial powers drawing our borders for us instead of allowing Africa to draw its own borders. Even like Somali, if you go to Kenya, there's a region in Kenya close to Mombasa where there are more Somali people than there are Kenyan people. And this is because that region would have technically been a part of Somali if you follow tribal maps. But in fact, when you have colonial powers drawing your maps, the same way that was done with Palestine, forcing Israeli people in the region, if even historically, The only region that Israeli people could actually claim would be the Kingdom of Judah, which was a tiny city-state. Other than that, the entire rest of the region was Palestinian. So it's the same thing. It's colonial powers drawing lines. South Sudanese people have more genetic commonality with Ugandans, with Kenyans, and with other sub-Saharan African groups than they actually do with most northern Sudanese. Now, you do have some hybrid tribes between the two. Like if you go into a region called South Kordofan, El Ubaid, Darfur, we do have some commonalities because of obviously decades of being together. However, if you're talking about the far north, I'm from the far north. I'm Dongolouis. That's the Sudanese-Egyptian border. If you're talking about the far north to the far south, Juba, we don't have genetic similarities in a high quantity. Beyond, having general African, what they call Dinka or Bantu DNA markers. Other than that, no. Northern Sudanese people are primarily haplogroup J and haplogroup E1B1B. So we're not actually, by even on the DNA test, we're not necessarily the same.
Okay, thank you for the share. Jazakallah khair. Appreciate it. Anyways, welcome Musan Jufu and welcome Wayfan. Did you want to say something, Musan?
I wanted to say something about what Doctor said, but he has basically said it. In Uganda, the people in Sudan are very, very different from the people in South Sudan. Most of the people in South Sudan, we call them Luo or the Nile. The Nilotics, they live along the Nile. They are also different from the people in Uganda, at least south of the country. And again, it's what happened in the Berlin conference that caused all this. These people, I think it was a deliberate tactic to divide people so that they would control them easily, and it happened across the whole region. You will come to Uganda, the borders are still the same. Like you will find people on both sides that are almost similar, but one end is on a different side. And anytime they want to ferment, let's say, a secession movement, they will use these groups because it's very easy to tap into their sentiments, and they will want to, and they end up destabilizing the whole region. It is the same thing happening in Eastern Congo, where Rwanda is going into to protect people of Rwandese origin, because those borders were cut like that. So the people in South Sudan and the people in Sudan are very, very different. Very, very different.
Yeah, I hear you. What I was gonna say was, I think we need. I think Black Rabbi should be here anytime, but Norma was here earlier.
Sharpening my sword.
You okay? Let me see if I could maybe ping him. He's probably online. He's probably waiting for a ping.
I just want to ask him what tribes. That's all I just want him to answer. What of the 12 tribes is he from? Also, Amir, by the way, I came across something interesting I wanted to talk to you about last night. But my night is your morning, and your morning is my night. But I came across something interesting. Now, I just want to say ahead of time, this is very controversial and not an opinion of my own. But it was an interesting perspective from Jews. So there was a Jewish rabbi. I'm gonna get the link and send it to you because I forgot his name already. It was a very difficult name to pronounce. But there was a Jewish rabbi who was speaking against Jesus. And he said that because Jesus Christ was rejected by the Jews, he got 12 disciples to represent 12 different tribes and tried to recreate the Gentiles into Jews. And that all the problems in the world that is being happened, he was primarily talking about the Palestinian issue, was because of Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ basically made Gentiles, basically was saying took Gentiles out of their place beneath Jews, and creating religious equality by making 12 disciples, one representing each tribe. And obviously advocating that Jesus Christ was a charlatan of his time. I'm very curious to know if you have any information on this or if you've heard anything like this before, because I know you encounter a lot of the Jews often.
The only thing that I got, there's rabbi. I saw a video on Twitter. The rabbi said that Netanyahu apparently he reads the translation of a Bible coming from evangelical. So he's basically a Christian. He's not even Jew. The other thing I learned about Brother Fayaz was here last week. I think he shared that there's one rabbi. I don't know if it's inside Israel or outside. He wants the caliphate to come back and take over. He said under the caliphate system, we had everything. We had rights. We were able to thrive. They weren't killing. Nobody was dying. Nobody, was getting genocided. So it's interesting, And like what you said, no, brother, I haven't came across that. I don't even talk about the religion. I just try to get into politics. There's a lot to talk about in relate to the politics.
He was more so leaning towards that it's in fact the religion that has birthed these politics. He's obviously a Zionist, this person, but he was making it like everybody, basically making like everybody in the world was fine with Jews until Jesus Christ. And because Jesus Christ made everyone believe that basically they could be a Jew too by way of being a Christian. And by Jew, I mean according to the tribes. So he was using the representation of 12 disciples echoing 12 tribes of Judah.
Do you hold this opinion, Doctor, that Torah is the oldest book, right? But then we had the book of Gospel came out that was supposed to abrogate the Torah. And then the last book we have, the Holy Quran, was supposed to abrogate all the other books. Do you hold this opinion?
Yes.
Because the Quran Karim is the last book.
I disagree with the fact that the Torah is the first. However, I believe...
Which one is the first, would you say?
Well, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Suhufin, but we've heard of stories of lost texts such as the Suhufin,
Suhuf Ibrahim?
Yes, and I've even heard theories of a Suhufin of Noah that once existed that no longer exists. So,
no, but there's 5 books mentioned in the Holy Quran, right? There's 5 books.
Yeah, the Quran is mentioning the Torah clearly. Yes.
No, but the Quran Karim mentioned 5 books, right? Not 4 books.
Yes, the Quran. Yeah, that's the Torah.
I don't know, man. I think these people, like I read, there's an article from Times of Israel. But all the rabbis, they agree that the book has been compromised. I'll see if I can give you that article.
No, I've heard that. That's definitely they don't even hide. That's not even a fact that they try to hide. I've even heard some Jews say that the exodus of Nabi Musa wasn't a literal thing, but in fact it was a celestial event. They've remixed and recreated their doctrine multiple times. The Torah is more so a ceremonial book for them at this point, and they have multiple books that exist, But I agree that obviously I'm a Muslim, so I agree that the Quran is the last testament of Allah. I believe in the Bible. I acknowledge the Bible. I acknowledge the Torah. But my personal belief is I believe that there were multiple books that existed even pre-Torah that have become lost to history. I think as far as completion and relevance is why the Quran mentions the Torah. But I believe in a multitude of books of information because Allah is eternal and human beings are, when we speak of these different prophets, there's massive periods of time in between them. We've even heard allusions from both hadith narration and some Quranic-based sources of hundreds of thousands of prophets that have existed. We don't know who they are, but they're pre or during the 25 that we are aware of. Even the Quran introduced some new characters that we were unaware of if you're looking at it from a biblical narrative. So I hold the opinion that there are a multitude of books, a multitude of information, and we're just at the end of it. We have the ending. The ending is the Torah, the Bible, and obviously finalizing everything with the last prophet, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Quran, the last
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It's just I don't know, man. These people, some of these people, they use the scripture to justify what they're doing, but a lot of them don't even believe in the religion. I'm just thinking, when is this gonna stop? The amount of killings. Do you think that they're gonna stop in Sudan, Dr. Nubian?
Well, yeah, we already cooked them. So the war in Sudan is mostly over for the most part. We've completely annihilated the Janjaweed. They were only allowed to go as long as they did because we were caught off balance. It was a regular day. It was during Ramadan, and next you know, the airport exploded. And then when the airport exploded and firefighters went over there to investigate, they got hit with a slew of bullets, missiles, and we scrambled our air force, but we couldn't do much because the major airport was destroyed. And they had anti-air support. They were prepared for war, and we weren't. So they caught us way off guard, and it was the holy month of Ramadan, so we were definitely unprepared for immediate conflict. So they had a great advance, and they killed almost 200,000 people, mass rapings. The other thing was we were confused on who the hell we were fighting. We were being told, oh, you're fighting other Sudanese people. But then when we would unmask them, we found Colombians from Colombia. We found people from Chad. We found snipers from Eritrea. And then the other thing is what they were targeting. We were prepared for military conflict. So we armored up military bases, and they didn't target military bases. They targeted hospitals, universities, and refugee camps, and they were targeting ethnic cleansing of civilians. So we were caught off balance. But alhamdulillah, the Sudanese military, with our might, have been able to annihilate majority of the Janjaweed, these rebels. RSF is what they're called on television. We were able to annihilate majority of them, and now they're little scavenger camps trying to recoup out in regions of the border of South Sudan and North Sudan. But for the most part, it's going to be a long uphill battle rebuilding. They were using weapons that were given to them by the UAE. The UAE has come back and said that those weapons were sold to them previously for conflicts. The Janjaweed, for people who don't know, used to be a militia organization. Sudan used to use it to keep tribal conflicts in check because we couldn't scramble the military everywhere. Sudan was the largest country in Africa. So we had smaller factions such as the Janjaweed to deal with that. They did genocidal events instead of promoting security and protection. They did genocidal events against certain tribes that they were racist to. And they were also hired by certain groups outside of Sudan to go and attack Yemeni Ansarullah and Hezbollah and things like this. So they're claiming that that's when they got their UAE branded weaponry, but that doesn't explain the United Arab Emirates plane that came to pick up gold from a random airstrip out in the middle of the desert. And the UAE, many people in Sudan believe that they are somehow a puppet of the of Israel in some capacity, because Israel fears North Sudan more than anything, because North Sudan, although it seems far, it's actually a bordering country that does not have a peace treaty. So Israel wants a peace treaty with every nearby country, and we could scramble jets. If in a scenario where Sudan was stable, we would, knowing the Sudanese government, we would have intervened in the Palestinian conflict militarily, and we would have helped blockade that Red Sea from Port Sudan. They wanted to destabilize that, which is why we know that October 7th was already known about by the Israelis, because the Sudanese war started first. Conflicts in Sudan started first. Conflicts in Yemen started first. They wanted to destabilize both Sudan and Yemen to assure that they would have control and safe passage through that Red Sea before before October 7th. So these things they already knew about. Israel sacrificed their own people. They're talking about these hostages. They already knew all this was going to take place. There's no way you couldn't when you're bragging that you have the greatest intelligence network on planet Earth, second only to the United States. So all of these things were manufactured in there. Manufactured events so they could be able to have a clear path to ethnically cleansing Palestinian people, because everyone who knows Sudanese people knows Sudanese people. We love Palestinians and we love Syrian people. We have so many Palestinian refugees who've been living in Sudan even before October 7th, and so many Syrian refugees who live in Sudan as well. So that's a brief history, if I can.
Hey, welcome, Brother Fayaz. How you doing today?
Good, man. I just finished my Zohar Salah.
Mashallah,
Okay.
nice. Yeah, that guy, man, it was just annoying. And in the end, I had to kick him down. I'm like, okay, we're done with it. Killed my brain cells, killed everybody's brain cells. He doesn't understand shit. I think everything we said was above his pay grade or something.
Yes. Yes, he did kill everybody's brain cells. You're right. My God. No, what scares me is if there are people like this in the world, how is the world going to see peace in the future? Because, he doesn't even understand the logic. He says one thing, when I repeat the same thing, putting him as a guilty party, he says, no, you are wrong. You cannot do that. So I don't understand, man. My God. Chatting with these people on this app has been probably the single biggest experience for me of meeting different types of people with different mentalities, with different thought processes, and so on. In real life, I don't think we get the opportunity to meet such people constantly.
Yep. Apparently, what they're doing is so because of the PR war that they lost. So the Zionists, right? They got together. They opened a room in the hallway. The title of the room is Muhammad like him young, literally a fucking Islamophobic room. You see what I'm saying? And this is the problem with the Zionists, because they don't have anything to talk about. There's a character called Alpha. He's Iranian. He claims that he studied as a scholar, blah blah blah. So he sides with the Zionists, and he sides with Sungis because he hates Muslims. He's an ex-Muslim, basically Murtad, And it's very disturbing that these people they can't argue anymore and relate to Zionism, right? So they want to attack the religion now. And they're doing it on this app. Anyways, it is what it is. Because somebody pinged me from that room, and I was thinking about it. I'm like, wow, these are the disgusting moderators, and this is what happens.
What is his name? His name is Alpha, is it?
Yeah, Alpha. I think you see him, sometimes with the what you call it. You'll see him in the Sungis room, right? Always attacking Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Zionist rooms attacking Islam because they don't have anything else to talk about anymore. That's what it is. These are the scumbags, and I wish they had something else to talk about, but apparently they're just their brain's dead. And then you have the ex-Muslim, the Iranians as well. They like to get together with the other ex-Muslims, right? Talk more shit about Islam and whatnot. As long as we don't give attention, we're good. There's no point of engaging with these people. What else was I going to say? Let me see if there's anything new in the news. Let's see. Okay. All right, so the Nobel Prize Committee must reject Trump's farce nomination. Um, why genocidees nominate others for Peace Prize? The Nobel Peace Prize risks becoming a tool for impunity, not a symbol of justice, says Ibrahim Farhat. So we got that. I think they're going to take it away from him. Hey, welcome back, Nubian. Trump says he was caught off guard by Israel strikes on Gaza church in Syria. What he did in Syria, the psychopath genocidal maniac. What's his name? If anybody want to come on up, just unmute. Come on up. I turn off the hand raising. And we have the Aiden here. He likes to record our rooms every day for some reason. He loves listening to our voice. His name is Joan Kitover. He's running for the government. And I think they should send like a cease and desist letter to his house, He has served in the military, psychopath. Looks like a ugly SO.
Who are you talking about, Ahmed?
Guy Enan in the audience. We can't kick him. You see it? All the way in the bottom. I wish we can kick him, but we can't.
Where you going? Let me read into this article really quick. The one you just read from CNN, Trump caught off guard. Maybe I can spark a conversation.
Sure. Let's do it.
So title says Trump caught off guard by Israel's actions in Gaza and Syria last week as skepticism of Netanyahu grows inside the White House. They've been reporting like this for months, but I need to see action. But it says President Donald Trump was caught by surprise last week by Israeli actions in Gaza and Syria. In both instances, phoned Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to rectify the matter, according to the White House. That underscores that what sources have said is an increasingly tense dynamic between the two leaders. A strike last Thursday on the only Catholic church in Gaza drew immediate negative reaction. They want to react to Christians getting killed now. The only Catholic church in Gaza drew an immediate negative reaction from Trump, who phoned Netanyahu to voice his displeasure and ensure the Israeli leader release a statement calling the strike a mistake. Trump was similarly surprised by Israel's airstrikes targeting government buildings in Syria capital Damascus last week. At the moment, his administration is working to rebuild a war-torn nation. The president enjoys a good working relationship with Bibi Netanyahu and stays in frequent communication with him. He was caught off guard by the bombing in Syria and also the bombing of a Catholic church in Gaza, Press Secretary Kathleen told reporters at the White House on Monday. In both accounts, the president quickly called the prime minister to rectify those situations, she went on. She pointed to efforts by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to calm tensions in Syria, where Trump has eased sanctions and thrown his support behind the new president. Former rebel leader Ahmed Trump, who hosted Netanyahu at the White House earlier this month, has long had a complicated relationship with the Israeli leader. Despite being strong allies, the two men are not personally close. People familiar with the dynamic said the pairing has at times been colored by mutual distrust. Still, Trump has appeared to be closer than ever to Netanyahu following his decision to join Israel's air campaign in Iran this summer. During a dinner in the White House Blue Room earlier this month, Netanyahu made a dramatic show of presenting a letter he'd written to the Nobel Committee nominating Donald Trump for the Peace Prize. Trump had hoped Netanyahu's 4-day visit to Washington would yield progress on a ceasefire in Gaza that would include a release of hostages still held by Hamas and a significant increase in the amount of humanitarian aid allowed in the besieged enclave. The United States president said repeatedly ahead of the visit he expected a ceasefire that week, but Netanyahu departed the United States without a deal being announced. Now, nearly a week after mediators submitted the latest ceasefire and hostage release proposal to Hamas, all parties are still waiting for Hamas leaders in Gaza to respond. Two sources familiar with negotiations told CNN, Hamas, in a statement Monday, they are exerting all efforts and energies around the clock to reach an agreement on Gaza ceasefire and hostages release. Trump has watched the growing concerns the Gaza war claims more lives, including 3 killed in last week's church bomb. President's message on this conflict we've seen in the Middle East taking place for far too long. That has become quite brutal, especially in recent days. You see reports of more people dying. I think the president never likes to see that. He wants the killing to end. That's what his press secretary said.
So basically, Doctor, what Trump has said is that you issue a statement saying that it's a mistake, if I understood correctly.
Exactly, even though it wasn't. Manufacturing.
He's asking Netanyahu to issue a statement claiming that it's a mistake to have bombed the church. Wow.
Wow. We do have a Iranian on the stage. His name is Ali. He supports Israel. You guys want to engage with the Iranian?
Yeah, let me. Amir, can you just see the back channel, please?
Sure.
Yeah, Ali, you want to speak? You can. Go ahead.
Is he Muslim?
I don't know.
A lot of these are murtad, man. They mock Islam, so you know. Go on, Ali. Do you want to speak? Ali, we can't hear you. Brother Fayaz, this is the problem with alien accounts. You know, you can't see their profile, you can't report them, you can't do nothing. They said in the audience, and this guy, his name is John Kitover. He streams it directly on YouTube. He's got about 30 phones. You know, he's an idiot.
No, but how is it that we cannot, as a room moderator?
Because it's an anonymous account. They pay $5 a month, and I pay $5 a month. I can turn my account into incognito. I would sit in the audience. I cannot write anything in the chat. I will still be in the audience, and nobody can.
Oh, I didn't know this. Okay.
Wait, what happened?
In the alien account, you see in the audience that idiot.
Oh.
He's back in there, you know.
I know the magic way to get him to leave. If we just start talking like good about Jewish people and we go ahead and say that we don't actually hate Jews, he always leaves after that point. So want to do that for like 30 minutes?
Yeah. But Ali, why did you go down? Are you pussy? Come on up. You can talk. You don't have the balls. You want to write in the chat? Let me see. I'll turn off the chat. Fuck you. Go. You know, come on up. I know you're Murtad. Come on up. And I don't have a problem talking to Murtad.
Wait, what does that mean?
Murtad means apostate. You know, like literally left. You know, just left Islam for good.
Wait, I thought that was a mushrik.
No, left. There's like different terms, like a kafir, murtad. Murtad are the ones that go around on this freaking app and they talk shit about Islam.
Okay. Interesting.
And the same thing with the ex-Muslims. Come on up, Ali. What happened? Hey, what's up, Amachi? How you doing there, man? If you want to come on up, you're welcome. Come on up, brother. Anyway, so he's not coming up. Let's see. All right. Have a safe flight to the hallway, Ali. Bye-bye. Take care. I can't fucking allow you to kill the Palestinian babies and this and that. Mofo. Freaking Iranian. Anyways. So, and relate to that article, Doctor, I think there's he's just putting on a show, I believe. And I think Trump got a whole bunch of calls from the Christians. And that's what, it turned into.
Yeah, they only care about their own. So now that the church has been blown up, now it's outrage.
But it's 3 churches, though. They blew up the first 2 churches, right? And this was like the third, and this church has been attacked twice. This is the second attack on this church. The first attack, they didn't do anything. No condemn, no not regretting nothing, no condemn nothing. And now you want to regret the decision? I don't get it.
The previous two churches that were bombed out and flattened, they were not Catholic. Does it have anything to do with which denomination it belongs to? Because America, I'm really wondering, because one was a Lutheran church, Baptist church, I think. The other one was again some other denomination. So I'm wondering if they will speak up only if it's a Catholic church.
Oh my God! You know Ash, brother Faz, the Ash Khan.
Yeah, from Canada.
Yeah, you know what the Ghazi did, right? He opened the room. It says, underage child molester Ashkan of Israel, Behno ka dalal.
Oh my God. Why?
You know Ghazi, right? You know Ghazi?
I know.
He's a drama queen, man. I would suggest you not to get in anybody's fight. Otherwise, the dirt it sort of like flies onto people that try to mediate the situation, you know? Oh my God. And relate to Ghazi? Oh my God.
Oh, what, did he try to mediate or something, Ash?
No. I don't know what he did. He just pinged me from that room. There's 11 people in there talking about it, and the title of the room, underage child molester, Ashkan of Israel, Bano ka dalal. It's just a pimp for the sisters. You know.
So I just checked it. Fayez, I just checked it, and Israel did exactly what Trump told them. So right after their call, Axios reports, Israel says deadly Gaza church strike was a mistake after Trump call. That's a headline of Axios. So yeah, it's definitely a manufactured apology. Oops, my bad. Even though it was.
But today, the Israeli U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, he issued a statement saying that the damage is, he's trying to play it down now, bring down the condemnation a notch lesser now. He said that it's not damaged too much, but it wasn't an intentional attack. It wasn't that the attack itself was not such a big one. He was trying to play it down.
Axios is a pretty good newspaper. They always get the, and they're the one that said they called him the White House official. They said the madman always wants to bomb shit. Did you read that part, Nobian? There's another article that talks. It's crazy. Yep. Did you want to say something, Sonny? No, she left. She'll be back. Do I have many good rooms in the hallway for you? No? Sam is a businessman. He sells a lot of things. It's good. You should try selling it on eBay as well, Sam.
Yeah, no, I'm right now currently working on Etsy, Shopify, eBay. I'm trying to make all the social media posts as well.
So you got your own store in Shopify?
Not yet. I'm setting it up right now. But I have a brick and mortar store.
You got to get rid of the brick and mortar because it's just overhead is just too much, man. It's expensive.
Yeah.
Do you get enough sales?
So currently, yes, enough to pay the rent and the electricity and all that stuff, and still make a profit on top of it. but the main reason why I got it is that I didn't have anywhere to store my inventory. Especially at home, I couldn't store my inventory here. So I had to get a brick and mortar just to store the inventory, and then what I'm planning on doing is use that as a basis of shipping everything that I have, and kind of moving in a direction towards like party wears, bridal wears, like those kind of things.
Sam, where are you from? If you'd like to share that information.
I'm from Singapore.
No, are you? Which origin are you?
So that's the interesting part, right? My background comes from like both of my parents come from nomadic tribes. So both of my parents have come from like India, right? But my mom's not Indian, nor is my dad. Like my dad comes from like my grandfather comes from Iraq. And one of them comes from Iraq, one of them comes from Afghanistan. My grandmother comes from Thailand, and then my other grandmother, I forget where she comes from. But yeah, they're not native to India.
But you have family back in Singapore now?
No, half of my family's in Japan.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very confusing, right?
No. I totally get it. I know a couple of families like that. Literally, I mean, you can say globalized, totally globalized.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's really interesting because like it takes this whole like element of like nationalism out of you, because you know that everywhere your family history has been, there's been this whole thing of like you used to be a part of their people or something like that. So how could you hate them for basically being blood related to them in some way, shape, or form? Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, people, that brings me something that I read about. There was a Ukrainian Palestinian girl. Okay, her father is Ukrainian, her mother is Palestinian, and she lives in the States. And she had said once, when the war started in Ukraine and in Gaza, she said that, I really don't know what to do, because on one side, America is sending bombs to protect my father, and on the other side, America is sending bombs to kill my mother. Not exactly. I mean, it's not. It's a figurative speech. Yeah. So what she meant was that I'm really being torn apart, because on one side, my father is being protected by America, and on the other side, my mother is being bombed by America. Of course, her parents live in the US along with her. She's a US citizen. But this is the kind of conflict such children go through,
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, it's kind of funny because what was that war where I think it was like Afghanistan versus I'm forgetting the other nation, and like the entire conflicts that they were having. But it was really interesting to go ahead and see that like on one side, and I had family members killed in this. On one side, they are innocent Afghanis that did nothing wrong, but in the eyes of like people who come from the other side of that conflict with my family, they're seen as enemy number one. So it's like a family shooting family because two people couldn't agree on something, and it's just like you look at that entire situation and you kind of wonder, how did these wars start? But then you get the entire mix of the American military involved, and it's just like, who are these assholes who are just inserting themselves into like a conflict that shouldn't be there in the first place? Like, it makes you despise certain actions that people take, and their only reasoning or justification is like, these people's skin colors are brown or yellow or whatever, but because of my white superiority, I need to impose myself on their issues, and it still happens to this very day. It's so stupid.
Yep. Any good rooms in the hallway for you, Sam? Did you like any rooms?
Oh, good God, no.
Nah.
I
It's
just
tough, man. It's tough. It just, you know, so you know what was selling on this app before? So the hottest rooms on this app used to be just the Muslim singles where people are always talking about marriage and whatever. But the brother that owned the house, he had the havdeen.com, you know, the website. So a lot of people got married through this app, but through that app, and you know, people would pay for it. You see what I'm saying? So he was making some money and promoting it, whatnot. That was a different type of thing. And then, you know, and a lot of you know, marriage rooms, and even though you have people that are single that haven't even got married, and they're always talking about marriage, and you know, the hottest one were polygamy, 4 wives, you know, and they would do that on purpose to piss off women, and some of the moderators, they had freaking ill intention, man.
you know, it's funny that you point that out because, like, what do you say? I've been getting into those rooms where they're just designed to piss off like other Muslims just for no reason whatsoever. And then you hold a conversation with them, and they have like some of the weirdest takes. For example, someone was trying to convince me on this idea that like if you read the Quran in Arabic, then you're a disbeliever. Someone then went ahead and said that if my skin color is not white enough, then I have no right to being a Muslim. I've had all of these things. I even have a stalker on this point on this app now because of the fact that like they can't get over the idea that you know, someone who has no relation to like you know, Pakistan can be a Muslim, and it's just like it's just the weirdest thing ever, and I still can't get over it. Again, it feels like a lot of people are insane in this app.
Especially people. So I used to be part of the Dava room, right? So especially some people from the UK, they're mentally not okay in the head. No offense to anybody from the UK, just came across quite a few of them. I don't know what the deal is in the UK, right? And then there's some Americans as well. They're just mentally not okay. There used to be one guy here. He actually was an atheist. He converted to became a Christian, and then from Christian to Islam, and then he would do dawah. He was a good Christian debater because he knew every words and whatnot. You know, because he used to read it all the time, and so he would debate, and then you know, a lot of the people found out that he actually molested 3 of his stepdaughters. But he molested them before he became Muslim.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then I think after he became Muslim, the wife wife and him, they were picking up on it, and you know, some of these people were defending him or whatever, and there was 1 or 2 sisters even got cursed at by this brother, and then you know. They found out that they locked him up for, you know, I think 10 years or 12 years or something. They did charge him with, you know, molesting kids. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what ended up happening, and that was it. So, you know, so it's kind of scary on this app. You have to be careful, man.
Yeah, no, 100%. The one app that I'm really loving, one room that I've been really loving is the entrepreneurial rooms because they give me like great ideas on how to keep on expanding my business and like the overhead and stuff on it. But I think a lot of that is like rare to find because you know, those people are never online all the time.
Yeah, running a store, man, it's just I used to run a store, long hours. I just I used to buy and sell products, sell it on eBay and whatever, Amazon, and then it's good. You get to know once you're in the market, you get to know people and whatever. But at the same time, just long hours, man. So
Yeah.
but once you get into the online business, and if you're able to run it without having a store, so you could be sleeping and it's still making money. See what I'm saying? You don't even have to you don't have to be present in front of the online store. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I was kind of like focused on setting it up right now or setting it up over the week. So that way I can keep on pushing it through social media and stuff, and then seeing if anyone likes anything. All I have to do is go to the store, pack stuff up, and ship them out. Oh man. You know, it's funny. I haven't slept for over 24 hours at this point.
You gotta go to sleep, man.
So I suffer from this thing where, like, what do you say? I don't know what it's called, but I get like really restless if I'm not like dead tired. So I just constantly work until I basically knock out at my computer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Oh, by the way, did you see the other Muslim room that got started about the whole like salam thing?
The what thing?
The whole salam thing.
What is salam thing?
So okay, I'm actually genuinely curious about this, but they were saying that like, what do you say? So apparently, guys on here, they apparently get horny off of the idea that a woman says hi to them or salam to them. Is that actually true?
I don't think so, bro. I mean, so there's a difference of opinion from the scholars. I think there's like hardcore some scholars that say no, they shouldn't do it. There's even a ruling on, like, how women, they can't recite the Quran Kareem in front of a woman. So there's a difference of opinion from scholars, man, that women should not be reciting the holy book in front of a man.
Interesting.
Yeah. But the height, the Assalamu alaikum thing, I don't think so, man. This is bullshit. It's made up. Maybe the person was trolling. Who was trolling?
Oh no, it was coming from a bunch of like Muslims. I think are completely serious, like Yahya and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that brother trolls, man. I know the brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
He sounded super serious on it.
Yeah, he was trolling because he took piss off women. Because some women, they attack him, they've blocked him, they've done a whole bunch of shit to him, and he does it on purpose to piss them off. What's up with you, Layla? That's my analysis, because I've shared spaces with him for almost 2 years, a year and a half.
That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah. When I was part of the Dawa room. What's up with you, Layla? How you doing? Everything okay?
Yeah.
Did you eat your noodles?
I did, dude. That's all I've been eating. Just soup and noodles.
You committed noodle genocide.
I know, but it's okay. It was promised to me. If I was
And she drank soup. Oh my god. That's soup right there. Was it corn soup?
No, it was just literally chicken broth and noodles. Because I can't stomach anything else.
Oh yeah, she's got the food poisoning because she ate it from one of those carts on the side of the road, Sam. Where she's at right now. So she's been drinking tap water. She's in a third world country. I'm not gonna name any countries.
Okay.
So she's in a third world country. You know what a third world country is?
Yeah, I've been to
it.
Yeah. I'm kind of sick.
She's looking for Zionists to engage with, to attack.
But these last 2 days I haven't been on my A game because I've been sick, but you just watch. The day that I get over with this food poisoning is the day that every single Zionist on this app is gonna cry.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest.
You should call yourself Zyle Hunter.
Yes. I'll rename myself Zion Hunter.
You know Kill Bill? Kill Zio.
It's funny. So where are all the Zionists? Have they gone to bed?
Maybe they'll come around. They'll come around. Black Bear Rabbi will be back. A lot of these people go in and out,
Yeah. It's 4 in the morning right now, so they should be here pretty soon.
I just had a couple coffees. I might be awake for another. I need to do some work as well. I need to list some products on eBay.
Love you, baby.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm glad that I'm figuring out this whole online shopping stuff or whatever, but it is a lot of work to set up.
I mean, if you already have a store on eBay, then it's easy. Do you have listings on eBay?
No, nothing. I'm just starting right now.
You gotta take pictures one by one, make it look nice, right? Use a white paper in the background, right? And then take a nice picture. You can even make your own box. Do you have small items or do you have like big items?
Again, they're dresses, so again, life size.
Dresses, so order. They have the clothing white box. Right, it's like a white box, with white, fabric, whatever. You can hang it in there and take a picture, and then the background's gonna look like all white.
Okay.
Or you could just hang it on the wall or something. Put one screw there and just hang it on the wall. Take a picture. Who cares?
Okay, but we'll do.
Yep, that's what it is, man.
Yeah. Not only that, I hate talking about professional life here because Zionists, but I need to change my job pretty soon here too. The job market is just shit right now.
So that's what it is. And then we have some Islamophobe Zionists. They ran out of their narrative, so they opened up room attacking Islam. Same thing, same topic, the age of the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him.
I don't know if you've heard of this, but and I know a lot of Muslims question me on this, but I actually don't agree with the idea that her age was actually 6 or 9 or whatever, right?
Bro, I look at her when she was 16 or 17.
So yeah, no, that's the thing, right? So the way that Muslims go ahead and say Khadija radiallahu anha was 40 years old, and that's not even true at all. Historically speaking, she's in her 20s, and what do you say? When she got married to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. And then I'm reading about the Aisha radiallahu anha, and I'm reading about other women around the time and how eloquent they were, specifically when it comes to ages or whatever. And to your point, she had to be around 16, 19, maybe a little bit younger than that. We could say 15 to 18 at this point, because it's really interesting how what do you say, the speech patterns of other people around those ages were pretty much similar or the same when it came to her. So it's unless I'm getting something wrong or I'm missing something, I don't really believe the idea that she was 6 and 9.
So I'll just tell you this, since it's just a report, Sam. Even if you deny it, it doesn't take you out of focus, Lance.
Yeah. It's just, no, I completely get that. I think it's just more of look, God knows best, but it's just, at least from the historical things that I've seen, I highly doubt the whole 6 and 9 stuff.
That's true. That's true.
Wait, Amr, do you do any like what work do you do, or do you just run businesses?
I do a little bit of car rental, mechanic, online, eBay, and I have a store online store.
Okay.
So I do a lot of different things, you know.
Okay. So you've never had to deal with the corporate shit, right?
I had a store before. I mean, I had a corporation before.
Like, no, corporate in the meaning of like big corporations and office politics and shit like that.
No, I never worked for an office job. It was always business or, I mean, I worked in transportation business. But I have to do a little bit of office there.
He actually makes most of his money on Clubhouse.
Wait, really? You can make money on Clubhouse?
Yeah, the IRGC pays him.
Okay. Wait, I bet you like Hamas is smuggling billions of dollars into Amr's account.
No, it's just directly from the IRGC.
Just directly, damn.
Yeah.
How much have they paid you? $2 trillion at this point, Amr?
It's impossible, bro, to get any money. I wish I was they were paying me, right? That's what the Zionists claim, that they, you know,
Exactly,
why
yeah.
the hell somebody that's not a Palestinian that opens up these rooms every single day for the past 9 or 10 months, and it's fucking us over every fucking day. Why is he doing this?
No, but you know what they can't get through their skull? What they can't get through their skull is people other than Palestinians care about the cause.
Yeah.
That's what they can't get through their skull. Because what they essentially want is no one to give a damn about the Palestinians. They don't want the Middle East to give a damn. They don't want the Africans to give a damn. They don't want any other person other than the Palestinians to give a damn.
You know, it's funny that you say that.
Because they can't take on the whole world.
You know, it's funny that you say that because, like, what do you say? The entire Eastern world, not only has given a damn, like almost every single nation has either, what do you say, kindly told Israel to fuck off or has bluntly told them to please fuck off, right? So, especially like people here who come to the West from the Eastern countries or whatever, they take that sentiment, they carry it, and the when like these Zionists get like super angry at like these people coming or whatever, then it's kind of like their ideology or their beliefs spread even more because of the way they're bullied. Speaking of America specifically, like Trump has become the modern day like I wouldn't say Hitler, but dictator in the eyes of Americans, and then they're starting to like put the blame on Israel, especially a lot of conservatives. And with that being the case, a lot of like liberal people who are like sympathetic to immigrants, they'll be like, "Oh, why are you getting deported?" And then it will be like as simple as, "Oh, we supported Palestine." So then the liberals get pissed off, and then they start supporting Palestine, and then it becomes a whole uniparty or bipartisan thing. So it's funny, their actions keep spreading the word.
Yep, that's what it is, man. So, that's what they're pissed off. And apparently, El Normo today gave me threats that he wants to send the FBI. So I told him, give me threat. And so he wants to see what he support. So I have to go through these clips on my profile, edit it, put it on my YouTube.
Yeah.
And then he supports ISIS. And then I gotta I gotta put the other clips in there that what he said about giving me a threat.
You know, Amr, you could just send those tips to the FBI's hotline, and they actually take action on all this stuff.
They do, but then I would have to personally get involved because it's my room, right? It happened in my room.
Yeah.
And then there's gonna be a lot more, things.
That is true. Oh man.
No, but if it happens, I will probably.
No,
because I don't want these people, because that's what they want you to do. It's better to report it to the feds and let them deal with it.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm still surprised that like El Normo, being in America all this time supporting ISIS, got away with like supporting ISIS within the confines of the law, right? So I wonder how they're allowing that. It's not like he's very quiet about it either.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
But the Salafi rooms on this app, bro.
Yeah.
They literally defend that hadith about the 9 and 6 years old, right? And they kind of force you into accepting it, right? And then when you say you don't accept it, some of these people would even do takfir on you.
No, it's funny because
and these idiots don't know that it's just a report. You can deny it. It doesn't take you out of full Islam.
Yeah, no, it's funny because like what do you say? I've had this conversation with a not a imam, but like who's like what do you call the people that like help the imam out, like set stuff up in the masjid?
Imam and what's the person's name?
No, I don't remember the person's name. I just remember like I wanted to talk to the imam in a mosque real quick about like the whole 6 to 9 thing, right? And there was like the
Qadi?
Yeah, something like that. But we got into this whole conversation about the difference between hadith, sunnah, and then like what's the entire point. And they even pointed out that like, look, hadith in its entirety is just historical reporting, right? Unless you're like the hadith itself is like talking about a sunnah that as a Muslim we should follow, right? You can't reject that, especially if the hadith chain is sahih, right? But if the hadith chain is talking about like a historical context, right? And you have doubts about that, then that's completely fine to have it because the hadith is only going ahead and verifying the authenticity of the actual report, like what was actually said. No one's doing a deep forensic analysis on who is what, when, where, why, how, and rejecting that doesn't really take you out of the fold of Islam. So you're basically saying exactly what that guy said as well. So I was just like, okay, interesting. And that's when I started questioning the whole historical events of like certain battles and certain people and figureheads or whatever, just to see what else I can find about it. That too, it's really weird to even think of, and this is also what throws me off as well. If she did get married at those ages, right, then how the hell does she get the ability to lead an army at basically a impossibly young age as well?
Yep. Now, this is the problem with the people that are attacking, right? Because the Islamophobic, right? Now, they're actually Jews. You have Roger Mahan that's running the room right now, and he's a Jew, right?
Yeah.
If you open up their scriptures or Talmud or whatever, you could pretty much sleep with a 3-year-old. And he, motherfucker, you want to talk about the 6 and 9? Go look at your own scriptures, fucker.
Not to try. It's
Disgusting
coming from
scumbag.
it, but they if like not even just a Jewish person, but like anyone who believes in early Christianity and what was it, Judaism, there was a considered or accepted practice where a 3-year-old could seduce you in bed, or it's just like, okay, what do you do with the seducer? You kill them. So it's just like, yo, if you're gonna go ahead and point out this whole like bullshit, right? Look at your text first before you start projecting on us.
Yeah, this is the problem with a lot of these people. Now, I don't, I'm not into attacking anybody's religion. Can you imagine me opening up room on attacking Judaism every single day? What would it do to the Jews on this app? It would piss them off. They'd be like, "What the fuck, man? This guy, they're not willing to stop."
Yeah.
And I think they need somebody, and I think I know somebody that could actually make it happen every single day. He did it with the Hindus. You know what he did? Because the Hindus are attacking Islam. Same thing, same problem. You know what he did? He started opening up rooms against the Hindu and started diving into their scriptures every fucking day. And he pissed them off. He did it on purpose. He did it for about 20 days. And, he even freaking cursed some of the things that they're doing there. And it backed away. Some of these wild, crazy psychopaths, right-wingers, they left. They stopped attacking Islam. I think I'll probably have to get that wild creature. Even though I don't like him, he's even cursed at me. If I get that wild creature, he doesn't care about opening up multiple accounts. And he'll open up a room attacking their religion every fucking day. Especially Talmud. And then, they're going to get fucked in the ass, I think, but, according to our religion, we're not allowed to.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Especially focus on the Talmud,
Yeah.
And that would be very, very, a crazy thing, but I don't want to dive into it.
Yeah, no, I get that.
But anyways, yep, that's what I do then, online and whatnot, offline, and just trying to get through it, man.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, what would you guys do if you won a lottery, man, for like $100 million?
Oh, 100 million.
Yeah.
After paying off the taxes, I think I'd, pay off all the bills, pay off all the property I own, reinvest that, and then take my money and just move to a different country.
I think I want to go on a world tour, man.
World tour?
Islamically, you can't play the lottery.
Yeah, it's haram. No, I'm just saying if you do play it, right, and you end up winning it, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I used to play it a long time ago, when during my Jahiliyyah days, and I was very close. Just one number away on
the whole system,
on the Mega Millions.
No, the whole system. It gives a lot of people that are struggling financially false. It's like it kind of sets them up for a false sense of security kind of thing.
Yeah,
that could be you.
You're right about that, Ocean. Ocean, do you want to come on up? Have a conversation. Come on up. What are you doing in the audience?
Who's in the audience?
I think Ocean. Come on up. Let's have a conversation. Maybe you can educate me. I know I'm not supposed to expose my sins, but I was just wondering, what would you guys do if you guys, get $100 million or something? It's okay. You don't have to be shy, Ocean. Come on up. It's okay. You know, it's a small
Die.
genre, right? It's not 40 people in here. General, we don't care about General. We don't care about Sam.
What's there to be shy about?
Sorry.
Like, what kind of
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just so engrossed in this whole eBay thing that I've just been studying up on it.
eBay?
Another day? Okay, no problem. Another day. Sure.
Yeah.
At least join the house, Ocean. Join the house. You have the ticket. Cash in the ticket. Even that ain't an account. Cash in the ticket, mofo. And Jackie, what's up, Jackie? Long time no talk. You guys can check into the ticket.
Give me a second. I'm gonna watch a YouTube tutorial on this one eBay thing. I wanna check out.
Yeah, watch it.
Alright, see you in a bit. Assalamualaikum.
Watch it. You know what makes me happy, General? So nowadays, right, if I look at my mom, right, my sisters and whatnot, they're not into politics. But what I'm starting to see is a lot of sisters, right, a lot of women, they're starting to get into politics. They're starting to learn about the politics, the geopolitics. And which I'm kind of happy about that, right? Because that way the sisters and whatnot, they're aware of what's going to happen, what's happening around them, and what's going on.
No, but the issue I've always had, excuse me, the issue I've personally always had, Muslims generally have not, for decades, either not given an F about politics and geopolitics, or they're not organized enough to actually make a difference. And what I mean by that is, for example, if there is something concerning for the Muslim world, not just nationally for their respective, nationalities and countries where they come from, but a Muslim cause where every Muslim can unite, they do, in the past, and I think even up until today, we do not protest at the powers that be. For example, we will not go to our politicians and make them pay the price. Like, for example, if you look at Zionists and how they work, anything that they are, they have like an interest in, they will take that up with the relevant people immediately. That's how you become kind of a minority, but a formidable minority. Because anything that affects you, it's taken up. You're protesting about it. You're taking it up with politicians and people, businessmen and whatever. There are consequences, for example, if you agitate the Zionists. And the same thing needs to be with the Muslims. Muslims are 2 billion on the planet. Even within the Europe, for example, or North America, that's a sizable number. But the problem I have is, for example, a lot of these Muslim countries, they don't, they don't lobby Western countries for Muslim causes. They lobby for their own bullshit. For example, the UAE has always lobbied for its own bullshit, and I know exactly what they lobby. For example, when a prince would get arrested in London, or there was a parking ticket, they'd lobby for that, but they wouldn't lobby about any Muslim cause. So that's what I'm hoping the Muslim world is, because the Muslim world generally, and I might be wrong, has been less educated. Or it's not used its academic credentials the right way. And I think, I'm hoping, and I'm praying that it starts actually standing up and using it in the right way.
Yeah. I mean, Layla, right? She comes in here, right? So Layla said there's people in subcontinent, right, that are not aware of exactly what's happening in Palestine or in Sudan, right? And even I did not know about Sudan. I'm not, forget, then people. I did not know until a sister on this app told me go watch a documentary, and she told me her dad was part of the UN, right? She used to travel a lot with her dad, and she was interested. That's how she started to have interest in this, and she said you should watch a documentary. It's because the skin color, right? Because of their, they're black. That's one thing. Second, they claim it's a civil war, even though more than 200,000 people died in Sudan, right? And they've asked the U.S. government to stop giving weapons to the UAE multiple times, and they wouldn't do it. And finally, the UN and everybody got in, and UN gave them evidence. Even the Sudan army kept on telling them, do this, they wouldn't do it. And finally, they did arms embargo. But Israel is still giving them weapons to the UAE. UAE giving weapons to the RSF. And finally, we had the brother Nubian here. He said, we're almost got rid of them. We're almost done with these people. And they're not even from Sudan. People that are, and the UAE's interest is gold and the Red Sea. Because the gold, Sudan has sanctions on it, North Sudan. And the reason why they have sanctions is because of the 9/11. They're like, you had involvement in the 9/11. They just wanted a reason to put sanctions. So the serial number on the gold, whatever, it's not, as the UAE wants to take advantage of the gold. And that's what UAE is trying to do, buy the gold and, for cheap and melt it down and sell it for top dollars or top money, top dinars in the UAE. When you look at these type of things, it pisses you off and it boils your blood. Like, is this the type of Muslims that we expect for? Like, if the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, was here today, would he be happy? Like, he would, literally arrest these people and take them, he would order these people to be arrested. These, so-called Muslims, right? Just on paper. And you're doing what you're doing to the other Muslim nations. And, this is, I just don't get it, man. And when I try to get into it, it's just like, it bothers me that why are these people, deviants, our leaders? They don't have any freaking balls to stand up or do any of this. Like, literally a puppet of America, a puppet of Israel. And when the hell are we going to stand up? And it needs to happen collectively, like all together. You can't do one nation. That's going to be the pussy move, which means one nation is going to get canceled. They'll go after one nation. It needs to happen collectively, like 10, 20 countries at once attack, and America and all of these nations will be done. They cannot be 10, 20 countries. It's impossible to beat like 20, 30 countries together. And a lot of these countries are, loaded with oil, money, and this and that, and they have enough weaponry to, do what they need to do. But that's where we're at right now, man. And we keep hearing this, I don't know for how long, that the Ummah is weak, they're not ready, they're not prepared. When the hell are they going to be prepared? It just bothers you, man. These people. And when I used to be part of the Dawah room, I would always get into an altercation with one of the Salafi boys. That the NBS is, I look at him as a disbeliever. I don't even look at him as a believer. The UAE and all of these, some of these GCC countries, just disgrace, man. Disgrace of the Muslim Ummah. And then you had a nation that's non-Muslim brings the case to the ICJ, International Court of Justice. And these nations didn't even do anything. Like, you are giving them money, whatever, but money is not the answer for everything. Just because you're giving them aid money that worth 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, that's not the answer. You need physical help, man. It breaks my heart. And then we had the brother Nubian yesterday. He said maybe another year, by 2026, maybe they'll part ways. I go, so another 100,000 people killed. We're just going to sit back and watch the show, watch the killing. We're not going to be physically involved in this on the ground. We're just going to do it economically, keep investing money, and then, take the money out, right? And just scare them, and that's how you damage the economy. That's a fucking long game. We don't care about the long. We need help right now. Hey, what's up? What's up, Bull? How you doing there, brother?
100%, man. 100%. 100%.
But I
You
see
gotta
where
put
he's
the
coming from.
the
You know,
yeah, but come on, bro. You gotta
no, I
read the
know.
seasons. You gotta read the
But
seasons. This is not that season right now, bro. When people are immediately going down the line and losing, you know, children, parents, generations upon generations. What are we talking about here?
that's true, man.
It's
It's
an
just
ER. It's an ER response, not a wait later. Everyone got to play their role. The house is burning. So no, fuck that. I still stand on my word. Yesterday, he just want to humble brag and clout shit. I'm gonna say it again. Let me just leave it at that. But yeah, you cooking, man. Carry on.
yeah,
Because the whole thing is about the UN, bro. That's how they get us. Actually, I was subscribing to the plan that you just had because the thing is, we in the global south, we tend to look at things from country to country, region to region that you didn't even set, rather than looking at who's doing what in the global south and then get 20, 30, 40 countries. Do you realize what I'm saying, Amir?
Yep, that's true. That's what needs to happen. 20 to 40 countries, if they come together, physically involved. America, Israel, all of these, they can't do shit. They're done. It's the end game. But the thing is, we have puppet leaders, right? Where you cannot get all the puppet leaders on the same table. This is a problem. You know?
No, but bro,
some of
it's
them,
not necessarily about America, bro, because that's like casting blame on just like one part of the world. The world, like the problem is the whole planet and the people that inhabit it in it. It's not like you can sit and act like we don't have people in our nations going with that program. You know? So yeah, we can point fingers in America, but like there's exception where there's countries where they don't follow the status quo, but they are far and few, man. You know? So you just gotta sometimes, even though we're speaking about secular things, you gotta look at it somewhat spiritual, bro. Because there's always someone who's down for the cause because they have the correct spirit. And this is in a macrocosm. But you have the macro as well. But people, they even want to subscribe to faith, culture, tradition, ethnicity, tribalism, all the isms, rather than, you know. I think the global south is very, very confused. I hope you catch the gist of what I'm saying.
Yep, I hear you, man. This is the thing, man. It's just
Hey, one last thing. They just moved UN to Africa, bro. One part, or it's going to be a regional office that has multiple offices. That's how you define it correctly. You understand what that means?
Yep.
But not to change the conversation, but it is a global south problem. And I think we need to look at it holistically from that angle as well. That's the umbrella. And then you have countries, faiths, and so on and so forth. But there's multiple things happening at the same time. But I don't
let's see, inshallah, man. You know, it's just the UN. I don't know. I think everybody needs to distance from the UN, and you know, go with something else. Have some different type of alliance or something. Because the UN, right? It's only made for the African countries, for the Arab countries. UN is not made for America, Germany, UK, Japan. You know, and they keep on violating a bunch of resolutions, a bunch of shit in the UN. I just don't get it. And even the ICC, if you guys, I don't know if you guys paid attention. So when they were, do the arrest warrant, right, release the arrest warrant for Netanyahu, it took them more than a year. Versus when they were about to do it for Putin, the Russian leader, it was within a month. And America supported the Russian one. What happened to America when it came down to Netanyahu? And then Trump put sanctions on, it was a slap in the face. Trump put sanctions on the ICC members and judges and lawyer, and finally the federal judge came out recently and they blocked his executive order. So no more sanctions on the ICC judges and whatever. So that's a good part.
Everything shall be exposed in the last days, bro. Knowledge shall increase it.
Fatima, people say a whole bunch of shit on this app. Did she really? Do you have any proof, Fatima? Did she really say it? Okay. Do you have any proof, screenshot, or whatever? Yes, people that I don't know, they just keep saying a bunch of shit about me. It's fun. It's fun. Yeah, like a screenshot or something. No. Well, that sucks, man. Sucks. Anyways. Forget about Last, man. Last has said a lot of shit that people shouldn't take her seriously. Anyways. So, that's where we're at right now.
So, people spreading rumors?
That's what Fatima is making a claim. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, somebody told Normal P word earlier. That was it.
You should tell her to hit you up in the back chat.
I don't know.
In front, What's the purpose?
I don't know, man. It's up to you, Fatima. If you have any proof, put it in the chat or send it to me in the back channel, And if she did it, it's okay. Nobody really goes into her rooms anyways, man. That's alright. People know, man. They come in here all the time and they sit in these rooms all the time.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yep. What do you do, man? You got people that are strangers. We don't know each other. People don't know each other. And then they want to go, start spreading rumors about people. That's a normal thing on this app, man. I heard a lot about it. People even spreaded rumors about that I get paid by RGC and Qatar pays me and a whole bunch of other shit. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. I'll go with your narrative. Normal said he's gonna send the FBI to my address. I'm like, okay, is that a threat? He said, I just asked you what time is good for you. I'm like, that is basically replying. That's a threat. Yeah, I mean, if they were paying me, Ocean, do you know how many rooms I would open up? Like 10. Every single day, 10 rooms, 10 to 20, and they will piss off all of these Zionists, including their religion, including everything to do with the Israel, everything. Like every room would be about, one would be about how they're racist motherfuckers and keep on talking about it. I'll probably hire multiple people to run these rooms. And I'll piss them off so badly they'll run away from this app.
We need to hire 10 people to do that, man.
Yep. What's up, Omar and Scotty? What's up, guys?
Automate everything.
What's up? What is going on with you?
I woke up way too early. It's not normal for me.
You did?
No, man. UN is a problem, bro. They are the problem. That's the source of their criminality, man.
I really don't see the point in them at all.
Say what now?
I just don't see the point in them at all. Nothing they say stands for any form or any context to it whatsoever.
Good thing. If it was a point, what would be the point? If I may ask.
When they say something and they put into resolutions and the United Nations, all the nations vote, and if they vote against Israel or they vote against whichever country they decide, they stick to it, and their word is final. Not the veto. I don't get the veto thing neither. The veto thing is just stupid because if anyone backs Palestine whatsoever, even if all the other countries back Palestine, then one country, i.e. USA, can just come in and veto it and then overturn it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So what does that tell you?
The only point for the UN is
what
to
is
make
the
sure
point?
that we don't have World War III. The only reason, if there was one, was to not have World War III. That was the original concept.
That's a part of it.
That was the
But
driving
that's
motivation.
them in the global
Yeah.
north. It doesn't
And
have
now
anything to do with the global south.
And
So
now it's pointless.
as a person from the global south, I'm still asking you, what does that tell you? And what is the point?
It's the hierarchy.
If you're going to read the history, there happened a pivot, right? Because sometimes we get it confused. When the global north create things for themselves, we think we are part of that.
Exactly.
And then we start complaining and throwing temper tantrums as a little child. That's just the harsh truth. And I'm not trying to put us down, but what I'm saying is maybe we should create a United Nations. You got to think bigger, you know? There's no use for us to go to the restaurant and complain about the chef. You're going to get the meal you're going to get, right? And you can talk about the chef creates better meal for themselves, as they should. So what does that tell you? And what is the point of the UN? If you ask me, to make a long story short, that's their basis of their criminal operation towards the global south. Point blank, period. Bar none.
Agreed. That was well put.
You'll find that organizations that are created by the Western countries are an extension of their imperialism. It's not like that they've given up that imperialistic mindset. It's an extension of it. It's simply morphed into a new project. Like, for example, when was it the ICC or the ICJ, countries from the West confronted the head of the ICC or ICJ, I believe, and said that these organizations are not for for Western countries to be prosecuted. It's for African countries.
Which means that Pan-Africanism needs to gain traction a little bit more. I mean, sub-Saharan Africa unification, or at least cohesion, would act as
Not even cohesion, because, well, cohesion I would agree with actually. Because there just simply needs to be empowerment of each and every country in the global south for them to work together on common values, common goals.
Quite frankly,
because you know why?
In Africa,
because it can be done. It can be done, but they are left divided by the fifth column. It can be done because example of that is Europe. Europe before the creation of the European Union and World War II was at war. They were at war with each other. Look at their history; they were killing each other.
Yeah.
It's only after the World War II and the creation of the European Union they've started kind of working together. Kind of, they still have their obviously competition, but they kind of work together for the greater goal of tearing other countries apart.
And quite frankly, in the Western Hemisphere, I would absolutely support Central and South America to have the single currency as well. I know some countries are going to Bitcoin.
You don't have to have a single currency to work together.
It helps.
Because I think the single currency thing doesn't necessarily work, because if you look at, for example, Europe, there are countries with...
Not forever.
Say again, sorry?
Not forever. I'm not going to advocate that a single currency would work forever, but it does work in progression, stepping stone. Because that's my vantage point for Europe. I think Europe changed in a lot of ways for the better because of the euro, but the experiment has not lasted, which is fine. But at least it changed the dynamic. I think third world countries or the global south having a single currency would allow them to kind of learn how to deal with each other.
I think having I would not agree with that, simply because of how I see Europe falling apart with regards to the disagreements they have with the single currency and the pressures that are put on much wealthier countries in Europe on the basis, because in Europe, in the economic community, there is a single currency, but it doesn't work simply because each country has their own respective GDP, their own purchasing power, their strengths and weaknesses. For example, yeah, exactly. So I would be a proponent of more having your own currency and then having a common currency that you can deal with. So you can create, for example, I'm just throwing this out there, like having a BRICS currency and then having their national currency. So you can work with two currencies. One you have is a common currency that you can generally trade and do whatever else with your global south countries using the BRICS currency, and then you still have your own currency that reflects your own interests, your own powers, your economic interests, and so on. I don't know how it would work. I'm not an economist.
I'm envisioning that. That would be interesting. I mean, whatever baseline standard you can get nation states to agree on and trade, deliberate and deal. It's got to go beyond language. The UN did facilitate linguistic. Okay? It created a room for every single person in every language to talk amongst each other. I won't discount that. But I think internet age and digital age, I don't think we need that anymore.
I think the UN as an organization is a great concept, but I think there's certain elements of it, like the UN Security Council, that have really outlived.
No. Wait. It's a great concept for whom?
If you allow me to finish, I'll explain it. So the concept, as what Omar was saying, making it a platform for countries, or 100 and 200 countries, to come to a common area to discuss differences. That's a great concept, because before that people struggled. It was bilateral. there weren't actually international organizations to do something like this. What I have an issue with is the hierarchy that is created in the United Nations. For example, UN Security Council. They can veto something that the whole world, the rest of the world can agree on something, and one single country in the UN Security Council can veto the entire thing. That creates a hierarchy, and I think that needs to be abolished.
Absolutely. That was my point earlier.
Agreed.
Okay. So you wanna, we wanna step into as a guest in a restaurant, right? You wanna go back and tell the chef how to cook up the menu.
No, because if, for example, even in your concept,
if I could
even in your concept,
if I could explain, bro.
Go on.
If so now you want to explain the chef how he's going to prepare the meal for you.
Maybe put the chef on notice that his job might be at risk.
Why don't you open up your own restaurant?
We just did.
Yeah, but then if everyone starts opening up their own restaurants, how many restaurants are we going to have?
We're having a model UN.
This is the global north and the global south. So I don't understand what you mean with everybody.
So, for example, you know what's interesting is, I can agree to an extent where, for example, we don't want to
the UN
dictate.
was created for them.
I completely agree. But see, the problem I have is, if, for example, if the Global South was to create a UN of its own, would it then not be exactly the same as that UN on the other side? It would create a hierarchy within itself. So even countries within the Global South would have a hierarchy.
Who said you had to make a carbon copy?
Yeah, but we have to be realistic. Countries that are a lot more powerful would have more of a say, like Russia, China, maybe Brazil, and so on, South Africa maybe. They would have more of a say in that global. It depends how they work out. But for example, an example is the Shanghai Cooperation Council and BRICS. There's a hierarchy in both of them, where countries have more of a say in it than others. If, for example, there were an organization in the Global South where every country within that organization had an equal say, then I would agree with it. But I have to also be realistic, because I have to look at past organizations they have created, where there is a hierarchy, just like the United Nations. Does that make sense?
It's going to be a hierarchy, but it doesn't mean that every vote doesn't need to be equal, and it doesn't need to be a carbon copy of what they did.
It doesn't have to be a carbon copy, but
Can I finish?
Yes, please.
The way they treat the Global South is not like the way they treat the Global North in the UN Security Council. And it seems like when we oversimplify and we don't compartmentalize what's going on, we tend to confuse, or it sounds like we're getting things confused. Because in the air quote United Nations, there are two United Nations going on at the same time. It's one for the Global North and one for the Global South. Because essentially it was created for and by the Global Northerners. It's for them. So that's the birth of Pan-Europeanism. And then it expanded as they're conquered. In modern times, that's it. That's just a small part of history. We recently born. This is one generation before us. And once you don't put these things in perspective, you don't understand Pan-Europeanism, everything else will confuse you. Doesn't matter what faith you have, what skin color you are, where you are in the Global South. You're walking around like a chicken head with your head chopped off. I'm just trying to put it in layman terms.
We're there's a lot more people thinking like us that it's not fit for purpose. Like what you said there, Paul. It's how would you go about like fixing the problem? Because
There's righteous nations in the world, but those righteous nations are not necessarily working with each other. You're always trying to find commonality in terms of faith, skin tone, and so on and so forth, tribe, whatever. And to a certain extent, it makes sense. But when it comes to making business relations, not so much.
But it's still, like you said, it's still new. It's still a new entity, and it's still not fit for purpose. Never has been. So they need to do something about it. I don't know what, but they definitely do need to do something.
Yeah, that's why BRICS already is laying the groundwork, right? But there's something interesting with BRICS, you know. So will it be the same story again?
I think BRICS is a great concept, and I think even in the way it's going, I think it's a great thing. It's a counterbalance to this, Western-dominated BS.
Sorry to be an idiot, but what's that BRICS thing? What is that?
Well, it's a group of countries. So, for example, BRICS, I think Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and a whole host of other countries in the global south have either joined BRICS directly or are observers. And it's similar. It's like a organization of countries of the global south coming together on economic matters, political, diplomatic, and I believe also military. But military matters might be Shanghai Cooperation Council.
That sounds like a good idea.
You've not heard of BRICS? I mean, if you Google it, it will probably explain it a little better, or you'd probably see the concept visually.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that now. Thanks very much, General and Bull.
General, you're basically speaking about like economic hegemony. Is that what you're describing?
Could you say that again, sorry?
It sounds like you're describing economic hegemony. So all the regional players, or at least certain economies that, because it used to be G7, and now there's like G20. You know, eventually there'll be G40. So
yeah, but even those organizations themselves are Western dominated, aren't they? G20, even though it has Saudi Arabia in there, it's an occupied Western state, for example. Like that, Saudi Arabia will never be part of the global south unless they get rid of the government.
I think I'm more speaking of like South Africa and Brazil, particularly Brazil. They're absolutely coming into their own.
Yeah, they are, and I think all power to them.
Yeah, India, of course, now, or actually, I'll say India the next 20 years because of their demographic, their youth demographic. So and Apple is finally going to make.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting about India? I was reading something in, I think it was The Economist or the Financial Times in England, that they've really played they've played a game of using both sides for their own benefit, so much so that both sides are now openly sharing their displeasure and discontent with regards to India, and they're saying to India, what side are you on? You're playing both sides, but what side are you actually on? Because a lot of countries, for example, in the West, and you know, these Western-dominated organizations, they want you to be on their side completely, or the majority of your interest would be aligned with the West. And the same thing is for BRICS. As in, if you're actually with the global South, you need to show that by supporting, international events or whatever the interests are.
I'll give you one.
With regards to the global South. But India has really played it. They've thought that it's been a good policy to play both sides. And the Financial Times, I believe, was really, there's international organizations, diplomats, that are really calling India out, as in, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we don't know what side you're on, because you're playing both sides too much. And I think that's where they played over there. They played a little too hard.
They're not going to let a new China happen again, They're not going to let that happen, so you got to pick a side. But that's the issue with India. And this is why I didn't want to say it earlier. I'm side-eyeing BRICS from the jump, because you have India and China in there, and Russia.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What are the strategic purposes from the jump, right? And does that fully align with the global South? Some, yes. Others, not so much. They actually want to cut a deal. So, and who knows who really created that structure? It's going to be based on. Say what now?
One of the most striking images that I've seen, I think it was 6 months ago, it was recently, is the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, flew to India and had a huge procession, ribbon cutting for the iPhone plant. So they were breaking ground. And I will never forget Tim Cook giving a very big hug to Modi. And all I could think about is, I can't remember the last American CEO traveling that far for a photo op. Like, I really can't. I mean, that whole image of that company, and Tim Cook is a successor, right? There's only really been essentially one CEO. So he's number two, and he's the guy. And he's traveling time zones, and I didn't understand why outside of the politics.
I think it's more politics and more optics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no question. Which, again...
Because do you really think... I personally am not of the opinion that India can replace China for even manufacturing iPhones, iPhone parts.
Agreed.
It's not a localized... I mean, I'm not a specialist in the area. I might be wrong. But, for example, a localized workforce, supply chain, India does not have that.
True.
Even the engineers, I read somewhere, I think it was the FT again, I read somewhere that even the engineers training the Indian workforce are Chinese. The Chinese are flying in to train. I might be wrong, but that's what I read somewhere, I believe.
That's not actually the business strategy. It's a pretext. Hey, I want to have a manufacturing plant to give some of these people jobs. But in reality, Tim Cook wants to open 200 Apple stores in India. So to be allowed to open 200 retail stores...
America got huge data centers over there.
Yep.
It's a part of the decoupling from China.
Yeah.
India doesn't have iPhones, man. They don't sell iPhones there. So Tim Cook wants to sell iPhones to 1 billion people.
Where do you think they didn't want that war between India and Pakistan?
Precisely.
Trump flew out to Pakistan.
Genius. Precisely.
I'm telling y'all, we like to look at each other as countries that actually they made up. You know what I'm saying? For the global South. And then we scratch our head when they address us as such. We feed into their paradigm and asking them to change their paradigm. Like a little hater. Rather than, go and create your own shit. Just because you have enemies that look like you, that go there in order to put you and your people down, don't think for a second it's yours. And they got plans for us. Because they know already what we're scheming on. Know that for a fact. That's why I'm side-eyeing BRICS. Is it a part of the larger agenda? Because, the global South is not about going to give up their global identity for nothing. But that's what they're working on. They don't want you to have no faith, no country, no ethnicity, no nothing. And for those of us who know the end game, I think you should approach it as such, man. It's one thing have your notions of who you are and so on and so forth, but sometimes it's about how those who run shit look at you. Don't need to conflate the two. Hopefully that makes sense, man. Sorry for ranting.
Yeah, I mean, some people they can judge, right? Depends on their capacity to be able to think. What's the next move, and some people make the judgment based on what the country leader says and whatnot. And I mean, there's people in America that left America because of Trump. Well, what was that lady's name? She said she's as soon as Trump took office, she actually left. She said it's finished, and then Trump recently came out. I think he threatened her. He said we're going to take away her citizen, even though she's born and raised in America. How the hell are you going to do that? Such an idiot, man. This is a type of president we have right now, idiot. He doesn't think hard. He just says it out loud. He thinks it's a business deal. You're fired, like he used to do it on the Apprentice show.
Yeah, but I mean, fired. With regards to taking someone's citizenship, even though they were born in the country, isn't far-fetched. It's happened in England.
Bro, they letting you know out in the open what is what and how it's going to be. And this is you know. Right. Yeah. If y'all think this stuff is going to stop, got something else coming for you. Let me sell you a mountain. Just wait. Watch. Let me say this. Gaddafi warned some of the Middle Eastern countries and the Asia. The thing is, Asia, US is still battling for it. And the plan was the US, in Asia is the US, France is Africa, UK has Latin America. And the UN Charter tells everything, man. I know I'm oversimplifying it, but nonetheless, bro. Let me leave it at that.
Go ahead with what you were saying, General. Was that about Shamina Begum, was it?
Yeah, and I think... Yeah, Shamima Begum. But I think if you look at the legislation that they used, it was to do with more as in if you're a terrorist threat to the country, they can kind of use it's all to do with the Terrorism Act. There's a lot of draconian sub-statutes within that they've kind of pushed through when the country was distracted.
Did you see we have a terrorist on the stage right now, We got terrorist Roy on the stage. Welcome, terrorist.
Who's terrorist here? I'm looking for a peace. I'm here to spread a peace. Yeah, a lot of people.
Did you not know that the Muslims actually brought the Jews back to Jerusalem? They were kicked out by Christians. Did you not have this information?
When was this?
1400 years ago.
Okay, you're in 21st century. Forget all that.
Yeah, but you wrote an essay in the chat. You didn't realize that the Muslims protected the Jews.
Today, what happened?
Do you know that?
But we don't need to we don't need to have lectures from this fool, do we?
We need to correct his narrative because he likes to come in and bullshit, write big, long ass essays in the chat.
What is the bullshit, Amir?
Okay, so you made a claim in the chat. You made a claim that don't need to worry about the 1400-year-old's fake story, blah blah blah. Yes. But then, if it was fake, why do the Jewish people they agree on it? That their scholars agree on it that actually Muslims protected the Jews.
There's a famous line.
So are you hold on? Are you being anti-Semitic? Are you denying the Jewish history?
Amir, hold on.
Hey, welcome back. Roy's from India. He's denying the Jewish history where the Caliphate, right, brought the Jews back to Jerusalem. Do you know they were kicked out by Christians in Jerusalem?
Amir, today what's happening?
Do you deny or do you agree?
Hold on. See, I don't know. See, you people are, believers know about a lot of history, but unfortunately, as an outsider, if I look at Gaza, a lot of innocent Gaza Muslims, children and women are feeling the pain. You understand, right? I'm here to support them. I want them to be immigrated to Sudan immediately. I want them to take them.
So, Roy, when you say you want them gone from that land, you're basically glorifying and promoting the idea of
No, I'm not.
I'm not. Hold on. You're ethnic cleansing. Do you know what happened to them in 1947?
It is ethnic cleansing and they're dead. That's the reason I'm happening right now.
Roy, do you not know what happened to them in 1947? Do you know what hold on. Let me educate you on this.
Hold on. If I learn, what is the use, Amir?
Roy, because they were forced out of their own homes. These people still have their keys and paperwork to their properties in British Mandate Palestine. It was called British Mandate Palestine. The UN Partition Plan was issued in 1947 by terrorizing the U.S. President Harry S. Truman and the U.S. You know what they sent? The U.S. President, they sent letter bombs and they sent 1 million postcards. Did you not know this, Roy?
Can I interject in this mindset? Because I'm a bit concerned about your mindset, Roy. And I think it's concerning that you think that to stop the killing, you need to ethnically cleanse the population.
No,
the problem. Let me finish.
Please.
Let me finish.
This is wrong.
Because I've understood what you've just said.
I'm coming from a land of Mahatma Gandhi. Remember.
I don't care where you come from. I'm looking at your mindset.
Mahatma Gandhi preached peace. I'm not here for a violence.
Mahatma Gandhi was a pedophile, Roy. I'm sure you should look into it. No, hang on. So, do you believe that Bhagat Singh was actually a freedom fighter?
I believe Mahatma Gandhi got
Was
freedom.
Bhagat Singh a freedom fighter?
He was one of them, but Gandhi won't fight.
So, hang on. Do you know that even though Gandhi did the silent protest, do you know the British actually left because they ran out of funding, they ran out of money and sources and whatnot? That's why they left. They didn't leave because of his silent protest. You didn't know this, Roy?
See, but
you should look into it. Look.
Amir, my question is, what happened to Bhagat Singh?
What happened to him? He got killed, right?
Finally, who actually, finally.
Yeah, but he did push the movement, the freedom movement.
See, right
he wanted to liberate. He wanted to liberate India from these demonic British, mandate authorities or whatever you want to call it, British Empire.
But today the innocent Gazans are dying. They're like Bhagat Singh. What is
right? Hang on. British left. Do you know that they terrorized the British leaders and whatnot? The British leader in 1946, they did the King David Hotel bombing. You didn't know this, Roy?
I know it, but what's the use of that?
Okay. No, it's used because, look, Roy, every time a topic comes up in relate to whatever, Palestine, Israel, or any other nation, we have to dive into the historical facts. Even in relate to what happened in Lebanon and Israel, do you know I had to go back to the UN Resolution 1701, which said that, the Israel cannot violate. You know what Israel did with Lebanon and Israel? They stole a land. Hold on. They stole a land called Shiva Farms. They kicked out a whole bunch of farmers out of a small land. It's called Shiva Farms, and that land was disputed between Lebanon and Syria. It had nothing to do with Israel, but Israel came in and stole the land. They stole the land in Syria. They stole the land. They're stealing the land in the West Bank, and they keep on doing this, Roy. You see what I'm saying? You need to get your back straight.
What does Roy want the Palestinians to do?
He wants to ethnically cleanse them.
No.
But for example,
hold on, Amir. Why are you pushing this into my mouth? Did I say that? Every time
you said hold on. You're pushing the Zionist narrative. They should be moved to Jordan. That's called ethnic cleansing. I know you don't speak proper English. Even English is my fifth language, right? So please, respectfully, for the respect of the Palestinians, don't say these type of things, okay?
Amir, my point is all 54 Arab nations should take their brothers to their nation.
How do you know that these are their brothers? How do you know that?
Listen to me. Saudi Arabia should give one of their oil well to the Gaza people. They should
Roy, I'm a Muslim. Hold on, I'm a Muslim, right? And I could be from an Arab background. Can I go get a citizenship in Saudi Arabia?
Why not?
No, they don't give it to you. I lived over there for 10 years.
Hold on. See, you get more priority than me, correct?
No. I lived no priority. I lived over there in Jeddah for 10 years.
Muslim Brotherhood?
They do not. My dad worked there for 40 years in Saudi Arabia. He tried everything to get the permanent citizenship because he loved the holy places. But guess what? They denied. They said no. They don't give it to you
today. You're wealthy. You're a rich
They
person.
don't. They still don't give it to you. Right now the rules are a little bit getting relaxed on a lot of stuff, but at the same time they're not giving it away because they know as soon as they allow everybody, do you know what will happen? The whole Muslim Ummah, 2 billion Muslims will probably move over there, and it doesn't have the capacity to handle 2 billion people to move to Saudi Arabia.
Why only Saudi Arabia? Why not Sudan? Sudan is a very big nation.
You know what's happening in Sudan, Roy? Bull, brother, hang on. Bull, we need to educate this guy. Hold on, he's a punching bag.
He doesn't care about that shit, bro.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I want to use him as a punching bag. So, Roy,
I want to make a point. Listen to me. All Palestinians
Roy, in Sudan, there's a genocide going on. Go look into it. More than 200,000 people dead. You know who gave the militia in Sudan the weapons? It's Israel and America. You know Israel weapons in the hands of militia.
Israel gave employment to Gaza people. 14,000 Gazans worked inside Israel. What happened?
Okay. 14,000 out of how many million? Okay, what did they do after 7th of October? Did they kick them out?
No, see, hold on. After
they did. Do you know what they did after they kicked them out? They hired a whole bunch of truck. They told India to send a whole bunch of Hindus that are not Muslims, send them to Israel so that way they can hire them at low wages. And they're taking low wage, they're cleaning toilets, they're freaking doing construction work, they do a whole bunch of stuff. No, you should look into it. Do you want to go to Israel, Roy?
Yes. I would love to live my life there.
Oh, that's why he's doing this.
That's why.
Israel allowed Gaza people to
work. Are you looking for a girlfriend? That video I seen on Instagram?
That's okay.
I want to marry Israeli.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, maybe. What is wrong in it? They are the pure blood. They are the blessed blood. Allah is actually with the Gaza people. Sorry, Allah is with the Palestinians. Allah is not with Palestinians. Allah is helping Israelis.
Listen to this guy, man.
See, hold on. Allah is helping Israelis. I saw the video.
He's a nationalist Modi supporter.
Rabbi said, listen, please. Whole day you people speak, right? I'm the only different person, right? Israeli Rabbi saying that, Allah is actually helping Israelis. He is helping them to thrive. He is helping them to find all these.
What was God doing when 6 million of them got murdered by the Europeans in Europe? What was he doing?
Rabbi said, Allah is actually helping India versus Pakistan. He's helping Israel versus Palestine. And if he is so powerful, why is he not helping their own say Palestinians and Pakistanis, right? Now that's what I'm saying. See, the whole world is saying that these innocent Gaza people will be killed by Israel because what they did in October 7. They should migrate to Sudan.
I don't think you understand how life works.
I know, bro.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did help. Hang on.
Israel is very powerful. Allah is actually helping Israel.
One second.
Allah is helping Israel.
Hang on, Roy. It's a conversation. You can't just go on a monologue. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did help Pakistan to knock down 3 of your fighter jets. You didn't know this from India? Do you know what? Hold on, Roy, I'm not done. Pakistan requested, one thing they requested for third party to come in and investigate the accusation that India was accusing Pakistan of. Killing 26 or whatnot Kashmiris or whatnot. They asked for the UN or somebody to come in, just like the 7th of October. They wanted third party to come in to investigate what happened between India and Pakistan. And guess what? India started spreading propaganda, and the link that you gave me, Roy, last time, it doesn't talk about the recent attack. That link was debunked. That link has nothing to do with the recent attack. That link that you gave me, that was from 2019.
See, nobody listens to Muslims' history anymore. You guys are only propagandists.
Nobody listens to you because you want to move to Israel.
Listen, I'm not against
you. You want to marry an Israeli chick, man. That's the problem.
Hold on, listen, please. I'm not your enemy. We have heard you a lot of stories.
Do you like white women? Is that why you're into white women?
Listen, you're going for sexy thing, right?
No. This is the problem. So, Bull, this is a problem in some of the Indian community. And
I know it.
Hold on. I'm telling you, tell your brothers, bro. Gandhi said, save your life.
Hey, can you
send
wait,
them to
Roy?
Sudan. I think
Roy,
Palestinian people should be
Roy,
immigrated to Sudan and
can you
save
relax?
their life. Sudan is
Can you
largely
relax?
empty. Guys, you're killing your own people. You're sitting in a cozy place like a clubhouse. You're pushing those people into death. The most powerful, Allah blessed Israel is killing innocent Palestinians.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did
But
not
listen,
bless
listen,
the
Exactly.
earlier,
See, all the rabbis are making video on
Yo,
Instagram that
listen,
Allah is
I
actually
waited
helping
for him
Israel.
to land. I don't know why y'all coming off your mics. So give me space now, Roy, right? Because I showed you that due respect, right? Somebody got to be a man in here. Y'all acting like ladies. Yo, listen. Bruh.
Well, I want to know what kind of Western Christian terrorism
Don't brainwash innocent people, Ahmed. Every day you brainwash people. Hold on 1 minute, please.
Roy, let him speak. Roy, mute up.
Got it, but you are brainwashing every whole world is brainwashed by you.
Roy, mute up. Bull is gonna speak now.
Okay, but don't brainwash innocent Muslims.
Mute up. I said mute up.
This guy is a thief.
Okay.
Mute up.
No mic discipline, and then he left.
Wow,
The
he
thing
ran
is,
away.
With these from India with that demographic and that type of faith, and I don't want to cascade everyone from there. And he even mentioned Gandhi, which was a racist. He was even pleading to the global north to not be looked as a global southerner, right? So they have this mentality because they have intra-Indian problems with other faiths, and they hate them. So now he doesn't care for Israel whatsoever. He's just gonna align with them because the enemy of my enemy is my friend type shit. You see? This is where we at, and this is why India shouldn't be in BRICS until India is out of BRICS, or they take a stance and start with acting like Turkey in modern sense. You can't take those guys serious, bro. Like, whenever a guy is screaming oppression, like Gandhi, and at the same time you're putting other people, that's a walking contradiction right there. You don't have consistency, because when you're screaming oppression, they're oppressing me, you're professing that you're righteous. So you wouldn't want to wish that upon no man, And this is why if the global South that professes that they're righteous would create a united nation, you can call it a united nation if you want to. You have to structure it a little differently, So there's no use of taking that guy too serious, I know he's a punishing bag, but he's most likely an Islamophobe, and that's what he lives.
Yeah, that's true. No, just because I tried to engage with him last time, Bull, he was doing a drive-by into this room. You see what I'm saying? So today he was sort of like allowing it to have a response back and to be grilled on a lot of topics. And I'm like, okay, I gotta grill him since I have a chance now, since he's calmed down.
No, you gave him the work, but he's not listening. But you gave him the work.
Yeah,
the guy is cooked, and having India in BRICS is a potential problem, bro.
You're right. He was listening.
What makes you think that they're not telling? And I think China is aware of that. I think Russia is aware of that.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they have the privy to see things. They're one of the founding members. So I guess it's a long-term strategy with those guys. But as long as you know who is running that government and what demographic, and they have that view or lens that they look at, the world in, which they have had for a long, long time. Gaddafi's a long time. No, not Gaddafi. Gandhi. I mean, that's the whole premise.
Yeah,
There's a reason why they empower them.
Good morning, everybody. Amir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Peace.
I'm looking for.
Hey, so there's some truth to that Netanyahu and Trump are inking the final deal to expel the Palestinians from Gaza? Like the Institute mentioned it earlier.
So in the Congress, we do have this chief of Mossad. He's here in Washington D.C. He's trying to lobby, for the expulsion of Gazans, but it's not going to happen because Trump actually made it clear that it's going to be voluntarily. If they want to leave, they can leave voluntarily. So, and then the amount of criticism that a lot of even the politicians started hating Israel, and after this church attack and the attack in Syria, Trump was caught off guard. That's what it said, and the White House officials, they came out and they said to, I think, Axios, that this guy is a madman and he likes to bomb everything. So this could be they might transition into. I hope they part ways with Israel, man. I hope. And we had a Zionist in here, hardcore Zionist that used to debate on this app. I'm sure you came across it, Bull. His name is Nathan. I don't know. You seen him?
There's a lot of Nathans.
Yes, I know Nathan.
Yeah. So he went on TikTok from here to there. He said, I don't even debate with pro-Palestinians anymore. I debate with Nazis now. I'm like, what?
Oh, wow.
He's a Canadian Jewish, Zionist. Had never been to Israel, but he likes to, defend Israel. So he said today into this room, it was about, he said that I actually agree with one thing with you guys. I want to see Israel part ways with America. We don't want American funding anymore. We can survive on our own. I said, if America leaves you guys hanging, there would be no more Israel. It's finished. Alas. Because of America, they're protected because they got a green light to commit any more, violations. It's like a free pass. You can commit as many violations as you can. So.
Yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. And whatever Trump says about Israel is a smokescreen. Action dictates so now. I used to say that before the actions was taken. I gotta quit that. Too far deep in this conflict to even take that serious. Remember, 50 days, Russia got an answer. Last time they sang that song, you saw B-52 bombers flying in the sky, So Trump is not.
But Amir,
he wasn't taken off guard, bro.
Amir,
we flashed on this.
Gaza was majority of the Gaza was a refugee camp for displaced Palestinians. Do you think that it's fair that they continue to live in a refugee camp in Gaza? Shouldn't we give them an option?
So, a lot of the Gazans, I spoke to the Palestinians on this app, right? And what I learned is that a lot of the Palestinians don't want to leave their land, right? They lived over there for years and years. These people are resilient. They're like, nope, we're not going to leave. So they just, they can still do construction while these people are living over there. They can move people in one part of Gaza and do the construction on the other side, right? They could build like a building, 1, 2, 3 buildings, and you could fit about, 500 people in the building, or 1,000, 2,000 to 3,000 people in the building. So they can do construction.
But Amir, what I'm trying to say is that Gaza itself is a refugee camp, right? So how long could those people stay? Like, we have to be reasonable in, like, the people's opinion, right? Like, if they are a refugee in Gaza, it's not sustainable to keep them in a land where they can't produce, right? Like, like, it's a small place. Like, how could it self-sustain itself? And think about the future. Like, you can't continually, like, subsidize Gaza population, right? So shouldn't there be, like, a long-term solution, maybe going back to Israel or coming to another country? Like, how can we continue to let the people suffer? Like this is, I'm being genuinely asking this question.
I know. I see. It's just I don't know, man. To be honest with you, I'm hearing the Hamas charter says two-state solution. People do want ceasefire. I think what it is once they have a permanent ceasefire, then maybe a country or something can come in and maybe rebuild all of this. What they've destroyed. That's the only way it could happen. The ceasefire needs to happen as soon as possible, and then they need to get lost from there as well. These terrorist idea, and then in the meantime, if they do construction, there's going to be a lot of jobs, right? And the Gazans are willing to work, and they can work. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the people who are paying for this, like, what's the incentive? Like, how are you going to get the funding? It's not like the Arab states.
No, the Arab countries will jump in. The China might jump in, because the thing is, if it turns into two-state solution, I think it will benefit China, because the Palestinians would probably do business with China. And China did say that we're ready to help you guys rebuild Gaza. So there's a possibility China might jump in, man.
Right.
Because they have the ability, they have the manpower. The amount of people that live in China, the labor. Oh my God. And they could hire 1 million, 2 million Gazans, Palestinians, right? They can work for it and rebuild, and slowly, they can pay back China, and China would be become an ally of Palestine. And Israel can be on their side. These disgusting, filthy dogs, they can stay on their side of the state, and the Palestinians can stay on their side. And
the United States foreign interests will not allow China to have monopoly over that region. So I doubt that's the solution.
It's going to change. So once the Palestinians have a state, then they have a say who they want to side with. It's not America anymore. You see what I'm saying? It won't be Israel anymore either.
America cannot give up its influence over that region. So
no, that's fine. America can give up. Yeah, but Sid, right now, Turkey and Egypt, they're buying their weapons from China. America said we're not going to sell you this jet. They said, "Fuck you, we're going to buy it from China." They start buying some fighter jets from China.
Well, yeah, I get that, but America's not going to take its hands off. Like that's just doesn't matter.
They already did. It's already happening, Sin.
What I'm saying is that no, I understand that. I mean, Turkey and Egypt need to diversify their weapon stock and save costs. I understand that, but Egypt still gets 1.5 billion or $2 billion from U.S. military aid.
So they said,
and then on top of that, Turkey. Let me just land this one. Turkey's largest business trading partner is the United States. So I mean, those countries Egypt and Turkey are tethered to the U.S. regardless of what.
I understand, but the things are changing in the Middle East. Turkey's coming into play. They're building the largest military base in Syria, which will, inshallah, protect Syria. And with this Druze situation, he was caught off guard. Yeah, and America did tell, Israel that you can't keep bombing shit, right? We're trying to bring peace to the Middle East. But this guy, he just wants to keep bombing. And it was done without the U.S. permission.
Yeah, but Turkey's a NATO state, right? Like, it's an extension of America, bro. Come on, let's stay realistic about this stuff. If Turkey's taking the influence of that region, it's basically NATO taking over. Like, that's still an extension of America. Like, this idea that China is capable of rescuing this it's just a fool errand. Like, we know the Americans are not going to let go of their influence in the region. Turkey depends on the NATO, and it depends on America for its economy. Egypt does too. Like, we have to be realistic. Like, let's not live in a fantasy world that somehow, some way that China is gonna take over the region. It's not. So, like, what is in the best interest of the Ghanaians?
China is not
right?
going to
That's-
take over the region. China is just going to help them rebuild and be part of it, be an ally.
Right.
They're not taking over the region.
Right. So, but again, we have to think about the best interest of the people of that region, right? So,
Yeah, but America, once I just told you, once it becomes a state, then they have to, then it's up to them. It's just like, any other country. Even tomorrow, if Saudi Arabia wants to make business with China, they're able to. America freaking does business with China.
well, the
Whole bunch of
point
countries
of the
do business
premise,
with China.
my point was to show you that the Palestinians are completely surrounded, and there's no one coming.
Surrounded by who?
By everyone. No one's in their side, like right now. Let's just be realistic about that. No one's gonna come to rescue them.
No, I'm saying, I just told you, I just gave you example. After the ceasefire is done and it turns into two-state solution, then they'll have their autonomy and everything. They'll do it themselves, and then they have the ability to make anybody an ally. It's not going to be American ruling over that part because it's Palestinian state. That's what I'm telling you, but you're not getting the point.
No, I get it, but who's gonna pay for the rebuilding of Gaza?
I just told didn't I say China? China said it came out and they said we're ready to help you build
for free.
They of course they'll probably want something in return, but they will invest money, rebuild, and they have the ability, infrastructure, whatnot. They know how they can make it happen. And once it's built, they're gonna have ally. Chinese will be an ally, and they'll buy and sell stuff from China.
Somebody has to pay for it, and who's the payer?
I just told you, said China and some of these Middle East countries.
No. China's offering their services to rebuild, but they're not paying for it. I'm asking you, who do you think will be paying for this bill? Who's gonna pay the bill to rebuild Gaza?
Let's look it up. Let's look it up, see what the answer is.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, in March, you had the Arab leaders backed a $53 billion reconstruction plan negotiated by Egypt, supervised by technocrats under Palestinian Authority, right? They created an Arab Solidarity Fund within commitments like Iran 20 million and general pledges from other Arab nations. European Union, France, Germany, Italy, and the UK publicly supported a $53 billion Arab-backed plan. Separately, the UK has pledged around $129 million in humanitarian aid for Gaza. Okay, the EU has committed hundreds of millions in humanitarian aid. The United States, okay, let's see. Yeah, the United States is giving GHM, but that's disgusting humanitarian aid. Let's see. Qatar has given up to $1 billion since 2014. Let's see.
Amir,
Yes.
I just finished. I went to that room and cooked everybody and came back. That room.
The Alpha character? Yeah, the Alpha character. He claims to be a scholar. I don't know what's the Nation of Islam scholar, man.
Who would? Oh, Alpha? Yeah, he said.
Yeah.
He
I
ends up.
hate the NOE so much.
He ended up agreeing with me in front of all his, his overlords. He had to concede, so he conceded, and the other guy conceded, and then the whole room got quiet. And I said, we the Muslim Ummah, we invite you all. I said, we invite you all. Because they got silent after they had a Christian in there, and the Christian was like, the normal Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a pedophile, stuff from Allah. Was running that.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
thank you, Amir. I gotta run, but yeah, we'll continue this another day.
Yeah, no problem.
I said, do you believe that Jesus is God? He said, yes. I said, well, then why would God choose a 13-year-old virgin, child, to then go inside of, bear himself from? And this is considered the mother of the faith. Why would he do that? If there's a problem here, if there's a problem with the age, and if we're determining what a child is, we don't determine that by virginity, But in your story, according to you, Mary lost her virginity to Jesus, who simultaneously is God. In your Trinitarian idea, oh my God, oh Amir, they hated me for that one.
So the Christian that you debated, he's a Islamophobic piece of shit. I blocked him. He's got like 2 accounts. Yeah, his name is Rich. I blocked him. That Alpha character, he claims to be a scholar, and what these people are doing, Nubian, this Alpha is Iranian, okay? And he apparently he sides with anybody that hates Muslims.
It's so strange.
He sides with the one that are Modi supporters from India.
Yeah.
Okay. That attack Islam. He sides with them.
Yeah.
And he sides with the Zionists now.
I mean, it's fine. I just blew up their spot. He had to submit because he said he went to the ayah where it states 3 months and divorce, and he was saying, why would they be mentioning children divorce? And I said, well, what about Kituba in Islam? What about putting a word? We have opportunity where you can put a word out on a person. And he said, well, the other guy, Rich, was like, well, American culture, we don't do that. I said, well, you do it. It's called homecoming and prom. You dress your son or your daughter up. You send them off with another person in a limousine to a dance. And a lot of people in America lose their virginity or have their first kiss. I said, in our culture, we have Kituba. You can put out a word. I said, y'all emphasis is on the age 52, but it's not young girls to old men. It's anybody. It could be a 14-year-old boy. His parents could put Kituba on a 13-year-old girl. And that doesn't mean that they engage in sex, because the nikah hasn't taken place and there's no sex. It's just putting in a word. And then in Sudan, we have what is called sadaq mal, which is the giving of gifts. If you put a ketubah on a girl, I said that's what it's in reference to. I said Islam, we don't have dating. So where it's mentioning divorce, this is just a breaking up. If a ketubah happens, you put a word on a girl, and then you decide that you're not going to marry her, she decides she's not going to marry you, in that period of time that you're supposed to be getting to know each other, then this would be considered divorce by the definition in Arabic. So then Alpha conceded. He was like, well, yeah. And then the white boys started to concede, and then the Christian went crazy, and then a pro-Israeli Iranian guy just came in and just went nuts on me, and then they kicked him out, and then the room went mute, and I was like, well, welcome to the Ummah Masjid. I'll take that as a done.
So that Mojo guy that's running the show, right? He's Jewish. So when you left from here, I think I did see the room in the hall where you were in it, right? But I thought you were gonna pull that, the thing about from the Talmud, the 3.5-year-old. If you would have done that, that would have triggered that guy that's running the show. His name is Mojo. His real name is Roger Mayhem.
You talking about Rachel? You talking about Rachel's age?
No, Mojo. That was his name. The first moderator, the creator of the room, his name is Mojo. Mojo.
Yeah. Okay. No, I wanted to keep it light, and I'm not in the comfort. They wanted me to argue and crash out for entertainment. I'm not in that mood. I kept it light. I stay on the surface. I didn't allow myself to be triggered by their insults because I was focused more so on maybe about 15. I'll just call them agnostics for now. 15 agnostics in the room who don't have a clue about Islam and learning, and I wanted to execute Islamic etiquette and slice them down one by one. Everyone else didn't know anything. Alpha is the only one worth talking to. So once I got him to concede and agree, then at that point he tapped out. Then they tried to change the conversation to how, well, new age Islamic opinions that are anti-Salafi are censored. So then I went to how the United States has tried. You tried to kill your president. You killed Abraham Lincoln. You tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan. You killed John F. Kennedy. I said, so they're censoring everywhere. But we don't do that today. That was 100 years ago. I said, in the Black Lives Matter protests, 1,500 people were shot and killed. Journalists were tear gassed and beaten with sticks. 3 years ago. So I said, one country is saying you cannot protest in the Middle East, and the other country is saying you can protest, but we'll kick your ass. I said, it's the same thing. Every country has censoring. Every country has these faculties. So to try to paint the picture that the Middle East it doesn't have the freedoms that the West had, well, why is one of the major groups of expatriates moving to the Middle East British and Americans? They're one of the largest populations after Indian and Pakistani that's moving to the Middle East. If their freedoms are being compromised. Why are they coming for work, jobs, opportunity, tax free? They're the number one. They're number 3, I believe, or number 4 when it comes to the UAE, and I think they're number 6 in Saudi Arabia as the expatriates, pouring in by the hundreds of thousands. If their freedom was so compromised, if our women were so oppressed, if our viewpoints were so stagnant, So, and I pointed that out to him, and I said, well, and then to the age thing, I said the age of consent in Saudi Arabia is 18. Well, in Afghanistan, I said, well, Afghanistan is not what Mecca is. The age of consent in Saudi Arabia is 18. So if you want to talk about Islamic reforms, you have 3 years ago. I said, well, then 3 years ago, Delaware's age of consent was 7 years old. So what the hell are you even? And if you do the national average for all 50 states, the national average for the United States is still not 18. It's 16 for consent, and that's not even with parental. That's not even with parental guidance. That's on your own. I said a 13-year-old in America, prior to Donald Trump's presidency, a 13-year-old could have a fucking sex change. So we're not even talking about sex yet. A 13-year-old boy could get tits funded by his government in the United States. So again, if we're gonna do cultural extremes, America is going to lose every single time. And he said, well, the atheist guy was like, oh, well, that's why I don't believe in religion, because of the. And I said, well, if you're going to blame the Prophet Muhammad, that's your choice. However, if you're going to claim that there is a God, God must be a natural entity. So don't be mad at me, argue with a tree of why nature decided for girls to get their
I thought this wasn't a religious room, Amir.
Yeah, he was just telling us. But anyways,
bro, he always goes on a monologue, bro. Chill out, fam. Chill, bro.
So, Doctor, we'll talk about this later.
Little boy.
Thank you for cooking No, I just said because Doctor Nubian. The thing is, there's some people in this room are from Christian background, right? They might get triggered. So that's why I think we'll talk about it later, inshallah. So because in this room everybody comes in right from Christian background, from Jewish background. So this guy that's here, what's his name? This Indian guy. He came up and then he left on his own.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I sent him an invite. This guy, idiot. What the hell? Even the term jihadist was invented by the mainstream media. The idiots don't know what the jihadist is. Yep. Anyways.
Yeah, but essentially what Sin was saying to you is, what makes you think that China will butt into that conflict in order to benefit the Palestinians when Palestinians don't have any friends, even within the faith that Nubian was speaking about. So much, it's not like people are coming in. Earlier you even mentioned that it had to be, a country in Africa that had stood up and, use these organizations, in order to plead the Palestinians' case in the UN. So I think it's going to be very hard days ahead, man.
China said that China has expressed strong support for Gaza's reconstruction, but as of now, it hasn't committed major investment funds like some Arab states or Western donors. So China has officially endorsed Egypt's Arab $53 billion reconstruction plan with Foreign Ministry spokesperson stating they support post-war governance under Palestinian Authority oversight. Chinese officials stressed the need for a durable ceasefire, fully imagined access and a two-state solution, repeatedly calling for Palestinian self-governance. And this is the problem we have. The Zionist entity would not give them, you see, this is the issue I have, Bull, with the reconstruction plan, right? So reconstruction plan can only happen only if there's guarantee that these mofos aren't going to go back into Gaza or the West Bank to kill people. Because if they do, this is then it's going to be back to back to zero. We need some sort of a guarantee. Well, El Normo wants to come up. I don't know. I don't feel like engaging with El Normo right now. I'm good, thank you.
But bro, I just don't see it in the cards for now, man. To be honest, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but I don't think these wars is gonna stop now. You just don't look like it, man.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but we can hope for the best, and that's it. Just hope for the best.
Just bring up El Normo if he wants to come up.
You want to come up? Okay, come on up, El Normo, but he goes sideways, man. I don't know where the hell do you get all the synergy from, old man.
Doesn't have to. I mean, if people are honest. Look, Amir, the offer's always been on the table since before the formation of the State of Israel, the National Jewish State, that if we want to live in peace, and if our neighbors don't attack us, as they have repeatedly, they're not going to have any problem.
So Israel
That's
is
always been the
willing.
case.
So Israel is willing to give a two-state solution.
Well, Israel has offered this to the Palestinians numerous times. Numerous times. 5 times.
I'm not speaking about the past. I'm speking in terms
I'm speaking about the past.
The future.
Well,
haven't we passed a point of no return now?
The past is a indication of the future.
Yeah,
and the
so what does
Palestinians
the future tells you?
The
There's not going to be no
Palestinians.
ceasefire.
The
It's full-fledged
Palestinians.
war from here.
Let me tell you. I'll answer you. Then you can ask a follow-up question. The past seems to indicate that the Palestinians don't want, never have wanted, and will never want a so-called two-state solution. If they are looking for access to more and more and more weapons, and they're right on Israel's border, Israel won't put up with it because the Palestinians have demonstrated the eagerness to be extremely violent as they were on October 7th. Hamas has promised to do October 7th again and again. So it would be irresponsible for Israel to allow them to pose that threat again. It's Israel's duty to make that impossible. Now, if they wanted to negotiate a peace, if they wanted to put their guns down, everybody in the world would prefer peace. Israel, United States, maybe decent Palestinians.
Palestinian state. Palestinian state.
What?
You allow Palestinian state with army.
Would I allow, you say?
Yeah, Palestinian state with army, yeah. With weapons and army.
Would who allow that?
Israel, Netanyahu.
The idea of Palestine having an army and being...
He just say he wouldn't.
Is an oxymoron.
He just...
See, this is the thing. This is the problem. This is the genocidal mindset.
Wait, that's not genocide. I'm saying peace. Peace is the opposite of genocide.
Okay, yeah, listen, but how come they have to put their weapons down? Don't you?
Because they have attacked repeatedly. Because they have attacked repeatedly.
Yeah, you know that rhetoric right there?
They're the aggressive party.
Yeah, let me just say this. That rhetoric right there used to work, right? But there's been a lot of things that have happened. And when I say work, I'm using that loosely, that you could use that type of rhetoric before. But Israel has done a lot. Yeah, but Israel has done a lot of things in 2025 and 2024, bro.
We made this deal with Egypt, and it is held. We've had it for 30 years. We made the deal with Jordan, and it is held. We've had it for 30 years. We made the deal with the U.
Did you, for the deal to come into fruition, they had to put their weapons down?
Yes.
There you go.
So yes, they did. They gave peace to Israel. It's a peace agreement. We made the deal with UAE.
How come Jordan has weapons now and Egypt has one of the
Jordan now defends Israel. When Israel was attacked by rockets from Iran. Weapons. Yeah, they don't use them against Israel. They use them to defend Israel. Saudi Arabia, we have a quiet peace deal with Saudi Arabia. UAE, Bahrain, why are you laughing?
So they have to go with Israel in order to have weapons.
They have to not attack us. They have to have peace.
But the thing is, El Normo, the issue is once they have a Palestinian state functioning system, institutions, they will not prioritize violence. And hopefully, Hamas will not be part of that government or state. You know what I mean? They even said it. Listen, they even said it. Listen. No. Hold on. Fuck the world. Listen. Listen to the world. Okay, listen.
Don't say stuff like that, bro. You're being
hold on. Okay, hold on. If there's a Palestinian state on the table, Hamas is willing to, not become part of it. They said it.
They're not trustworthy.
They're fighting because they know your nature. They know you.
Well, we know their nature.
What?
We know their nature.
Your nature is violence.
This is why both parties shouldn't have weapons, maybe.
We feel that's their nature.
Demilitarize Israel and Palestine, both.
Israel cannot demilitarize because it's under attack.
Bro, God will send his troops and you will disappear, hopefully.
What are God's troops? What are the troops from God? He has troops?
Jihad. You know jihad? You know what jihad is?
Yes.
What, is it a bad term?
We deport jihad. Violent attacks by Muslims, we deport. We don't accept it. So that's the stand. And you know who suffers? The Palestinian people suffer because they can't beat us, and you know it, and they know it. They were sent to their death. Iran funded this.
Netanyahu.
Let me get a sentence out, then you go.
Okay.
Iran funded this. Iran funded this attack of October 7th.
No,
Iran. Yeah, they did. We have the proof.
Provide evidence.
I did. It was on the front page of the Times.
Can you provide evidence?
Easily. Funded and trained it. Huh?
Provide evidence.
I will. It's on the front page of the Times.
Yeah, I need to see the bank statement. I need to see all of that data.
I'll send you the bank statement. Let me get the sentence out.
And does Iran have a direct connection to Gaza? Does Iran have a direct connection to Gaza?
100%. It's well known. I'll show you. I think you should know it. And hang on, let me finish my sentence. They sent these people to their death. They knew that Israel would crush them. They didn't care about the Palestinian people. And Yahya Sinwar didn't care. He knew they would get crushed. He sent his own people to die in mass numbers. And that's exactly what happened. It's very cynical.
How many times did Netanyahu reject the partition plan? I mean, the two-state plan.
Did he reject it even one time?
Yeah. No, I'm asking you, how many times did he reject the two-state plan?
Who offered him a two-state solution?
It doesn't matter. How many times
did he reject it? It matters.
How many times did he reject it? Just say how many times. Give me the number.
Okay. He was never offered that. However, the Palestinian people were offered it 5 times, and they walked away from the table each time.
So in 2015 election, Netanyahu said there would be no Palestinian state on his watch.
So did anybody offer him that state?
No. He said
the
no
answer
Palestinian
is no.
state. Huh? No. He said no Palestinian state.
Did anybody offer him that state? No.
What
the
state?
answer is no.
What state are you talking about?
A two-state solution.
He said under his watch is not possible. He's not going to do it.
Did anybody offer it to him? He did, because Yasser Arafat walked away from that offer, and so did Abu Mazen.
What was wrong with the Yasser Arafat's deal?
Nothing. It was a great deal.
No, okay. Wasn't that were they going to have a full autonomy, no settlements of any kind?
Yes.
No.
That's the whole thing.
Jerusalem. Who's gonna control Jerusalem?
It's in Oslo. It was going to be shared.
You're an idiot, normal. Seriously.
It was going to be shared. No, you're an idiot.
Twice.
You don't know the
twice.
You don't know the data.
Twice he rejected.
It was going to be shared.
The Palestinian state
would have been shared.
No. East Jerusalem was going to be part of the. It's got to be part of the West Bank and Gaza, right? It was
Jerusalem was going to be shared.
And they don't want any demonic criminals living in Gaza. No, East Jerusalem. That's where Masjid al-Aqsa is.
East Jerusalem. Well, you're calling Mosque al-Aqsa, which we call the Temple Mount.
Yeah, your Temple Mount is away from Masjid al-Aqsa.
Yes. To this day, Muslims have free access to it, and it's controlled by the Jordanian Waqf.
No, Jordanian, it's not there. IDF is literally there. What are you talking about?
Do you know? You're wrong. I've been there. I was there.
I've been there. It's not there. Jordanian government is not there. No, I've been there.
No, you're lying. It's
So you're
controlled
lying.
by the Waqf. Okay,
IDF literally checks and asks you if
Okay.
you can read the Shahada. What are you on about? Just shut up. Man.
What I'm on about is, to tell you the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. They check the Shahada. They ask for Shahada.
Hang on.
Who does it? Is it the IDF or is it the Jordanian forces?
I'm going to read
Tell
it
us.
to you. Your Al-Aqsa Mosque is controlled by the Jordanian Waqf. W-A-Q-F.
Okay. Did you look into the? How do you? Okay. When you get to the Masjid Al-Aqsa, do they ask you for Shahada?
Not necessarily.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They ask you for the IDF does.
The Muslims want to know that you are Muslim.
IDF does, and you know who's serving in the IDF? There's Jews because they speak Arabic. You know that, right? They speak Arabic.
I've been there, Amir.
Okay. And so twice prior to 7th of October, he in front of the UN Security Council, he denied a Palestinian statehood. This is prior to 7th of October.
Wait, say this again?
Prior to 7th of October, in front of the UN Security Council, he denied the Palestinian statehood.
Well, wait, there was none then. He denied something that didn't exist. Wow. And he was never offered a Palestinian state. Whereas the leaders...
He was never offered. If he never offered, he never allowed the Palestinian state. How the hell
Why are you interrupting? Do I have to send you down?
Because you're making a claim.
Yes, I'm making a claim. Bibi never turned down a Palestinian state. The Palestinians turned it down numerous times. Under Jimmy Carter, under Bill Clinton, under Barack Obama, under Donald John Trump, under Bush, over and over and over again. They were offered everything they want. The Palestinians walked away from the table, walked away from peace, turned away the olive branch. We don't want a two-state solution. They turned the deal down. They did it in 1939. They were offered, by the way, they got all of Jordan. They got all of Jordan.
You didn't see the white papers of Normal? You didn't see the white papers?
Yes, I saw the white papers. What are you referring to?
The white papers, they denied the Jewish state.
Who denied the Jewish state?
The British.
The British didn't deny the Jewish state.
They did. They said it was going to be a Palestinian state in the 10 years. You didn't read that part?
I think you're mistaken.
You did not read the part.
I think you don't read English, Amir. You don't read English.
You didn't read that part.
Amir.
That's why the Leahy Gang in 1940 approached Hitler because they wanted to take out British because British did not want to give you a state. British did not want to give you a state.
British doesn't give a state.
British decided not to. British mandate did not want to give you a state.
The British mandate was formed, Amir. The British mandate was formed to as the end of the Age of Empire. There were French empires, Ottoman Empire, British Empire. Hang on, British Empire.
I'm talking about 1939 white paper. I'm not talking about Ottoman Empire.
Hang on a second. All of those empires were broken.
You like to derail the topic.
No, I'm telling you.
That's your specialty.
This is the topic. I'm giving you historical.
I'm talking about the white papers, 1939.
I know. We're talking about the partition.
Stick to the white papers. Stick to the white papers.
I'm sticking to it. The Palestinians were offered that state, and they denied it. In fact, they met in Khartoum, and they said the three no's. No to the Israeli state, no to the recognition, no to peace, and no to negotiation. And then 5 Arab armies attacked the newly born state of Israel and tried to commit genocide and wipe it out. And Israel beat the 5 Arab armies. 5 countries attacked Israel, and Israel won. Can you imagine this? Amir, I'm asking you a question. Can you imagine it? Israel beat them, and that's what they called the Nakba. Israel beat 5 Arab countries that attacked it in 1948.
Okay, did the war happen in 47 or 48?
Did what war happen? The war happened in 48.
Okay, who did the ethnic cleansing in 47?
There was not ethnic cleansing in 47.
Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, and the UN says it.
Yeah, no, you're lying again. You know, we should go through
Benny
this
Morris, Ilan Pape, they're Jewish historians, and the UN.
Yeah.
They all say that the Jewish militia did the attack.
I beg your pardon?
Jewish militia did the first attack.
I thought the Arabs were in the majority.
I just told you. Oh, hold on.
Were the Arabs in the majority?
Hold on. After they denied the partition plan, Jewish militia started going from one village to another. After the Arabs denied the partition plan,
right? They denied the UN.
Unfair. They denied the UN partition plan because it was unfair.
Right. Why was it unfair? So why did they
everything to lose? They had everything to lose. Jews had everything to gain. See, this is the problem, Bull, with El Normo. He doesn't want to. And what do we do about the mediator, El Normo? Who assassinated the mediator that came after you won the
I'm
so-called War
unfamiliar
48?
with the mediator.
Can you tell us the name of the mediator? No, you know all the facts. You just lie. You like to lie.
Away from peace.
Do you know what happened, Bull, after they won the so-called war?
After who won which war?
But whatever war. Burned out.
What do you mean, whatever war? You don't know the history.
Man. That's it. I'm talking about.
This is why the Palestinians don't come to your room.
I don't care. I don't give two fucks.
Well, you should care, because you don't know
I don't
the
care.
history.
I don't give two fucks. Burned out.
Well, you should learn the history.
Yeah,
then.
you went. Yeah. He wanted to mediate the situation between the Arabs and the Jews in 1948.
Yeah.
And do you know what ended up happening? He wrote a whole bunch of reports. He went to
what report did he
spoke to a
write?
whole bunch of
Let's
people.
read the report.
Yeah, go read the report yourself. To
Okay.
mediate the
What's
situation
the
between
report?
the Arabs and the Jews, he was on his way back to his office. He gets assassinated by a Jewish militia.
Okay, that's
fucking
your
terrorist.
contention.
That's historical fact.
Amir,
You didn't. You know about these facts.
Amir, no.
That's how your state was created, by terrorizing. Okay, what do we do about Harriet Truman getting terrorized? Did you not hear about the letter bombs he was sent in 1947?
No, I don't think there were any letter bombs.
Okay. You didn't read the New York Times? New York Times is a Jewish source.
Amir, you don't know how to read the New York Times.
Your daughter wrote it in her book. The daughter wrote it in her book.
You read a book review.
Daughter was in her 20s.
Yeah.
When she wrote the
now
book.
it's written. Now you're going by a non.
No. The daughter lived with the Harriet Truman. Daughter witnessed all of this.
Amir. You're
I'm
running
not
away
changing
from
it.
the topic.
And
You're running
they
away
sent
from
1
the
million
topic.
postcards.
Amir,
They sent
let me
1
make
million
it so
postcards. The Stern
yes,
gang, Jewish
postcards.
militia gang. Yeah, 1 million postcards.
You have a
and you had the lobbying groups in America trying to lobby and pressurize.
This is a Jewish conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I can give you facts. You want
they
facts?
Amir,
you want the data? You want the data?
Amir, they had a state.
You're not ready to surrender.
Why would I surrender? We're winning.
The self-realization needs to happen. You can't be lying all the time.
What's the lie?
The lie is Harriet Truman did get terrorized by the Stern gang. You know who the Stern gang was? It was a terrorist Jewish militia gang.
You're the lie. I'm the lie. They were offered.
Do you know what they acknowledged? The Stern gang even said they freaking sent letter bombs to the British men.
You're purposely changing the subject, Amir. You know
British men. They send a letter bomb.
You're purposely
to
changing
British.
the subject.
You do know, right? They accepted.
You know they was offered a state, Amir. You're changing.
Who was offered a state?
You're running away. Stay on topic, Amir.
You come onto my property and you're gonna offer me a fucking state on my property? Fuck you. You know, I have the right.
Wait. When did it become their property, Amir?
They had the deeds, they had the keys, paperwork, they had everything to lose. The Jews had everything to gain.
Amir, when was it their property?
1947, it was theirs.
Okay. The 1947, what was whose, Amir?
The Arabs were living in villages where Jewish militias start going from one village to another.
The Arabs were living in villages, and the Jews were living in villages. There were
and you know what the Jews did? Do you know what the Jews did? The Jews started siding with
militias, and there were Jewish militias.
Jews started siding with their Jewish militias.
What's that?
The Jews that were living side by side, they started siding with their Jewish militia brothers that were ethnically cleansing the Arabs.
And there were
Arab Jewish militias. No, according to the UN, Ilan Pape, no, there was no civil war. According to Ilan Pape.
And by the way, there were massacres by the Arabs of the Jews.
There's no point, man. You're just a lost cause. This is why I don't like you.
How am I a lost cause? This is what happened.
Because you lied so much.
What's the lie?
I just told you. Ilan Pape,
what's the lie?
Benny Morris.
What lie did I tell?
Morris.
What lie did I tell?
You have the UN report. I'll put the UN report in the chat. Hold on.
What lie did I tell, Amir?
Hold on. The UN report says...
Amir, I'm asking you a direct question. What lie did I tell?
You said there was a civil war in 47. There wasn't a civil war.
No, I said there was a civil war in 1936 to 1939.
I'm talking about 47. Why are you shifting?
Okay. I'm not shifting. I'm giving you the history of this period.
I'm giving you the militias, how they ethnically cleansed the Arabs in 47.
In which the Arabs
it turned into a full-blown war in 48.
Right. The Arabs were offered
after state. You called it the Israeli state, which you did not have permission to call it Israel.
Of course we did.
You did not. You did it without consent.
We did. That's what
you did without consent.
Yes, we did.
No, you did without consent.
What are you talking about? We voted on it.
The war happened after you called it Israel. You know this, right?
That's correct. That was the point of Israel.
Yeah, but you called after ethnically cleansing the Arabs. You called the state called Israel.
I
Yeah,
disagree.
yeah. This is what is called Nakba. You know what a Nakba means?
Tried to commit
Catastrophe.
genocide. The
You
Arabs
see,
tried to commit genocide.
this is the
and they
problem. This
failed.
guy doesn't want to get into the details.
I do want to get into details. I know more than
I
you.
just
know a lot more
educated
than
you.
Beg
Okay,
your
if
pardon?
you know who Berndot was, can you tell us about Berndot?
Berndot?
Yeah, the guy
What does
that came in
Berndot
after
mean?
that UN mediator that came from
Yeah.
Sweden. Can you tell us about it? Can you tell us who he was? You do know it. You know more facts than I do.
I do know more facts
tell
than
us,
you do.
Tell us.
Yes, I will tell you. The Palestinians were
I'm talking
offered a
about the
state.
Berndot. I need
understand.
can you
Don't
educate me on
interrupt.
Berndot? No, you gotta educate me on Berndot.
The
1948.
Palestinians were offered a state
I said
numerous
Berndot.
times.
I said
I
Berndot.
know.
I said Berndot.
I'm answering.
Berndot
And you're
in
talking
48.
over
48.
me.
Not in
I know.
47. I'm not going to
I
partition
know.
plan. 48.
I know.
40. Focus.
I know.
Focus.
In 1948,
I'm
on
talking
May
about 48.
15th, Israel declared independence and the UN ratified. And what did the Palestinians do? They said, we're going to wipe you out and commit genocide. Genocide, Amir. Genocide.
They didn't use the term genocide.
No, they said we're going to do complete annihilation and push you into the sea and a bloody massacre. They used the word extermination. They said
Extermination of a Jewish state that you created by ethnically cleansing them.
It's called genocide.
By ethnically, you
It's
genocided the
called
Palestinians.
Genocide. No, they did not
you
use
forced
the word
them out of their own
ethnic cleansing.
homes. They have the right to come back and take it back. No.
They
You
did not
ethnically
use the
cleansed
word
the
ethnic
Arabs.
cleansing. And
Oh
by the
my
way,
God.
meanwhile, Haj Husseini
You did
was
the
in Egypt.
catastrophe.
What's that?
You did the catastrophe. You did the
The
Nakba.
catastrophe was that you lost the war against
You
the
did the
Jews.
Nakba. You did the Nakba.
Yeah, the Nakba was we beat your asses.
Nakba happened.
Yes,
Nakba
yes, the
happened
Nakba
before
is
the war.
5 Arab armies and 2 militias tried to wipe out a little state of refugees and failed.
No, you created a
lost.
state by forcing Palestinians out of their own homes.
No, we created a state in the United Nations by declaring independence.
No, you forced the United Nations to recognize because U.S. was
How
on
could
the
you
deal.
force the United Nations?
I just told the United States of America was terrorized. The Harriet Truman was
Yes,
terrorized.
I think you've made that up.
The president of the America. I can put the article in the chat. from New
Okay,
York
so the
Times. Let me put it
president
in.
said
Let
he
me
was
put it in.
terrorized?
Let me put it in. Yes.
Did
yes,
Harry
hold on.
Truman say he was terrorized? Amir?
His daughter wrote it in the book. He was
Did
scared.
Harry
to write
Truman
it.
say he was terrorized?
He was scared of the
Yes or
Zionist
no?
gang. He was scared.
Did he say that?
He was scared to speak
Did he
up
say
on
he
anything.
was scared?
No, yes, he was scared.
Did he say he was scared?
Go read up on his book and
It's
his
no,
memo
isn't
and
it?
all that. It is.
There's your line
he
right
was
there.
he was
Did Harry
pressurized.
Truman say he was scared? No, Amir, he didn't.
Yeah, read the daughter's book right
You made
there,
it up.
and she'll tell you
I'm
that
interested in the daughter's
received
book.
letter
Daughter
bomb.
has no influence on foreign policy.
Daughter, she was in 20s when they received the letter bomb. She
Daughter
lived
has
with
no
her
influence
father.
on foreign
She
policy.
lived with her father. Go learn the history instead
I
of
learned
making
the
up bullshit.
history. I learned
we
the
don't go
history.
based
I
on
just-
bullshit. Thank you.
Amir, did Harry Truman say he
we
was
don't go
afraid?
based on bullshit. We don't go based on bullshit.
Does the most
You make
powerful
up
nation in the
bullshit.
world
This is your
kill a bunch
Zionist
of
narrative.
refugees?
Oh, the army went to the war and we won the war and we took over the land. It doesn't work like that. You started ethnically cleansing in 47, not in fucking 48, bitch.
decolonized the land.
Just an idiot. They were living there happily by the Jews, with the Jews.
Uneducated. Amir, you didn't go to college, did you? By the way.
No, I didn't even go to school.
Okay. Well, it shows.
There you go. Yeah,
I don't think
there
you know
go.
how to read or talk. You use
I don't
words
know
like dating
anything.
like
I don't know how to read white papers. I don't know how to read.
I don't
I
think
don't know
you
how
do.
to. I don't even know how to read the Leahy gang approaching Nazis
You
in
know, you can
1940.
still go to school.
Wow, I
You
didn't know
realize
about
that?
this. Wow.
What?
Wow.
You can still go to school.
I
You
didn't
could
even
learn
know
to
that
read.
they actually did the Hawara Transfer Agreement in 1933. I didn't know
You
about
could
that. Wow.
you could learn to read. And
Wow,
Haj Husseini formed a Sadr commando group of Nazi soldiers in Egypt. The leader of the Palestinians on the payroll of the Nazis went to Egypt and created
Payroll
a
of the
Nazi
Nazi.
militia.
Do you know that you had your Zionists approaching a Nazi a couple times? Did you not
You
know
mean
this?
to get the Jews away.
Who did the Hawara Transfer Agreement?
To get
Was
the
it
Jews away.
the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem or was it the Zionists?
What are you referring to?
Hawara Transfer Agreement. Who did the Hawara Transfer Agreement?
Are you talking about an agreement to get
1933.
Jews away? Don't interrupt. Are you talking about an agreement to save the lives of Jews? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm asking you. Who did it? Who
Are
did the
you
deal?
talking about that? Are you?
I'm talking about
Is that a
why
yes
not
in
get.
here?
I don't know.
Are
Why
you
not
don't know
get
what
all
you're
of the
talking about.
Jews
I
out?
asked you
Why did they get?
Why did they only wanted rich Jews into yeah, that's a fact.
Did they try to save Jewish lives?
They only wanted the rich ones into British men in Palestine.
You know who Haj Husseini was, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem?
Grand Mufti of Jerusalem? Yeah, he approached Hitler because he wanted the state for himself.
He didn't just approach Hitler.
He approached Hitler. No,
and he was on the Hitler's payroll.
He approached Hitler because he wanted a Arab state for himself. Because the problem was he saw you guys as a threat. He saw Zionists as a threat.
But he was offered a state and he turned it away. What you said?
No, he didn't. He wasn't offered a state. What do you?
He was offered a state.
No, he wasn't.
He was offered a state, Amir.
No, we're talking
about
about
state more than once.
In 47, it was a UN. It wasn't the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem plan. You know this, right?
I'm sorry.
You know it was a UN partition plan. It had nothing to do with the British, or it had nothing to do with the British.
with Jews and Arabs and Arab sheikhs.
Yeah,
that plan was created.
They had everything to lose, and you got bigger piece of a land versus them getting a smaller piece of a land.
How did they have everything to lose? They have nothing now.
They had everything to lose because they were living on those lands.
They lost it because they didn't agree to
They were living on that land.
So were Jews.
No, yeah, they were living on that land. How
so
the
were
fuck
Jews.
Can they give up the properties?
Same as Pakistan and India. Exactly.
I don't give two fucks about Pakistan and India, bro.
Well, that's an example of when this happened. It happened in Greece and Turkey. It happened in Europe. It happened in Israel. When two countries can't get along, the people from one country go to the other country, and the people from the other country go to the first country because the ethnic groups don't get along. This is what happened all over the world, in Israel, in Pakistan, in Europe, in Africa, in South America. It was repeated over and over again. It's a pattern in human history.
Deflection, whataboutism, that's what you do.
There's no whatabouts. I'm explaining to you the historical moment. The end of
I explained you the historical. You didn't want to stick to British, and you don't want to stick to Israel, Palestine. You want to stick. You want to take the conversation. See, you're shifting the goalpost.
Not at all. They made a tremendous strategic error. They could have accepted a state. No. What's the goal? What is the goalpost? What's the goalpost?
You're moving the goalpost.
I thought the goalpost was a Palestinian state.
Did you not see the Tentura? Did you not see the Tentura?
What is the goalpost?
Did you see the Tentura?
Yeah. What's the goalpost?
Okay, what did they do in Tentura?
Amir, what is the goalpost?
Can you tell us? Can you tell the room what was the testimonies about in Tentura?
Wait a second, Amir. You just said I'm shifting the goalpost. I want to be clear because I don't want to shift the goalpost unless you're making
stick to 48 and 47. I want to stick to 48, 48.
What is the goalpost? I thought the goalpost was the formation of the state of
My
Israel.
question
Am I misunderstanding?
Can you please tell the room what were the testimonies about in Tentura?
What I will tell you is the following. Palestine was offered a state numerous times and turned it down. They walked away from peace. They walked away from a Palestinian state. They never said yes. They never acknowledged the Jewish state. They chose war. They chose genocide. They put the genocide into words. We want to annihilate, exterminate the Jewish state. Those are genocidal terms. They put it in writing. It's published. And Israel said, we're not going to allow you. Huh?
So he's not gonna. So this is how he's
are you
intellectually
shifting
dishonest.
the goalpost, Amir?
No. This is how you're intellectually dishonest, right?
Okay. Do you disagree with one word I just said? Is anything I said incorrect?
Yes, I disagree.
Okay, which word is incorrect? Let's fix it.
I asked you a question about Tentura.
Hang on.
Did I ask you a question about Tentura? I disagree because you didn't answer my question.
Okay. There's one word that I said incorrect. One word.
I asked you a question. You didn't answer my question. That's why I disagree.
You tried to change the subject, and I didn't let you.
No, I asked you about Tentura. What happened in Tentura? What were the testimonies about?
Amir, before you start
he's never going to tell us truth. He's not going to tell us.
Before
These are testimonies.
Changing the subject,
these are testimonies from your elderly IDF soldiers.
Before you change the subject, how many times
I'm not changing
were the
subject.
Palestinians? Yes, you are. How many times were they offered a state?
Okay, my question again to you.
Wait. Before you change the subject to a movie, how many times were they offered a state? Tell the truth to the room.
Okay, I disagree because I want to talk about Tentura.
You can disagree. I will tell you since you don't know because you're not educated.
I want to talk about Tentura.
They were offered a state minimum of 5 times. And all they had to do was have peace and acknowledge the Jewish state. And to this day, they haven't done it. The most notable example, it was in Madrid, it was in Oslo, it was with Ehud Barak, it was Ehud Olmert, it was Jimmy Carter, it was Yasser Arafat, it was Abu Mazen. Not once did they accept a state.
So
you got to
so
think,
you made
after
it.
all this
You
time,
made a claim.
it seems to me, after all this time, it seems to me they don't want a state.
So you made a claim about the Jewish state. The British did not. What about the Peel Commission, 1937? They didn't deny the Jewish state.
No.
Did they say that they're not going to divide the part? They were against the idea of dividing the partition. The partition plan.
The opposite.
Okay, let me read it out to you. No separate Jewish state, rejected the idea of partitioning Palestine
Were you
into
reading
separate
AI?
Jewish and Arab states.
That's
as
not the Peel
proposed in
Commission. That's not the Peel Commission.
That's as proposed in 1937 Peel Commission.
This is not the Peel Commission.
It is Peel Commission 1937.
No, it's not. You're reading some AI summary that you put the wrong question
1937. You know it. I know it. Just stop lying, man. And then
what do you think I know? Wait. What do you think I know?
Okay.
What do you think I know?
You know about the ethnic cleansing. You know about tempura.
What
Right.
I'm going to say is that
you know about burn dot. You lie all the time.
there were massacres of Jews, and there
was
were massacres
of
and there were
Arabs,
massacres of
Palestinians. No, ethnic cleansing.
Okay.
Why is it called Nakba?
Well, it's because it's a catastrophe because you lost the war. That's why.
No.
Yeah. That's why it's called a Nakba.
Do you know that the Nakba started in 47?
As far as you're concerned, the Nakba is any Jews on the land. Your Nakba is a Jewish state.
Nakba started in 47. It did not start in 48.
I'll prove it to you. It started in the 20s. The genocide against the Jews.
You're gonna bring up Hebron massacre. You're gonna bring up Grand Mufti of Jerusalem. The same fucking Zionist talking point. The same Zionist
It didn't happen. Was there a massacre in Hebron?
Okay. Did you read the Hebron
report? Wait, so it's not a
report?
talking point.
Did you read the report?
Yeah.
120 Arabs were killed. Did you not read that part?
Yeah, and how many Jews?
Jews were like 90 or 80 Jews. It's from both sides.
They weren't even.
It was from both sides. Do you know some of the Arabs even saved the people?
So you admit it.
Do you know some of the Arabs? Hold on, some of the Arabs even saved the Jews at Hebron. Of course, it's part of the historical facts. Yeah, from both sides.
You're admitting the massacre.
Both sides.
Okay,
both
fine.
sides.
I agree, both sides. Which is why there was needed to be a two-state solution, which the Arabs rejected because they thought they could destroy Israel.
I just told you, white papers was part of it. They denied the Jewish
let me
state.
get to the logical point.
White paper was against the idea of dividing the state into two places.
Do you think they want a state? The Arabs.
Who?
The Arabs.
In what year?
Anytime.
They were against the idea. They had everything to lose. Why could they not live
Do
together?
you think they ever wanted a state? Yes or no?
No. Why would they want a state?
Okay, you agree with me. They never wanted a state.
British decided not to give you guys a state.
Okay, they don't have that power. So
They did.
nobody
1939, white papers.
So we offered them a state. They don't want a state. They want to wipe out Israel.
Who the fuck are you to offer them a state when you just moved into that place? They've been living there for years and years.
We were there before them, actually.
No, you were not. You were living in Poland or Ukraine.
No, incorrect. That's a lie. We were there.
Why don't you go live in Oblast in Russia or something?
I'm going to tell you
Don't they have a Jewish state over there?
Because we were living there all along. We were there 1,400 years.
Just live over there happily. Why are you bothering Palestinians?
I will tell you why. Because we were there first.
Go live in fucking Oblast, man.
Yeah, you were in Saudi Arabia.
Go live in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I lived over there for 10 years, and they don't give you citizenship.
Okay, that's your problem.
No, that's your problem.
You were offered a state.
Why doesn't he basically go back to Saudi Arabia?
No, he could live in Oblast. There was a state. There was a Jewish state. There was a Jewish state. Look, guy. I want you guys to look up. Oblast.
Yeah, that's
it was literally a Jewish state. Yeah, it was a Jewish state for the Jewish people.
From the Soviet Union.
But this idiot doesn't want to go. You're Polish man. What do you want?
Me? No, I'm not Polish. Are you Polish?
You look Polish.
You look Polish, Amir.
You're just a white person from Poland.
You look like a white person from Poland.
I don't care whether you're Jew, Muslim. It doesn't matter.
I don't
You're
care
just
whether
a white
you're a Jew
person
or
from
Muslim
Poland.
either. I just want peace.
Yeah, you're just a Polish person from Ukraine.
I think you're a Polish person from Ukraine, Amir.
Yeah, Ukraine or Russia or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
These people are just.
So here's why we have war. You were offered peace and you
It's
turned
like a
it
mental
away.
masturbation talking to a normal.
Why is it mental masturbation? Did I say anything? Were you offered a steak?
I asked you a question about burnt dog. You don't want to answer the question. I asked you a question about tempura. Can you answer the question about tempura? What happened to tempura?
You were offered a steak and you
Can you
denied it.
answer a question related to tempura?
You can tell the story of tempura. Man.
Okay, tempura. Literally, there's testimonies in there from the elderly IDF soldiers, how they've ethnically cleansed people. They're laughing and talking about how the people that raped a 14-year-old girl and whatnot. Disgusting. Yeah, and these are elderly IDF testimonies.
How does this help the conversation?
Okay, it helps. So this proves that ethnic cleansing did happen.
Okay, fine. There was ethnic cleansing on
You
both
agree?
sides.
Do you agree ethnic cleansing happened?
There was ethnic. I agree there was war, and I agree that ethnic cleansing
I'm not talking
is
about
the
war.
inevitable. I'm talking about war.
I'm talking about war happened in 48. I'm talking about 47.
Just like all over the world, there was population
Did the war
transfers.
did it start in 47? Ethnic cleansing.
There was what you're calling ethnic cleansing.
Just be honest, man. Why can't you be honest? Like, what's wrong with you?
I'm being honest, and you won't let me speak because you know I'm right. You know I know more about this than you. That's why. Every single state that was formed at that time at the end of the empires, Greece and Turkey.
What aboutism?
No, I'm explaining to you the model under which states are born.
What aboutism?
What do you mean, what aboutism? This is how states
I
are born.
asked you a question in relate to British mandate Palestine. Did the ethnic cleansing happen in
And the
47?
answer to the question is the Palestinians rejected a state for themselves. They never wanted it.
That's
we
fine.
don't believe.
That's fine. Did the ethnic cleansing happen in 47?
I wouldn't call it that. I would not call it that.
The Ilan Pape, Benny Morris,
and
the UN.
There were some anti-Jewish guys who happened to be Jewish.
These are Jews. Ilan Pape is a Jew. Benny Morris is a Jew.
Yeah, Benny Morris doesn't agree with you. I read him.
Yes, it does.
No, he doesn't.
Do you know he was on Madison show defending the ethnic cleansing? Did you know this?
Now you just changed. You just went to the
No. You made a claim about Benny Morris. I'm going to dive into it. He was on Madison show. He was on Madison show. He was defending ethnic cleansing. Did you know this?
What does that mean? You just reversed.
No. He was defending ethnic cleansing that took place.
What does that mean? He was defending it. Maybe you don't know the answer.
He was defending. Go watch the clip.
What does that mean? He's saying he was in favor of it.
Yeah, he was literally justifying the ethnic cleansing.
So Benny Morris goes against your position.
That's your opinion. Opinions
Well, are you in favor of ethnic cleansing?
Benny Morris literally agreed that ethnic cleansing did happen. Unlike yourself, you're not a historian. You're just a white
you're
man
not a
from
historian
Ukraine or
either.
Poland. Ukraine or Poland or something. You should go live in Oblast. What the fuck you doing in? What the fuck you doing in Israel?
You're the one from Ukraine.
Yeah, you're from Ukraine or Poland or something.
You've never been within 3,000 miles of Israel. What are you doing in Israel?
I lived in Saudi Arabia for 10 years, by the way.
So, what do you have to do with Israel?
Idiot. Go look at you have my information. You know me for what, Jelani. Go look up my information. I lived in Saudi Arabia for 10 years.
Okay, we know this already.
And I'll give you exact area, Jeddah.
Okay.
I lived in Jeddah.
Mazel Tov. Did the Arabs try to wipe out Israel and commit genocide?
You're the one that did this to the Palestinians.
Okay.
No, they did not. I did not answer anything. You're assuming shit now.
Okay. Do you want me to read you what they said?
They live side by side.
Hang on.
They live side by side.
Hang on. I'm going to answer the
side by side.
Palestinians.
He would never agree to the tempura. He doesn't tell me anything about tempura. He doesn't tell me about the ethnic cleansing. Can you accept that? Can you accept? Hey, hang on. Can you accept the fact ethnic cleansing did happen 47?
On both sides.
No. Only one side.
On both sides. Yeah. No,
one side.
You're lying, Amir.
One side.
You're lying.
Palestinians did not have a state.
How many Israelis died in this war, Amir?
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you, it happened on both sides.
No. I'm asking you. In 47, according to the UN, according to Ilan Pape, he's a Jewish historian, Israeli historian. Benny Morris is an Israeli historian.
You mean ethnic cleansing by a single source? Benny Morris and Ilan Pape don't agree. So there was ethnic cleansing on both sides.
Ethnic cleansing happened in 47. Ethnic cleansing happened in 47.
On both sides.
Yeah. So when did the war happen? When did the war happen?
48.
Okay. Why did they started ethnically cleansing 47?
Wait a second. Why did the Arabs commit genocide on the Jews in 48?
No. Why did they started ethnically? I'm asking you a question. Why did they started ethnically cleansing people?
Well, I
in 47?
dispute your claim.
No.
So
It's according to the UN. Ilan Pape, Benny Morris, these are Israeli and Jewish historians.
You only want to admit half the story, and that's fine.
No, you don't want to accept. You don't want to acknowledge.
What do
the
I
UN
want
report.
to accept? I accept the
The
state of
UN
Israel.
report.
You don't.
Okay, the UN report says the Jewish militia was the first one to attack, and they started ethnically cleansing people.
That's
in 47.
Like
are you disagreeing with the UN report? Are you disagreeing with the UN report?
That's like saying Hamas was the first.
Are you denying the UN report and from 47?
Yeah, I'm denying your story of events.
No, I'm asking you. I put the link in the chat for you.
I'm denying your account.
I put the link in the chat for you.
I heard you. I'm denying your account. You're being deceptive, and you're also.
I put the link in the chat for you.
You're not a Jew, and you're not an Arab. And
Okay. Let me put the link in the chat again for you. There's a UN report right here. I put the link in the chat. Read the second paragraph. What does it say? Can you read it out to the room, please?
The Arabs said they would commit genocide.
Can you read it out to the room, please? English is your first language, right?
Keep changing the subject.
Can you read it out to the Can you read it out to the room? What does this report say from the UN?
This sort of Muslim lying doesn't work with me.
No. Can you please read it out to the room? What does the UN report say?
Amir, don't try to change the subject.
Can you please read it out to the room? Read it out to the room.
Amir.
Can you read it out to the room?
Amir, you're lying. Amir, stop lying, Amir.
You don't want to read it.
Stop the Torah.
Stop
it doesn't work on Jews.
It doesn't work on me.
It doesn't work. Good. Okay,
I
good.
read your Hasbara book. It's 140 pages long.
Yeah, and I showed you the 5 kinds of Muslim lies. So what do you want to do going forward?
It's just Bull wanted me to bring him up, and then Bull went on silent, and I'm engaging with this idiot.
Hey, Essay, when did I call you? Essay, when did I call you boss? Essay, when did I call you boss? Essay, Amir thinks I called. Essay, Amir thinks I called your boss. Did I call your boss? Essay.
Okay. Send the audience. I'm tired. I moved him down. Mental masturbation, bro.
As soon as you came in, he ran.
No, he didn't run. I moved him down, Bull.
No, but either way, let me make sure it's clear. He definitely doxed me. He called around asking people where I lived, where I worked. He wanted to find out all about my days in corrections and the rest. He's a sorry, sniveling, pus-ridden wart. And I'm not going to have anything to do or say with him. At the end of the day, when I come for him, and I'm making sure there's plenty of witnesses, I'm coming for him. I will see you at Shul. Sorry, piece of bitch. You're not even a whole bitch. You're a piece of bitch. You know how I know? Because at the end of the day, no one was even interested in you. No one gave a damn about you. You insert yourself into other people's lives. Find out what happens when you do that to me. We don't even have to talk about it. We can just walk about it. You got the right one.
Bull, did you enjoy the show?
He's sick in his head. He's sick.
I know. We just
he
use
literally
him as
walks around like, oh, I know who your father is. Oh, I know who you are. I'm gonna find. Like he's one-man Israeli war. What a creepy individual. But I promised myself I was not going to direct my attention towards him. I'm gonna let the authorities take it from here. So if you don't hear me directly speaking to El Normo, that's why.
I hear you.
I'm here called my bluff. Man, please. There is so much proof. I have screenshot every one of his back chats. I have spoken to people he thinks he was speaking to against me. People just collecting information. He's going to get his. He's going to get his. I can't wait. Anyway, long story short, did you see the post that I put in your message feed, Amir? I'm really worried. I'm really, really worried about the numbers of individuals who are stepping out on stages and barking for a fight they can't win. They can't. You're walking, there's so much evidence of individuals antagonizing folks just because they're protesting or just because they're speaking or just because they have a dissenting view. What is that? Like, how big are your balls that you feel you can just jump in people's faces, touch them, push them, file false police reports? I watched 3 incidents today in the United States of individuals walking in the midst of protesters and calling the police, claiming that they were being attacked because they were Jews. Talk about the boy who cried wolf. Sick. That's a felony offense. You cannot just file a false police report. Terrible.
Yep, that's terrible. It's sickening. And this is the problem, man, with some of these people. Did you enjoy the show, Bull?
Wait a minute, Bull started this one too. You know what,
Bull? I didn't bring him up. Bull said to bring a normal up. I'm like, I bring him up.
I should have known Bull was in the details. I should have known, man. If there's fire and smoke, there's Bull in it. No, stop bringing his airy behind up to the stage, please. Like he's just so annoying.
No, I get it. You know, but it was informative. It was informative. The problem with Norm is he just never stops and he never mutes his mic. So the conversation, you know, the quality of the conversation always turns sour. You know, but Amir, you know, he did a splendid job. You know, and plus, you know, I didn't know that situation. You just, you know, highlighted.
He's
so
weird.
That's why I kind of pinged you in. So he's basically doxing people and shit now, huh?
He's been doing that for a while. The moment he thinks, if you are black and you're Jewish, he targets you. He targets you because he can't come at you with the anti-Semitic claim. He can't possibly accuse you of reporting on Jews when it's your lived experience. So he tries to find other ways to attack people. He's gross.
So, but what is the deal with him? Do you think like he's an agent?
He's jealous. Do I think he's a what?
Agent.
No.
So he's just basically a normal citizen, you know.
No. He is the male. He's the Kevin to the Karen. That's what he is. Yeah.
Oh my God, Norm.
The Kevin to the Karen. He'll come into rooms and he feels like, I mean, it's a
Is
real.
he religious at all?
No, not at all.
You don't see
him on the
Torah, right?
Not. Let me explain. You'll see him on this app on Shabbat. That's the first clue. Not a soul has ever seen me from Friday night sundown to Saturday night on this app. Why? Because observant Jews observe the Shabbat. You'll never see him here, and you will never, on Shabbat or any of the holy days. You will see a normal on this app every chance he gets. Saturday, Friday night, the holy days, the whole nine. That's number one. Number two, he doesn't keep kosher. You can see him all over the internet, engaged in activities on the Sabbath. I mean, like, he literally leaves himself exposed. So imagine how you would feel if you're trying to be super.
So he doesn't have the spirit. He doesn't have the correct spirit. Then.
It's not the spirit. He doesn't have the behavior, which should be evident in the way he speaks. Like, he's used the N-word on Clubhouse. You know, he's a really, I don't even know what to call it. He's a very confused person. He'll yell and scream, "I received an award from the NAACP." What does that mean? What does that mean? We have slaveholders who were presidents of the United States. You're not really impressing me in this moment. But again, I feel like he's either suffering from like early onset dementia or Alzheimer's or something. He's kind of crazed. And you know what? Some part of me feels bad for him. Because in the event that you're attacking Orthodox Jews because you feel in some way insecure that they're a little bit more Jewish than you are, then that's an internal conflict that you have to resolve. That's not anything that any of us can do for you. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
100%.
He's very, very insecure and jealous that a black woman has more of a connection to Torah and Hashem and the Jewish community than he does. If you notice, every time he gets a chance, oh, that's why they kicked you out of the Jewish community. First of all, if he were a Jew or a Torah observer, he would know there's no way to kick anybody out of the faith.
You can't.
It's like, I'm kicking you out of Islam. How does that work? He's just psycho.
It doesn't make no sense.
The first couple of months, he identified me as a Hebrew Israelite. Oh, she's not Jewish. She has an opposing view. She must be a Hebrew Israelite. No, not a Hebrew Israelite. I found out that my rabbi was related to your father's rabbi. Oh, so I am Jewish now? Yeah, but you're not. You got kicked out. You're this, you're that. You're the anti-Jew. Okay, brother, I don't want anything to do with you or anything you're associated with. How about you just leave me alone and I leave you alone? Because in the event that you poke this bear, I'm going to bite that ass. I'm Jewish, but I'm black too. So please, for your sake, leave me alone. And he refused. And now he's going to catch hell. Now he's going to catch hell.
So he's been targeting you for how long?
Oh my God. I would say almost a year now. I mean, when was the first time I told you? Probably about a year or more. At least about a year. But he had no idea what tree he was barking up. So he's going to feel it. He's going to feel it in every way.
I think they all feel it. When you come up here, I think everybody, like, they all these people, Khaled, and these, so, you call out the truth, and I think they get butthurt that how come we have a Jewish person here, she's speaking the truth, that we should be, because they like to protect each other. I don't know what the deal is, right? I don't know why they defend each other. It's like a tribalistic behavior, right? Call it spade a spade, because I'll know some people that texted me from the Jewish side, like Rav, that comes in the audience sometimes, and there's other people that have told me that this normal character is up to no good. He likes to bounce people, do a whole bunch of shit. Why would you do it to your own Jewish brothers and sisters?
That goes to show you that what's most important is being right.
Yeah, but he's a secular being,
I mean, he'll go to shul every now and then. He goes to a synagogue in Park Slope. He's not hiding, but what the problem is this sense of entitlement that kind of fuels this need to control people and their voices. It's pretty sick. Like that. I mean, I just I don't know if it was on Instagram or something else. I'm looking at this woman. She's standing in, like people are protesting on a corner or whatever else. She's walking her dog. She takes her dog. She walks the dog in the middle of a protest. And she stands so that everyone can hear it. There's a bunch of Palestinian women. And she calls the cops. Yes, I'm a Jewish American and I'm afraid for my life. Oh my God. They're surrounding me. There are at least 10. She walked into a protest. Mind you, another Palestinian sister is like videotaping her. She's like, what are you doing? You're calling the cops because you are making a false report that people are attacking you and you're okay with that? I mean,
that's how America works, though.
But this wasn't, she identified herself as a Jewish American. And to me, that's dangerous because you're weaponizing your Jewish identity to hurt other people. And that's not just going to jeopardize her. It's going to jeopardize others as well.
But low IQ people, they're gonna think, people like her, she thinks she's healthy. You see what I'm saying?
And the saddest part is that because people are afraid of being accused of anti-Semitism themselves, they will believe her even when she's lying through her teeth. Even while she's lying through her teeth, those people did nothing to her. Nothing. They're minding their business. She inserted herself into their protest.
That's why you gotta tape everything,
Isn't that crazy? Like, if people don't see it, they don't believe it. But the sad part is
me, I've experienced that myself. I don't like to put too much business out there, but I've experienced that myself from your community, if you catch my drift. Out of the blue.
I do.
Targeting me. So it's nothing new to me. I know what it is. And they even mistook me for being someone else who might look like me but have a different faith than me. You understand?
Right.
Totally bananas, like. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say too much, you know.
No, I get
the walls have ears, but nonetheless, yeah.
I'll never forget, and you can look up the article. Like I said, there's no shame in my game at all. There was, I think I told you guys before that I grew up on the block where the Crown Heights riots took place, and that was a clash between blacks and Jews. They were angry that I exposed the fact that there were no less than 10, 15 black Jewish families surrounding that incident, surrounding that block, and not one of them was interviewed. Not one. Which says that you only wanted to, to promote a certain narrative. All of the journalists were Jewish. They did not interview any black Jews. And I remember asking the question, well, if you wanted someone who kind of stood at a midpoint at that moment, why wouldn't you have interviewed black folks, Jewish folks, and black Jewish folks? Crickets. I knew the reason, because black Jews would tell a very different story about what happened in Crown Heights than even black folks would, because they have the inside scoop. You're running around, many, not all, but so many were engaged in criminal, crooked behavior. And many of the black folks got fed up when they saw that an ambulance that received both private and public funds refused to save the life of a black child. Refused. Child pinned against a wall. Child, to this day, it doesn't sit well with me. One child pinned against the wall, one child underneath a car, and you take someone with not a stitch on them because he happens to be European and Jewish out of the community and leave two children to die, that's enough to start a riot, don't you think? But the story was told that, it was just anti-Semitism. It was a pogrom. It was just black people attacking Jewish people. Well, that's not the whole story. Did someone die that night? Yes. Was that an atrocity? Absolutely. But can we tell the whole story and not just the part that makes you appear as a victim? That's impossible. The whole time you're saying, hey, yes, no one here has denied that 1,200 people died at that rave. No one has denied that. What people also haven't denied is the fact that damn near 100,000 or more Palestinians have been targeted and persecuted as a result. Somehow or another, those numbers don't add up. You say you're targeting Hamas, but we see Palestinians dead. Can you show us the connection between the two? Well, did you say what happened to Israel? Yeah, we saw it, and we own it. Now what? Can we move forward to understand that there's a greater issue that must be addressed? Impossible. Impossible. I'm a Jew, which means that I have to tell the truth whether I like it or not. It's one of the most beautiful things I find about the Torah. It doesn't just tell the pretty stories. It doesn't just tell, stories of victory and conquest. It tells it all. The good, the bad, the ugly, the strong, the weak. It tells it all. Why can't we tell it all now? Sick. There's a thing called fragile, and there's a thing called dissonant. And people are fragile and dissonant. You can't see yourself. That's the point. It's not that it's not there. It's not that people aren't showing you. You will literally sit in a room full of shit, cover your eyes and hold your nose and say the shit doesn't exist. Meanwhile, you're the person who cracked it out.
Well, we have, is it Akita? Did you want to say something, Akita? And I think this room served its purpose. It's been running for 15 hours.
What's the name? Akiva?
Akita, did you want to say something?
And who's this boss man? I want to know. See, I'm calling folks out. I'm sorry.
Which boss man? Yeah, I'm not sure. Welcome.
Yeah, what is it? I know people who come into the room when I start talking.
Hello, guys. Bossman, do you want to come on up? Maybe we can come up We have Aiden down in the audience. He's probably streaming their room from YouTube. And go on, okay, do you want to say something?
What are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about Israel and Palestinian war?
I think you'll have to come back tomorrow. The shop is closed. The shop is closed.
I'm here. You need your own show. I swear. He's like, I'm not tired of it. Shop is closed.
The shop is closed. Alarmo took all my energy.
Yeah, I am.
That is hilarious.
No.
Yep.
I need some energy drink.
Yep, no problem. But anyways, thank you for coming, Akede. Is it how do you say your name? Akede or?
Akede.
So just follow the house, and then I think we'll talk tomorrow, man, or later today when I open the room. I mean, yeah, later today.
I'm gonna go decorate the hallway.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the room, and I'll see you guys probably later today when I open a fresh new room. It's been running for 15 hours. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. And any last words before I end the room, Eze, or anybody, Bo, or anybody?
So are you going to end the room now?
Yes, I'm going to end it right now.
No, we're good. Love you all. Stay strong.
All right.
Talk to you.
All right, talk to you guys later.
2 hours left.
Have a good night.
Never said no shit like that.
He definitely didn't say every day. Y'all ass tripping.
You do gotta want to.
Trees got rules and was inside the town with him.
When he got off work, I knew he was coming. I said his
right now. I feel like y'all be complaining about
was ready so he could sit and chill out.
They don't.
I like the
shit.
And that's
I
why
like my balls playing with it.
I get head every day.
Do you want the royal wash too, my king? Give me the wash your balls too, babe. I'm just
He's specifically saying that about women. But we gotta understand, some women got sensitive vaginas. They can't just take fast. They're, shit irritates their vaginas. So you gotta ask that woman.
We can't do it like all the time.
No, I can. My vagina.
What? David, platinum?
When it's the time of the month, I'm just not gonna sit in no way.
Yeah, but like,
but I'm not doing it when I'm full flow bleeding. I'm like, no, not blood.
Come on,
we're not doing that.
That's all that.
Like a case of pennies.
Y'all niggas evil in this
But y'all balls smell like ass and fucking booty and
Y'all
shit.
got to talk about niggas making cranberry juice and shit.
Y'all been drink that. Motherfuckers drink Tahiti treats all day.
In the tub.
y'all be alright.
Ah, shit.
Hey,
it ain't my fault.
With the rubber duckies and shit.
But hold on, let's not just.
It's my fault. I ain't scared of it.
Hold on, let's not run past the fact that they making fun of you niggas because y'all be stoking y'all balls. I'm just trying to figure out if they not supposed to be.
No, it's the way he do it though, little bitty.
Don't be hers.
Let me give me the bag. I'm trying to tell me, man, he's sucking his balls. Hold on one second.
You see how she trying to flip it?
Hey, Tracy.
No, that's what y'all said though. I ain't flipping shit.
That's what she said.
Yes,
Hey, so y'all trying to tell me y'all women ain't never ring y'all hot, man?
It is what it is, bro.
You ain't had
Man, y'all ain't
What about y'all soaking y'all balls is what she's saying. This shit
Soak
hurt.
your balls. You might get the best head you ever had in your life. Okay?
I want you to soak your balls. Wash them bitches too. What you need me to do?
That's what I was going to say, Ladisha. My wives done washed my ass up before and washed my nuts before. Hell yeah, they done played that in their job, man.
Thank you.
Shit. I don't know what it feel like.
What receptacle do we soak our sack in?
What? Got this done.
They was talking like it was just a sack. I'm sorry, maybe I was off this one.
What the hell we
Yo, it's too early to put in shit. What receptacle? What orifices?
Knock it off.
Children, you need to watch the royal balls, Your Highness.
No, they don't watch that every day. They do wash-ups and shit. They know they don't soak that foot.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie.
Y'all know y'all be wash-ups and shit.
I be on that deal with some of that pussy.
That stinking ass
A stinking ass ragged.
That stinking ass doing wash-ups and going right back to work.
Very tiny story, nigga.
He sound like his balls sweaty and must. That's my
I was about 20
arguing with a guy
I
like
used
you.
to work 2 jobs, nigga. I used to have time to break in between and hop in the shower, so a nigga take that quick goddamn me man bath right fast and burn out. One day I went to work, this chick said, ooh, who brought beef for burgers? If you know beef for burger in fucking Texas, nigga, that bitch was notorious for the onions, my nigga. I said, from one of these jobs, gotta go. Gotta go. Yeah. One of these jobs, gotta go. If you ain't got time to smell good before you go to the second job, let one of them go. Let one of them go.
I know why they mad. Hey, dude, I know why they mad, dude. I know why they mad and talking shit, dude.
Who mad?
No, listen, I'm just talking shit. God damn. Okay.
Damn,
I know why they
feeling this shit.
Keep your feelings in the hallway. Damn force, whatever your name is.
Man, go ahead.
Sure. Whatever your name is.
I'm about to tell you what I'm about to say. Y'all gonna put that shit up. We just talking shit.
I'm talking shit. God damn.
It's all good, man. Listen. It's not my fault. My shit can float and your shit don't float. That ain't my motherfucking fault. So I'm gonna get into it and watch that nigga float like, yeah.
That's definitely a pause, bro.
That's that gay shit.
That's that pause, bro. Yeah, bring that pause fast morning.
Crazy.
Y'all the one in here talking shit about getting in the tub.
That's pause though, bro. You drooling.
How that's a pause, nigga?
That nigga, what the fuck?
Hey,
man, you should say that to a female.
If your sack float, nigga, that's a problem. That's a fucking problem.
The loose balls.
Yeah, this shit's either empty or malfunctioning, nigga. You need to go see somebody. You need to go see. Hey, in the medical field, do they have a ball tech? Is there a ball tech in the medical field? Yo. That was funny.
Hey, man, it is what it is.
You need a baggage position.
That shit crazy. Because I'm gonna ask man when you get in the tub, is it supposed to float? Like, what is that?
No, they're not supposed to float, man. That boy Trey gotta go get checked. That's why I'm worried about my guy. I'm worried about my guy over there. He said it's clean. He said it's clean.
Floating around like
it's not a buoy. It's not a buoy. It's not supposed to be buoyant. You're not in the ocean. Man, trees, man. We're gonna let you start with that one, bro. Yeah, we're gonna let you go on there. Yeah, we're gonna let you start on that one, my boy. He talking about he laid back in the tub and it's flowing like this little crazy.
I'm cool with being by myself with a
grown ass man thought it was cool to look like a 1993 cell phone in the bathtub. He's fluid as nothing. This nigga look like a flip phone from 96 and shit in the bathtub, and he think that's alright. That ain't alright. If you was a random bro, we would have been on your ass. Yeah, we'd have had to burn you down, Trey. You better tell They had to call the fire department on your ass when we got done, boy. It is. With a boy,
Stand by his
bro.
shit, like.
Yeah,
Get
nigga.
quiet now, Trey.
Come on back here. Your ass ain't real as shit. Get your ass keep
Hey, it's certain levels. It's levels.
Oh, hell,
man.
you can have that level. You can have that level, nigga.
Unfortunately,
you can have that one.
Unfortunately, some niggas ain't got that far yet. Some niggas
I don't think I want that part. I don't think I want the flow trade. I want to drop the shit out of it.
Still talking about the incredible floating ball?
Shit.
The funny part is, hold on. I never said nothing about the balls floating. Y'all said that. I ain't never said balls was floating. Y'all said that. No, the fuck I didn't. It ain't my fault y'all niggas got some chalk needles.
Well,
it ain't got nothing to do with it.
Nah, nigga, you ain't gonna do that trade. You hey, wherever you do, where your balls go, nigga, when they move, they move, and it's just like that. You ask me.
You do want the penis to have some weight on it, right? You want it to have some weight on it.
That's what they call a dirt.
If it's floating, is it still got some weight on it? It gotta have a little weight on it, right?
Get it, Shanika.
Hey, I ain't about to argue with y'all. I know what it is.
I ain't go back and forth with you niggas, man. Hey, Trey, that's how you turn the morning up, nigga.
Yeah, I ain't think about that motherfucker. I'm gonna go to my dick for a long time. I ain't got no news there. She took on the wood for a long time. She ain't never said she smelled the taste.
Let's flag on the plate.
That's on y'all.
As long as you sweet and clean, though, you good.
Flag on the plate. Like she said,
flag on the goddamn plate.
Hey, man.
As long as you sweet and clean, baby, you do what you do.
Hey, man.
Who is that laughing like that? Y'all got to kill me.
That shit funny.
That's you.
That shit sound like a nigga great Amy.
Oh, yes, it did.
Master, you shut the hell up.
Oh, yes, it did.
You know my shit ain't no better.
That nigga thought he was saying, dude.
I learned that's the only shit y'all like to talk about. So
No, that's
not no niggas. I hope not.
Definitely not. General homicide and that shit.
Hey, I had to separate that well.
You supposed to, but you know I'm talking about the women, fool.
I know.
You wouldn't say some shit like that.
You know how we do, nigga.
Yeah,
okay. Tracy's slightly hoeing on this app. That's why.
I know he's
float on. So women are hoeing on this app? What?
No, Trey is hoeing on this app. Let us find out.
I'm hoeing on the app.
You got a hoe with somebody? Hey, you got a hoe with somebody. Home out here about your boy.
What? Wait a minute. Somebody hoeing with him. How you sitting on the information map and you ain't told me? You fine too, goddamn.
How you gonna fire me, nigga? I'm your main man. How you gonna fire me, nigga?
Tell me they got some shit about me, you ain't saying nothing to me about it.
Cause niggas gonna die quick. Ain't nobody ever heard about you out here hollering at nobody on the app.
I been chilling, man.
Nobody ever heard that shit. That ain't even worth bringing to the table, nigga.
I been chilling, man. Damn,
I'm the type of nigga, I'm your homie. If a motherfucker say they give me proof. Give me proof, nigga. Give me proof, cuz when somebody back telling me.
What's her name? What's her name, Trey?
I don't know what that motherfucker name is. That motherfucker told a good lie, got me pissed and everything. I ain't said nothing to the shit.
She was mad because you want to come out here.
I just noticed that if you can't really, I've noticed that it's hard to have a good topic and have a conversation. We can talk about dick and pussy shit, and that shit lasts a long time. But we get them good topics, and you gotta think a little bit. They don't want to do that, so I keep it on dick and pussy shit. We can have them conversations. I've been noticing shit. Y'all think I be doing this shit trying to do this and third? No, it just show me what you like to talk about.
Everybody trying to have no intellectual conversation every 20 minutes, bro. Intellectual.
Well, since we got this shit up here about the bathtub, how many women put witch hazel to that labia? Let's see.
Now that's a good one because my wife has some witch hazel.
I know goddamn right. If she a good woman, she got some witch hazel in that cabinet. Then we go in that bathtub.
I thought that shit was water. I'm like, what the fuck is this? That's witch hazel.
No, sir, don't drink that shit. You ain't never shit like that before in life.
They use that witch hazel.
I thought I drank some of that shit as a kid, being up. I thought I was gonna have to call poison control, nigga. My mama just thought it was over, nigga. I was a little badass kid when I think about it, but I was doing too much, man.
Goddamn, boo. You might as well come on out the group, boo. Come on out the group, man. Come on out the group. I understand. You ain't talking this shit, bro, but we ain't talking about nothing, man. Come on out the group. Come on out the burn them. We know that you behind, you know, it ain't the one or two people that do this shit there, man. So we know who it is. So come on up, man. We know you, man. It's all good. Ain't nobody mad about it. It's all good, bro. I know there ain't but two people, man. Hey, Chase, man, I got a question. It might be a little too personal. I got a question.
Here y'all go, by the
They probably can't soak their ball. Their balls probably float in the water.
That's what I was going to ask. To the fellas, has your woman ever tried to weigh your nuts before?
Wait.
No, I ain't never put them on a weed scale or nothing, but they should wiggle them. You gotta put the sack on the point scale, nigga.
Hey, man, doing freaking shit over there, sir.
Put my gun on the scale.
Hey, man, that nigga say he put his sack on the point scale because like the weed. Nigga, don't put that weed on that scale without goddamn rubbing it down with some alcohol. 90 freaking about.
I got about half an ounce.
They over there smoking the dick weed over there. No.
You got a half an ounce. I'm about to go. I can't.
Put down the sack weed. I
heard your eyebrow raise. Half an ounce.
With a straight rock bottom eyebrow.
I need a pound. What we talking about?
Who has a pound
of ball fat weed? We can get it over there too. Now we can get it.
I'm gonna need to weigh a pound.
You come over here, we got a pound right there. We can put together for you. We get it over there too.
Pound, we can put it over there. Be over here with the ass ball.
Pulling up on niggas, let me get a 3 pound ball bag for my home girl. No, what the fuck? Come on now, you need it now. That's tragic. That is tragic. Welcome to Texas, home of the ball sack weed. God damn.
I got another question. Y'all woman that gave y'all a bubble bath before, like she done wash shit from head to toe?
Well, I done been washed from head to toe, but I wasn't in a bubble bath.
I wasn't in the bubble bath.
I was in the bubble bath.
You putting your skin so soft in the tub, I'm a grown ass man.
Man, give me all them damn bubbles. What give a fuck about that shit?
I tried you like fashion. No, nigga.
Man, I was smelling like goddamn.
I got them suds.
Yeah, I got the bubble gum. You want to smell good?
I'm from a different town, too.
Women have. Don't act like y'all don't like our motherfucking product.
Good morning.
First off, we don't wear y'all except for the version.
Hold on. 8545.
I'm sorry,
Nigga came out the house smelling like Chanel and shit.
I like when a woman wash me down. Y'all got them soft hands.
Let me tell you what
Crazy as hell, bro.
That shit don't last long.
Let your nigga get in there. Go ahead,
Okay, so
I use this product called Coochie to shave. It's actually called Coochie. If you wear,
I don't need that.
like they have them at the sex shop. It's like a shaving cream at the sex shop.
Oh, your freak ass.
No, well, whatever. It's the great shaving cream. I recommend.
True,
Right?
whatever.
Anywho, so my husband ran out of fucking shaving cream, and he was like, "Babe, you got some shaving cream?" I was like, "This is what I use." He was like, "What the fuck?" At first, then he used that shit. He was like, "Oh, this shit good. Like my shit is all motherfucker. I ain't gotta worry about no ingrowns or nothing." See, he learned that girl products be good. Okay? Girl products be good. So if you ever want to get a shaving cream, if your face is sensitive, go get you some Coochie. Okay, you can get it at
Come on. What you say with? What you say with Coochie?
Yep, right.
Coochie, that's what it's called.
Let me
I
find
say with that
Let me find out you out here buying pussy.
No, he's not buying it. Yeah, I'm buying Coochie. I'm buying Coochie shaving cream for shit stuff.
Well, my boy said in the chat, so Shanika out here paying for coochie.
For sure. What's the little set? Like, what's the place called? Like, they go on back there.
That fool say mine sink to the bottom like a fish on land. I'm fucking stupid.
So I be like, okay, it's okay to use some products and think they smell good. I appreciate Hush for being honest that you like this shit.
Yeah. Why am I running me down? Like I said, you gotta learn how to clean them. You gotta learn how to hold these nuts when you wash them. That's what matters.
Y'all changed our life. Don't shave your face with Coochie. You gonna get Coochie on it. See how I run? Coochie on your face, shave your face, and add.
Nah, I can't shave my face. This beard ain't going nowhere. Can't do that. Yeah. Damn.
Shut up, Shoot. Just because y'all got beards and shit, there was a time when you didn't have them beards, both of you, when you was in the military.
I ain't in the military no damn more. So
that's what I'm saying. That's why you got beards. It's okay. Now I'm struggling with the same shit. You know what I'm saying?
my women like a little bit of cushion. When they sit on my face, they like to feel that little seat.
No, they want to wet that.
Oh my.
They just want to wet the beard. They just want to wet the beard.
They like the way it feels. It's like a little seat cushion.
And it is. And it is. Come on, cushion.
Anyway, y'all, we gotta change the topic. We're proving Trey's point.
We're talking about hygiene. That's what we really need to talk about.
I'm telling y'all, those are the best products I use. That shaving cream.
And now pussy juice actually makes the beard grow stronger. It gives it a nice even shiny color.
As women though, you gotta find your shaving cream because don't nobody want no crunchy munch cookies. Cause your ass is over there using your own shit.
They got a crunch bar on a little boat.
No. Crunchy munch cookies. No thank you. Not doing that.
Got a braille pussy.
Yeah, no. Gotta have good products.
Crunching much for me.
Yeah. Sorry, what you got going on, man?
I know I'm playing my goddamn country, motherfucker.
You done lost your mind.
You moved to Texas, what country?
That's Rick and so.
I was reckon so.
Goddamn right.
Yep, you did it. Brought your ass down here just to be able to say the good old country. Them good old boys.
That's me.
Yeah.
Now, I'm a man. I'm asking the question. Now, I ain't had these problems. So I'm asking the question because I see a lot of women do this shit. I want to know how y'all get a BBL in the front. I'm for real.
Sugar.
She's stupid to my brain.
Motherfucking fucking bread and sugar. Let that shit alone.
Let your body look like that, sir. You just don't want to accept my answer.
Nah, man, nah, her ass is in the front. Like, I ain't never seen two whole ass cheeks in the front. I understand you got a little
Say whole ass cheeks.
but she got two whole ass cheeks in the front. If you look at it, you like, damn, she got a real ass in the front. You don't normally see it like that. Don't get quiet now. I ain't never had no big stomach, so I don't know.
He said, I don't ever have.
I don't know nothing about that shit. I ain't never seen it. I don't even know who the fuck. I don't know who the fuck Dunlap is. I ain't never had shit lapped over my motherfucking duck. So I don't know who the fuck that is. So I'm trying to figure out how y'all get to that shit. I was working out last night like, no, not no, I was working out like a motherfucker last night. Shit. Y'all niggas crack them jokes. We got face to face. You like, damn, Trey, that's me, motherfucker, that's me. I need to get my ass in the gym too. You like, damn, Trey, you ain't fat at all, nope. Yeah, y'all
Gym
talk
right
all that
now.
shit.
Y'all lazy ass my workout.
Yeah, motherfucker talk all that shit, but they ain't run nowhere. Go jump in your car and go there. You ain't gonna run no motherfucker. I can run, motherfucker. I'm in good shape. But all that shit, motherfuckers got Dunlap syndrome, lay down the butt, they pants up, all kinds of shit. Where your stomach done, yeah, where your stomach done lapped over your motherfucking belt. They call it Dunlap. Yeah, motherfucker, they got a nun too. They got a nun, they call it the weenie do. How the fuck your stomach stick out farther than your weenie do? They got all kind of jokes with that shit. Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah, y'all want to talk that shit. Motherfucker. Yeah, you gotta suck your stomach in to see your shit. I don't. Motherfucker. Yeah, talk that shit. Fat motherfucker. You wanna try to talk shit. Motherfucker can't run nowhere. You wanna talk shit like you. Fuck out of here. You better get your big ass in shape. At these big ages y'all live. Get your big ass in shape. You better go outside. You better drink some motherfucking water. I can't run. Shit. I'm shit.
Shit, I can run.
That's why people tell me.
I can run, and at this big age of 49, I can still do the motherfucking splits at any given time.
You mad at me? I ain't mad at nobody. I'm
gonna need a JPEG of that.
Right? For a specific fat person. I can talk about shit.
When I heard Pinky Poom say they could do the splits, I'd be like, hey, I'm gonna need a JPEG of that, cuz a PNG or something.
Show your ass. Like, baby.
When is the next flight so I can jump on that train?
Hey, shoot, I can talk about shit. I work hard.
These was doing cartwheels and stretches and spits and shit in the daggone lip room. She said, "You can do it." I say, "Yeah." Come on, shit. Think I done bust that spit on that ass? Yes, I can.
Hey, Trey, why you working out if you only weigh 100 pounds? What you working out for?
Y'all black ass are crazy.
100 pounds is nothing violent.
Crazy as fuck.
You already skinny.
You crazy as fuck, nigga. Ain't no
What are you doing? First off, these are outdoor activities. You not supposed to be doing that in the living room.
Look, I got a question. Are you guys listening?
I'm about 232.
Okay.
I have a real question, y'all. I got a serious question, y'all. Y'all listening?
Go ahead, Liddy.
What is the all-wheel drive system? I just got an alarm.
Hey, ask Master. He's the master over there.
Did you accidentally push the button and put your all-wheel drive?
No, it says it says service all-wheel drive system.
Oh,
like I gotta take it in.
Yeah, you want to go get that fixed, my nigga. You gonna need that here. Yeah, you gonna need that here.
You need to go to the shop today, right now.
It might just be a fuse.
Seriously?
It might just be a relay fuse, sensor. But you need your all-wheel drive in the wintertime, baby. That's why you be safe in the winter down here on ice, because all your wheels move. All your wheels are a part of your drive.
That's a bad thing.
Well, let me make an appointment. I just need to make sure.
Please, by all means, service that, baby. Especially right now, while we out here and it's raining and mud and all that shit, you definitely need your four-wheel drive.
You don't want to be sliding.
All right, I'm gonna make an appointment. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, wait a minute, what is this?
We don't want you stuck out here, young lady.
Okay, making an appointment. About to pull over now. Cause I don't like bells and whistles. That ain't the good ones.
It'll perform with just the two wheels drive. I pause for that, but shit, that four wheel is point, man. That four wheel is a game, man.
Y'all see what Dampers post in the chat?
I can't see. I'm driving.
Nah, she posted a link.
So when this motherfucker said something about doing the splits and flipping and shit,
that's how it's supposed to be, though. You be with your whole lady, and you got your motherfucking number for another woman. And then the fact that she even texts him makes me further know that these bitches don't give a fuck. If a nigga
you didn't know? They never gave a fuck. I never gave a fuck. They never gave a fuck. They never gave a fuck. I never gave a fuck.
Dez, are you really that surprised, Dez, or something like that?
Oh, God.
You shouldn't be. She should not be.
Come on, Dez. You guys y'all are diabolical than we are, because y'all will sit there and have two niggas. Y'all will have a whole side nigga show up to the same party your nigga was and play that shit smooth off.
And fuck the other one in the bathroom by the other nigga sitting there.
Cousin.
That should be real.
Just saying.
Y'all be cold-blooded.
Why not fuck both of them at the same time, nigga? I'm just saying. If you got it like that, nigga, I want you and you. What the fuck? Okay,
if you ain't my girl, I'm gonna just say, no one, not at the same time, because I ain't trying to see another nigga's dick. Nah, that's fine.
I'll be like, you know what, homie, you can have her, cuz. You can have her, bro. She's yours. She's yours. To my next words, you can have her, bro.
I have to get it first.
I just can't, they do too much dick. I'm sorry. Too many dicks. I just can't do it.
My dick ain't even gonna get hard with another nigga in the room. It's just not gonna.
That's what I'm saying. It is.
So many dicks.
You like dick, not me. You like.
No, I don't need. I just want one dick. I don't need two.
Okay, well, good. See, that you
I'm
go,
just
baby.
saying. I just like one dick. Give me one dick. I'm sure it's some good dick, but give me one dick.
Just a uno nito.
I ain't playing like right now. I ain't doing nothing in probably close to. It's almost going on 2 years now. It'll be 2 years in January. And with that, no, it'll be a year. I'm sorry, a year is a year. No, 2 years, because that's 26, right? 26. Yeah, 2 years in January. But I'm looking. I'm like, motherfucker gotta show me his shit before I'm not letting anybody knock the dust off this motherfucker, because you stopping and I try to knock the dust off and then this shit ain't gonna satisfy me. That's too little. I don't want that. That's too big. I don't want that. That's ugly. That is not pretty. I need a pretty dick. It's gotta be a pretty dick, because that's a nice size. I'm just saying.
Take care. So are you saying that sometimes the dick can be so big you get outside Joey Watkins zone? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I can't do it. That's my walls. I need my walls. Nigga, I'm almost 50. I need my walls to stay intact like they have been. I'm just saying. I keep it tight over this bitch. Is all I'm saying. And you know them horse dicks that these miraculous horse dicks that these niggas be. I don't want that. I'm sorry. That's too much. They be pretty though, be some pretty things, but I'm just like, I got some pretty things in my phone. I'm gonna make me a calendar.
Oh Lord.
This Mr. August, this Mr. January.
Disgusting. Say you got a phone full of peckers, people.
This is crazy.
I'm gonna have to go on mute.
Shit's crazy.
Y'all ain't got a damn fit.
Trace, it's okay to talk about dick and pussy every now and again.
Yeah. So I might as well have them service my brakes and my tires.
Yeah, I gotta go get my fucking tires put on today. I swear I don't feel like it. I set myself up every single time. Why you make appointments for 9 in the morning?
Hey, man. It's just crazy.
I know why
man.
you did that, Dimples, because you were thinking you had a man. See, when you got a nigga, you could schedule him to get up early in the morning and go change your oil, change your tires, put gas in your car, and have it back before you wake up
early in the
and do what you need to do. That's why you did that. Yeah. Wife does it for me all the time. Wake up to a bunch of chores. Yep.
As the fuck you should.
I love that as a wife. I love the chore list. Please, babe. It's your honey-do list.
What chores? Wake up with a honey-do list.
Trey, why you got them long ass feet on your motherfucking PTR? Them motherfuckers is two-toned at that. Like she been wearing sandals all her life. Flip-flops.
So the brakes, the tires, and the all-wheel drive light. Okay.
Nah, man, I sit here and I listen and I think about, we have titles of some substance, and I just think about titles that we just shoot the shit, and it makes a whole lot of sense. Somebody else told me that shit too, and I ain't gonna believe it. So I did my own.
But there's so many other rooms trying to be having. We should do it like 3 times a week.
Listen, and I noticed that, so I sit back, and I don't say nothing. I just sit back and see how long that shit rock. But when I put a title that they would make require your ass to think, they haul that. They don't want to talk about nothing that makes sense, or you might learn some shit. But when we talk about fucking and dicking and all that other shit, we talk about that shit for 8 hours, and that shit'll go smooth. But you don't learn a goddamn thing. That shit just be tripping me out. I do this shit on purpose to see how motherfuckers back to it. I do it on purpose. Like that day I told y'all I was single and back on the market, I want to see how motherfuckers back to it. There's a whole conversation. Motherfuckers talk about that shit all day. When you bring a motherfucker in, that we're going to have a conversation where you can learn some shit, they haul ass. See? Don't. They don't want to talk about that shit. They just tell me what motherfuckers really be on, bro. They just tell me what motherfuckers really be on. Motherfuckers really want to fuck on the back end. They think motherfuckers don't know it, but we know. That's all it be. But we really want to get up here and talk about relationships every fucking day. And learn from who? These niggas up here, who's learning? We don't talk about relationships every day, bro. We have different titles talking about different shit, bro. Black women and black men hold accountable relationships. What can we do to make this community better? Same shit, man.
We talked about Barack Obama and Trump all day yesterday. We didn't talk about relationships at all yesterday.
We don't be talking about relationships every day, bro. We talk about different shit. We talk about the white, black, fatigue. You just start coming back around, bro. We was having time to talk about some real shit, bro. And you weren't even in it. I'm just saying about learning from food, though. We talk about black and white fatigue. We talk about all kinds of shit, because at the end of the day, you don't know everything. So you can just, it's strong possibility. You can learn something. You can learn shit from a food, dog. You don't know every motherfucking thing. No matter how old you are, I don't know everything. So when a motherfucker drops some real game off and you can relate to it, and you can use some of it, then let them drop it off. What I've noticed is when somebody's dropping off some real game, motherfuckers can't take it, they get mad and they all that, and they blame everybody else for their problem, instead of having a real conversation. Say what? I said, what's the title next, man? I don't know, I'm thinking some shit, man. I just think about it, bro. I said, think about it like this shit's sad, bro. We fucked up as a community. That's all we can talk about. Anytime we talk about making some moves, how we gonna make some moves, motherfuckers wanna have them conversations. Anytime we talk about how you can get right. Everybody saying about making those moves. That's what I'm saying. We had the same conversation last time about building community together, help each other out. It's not changed, man. Ain't nobody does shit. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna move on none of that shit, bro. Motherfuckers just be talking. With your mouth, man, I'm down with it. I'm out with it, I'm doing. It's like, why sit here and try to put my shit together with somebody else that ain't serious about it? That's what I'm saying. I know. Yeah, motherfuckers just be talking, bro. That's all. That's my point, basically. Motherfuckers just be talking, bro. Motherfuckers ain't trying to negotiate. Motherfuckers ain't trying to learn shit. Motherfuckers think they know every goddamn thing. Everybody got everybody know everything. Like, I ain't trying to believe that, nigga. You don't know every motherfucking thing. That's why we trying to tell folks. I don't give a fuck how much studying you done done. What you done did. You don't know every goddamn thing. You don't. You know, damn who you think you is. You are not that person. You do not know everything. I don't know everything. If I did, shit would be different. Don't nobody know everything. So you can learn anything from anybody. That's what it's about, bro. All this talking about fucking shit all day, that shit is overrated. I can do that shit all day. Motherfuckers run with it. Laugh and kiki. When you talk about some shit that can help you, they don't want to have no conversation. They just don't. I be doing this shit on purpose. Like, y'all be thinking I be trying to be fun. I do this shit on purpose to see how motherfuckers respond to it. We can talk about fucking all day. I've been those days. We talk about fucking every day, all day. That's all I'm saying, y'all. We can talk about fucking every day, all day. That's all we can talk
Ain't
about.
nothing wrong with talking about a little sex. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about
is that there's nothing wrong with talking about it.
Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that. Oh, my bad.
No, you good. I'm just saying, there ain't nothing wrong with talking about it, but that can't be the only conversation that you can really want to talk about and really interject in. That can't be the only
but
conversation.
if you put the conversation up there, they gonna talk about it and take it and run with it.
You ain't even gotta put it up there. You can just say some shit and they gonna take off with it. You ain't gotta put it up there, and that shit gonna last for 2 hours. But I had Doc in the room breaking down he was breaking down this AI shit. He was breaking down this goddamn what the other shit he was breaking down. He was breaking down the AI shit, and he was breaking down the cybersecurity shit. For people who's actually trying to get in the space, motherfuckers don't have that conversation. He in the space, been in the space, know all about this space, getting free games. Don't want to hear that shit. Don't want to hear that. Paul War, I know he had about 1,000 followers. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, though, like, people don't want to hear the shit from the experts. They think they know.
They only play something straight.
Nah, I
like I'm talking about this us as a culture. We more of a recreational culture. I do notice we don't really take shit seriously like that. I will admit that.
Hey, I just changed it, so let's see what they're talking about.
No, I just, like I said, bro, and I told y'all, the only thing they talking about is fucking. They get mad at me because I put titles up. But that's all they can talk about all the fucking day. They get mad at me. I can't hear you. I'm going to say bad dead over there. What'd you say? What'd you say, shoot?
Maybe they be horny or something.
Oh shit, my bad, Hal. I tried to bring you up. My bad.
No, I agree with that, Dez. I think we are a little over-sexualized. But then it does get uncomfortable because I get what Trey's saying. For the people who are married in the room, it does get a little uncomfortable constantly talking about sex with other people in the room. If you was a married person, I know I was looking at my wife a little weird if she came in the room every day talking about sex.
She shouldn't be in there talking about sex anyway.
You see what I'm saying? And vice versa. So for the men who are married in this room, you know, I would understand if my wives did get uncomfortable if we talk about sex in this room all the time. But then we don't talk about sex with this damn women. No, I don't. Shit. But I would take it. But you know, I have a little bit of my house is a little different. I just
You like talking sex with women?
No, it's just like everybody. Yeah, shit.
So in general, they talking about sex with other people. Okay.
A lot of people in here are married. Got somebody.
A lot. Well,
look at war ass.
I swear, it's about 2-3 people in this motherfucker that might be married. A lot of y'all ain't. A lot of y'all be lying. Let's just be honest. Y'all got a girlfriend that y'all been with for a long time.
They married.
But if I go to the courthouse and look up a marriage certificate for your ass, I'll never find it. Let's be
well, I guess it depends on what state you're in. If in Tennessee, if you with somebody past 7 years, you're practically married to them.
That's just a common law. I'm talking about legally married that has a legal document that states that you are married. A marriage license.
You married different?
I'm divorced. I'm talking about a marriage license. Which is cool, you know, if that's, you know, whatever floats your boat. I don't have enough time to be looking up people's marriage license, but I'm just saying, let's be for real. You motherfuckers really don't be married on this motherfucking app.
How you know that? How you know that's a lie?
You say what happened?
How do you know that's a lie when folks say that?
Because see, people be forgetting the shit that they be on this app saying. That's what I know.
What they be saying though to make you feel like that?
They definitely be saying they ain't married and they been with they significant other for a long time.
Well, them the ones that lying, but you can't.
My point exactly, and it is be a few of them in this here room right here, but we gonna leave that.
Oh hell no! Call them out. Call them out.
Yeah, you gotta call them out. Like, you to put on the floor.
Figure it out.
Somebody in the room, but it's like 3, 6, 9, 10 people in the room.
You gonna say it's like 3, 6, 9.
Shit. I know these right said that shit for sure. I know she
ain't on this here app just lying. You know, Clubhouse is an app where you can pretend to be who you want to be. You know what I'm saying? So I just allow people to be who they want to be. Cause shit, I ain't gonna lie about nothing. Shit, like I said, I want a nigga to pay half the bills, but he lives somewhere else. He can't live with me. Goddamn. Hell yeah, shit. What y'all live with me for?
He don't live with you.
Hell yeah, he gotta pay half my bills.
I'm gonna pay your bill where you stay at, and then go pay my own bill.
Hey, that's the part of life.
You funny as hell. That shit ain't happening at all. So that means if I pay half your bills, I'm gonna get a key. I can pop up in that motherfucker.
Yeah, you can get a key.
I can come on and beat your back in every day.
If that's what you choose to do, that's your business. You paying half the bills, but you can't live here.
This shit is crazy. I never heard this shit. You might want to be a side piece then.
You gotta go home when
you might want to be a side piece then, right?
Hey, just go home when you're done. However you want to put it.
Might be a side piece.
That's what I say. That is a side piece.
That's cool with me, yo. I am cool.
No, let me check you out.
Side piece paid on the first of the month. Goddamn, that's all that matters. He said I left home to be with my side piece. Okay.
Yeah, he left home. Left his home to be with you.
He got it from his daddy.
Came back home.
So
it went back home.
This is crazy. I never heard
you
this
can
shit.
definitely go back home though. Long as them bills is paid, that's all that matters.
So if your rent $1,500, all I had to do is just pay half of it. Light bill $400, pay half of it, and I'm good. Cause that's the only one thing.
No, that ain't all the bills. You got a phone bill, you got an internet bill,
you got
a car note, you got car insurance.
Hold
on, we got to pay half of all the bills.
Shit, man, you must got a pluck ass nigga then.
I ain't found him yet. That's probably why.
I know. She said light bill, water bill, shoe bill, tire bill, all that shit. Damn.
Hey.
Look.
Your pussy not that good.
You got steals in the house, but I'm just saying.
Clink.
Your pussy is not that good. Talking about paying all the damn bills.
It is, trust me.
Man, a pluck ass nigga go find some more pussy. I'm gonna jump across the street there. I'm gonna knock on next door your ass. Hey. How your pussy? Let me try this shit out. Can I play with half your ring, your light bills, or what's it? Then go back home.
Hey, it's some fuck ass niggas out here doing it. Trust me. I just ain't ran into them yet.
It's some old ass fuck nigga for sure doing it.
Hey, I'm trying to find me a sugar daddy. I can't find it.
Yeah, they out of
I couldn't be a sugar daddy. See, I'm gonna treat you like my goddamn grandkids. I'm giving you money. I'm gonna give you fucking chores. I need you to goddamn hold this goddamn wall.
Hold on, everybody. I can hear everybody.
First of all, you gotta be a certain. First of all, in order for a woman to get a sugar daddy, you gotta be a certain height. You gotta be a certain weight. Cause ain't no sugar daddies out here just throwing money at anything.
Oh, he must be. Definitely know what's going on out here in these streets.
Yes, because if you're a sugar daddy, it's a business. So now that I have agreed to your financial request. Yes, there's a couple of requests that he has. So it makes
My
sense.
problem is they be wanting some cooter cat, and I'm not sexually attracted to them.
Okay, then you can't be a part of the game. Yeah, you don't need no sugar daddy.
You don't want no sugar daddy.
You just want to go play with some old man's woman.
A sugar baby.
All the young women, first of all, I keep myself in too good a shape to just be throwing my dick in any young girl any motherfucking way. You got to be very exceptional for me to fuck with you as a sugar daddy. You know, you got to be able to, you got to look good with me. Right? Because I know I'm keeping myself together. You got to be.
Hey, I ain't trying to be in the public with you now.
Oh, no, but you ain't want no sugar daddy. You don't want him. You don't want him. You don't know what this is
She
about.
just wants somebody. Yeah, she just wants bills paid. She don't understand the lifestyle.
You gonna get what's gonna happen? You gonna get yourself hurt. You gonna get yourself hurt. Cause ain't no man gonna let you fool them out their money. You gonna get yourself hurt.
Hey, I done did it a few times before, so
you done found a real sucker. Cause a real man gonna hurt you playing with him.
Yeah, I definitely done found me a couple of. I've had a couple in my lifetime.
Yeah, they gonna poison that.
Any blind squirrel can find a nut feeling. That's the thing.
Everybody can't talk, man. I know, right? Everybody can't talk. What's up?
You cannot be pro-black and still love capitalism. It's impossible to be that way.
Oh, I had changed that shit. My bad, Ray. You can put it back up there, Ray. But I had changed that shit. I was like, what's the requirement for a sugar daddy? But no, because they weren't talking about this. They weren't. They ain't want to talk about that shit, man. That's why I ain't. Like I told them earlier. Hold on. I got a red. But like I told them earlier, yeah, we can talk about nigga pussy shit all day. When you put some shit that requires your ass to think, they don't want to talk about that. They prove my point. They do it all the time.
But
go ahead.
It's like being pro-black. People don't know what that shit is. Like they think they know what it is. Like you can't buy shit from a white man. Not a motherfucking thing. You gotta make your own shit or go to every fucking black-owned business around you. You can't spend your money with no white people at all. You know what I'm saying? If you got Nike on your motherfucking feet, if you got Reeboks on your feet, any kind of name brand you got on your feet, you are not pro-black. Any kind of name brand socks, you're not pro-black. Name brand pants, shirts, all that shit, hats, you're not pro-black. If a black person didn't make that shit, you're not pro-black. You can have a black man, a black woman, a black child, a black unity. That don't mean you pro-black. That's just it. I don't know if anybody gonna disagree with that shit because
I will.
I know because I know somebody will. It's always one out of like three.
Yes. What's up, brother? Yeah, you're right. Here's the reality of it. Even though in this country you can say, well, if you ain't buying exclusively all black shit, guess where them black people that's selling the shit is going to get the shit from? So by proxy, you're still buying it from the larger part of the population of this country. So you got to go somewhere to get the cotton. You got to go somewhere to get the rubber. You got to go somewhere to get the shit to make all this shit. So you're indirectly paying for the shit anyway. Then on top of that, you still got rent. Chances are, or a mortgage. You paying that shit to a white bank. You still got a light bill, a water bill, a phone bill. So, I mean, I can agree with what you're saying to a certain point, but at the end of the day, that to me is not the defining meaning of what pro-black is. That to me. Pro-black within and with itself means that everything about you, right, outside of the materialistic shit, is in the black state of mind, right? Being black comes before any and everything else, to me. So it's not just about what you buy, what you wear, and all this shit. Because inadvertently, you're gonna be doing business with the larger portion of society anyway. Because they still gotta go outside to get the shit, to bring it back, to make the shit. Now, if you go into Africa, which again, you still gonna have some white logistics in there somewhere. Because unless you got a black airline that's going to Africa, or a black shipping company that's going to Africa, that's going over there finding exclusively black people to buy cotton and rubber and all this shit to make the shit weird and then ship it back, and it never touches outside of the black community. That is the only way that you can say that you are imposing a super pro black state of mind. That's just my opinion. Unless you go into a black bank to get your mortgage or pay your rent, unless you're dealing with a black light company, water company, gas company, cell phone company, black market to buy your food, black farmer that's growing your food, you're still gonna be dealing inadvertently with some other race of person in there somewhere.
Yeah. Right. And that Trey, look. I looked at War. I said, what if I thought he was asleep? Goddamn it. I ain't gonna lie to you. See, when I said this shit, I tried to see who gonna figure out what the fuck I was saying and try to make them use their brain. You know what I'm saying? Because you're absolutely right though. The materialistic don't even count though at all. This shit don't. All I would name materialistic shit like, and therefore I basically nobody. You caught that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not just disagreeing with nothing you just said. I'm agreeing with the hell you just said because it's actually factually true though. Because you have to actually buy shit from motherfucking the white companies and the Jewish companies that own a majority of this shit in America. So, but if you're in the state of mind of pro-black and you got a black nuclear family, black man, black woman, black child.
Now you cooking.
You know what I'm saying? That is pro-black.
And everything you do must be with the fact of the black thought of mind, right? In other words, you should not be going out here talking about what you would or would not do for or to the next black man or black woman. See, we're quick to tell another black person, motherfucker, I'll kill you. You got me fucked up. Nigga, I'll pop your ass. How can you sit here and say you pro-black when you're talking about the destruction of a black person? I'm sorry. It's just my lineage and history and where I come from and who I was taught under and going, and being involved in certain stuff, which is why I come to this thought process of mine. That's what it is for me.
Man,
you can't sit here and tell me that
your light shines bright as hell.
You can't. Shit. You can't sit here and tell me that you are pro-black, but you laying up fucking and sucking on a goddamn pork belly. That don't work for me. You can't tell me that you pro-black, but your kids are mixed indigenous in race. You can't tell me that. All that shit, huh? I'm sorry.
I said, why can't you, War?
How can you say that you pro-black when you don't want nothing to do with the very womb that brought you into this world?
Oh.
But you pro-black, but you married to a white woman, or you married to a Mexican, or you married to a Latin woman, or you married to a Chinese woman. How can you tell me that you pro-black? And then you got them pro-black niggas that are quick to try to use this Jedi mind trick by saying, well, Latinos and Mexican people, they ain't nothing but they black people. See, this is how motherfuckers try to play the Jedi mind trick on you in certain instances when it comes to talking about being pro-black, right? Like, I don't want nothing but a black woman. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I mean, boot black, midnight, dark chocolate. You know what I'm saying? They come in many different colors, but I just so happen to love black women. When I say black woman, I mean the essence of her ebonyism, if that's even a word. Her ebony complexion, right? That chocolate. I don't want a white woman. I don't want a Mexican woman. I don't want a German woman. I don't want an Italian. I don't want none of that shit. Because the only woman that can relate to the stress and struggles and the strains that you go through is a black woman. Why? Because she's underneath those same stresses, and those same strains. You understand? a white woman that comes from, well, some of them too, but being poor black, right, from the hood, from the projects, is different than being poor white from the trailer parks. Your ideation is not going to be the same. Because you're poor, yeah, you may suffer through some of the same shit, not being able to pay the light bill, being late on the rent, not having a car, so forth, thus and on, right? You may suffer some of the same things, but the reaction that the world is going to have to you versus that white man that's out the trailer parks and you out the projects is not going to be the same. They don't even look at our homeless people the same way.
Yeah. Anybody else want to get in there? Frank, you trying to get in?
Yes, from the corporate sector, of course. Good day, everyone. This is Urban reporting live from the corporate sector. Just for sake of clarity, I was wondering what in the world would capitalism have to do with my community?
So, Urban, I'm the one put the tolerance. So, basically, the closer you get to capitalism, the further away from community you get. So that was the intent behind
it. Again, I don't think that's true, Urban.
Please, hold on, please. Because I am appalled and bewildered. I could see what you mean as far as money changing people, and then sometimes people have the possibility of forgetting where they came from. I could see that. But to say that capitalism pushes people away from the community, and then I can also see the people that boss up and make a different bag and wanting to separate from the traumatic areas like the hood, where they had to keep their car locked and watch the kids like a hawk because speeding through the neighborhood and stuff like that. So I get that, but there are still a lot of people that make the bag and give back to the community and build infrastructure and try to bring people up with them. That's kind of unfair to say on everybody. You know what I'm saying? Even saying, oh, it's the majority or the most. That's really unfair, because there's a lot of rich people that do philanthropy initiatives to put one in a position to bring people up to their level, and they basically get the funding from capitalism and then go back and cook their books with the community.
Well, goddamn.
The reality of it is, man, look, what is the end state, the end goal for many of us in this room right now? Do you think that I want to go back to fucking East Compton or West Compton, where motherfuckers out there just shooting, killing, robbing, breaking in shit, kids can't go to school? Do you think I want to go back to that environment? Do you think that I would want to try to work and struggle and strain to have nice things and to make a nice niche in this world for myself and my family, merely to go back and be in a certain situation? And I'm not saying that it's primarily in the black community, but I want you to think about that for a moment. Why do we do the things that we do to try to improve our standard of living? To put yourself in a position to be in a safer environment. That's the number one reason why. You got professional athletes that make a lot of money. I can name a few of them. That go back to their hometown, move back, try to do things in the community. They get their cars broken into. Some have even been killed. They get robbed. Their family members get fucking fucked over simply because of the success that they have and the things that they're able to acquire, the money. You get what I'm saying?
Well, Ray, there go your title, Ray. It's over with that fast. You see how fast that shit goes? We can get back to the bullshit. Get back to the bullshit. That shit I be talking about, shoot. See what I'm saying, dude? Damn, they ain't talking about no real shit.
I feel you, though.
Now you see. Now you see. Now you see what I was saying. Like,
They gone.
I told you.
Hey, Tracy, and I want you to also make a note. Notice all the women left and all the men stayed with you. So does that mean that the men are more able to have a more intellectual conversation than the women? Maybe that should be a conversation.
Yeah, that's true.
It seems to be when intellect comes up, women get the hell on when it's time to use your brain.
And they
want to talk about fucking all day. All they want to do is talk about fucking. They don't tell me
that when somebody said that goofy shit about some off-brand nigga paying half her bills and still staying somewhere else, it was at that moment someone knew.
See.
Arrested Development, get them more.
You know I'm coming with it. That's
matter of fact, War, this is a good day to put your title up, goddamn. They just proved it. Okay.
Oh, I got a title for you. Wait a minute, goddamn it. I got a title for you. Watch this shit right here. You think this shit finna gonna be hilarious, right?
They just be proving my point, man. Don't be knowing they prove it, bro. They think they be doing something, but they just be letting me know that all you can talk about is fucking.
Hey, when you get quiet, I already knew you back there observing some shit. I said, yeah, he doing
I be watching.
I already knew
bro. Watch this. Every time you get to talk about fucking, they light up. They got all kind of dialogue. They light the fuck up and tell me you got a man and all that other shit. Nah, let me be quiet.
This is all you gotta do, man. This is all you gotta do right here.
What you got up there? Let me see.
This is all you gotta do right there.
Oh shit. Boy, you ain't shit, boy.
Coming in here.
You ain't shit, boy. You ain't shit.
That's all you gotta do. Now watch and wait. That's all you gotta do. You know, see, they get excited because, as I said, with the state of Arrested Development, the average, and it's been said and somewhat, I guess you look at it, proven, black people, some but not all, but most, are stuck in a state of Arrested Development. If it don't tickle their fancy, if it don't make them tingle, they don't really want to talk about it. They don't really want to have nothing to do with it.
Well, War, I thought that was our problem, because we always say it's the men who always want to talk about sex. But from what it sounds like, we're tired of talking about sex. We want to talk about some other shit.
Right. See, men can talk about. You put a title up, that motherfucker talking about sports. It don't matter. You ain't got to use the big names like Jordan or LeBron. You ain't got to use or Kobe. You ain't got to use that shit. You can ask a question. Your all-time favorite fucking dunker. Your all-time favorite fucking six-man. You can put just some random shit up there, and niggas will come in here and they'll chime in on it, right? You can talk about motherfucking track and field. Anything dealing with sports, you can attract men. Cars, you can attract men, right? Clothes, even. You can attract men. You put a title up in here, do you think that men are stuck in a state of Arrested Development because they like to wear tennis shoes? And watch what happens. Motherfuckers come in here and talk about it. You see, it's really easy. But if you want to have an invoking conversation and get the female aspect on it, all you got to do is use tag words, taglines. Should women multi-date? Watch what happens. We already had a sister to tell you that she want a motherfucker to pay half the bills. You
I sure the fuck do, and
pay half my bills.
And do, and you go live in your house, and I'ma live in mine.
And that's you know what
Let me stop playing though. I just be trolling.
I know you do, but you know what, that's a good thing, and I tell you why. Because what's gonna happen is a lot of sisters are gonna end up paying all their bills with a dog or a cat.
Hey,
I don't even like dogs or cats.
I had to run to the phone.
Give me some fish.
I actually like that philosophy. Don't get me wrong.
Like, and here's why. Because when you get on your goofy shit, I can go the fuck home. I don't mind my man cave being a whole fucking house. I don't mind it even. I'm even tell you like this. I don't even mind paying your ass a consultation fee on my payroll and just footing your bills and writing all that shit on. But at the end of the day, don't get it twisted.
Where you live at? Let me come over there.
H-Town, baby. Nah, stay where you at.
I ain't fucking with Houston. I don't want to come out there anyway. Too many gay niggas out there.
They like to shoot. But what I'm getting at is yep. They'll ask you real quick, you ready to die about that dick? They'll ask you quick. They don't play. But what I'm getting at is super simple. I like that arrangement because when they get on their goofy shit, guess what the fuck I do? I'll give you one wild guess on what the fuck I do when they get on their goofy shit. Go the fuck home. Expeditiously. You can't put me out. None of that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I get it. That's actually a good dynamic. But the majority or the average man don't look at it like, oh, well, I can't support two households. Yes, you can. You just don't want to. Now, if at any moment that package on your end becomes ill will or we'll say beneficial, not beneficial, don't get it twisted. Some little young whippersnapper gonna come in and take your position. Get that.
Urban, I said this the other day, man. A lot of women are out here under this false ideology thinking that the modern day man is fucking stupid. And this is why we are where we are. Okay? Men are not fucking coming in, by and large, some but not all, few but not most, some of them will, right? But men, red-blooded sexual men, are not going to come in and just hand you his hard-earned motherfucking money without receiving something in return. In other words, you will be ass up, face down, every time that man drops through. All that shit about just give me the money and I'm gonna laugh and pat you on your head and send you on your way and give you a kiss on the cheek and you just keep paying half, that shit ain't working no more. That shit is over with. It's over with.
She gone, man. She was just talking shit. She don't believe in that shit. She gone.
I know she don't believe in it. She just wanted to say some things that were going to be, acidic to the conversation. But I want to know, what do you fellas, what you think?
I think I know you on to something. Because at the end of the day, and T-Rooted, when I say women, I'm not talking about you, baby. Women give terrible advice. Women have terrible outlooks or unrealistic outlooks on life. For example, they expect you to do something that they probably wouldn't even do themselves. Now, if you would, that's probably going to keep you around a lot longer than if you wouldn't. For example, I know for a fact that if I get fucked up, my co-parents will hold me down. I get in a position where, you know what, I lost it all on a trade. I need about $4,000-5,000 to hold me down. I need 1,000 from you. I need 1,000 from you. I need 1,000 from you, and I need 2,000 from you. I know for a fact they will hold me down for a month or two, maybe even 3. But a lot of these women around here, they're not gonna come in and step up and do what they expect you to do. Oh well, I want a nigga to pay for his household and pay half my bills. That nigga get fucked up, you're not gonna pay none of his shit. Not a third, not a half, nothing. So with that being said, that's the part, that's the Delulu Island that I'm talking about right there. Do unto others as you would want done unto you, or don't even expect that shit. Leave.
That's why niggas with money be so heartless. Because they know it's the other way around, nobody will give a fuck about them.
What up, Rudy?
Rudy.
Sunshine.
Okay, let's. If you ask people to do a physical example, right, of what that looks like, right? Okay, physical example, you get two glasses. Go in the kitchen right now, get 2 glasses, right? You turn the sink on. That is a man in his job and his ability to produce. No matter how slow or how full you turn that water on. You fill his cup up. And then you take some of that water from his cup and you pour it into the cup that you give to the female, right? Let her drink that water. It will deplete while that man's water is still running in his cup. So he's able to refill his cup while she's taking out and drinking of her cup, right? Sooner or later, her cup is going to run dry. Listen to me, pay attention. That man can then refill her cup, and then she can drink or she can give some to another nigga, right? That symbolizes the pussy. That's what happens. They want to talk about dick and pussy shit. We can do this shit all day, every day, right? Now, at some point in time, when that man stops filling up that cup and she drinks all her water, what is she left with? An empty ass cup. While that man is going to be able to go and sing because he's got a job and he produces, he's going to continuously fill his cup up. Here's the problem. Women think that now that they can fill their own cup up, it's the same thing. In a nutshell, one would think that it is. But at the end of the day, you keep giving a man all your water out of your cup while the other man is filling his cup up. Don't get confused, right? You're going to end up having a dry ass cup. You're going to end up with a wet ass pussy, used up wet ass pussy. But that man going to always be able to get some water, some new water. In other words, make new money. And this is what I think the young people don't understand, right? This younger generation, they don't understand that. I'm going to always be able to get some new big face $100 bills, but you're going to be stuck with that same old box. So keep playing this game of thinking that you're going to get somebody to come in and invest in you and you're not giving anything back. Sooner or later, the person that's investing in you is going to walk away. They're going to cut you off. They're going to leave. And if you didn't save none of that water, transfer it to a second glass and keep it on the side for yourself, you shit out of luck.
I think we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to find a nerd to talk about war. Cause the women ain't gonna come in and talk about that. There ain't nothing but a bunch of men here gonna tell Rue to go. We're gonna have some. Let's have some men talk today, goddamn. Let's bring some shit in. We're gonna have some man talk today if y'all want to. But the women ain't gonna talk about this shit.
No, I'm still in here. Chocolate Thunder still right there. I refresh my screen.
No, she ain't here. She on the phone, bro. You might need to refresh. Hey, listen.
You know she with the.
Yeah, you want to have man conversation? Do you brothers think that for the men who are still involved in a certain lifestyle, would mandatory DNA testing be something that you would find beneficial? If you still on the shit now, if you still with the shits, if you still out here dipping and dabbing, because it's a double-edged sword, right? If they do mandatory DNA testing and you know you still with the shits and you dipping your dipstick into many motherfucking different oil checkpoints, you could possibly, goddamn me, find yourself with a couple of kids out there. So, what do y'all think? Do you think that mandatory DNA testing would benefit men more or would it benefit women more?
Yeah, switch it up in the title like that, War. Put it in the title where it's on both sides. So we can have a conversation. Because the women ain't going to talk about it on their side. You ain't know.
It'll benefit the men more. Because the man can't just walk in the goddamn courtroom and throw himself on the baby. But a woman, many women, over many decades, have walked in the courtroom and threw any baby on any nigga so they wasn't the only one. Now, if they were to go ahead and push that as mandatory, that's going to make a lot of women rethink their vagina. And that's going to make some niggas rethink they did too, but it's going to make a gang of women rethink their vagina because you can't pull the same shit you used to pull. You get the nigga who belongs there, not the nigga who you want there. You get the nigga that belongs there. So that whole thing about you fuck Tyrone that worked at Chunky's Chicken, The nigga that got the $12 an hour job, and then you go to the club and find this nigga that either sell big packs or that could got that 6-digit joint, you're not finna get the fuck his life up. You gotta go over there with chunky chicken, cuz. So that's beneficial in my eyes. Just my.
Uh-oh. Very beneficial.
I'm sorry, say again.
Come up on stage, Bunny. Talk your shit.
Bunny talking law and order. Ooh, shit.
Like I said, she can come up, man. Nobody gonna attack her. We just having a conversation, man.
She said she can't write this segment. She must be at work or some shit. You know, you can't really get down on the slave. All the machines like, yeah. She probably at work.
Man, take the batteries out that motherfucker. We still come up. Take the batteries out that motherfucker. If it's that goddamn loud, something ain't right.
It's the motherfucker that ring, ding, 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 ding.
Damn. Yeah, but so I feel that there should be in the modern era mandatory DNA testing. The reason why we can talk from a lot of different perspectives today. I know you with the shits. We can talk from a lot of different perspectives today. The reason why I think that the government understands that mandatory DNA testing would be harmful to the society at large. This is why. Up to, it's been now, there's evidence out there that shows that up to 37 to 40% of men who are taking care of children are taking care of children that are not theirs involuntarily. In other words, paternity fraud has been is high as 40%. Think about that for a moment. Let that sit in. 4 in 10, 40%, brother. So that takes away a lot of different elements of this whole child support shit, this whole who the daddy is shit. It takes a lot of different angles away from that. Because now you don't get to just go in there and pop the child out and write somebody's name down and say that's the daddy. And that's traditionally the way things have been. I can't believe you niggas scared, thug. I know you ain't scared. Oh, you must be working. I can't believe you niggas scared. Well, y'all scared these women gonna be on y'all ass in here or something?
Hell nah, shit, nigga, I'm grown and I'm married. I talk that shit. I don't give a fuck. Shit, to be quite honest, you're supposed to put it on these women, nigga. You're supposed to put it on these women. Let's take modern off of there, nigga. The average helper will put a baby on you that ain't your baby, nigga. That used to be the shit back in the motherfucking 1920s and 30s when motherfuckers felt like they got left alone and nobody cared about them. They needed somebody to help them with that baby. Boom, they done went down there and got on government assistance, nigga. What do you mean? So this shit is customary in our community, and nowadays it's almost a bylaw of presentation. Do you know what that means? That means in order to be such, you have to do this. Think about that. Wow. That'll save your fucking life, nigga. That's something put in place to make sure you okay. Just be responsible with your dick and you ain't got nothing to worry about. But if you're a nigga around here that's hot dicking, yeah, you in trouble, buddy. Because there's new stipulations in place for you not taking care of your young ones. So I suggest first you develop some dick discipline. Then we can go ahead and worry about mandatory DNA testing, because that's coming regardless with the president that we have. That's coming regardless.
So do you feel that it's going to have a larger impact on the men or a larger impact on the women? On the men, as far as not having to deal with having child support and being put on the hook for taking care of a kid that's not yours, which obviously helps, or forcing women now to own up to their fucking misconduct when it comes to, you know, just saying you the pappy and not receiving any additional help.
It's going to become a larger impact for women because we're going to see an increase in rates of violent women. If they're violent now and these niggas are around, imagine when the government takes away the ability to wield control over niggas who don't act right. Now they have no choice but to be violent.
Hey, Master, you better stop, man.
Hey, nigga, I'm married already.
So what you telling us is that you feel that once DNA testing goes live, and now these women cannot use the women, some but not all, few but not most, so they don't feel like we bashing, which I don't really give a fuck. You mean those women who fit that particular category will become violent because they now have no control over the men that they want to be the pappies of these children?
Yes, sir. Actually, women have a larger propensity to become violent because there is no recourse put in place for their actions. They've been taught for years that reverting to the caveman subsect of the mind is completely legitimate. Look at the shows we have, baddies, all this shit. You done seen women throw glasses of water in niggas' faces, hit them with the champagne bottle in real life. We've seen women stab niggas, shoot niggas, and they don't even do it. They in jail after they motherfucking get picked up and taken away. But as soon as that man thumps her in the nose, he gets 10. These women have been taught. The CDC put out a study more than 7 years ago explaining how women are more violent than men. Yes, men are blunt and direct, but women become immediately enraged at the beginning of arguments, and the first thing they do is boom, finger or big face to the forehead. That is violence. These women do understand because they grew up in households just like we did. Once the talking doesn't work, we move to a next measure, which is take something away. What is the last step? The only resort? Violence. Violence reinforces positions. Our military is built upon this idea. And these women are militant, if nothing else. Yes, they will revert to violence.
Oh, boy, you looking for some smoke today. Fuck it, I'm right here with you. The cavalry's here because you're absolutely right. And it is what it is. We're seeing some more violent demographics of women today than unlike ever before. There was a time I can recall where young ladies, women, just wasn't as violent as they are today. It was a rarity to hear. Like the dude that got his dick cut off. Everybody remember him, right? Well, you might not, y'all might not.
Lorena Bobbitt and what's his name? And then Jimmy something Bobbitt.
So why do you think? Do you remember what that was all about? Why that happened?
Really, hey, from what they now talk about today, she might have been on a little something, but back then she accused that man of being a cheater and some other shit. And that nigga thought he was just gonna lay up there and be okay. Caught that nigga slipping, snipped it, drove down the street, threw it out the fucking window. The police had to go find that motherfucker. Took him to.
Now what do you think would boy, you crazy as fuck, man, but it's the truth.
I never forgot it. I never
what did she what was the consequences for that she received for that?
If I'm correct, all she did was a little time in the mental joint, and it wasn't even a year. But I don't know what a full sentence was. I know that was a stipulation of, I can't remember what the full one was, but it wasn't much. It was really applauded.
I'm glad you said that. Now, do you remember the story where the brother wasn't the brother, white boy super glued his wife's genitalia together because of cheating?
No, I don't remember that one.
Oh yeah, that happened in the early '90s, man. White cheated, he drugged her, super glued that shit together, and they gave that motherfucker life.
Wow! Wow!
Yep. You know how I remember that story? Because that was my first go around in the United States military. That's what they were talking about, domestic violence. We had a whole fucking safety stand down week long class because they started talking about, the detriment of committing domestic violence while on active duty and what could happen to you. Yeah.
Yeah, because once you sign that paper, you really take yourself out of the scope of United States law and you put yourself in the focus of admiralty law. A little bit different in the military justice system than it is in the United States. Damn, they hit him hard. I know he was in there like, this bitch cut a dick off and did a day. You gave me everything? You gave me the whole rack? You have to understand also, when you have a group of individuals that can go and campaign, lobby, and bust movements and pay money towards their self-progenited suffrage, right? Self-progenited suffrage. Those individuals put themselves in a bit of a scope that's different than the other side of the table. These are the people who have been more downtrodden. Now, fuck the fact that men die at more of an alarming rate, just like all things in the world, than women do. This one is more because these are the mothers. And when you say things like that, you're drawing yourself to the womb. That's what they're trying to do. They're painting a picture. They're developing a narrative, and this narrative is to paint this individual as the holiness of all great things, when we all know the scourge that one can bring about from that side of the table. Not trying to make all of them sound bad. Not at what my boy War say, some, not all, many, but not most. But that goddamn many sure can overpower the most in numbers when you think about the energy that they let off in the representation. It's kind of hard to believe that anybody is any other way when you have 45% of them doing this. Who cares that the 55% are good? What are you doing to adjust the ratio? And see, that's the problem with the title. What are those other 55% doing to make these women get in position where that does not have to happen? Somebody has to be able to correct these rogues. They can't be above reprimand, reprisal. They can't. Somebody has to do something. If a nation is judged by the welfare of its women since the days of Nero, Caligula, and Caesar, then what would they say about our women? The ones that they allow to be publicized, socialized, incentivized. What would they think? I tell you what they think. Go.
Go on, somebody put that up there. I'm finna go out the door. I just thought about some shit. Put this shit up there. I just thought about this shit, but I'm trying to get the fuck out of this door. Who's more violent in 2025, man or woman? I think that's a good one.
I wouldn't even argue with them if they came in. I just start showing them stats. Since
that's why I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. Somebody put it up.
Put the shit, man. Who is it? War, you doing it or should I?
Ain't no matter. Somebody put it up there.
You got it. Okay, cool.
This other conversation. They can't have these conversations. Yeah. We about to debunk this shit. They want to come and have a conversation.
They better come here with some shit.
Yeah,
you know I got a stack of videos and articles that women think I'm a whole ass nigga now, but the real women that fuck with me, they know what I'm on. I'm trying to correct the nation. I just keep a folder on my computer and I collect I have over 140 videos of women being violent. And the way and the nature that they was violent. There's channels devoted on Facebook where women come on there and talk about what they've done to men in revenge.
No, I just thought that'd be a good one. Yeah, I think that's a good one right there, Papa.
That one
look down, we doing the most shit, but if you look around, they doing all the craziest shit.
The one little bitch, bro, she say that she had her homegirl drive the car on the side of a nigga car while she hung out the window and shot the fucking car. And she literally killed the nigga. The nigga crashed too, motherfucker. So what did the person in front of Cuz do to you?
God damn, man. That's crazy. That is crazy.
And the one, I think men are more particularly violent, but I think women are more just what's the word? Correct the word if I'm using it wrong, but errant is that word where you don't have control over your, you know what I'm saying? You're just doing this shit because you pissed off. You're not doing it for a common goal.
Oh no, I'd have to disagree with you. See, men and women are wired differently. So when a woman does her thing, it's already been strategized months in advance. Many of these women have strategized years in advance what they do because they have been told by women what to do in case they're in this situation. If he breaks your heart, break his fucking car. If he fucking get caught cheating, stab that nigga. Burn that nigga. Pour hot grits with Cairo syrup on the nigga. Boiling hot. These are things that they've learned and put in practice. Now women are just pulling out the jammy and burning niggas. I live in Fort Worth, Texas. It's 12 miles from Arlington, Texas, where my homeboy is a barber. And he could have died if he was at work last week when that lady went in there and shot her husband in that motherfucker with her child in there. True, what he did was fucked up. Death wasn't the answer. And then she killed herself so she didn't have to face the law about it. See, we could talk this shit. Like I said, I'm from the home of Shantae Mallet, the lady who hit the man, lodged him in the windshield. He was basically being cut in half. The nigga lived for days in her windshield in her garage. Do you know what type of fucked up, demented person you have to be to go in the garage and try to feed a nigga that's lodged in the window and half of his stomach has glass in it? Where does the food go? He needs help. These things are thought out. You had to think you didn't want to get in trouble. Well, how will I do this? Well, I just want to drive this car, keep this nigga in the fucking garage. Oh, you're thinking on the fly. And like I said, many women structure these things before they practice them. You hear them all the time on social media. You hear the box wine bitches. You hear these hoes. They talk that shit. They talk about beating up the nigga. A lot of these women date little niggas so they can whoop on cuz. They'll tell you.
That's a fact. That's why you see a big skinny girl with a skinny ass bones on motherfucker.
See, my brother was saying that, and I respect what he's saying. Once upon a time, that was true. But that was the 1700s. By the 1800s, throats were getting slit across America, sir. Niggas was getting stabbed and kidnapped. Whorehouses were known for murdering motherfuckers and disappearing bodies. See what I'm saying? As a part of practice, these things be structured. Now what you have is a moralist race of individuals inside of a generation. And they have learned these things through the generation. Matter of fact, I'll even say that it's stored in the Akashic Vault to many of them. They don't have to learn shit. It's automatically in the brain. It's just us. We have to think first. You're right when you say that we should, but they strategize harder than us. We think about how we gonna knock a motherfucker off. They think about how they gonna get off in everything. Nigga, who they was with, they done lined their alibi up, alibi on deck. Nigga, everybody going, nigga, these Tubi movies are made by women. When you see women in the situation coming out in the end on top, like the one with the nigga who was the doctor that ended up getting fucked over because he tried to give his girl a drug to induce what they call a miscarriage. So she went and got this nigga lined up with a doctor bitch. The doctor bitch helped her. Man, tell me why, nigga, fake pregnancy, got this nigga barred from his practice, nigga, got this nigga a murder, destroyed this nigga whole fucking life. Like, nigga, this shit happens in real fucking life. Watch Cold Case. Watch all this other shit. They not making that shit up. You go look them cases up. Shit's really on file, fam.
Hey, I heard somebody talking about these young girls trying to set this boy up for them to kill him. Now, this shit just happened this year, recently.
Is that the one where the nigga got the death penalty and she got life? And the other little boy got out? That's the one where they killed that Mexican man?
No, these are kids. These young girls were plotting to kill this little boy.
Oh yeah. And they was like elementary or middle school, wasn't it?
Right.
Oh yeah, they got the back door in them. A girl to a woman, she got that back door in her. She'll back door your ass.
Have you not paid attention during COVID-19? That's all that was on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Niggas getting murdered from fucking little bro. How do you let a woman fuck with your back door? Your front door, your window. Nigga, you not watching this little helpful? You see these niggas now in these videos throwing these little hoes out because they had their location on and texted.
Oh yeah, they put women
this
down.
hasn't just started. This been going on. You know, my cousin was killed.
Act like you want to fuck. Now niggas don't feel comfortable going to a woman's house. Cause she might even be trying to set you up. She just got so much drama. She might got a crazy nigga she still fucking with that want to pop up whenever he wants to. It's dangerous dealing with women in this day and age.
No, that is why I say, if I were out there today, the way you speak, you didn't be rejected. I've always been out that way. Because I have been friends with women who say stuff like this. And the moment I hear any sort of violence because, oh, you're a man, you can deal with it. Oh, we don't need to be friends anymore. Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm not discussing things with you. If I'm going to be around you, it's for business and information gathering purposes only. We will not be having chats on Messenger. We will not be having interpersonal connections on anything. You are a source of social currency, and that is all. That is how I use it. The moment I hear, I do anything against, or even from the white girls, well, yeah, it's not that bad either, man. Yeah, it's time to decide to find new people here. It's always been like this. I'm younger than you guys. I'm in my 30s. They've been doing this since we were children. Now they're adults. And here's something funny. You want to know who the U.S. military sees as a more domestic threat in the foreseeable future? It ain't men. It's women. The U.S. Army, and I remember seeing that report, believes around the 2040s, women are going to become more of a domestic threat rather than men. And it looks like they might be right.
Hey, boy, come on out the goo, man. God damn. Ain't no content in this motherfucker, man. Come on out the goo, man. We chill. God damn. Y'all baby girl, I ain't figured out a way to keep motherfuckers out of my room with that shit. I'm gonna figure out a way to do that shit soon. I've been trying to figure this shit out. I might just open private rooms where you can't come in the motherfucker and send all the people I fuck with the invite. And that way you can pop in and out of the room when you feel like, and keep all this bullshit out the goo. Yeah, I got some for y'all motherfuckers going to stay here and hear her. And ain't got no, you ain't man or woman enough to come in this motherfucker on your real shit. You gonna sit there and hear hustle all day. So I got something for you, goddamn. I'm gonna send all the motherfuckers I fuck with an invite, and you ain't gonna be able to get in the goddamn room. Now you gonna be looking stupid. Sit down. My bad, y'all. I ain't mean to interrupt y'all conversation. That shit is stupid.
You good, so people on your stuff.
It's just child shit, like, this shit just stupid to me. It's terrible.
Anyway, what's y'all morning looking like?
Shit, we cool, man. It's been a good one. All the women, all the lads, you know, they don't like to talk. I think somebody open up a room. I don't give a fuck. I be chilling.
That's good.
Bro, yeah.
Glad for watching, man. If you got
About to eat my damn, just about to eat my damn breakfast. That's it.
You know,
No, about to eat my breakfast.
some of these women out here, you got the ones just regular, they ain't gonna do that, so you got an increasing amount of those. The thing I can tell them is distance yourself and those who create problems. That means everybody.
Yeah, but women are considerably more violent. Yeah, mucho more violent. Look at who fighting outside the club now. And it be about 90 of them motherfuckers. Just falling out the club doors. Looking like one of them old westerns. And they think that shit cool. I think what fucked them up is that whole shit. I think like a nigga. No, you don't. And if you think that's what we about, you crazy in the motherfucker. Well, that's what you been doing? No, it's not. That's not how it jumps off. And this is just me, right? I think a lot of these women have a lot of emotional baggage that causes their mind to think of devious shit, demented shit. Like, motherfuckers need help.
No, that's 100% correct. And there's only one place that comes from. I remember looking at, this is about maybe, I can't remember, maybe like 2007, 2008. I was just reading some new, because I used to read a lot about psychology back then. And I was just, looking at what's new in the research. It was a study, not a study, but it was more like a evidence collection, like they were just collecting data. And with the data there was a company, they were just basically focusing on, what was it, like pediatric, psychological, things like that. What they discovered is 90% of the psychological and emotional development of girls comes from their mother. And no matter if the man is in the house or not, only maybe like one. The rest of the percentage comes from the father. Well, not the rest, maybe about 7% of it comes from the father. And the other percentile comes from outside influences. Those change over time as the child obviously grows up. But their first developmental years comes from their mother. That basically sets how they're going to be as people for almost the rest of their life when it comes to young girls. So when putting that out there, it begs the question, what sort of messed up developed child environment do you gotta have to just be this messed up. As not to have these sorts of thoughts, but to think that they're okay to act on. Because I had actual psychosis. I was born insane. Brain chemistry, psychological conditioning, everything was sick. So I know I had messed up thoughts. I learned how to deal with them. I learned how to control them. These women, on the other hand, I don't think all of them were born with insanity and psychosis at birth. They have developed insanity and psychosis. And my question is, what sort of mental shit you gotta go through to develop that can be even worse than me? Because I don't understand how.
The blue light of death. Oh, I could have gave you that answer easy.
Oh, it's a screen? All right, good.
Yeah, nigga, the TV. You ain't watched this shit change? CRTVs was in, nigga. We was good. The tubes, we was good. Many people were still getting programmed for grown beat. When they start putting DLP, plasma, and all that, the blue screen has always been there. It never went anywhere.
Hey, Master, that's why, man, she started liking to watch them, like Snapped and you know what I'm talking about, the murder mystery shit, where they be in relationships shit?
Yeah.
No.
Cold case.
Man, cause you ain't every time I come home when you watching that shit. So soon as you motherfucker ask me to get some tomato paste and I bring home ketchup, you cut my motherfucking dick off. Nah, we ain't doing that. I really believe that shit. I believe everything you consume, that's what you turn into. Motherfucker don't just eat you know what I'm saying, 100 hamburgers and don't get fat. So the same way you know, even though you ingest that, but you still consuming it. So you consuming all this bullshit, watching it. Your brain don't have no choice but to start forming ideas surrounding that. Your thoughts become this shit. Nah, we ain't doing that.
The first thing I did when a problem arises in my life and my wife was around, I made sure that I was very brutal in how I handled that shit. I didn't want to scare her. I just wanted her to know I'm a fucking monster. I come from a family of beasts. Never ever forget this. Fucking with me is your decision. Cause at any time somebody on bullshit and he get there, I'm going in. And this ain't even everything about me. Man, meaning that this ain't even the farthest I'm willing to go to kid a motherfucker. You playing. My wife, I don't have to worry about that. We don't hit, we commit to using words. Cause we don't want to go there. She a lunatic too. I made her that way, but I'm telling you, she know there's something wrong with that nigga. That's not even the worst of him. That's not even the worst this nigga can do. And that's a fact, bro. Sometimes you just gotta pop out and show niggas. That's what Kendrick said. But see, when does it become ridiculous? I have a video I shared on my page with this fight. It was a gang of women and two sassy ass niggas in the mix, right? They was fighting in the corner of a building. There was a lady involved that was trying to break it up. This girl lied and said the lady pulled her. It wasn't her, it was another lady. This bitch picked up a parking post and hit that bitch in the hit that lady in the temple. Man, when I tell y'all, the lady went offline before she hit the ground. Her whole body went wet noodle. And then when she hit the ground, her head hit that motherfucker so hard, man. I'm just like, yo, why? And I said it on the post. And then I shared it and I said the same thing. Why do these videos not make it to the damn sergeant's desk? We see niggas all day long, cuz online get picked up for shit that they did in public. Very seldom do you see shit like that get justice brought to it. That lady probably dead. Ain't nobody gave no update on this woman or nothing.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What up with it, man?
Peace and blessings, young lady.
Hello. So I said earlier when you guys were talking about the mandatory
DNA testing, I said there should also be consequences for it because, as you said, that's paternity fraud. Fraud comes with legal consequences. So it should be where if a woman claims a man as the father and it's proven not to be his via DNA, if he has paid any money, she should have to reimbursement. She should have to reimburse it, including fines. If it is simply a matter of she is claiming it but didn't actually, take any money yet, like the baby was just born, but she's just claiming it, like out there trying to ruin his name, his reputation, whatever it may be, calling him a deadbeat dad, she should pay for slander. She should pay for, what's the legal word I'm looking for when you slander someone's reputation? I forgot what it's called. She should have to pay fines for doing that. Like, there should be consequences if something is mandatory. But then, when you guys saying who's more violent? Oh, I have a whole folder on Instagram called Women Are Nuts. And it's not just black women. There's some white women in there, too. And you know what I don't have is any Asian women losing it. Spanish, black, and white, for sure, but not Asian. I'm sure they're out there. Trust me, but those Asian men ain't saying shit. Yeah, women definitely have this air about them. This elitist entitlement that they think because they have a vagina, they can just pop off and say whatever the fuck they want to anybody, thinking there aren't any consequences. And that's just not true. And they take that air and arrogance in every aspect of their life, from raising children, to being in a relationship, to dealing with the person serving coffee, to dealing with police officers, to everybody. And unfortunately, it's to their own demise. Now, it would be nice if these women stopped having children and stopped raising them, but, hey, a woman's going to get fucked. It is what it is.
Lock their ass up.
A little bit with the Asian American woman.
You low, Isaac. You got the mic inside your mouth.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Yeah, they cover their track, though. It's not that they don't. It's just a really court ain't gonna really, unless they do a full investigation, you ain't really gonna catch her. I know this because it happened to a friend of mine who came from Malaysia, got with a Japanese American woman, and she pulled out on him. The only reason she got caught was because dude had some relative in Malaysia that was studying law, and he asked them, hey, this lady's trying to blame fraud on me. Guy didn't really know American law at all, but he said, yeah, Rose asks about this, and this, from what he did know about American law. So he did an investigation, got the police involved, and that's where he found that she was basically falsifying hospital records or plagiarizing them to make it look like his DNA actually matched up with the birth record. She nearly got away with it because she did figure out how to make his DNA kind of match up with the child's DNA, but she got caught because the doctor, when they went to investigate, they're like, I never signed this. I never did any of this. That's how she got caught. But yeah, some of them discovered their tracks a lot better. Like, they didn't falsify records and everything. It's harder to actually trace that. That's sad for them. But all American women do it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. My friend Larry got stabbed in the shoulder by his ex-wife who was from Thailand. Thai women are notorious. That's why if it ever happens to you.
My thing is, if you done put somebody on that shit and you don't lie and said that baby is not his and you done did all that shit, there should be harsher punishment. They should take your motherfucking driving license just like they take the man's driving license if he don't pay. They should make your ass go back and forth to court just like they do the man. You know, no different. Soon you tell all them lies, you done did all that shit, and you done try to fuck this man life up, ignoring the whole damn time the kid ain't nothing here. Your ass will get damn near the same punishment as we get if we don't pay child support. That's the fucked up part about it. Damn right, lock her ass up. With the mama keep the baby, lock her ass up. Ain't no fines ain't gonna fix that shit. You gonna spend the money and do it again. Fines ain't gonna fix it. Fines ain't gonna change none. You gonna spend the money and you gonna do it to another motherfucker. And this time you be smart about it and you ain't gonna get caught.
Okay, how about
so
this?
I just think, what's up?
No, I was like, okay, so if that's not a good consequence, what about if you were caught doing that? You can never seek child support or any sort of financial aid ever. You are strictly on your own. You can't get government assistance, you can't get food stamps, you can't get SNAP, and you can never seek child support from anyone ever, no matter who the parent is. How's that for a consequence?
Yeah, hell yeah. Absolutely. That's right. And you got to pay back everything that that man done put in that shit. So if he done spent 20 bands on child support, you're going to be in the hole till you pay that shit back. You ain't going to be able to file no taxes or nothing till you pay that shit back. Yeah,
and if you can't pay it back, you go to jail and you lose custody forever.
Ooh, get a man and baby hot then.
Trey, you got 3 motherfuckers in here. That's a record.
I know we feel good. We feel important. They make us feel like we're important. They want to come in and sit down and ear hustle, but you can't say shit. So we special, y'all. We some special motherfuckers. Everybody in this motherfucker celebrities. We be on TV. Yeah, we be on TV, and there's a possibility y'all can be rich if y'all sit in and ear hustle all the money. So I'm cool with it. Y'all can sit down now. We're gonna give y'all something to talk about. We give y'all something to talk about. I'm cool with it. I be laughing at the shit. I really do. But they ain't got nothing else to do. And they don't want nobody to know who they is, so they'd rather hide and hit us. But we already know who he is. That's why I be calling y'all ass out. I know who he is. I know who you is. It ain't 2 or 3 people. I know who you is. Call your ass out. And when you pop in on your regular, I'm gonna call your ass out. So don't even pop in on your regular account, because I know who you is. So I'm gonna call your ass out. Don't pop in on your regular. I'm gonna tell everybody who you is. It is what it is, though. You special, y'all. Oh, shit.
These motherfuckers on the course with a cataclysmic meltdown, my nigga.
Yeah, they ain't got nothing else to do. Sit here and ear hustle. You can't say
No. I was talking about the title. You know, I don't do all that. You know, I'm Dave. I'm just saying, the title though, these motherfuckers on course with a cataclysmic meltdown, because here's what you're going to find, right? Oh, this is crazy. 3 of them? Anyway. So, yeah. Yo. Hey, nigga, boy, that's coordination. You niggas on 3 different tiers. Anyway, yo, look.
That's what I'm saying, like they're stacked on top of each other.
Here's what you're going to come to find, okay? And I want you to pay attention. This is how life and evolution works. As they become more aggressive, real men will place a wall between them and those women. The sucker niggas will go over there and they're going to have to be either A, adapt and become more aggressive, or B, become the bitch in the fucking relationship. Those will be that will be the new honey I'm home nigga, right? Look, I'm telling you, I see it already. I've seen it already, bro. Many times I've pondered it. They not
boys in this day and age, they don't mind slapping the hell out of a woman.
They can't do it though because these.
Listen, they won't think twice about it.
They can't do it though because they weigh 107 pounds and they wear hoodies in the summer. They too light in the ass. These women are war ready, nigga. These hoes fight hard now. You bullshitting. These bitches dog walking these niggas. Embarrassing, I say. Embarrassing. Back when we was in school, in elementary and middle school, 1, maybe 2 niggas got beat up by a girl. Nigga, you pivoted when you should have goddamn stood firm. Now, these women out there bobbing and weaving like niggas and dog walking these niggas, hitting them with haymaker sluggers, nigga. They knocking them dead on their motherfucking ass, sleeping them, and they were standing over rag dogging, talking shit, rub their pussy in his face, and then spur him again. I'm just like, damn, nigga, you damn. Damn. And what was it all about? Nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? It's not even the purpose. There's not a rhyme or reason behind it that's logical, bro, because you need logic to make rhyme or reason. Kinfolk, what I'm telling you is evolution is taking place right in our face. Am I advocating for men beating on women? Hell no. Am I advocating for everyone to defend themselves? Of course. What I am saying here is pay attention to the social scape around you, bro. And just know that it was designed to react that way. Just pay attention.
That is why I am not around. I don't care if I don't got nothing to do with these people. I'm sorry. Like I tell everyone, I come from a place where everyone has decided it is easier to put metal in you rather than a grievous injury suffered by them, by that. People would rather blast you, go to the court, instead of being in a hospital paying medical bills. And me personally, I wasn't really for this whole thing of, you're going to become more aggressive. Now I'm looking at some of these girls online, I'm like, yo, y'all would get blasted. You really just think people got that type of grace out here? You really think that America is going to, you don't understand her struggle. It's like, I don't know why you're standing with these feminists. They'll be the very first ones to pull the gun on you. The police, you ain't got to worry about the police shooting you. These feminists, these white women advocating for black people's life, they'll be the first ones putting you in the damn casket. I've seen it. They do it to Indian women all the time. Yeah. Asian and American and white American women. Look up those violence rates. Crazy numbers. You would think they're going extinct. No. Yeah. You Europe really don't want to bring this to America because what I'm looking at, when I was in the 90s as a kid, white families basically made our image look better. It was like, not all of them are gang members, not all of them are selling drugs. I don't see that for them. So I don't know who's going to advocate when America starts seeing what they're doing. They're just going to lock them up. Or she, like they were doing us.
Yo, Isaac, to your point, I want to say this. Have you been paying attention to the media over the last 10 years?
Yep.
There's been changes in the social scape. We watch videos of women in other countries snatching niggas up in groups and just beating on these niggas till the police come get them off the nigga for something that he did might have been minuscule. I'm not talking about the major shit. I'm talking about the minuscule shit. I watched the video. It's India. Since they changed their laws and made it where men can't even defend themselves against those women, when shit go fucked up or they get in an argument and the woman feels offended, she'll get other motherfuckers on her team, snatch this nigga up by his fucking collar and get the beating on this nigga, bro. You hear me? Am I saying women haven't had atrocious things happen to them over there? No. But to say that because of that we can do this, that's wrong. That's a atrocity. That's fucked up. There's other countries that do it too. And as you can see here in America, it's been that way. In a minute, what you're going to have is a whole, I'm not being funny, you're going to have a global overshift in thought process. You're going to have a bunch of regressed young men living in this world feeling like they're to be the walking mat to society, bro. Because when your women don't even treat you like you alive, my nigga, you out of there. Because you understand your genetics not to be superior, but of a stronger, more durable nature. But you got this less than durable subject stomping on your neck. You get what I'm saying? It does something to the psyche of an individual. It breaks them down internally. Their soul is no longer still. And now they're jelly in the spirit, which makes you more subservient, which makes you more slavish to the power that's over them. They did it once before in slavery. They don't talk about it. They had women riding horseback, carrying shotguns, being slave patrol. And they beat the shit out of niggas with them shotguns. But I mean, they all that shit with the shotgun, and they broke them niggas. And they'd have to get in the good graces of master to get them up off of it. That type shit.
And guess what that leads to? Mouse Utopia, where eventually, the mice were eating their young, and vice versa.
Master, I would agree with you, but in this country, I don't think that that's going to be.
He was talking about this country more. He was talking about other places like this country.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm addressing it the way I'm addressing it.
Oh, sorry.
See, in this country, there's a different structure. They can pass all the laws they want to pass. These niggas ain't going. These men in America are not going for that shit. Motherfuckers just say, fuck it, lock me up.
It is.
That's what I'm saying. They doing that now. Like these young men these days don't mind knocking the hell out of a woman. They don't have that chivalry that we had as men not to hit a lady. These young men get inside a woman say it so fast. That's why these young girls are quick to put their hands on these YNs. They put their hands on the older men because they know we still have that nature about us not to hit a female. But notice, ain't no woman hitting these young niggas.
Sure not. The ones that are getting their ass handed to. Well, I mean, it varies by location, right? But the ones that are trying that shit, and I'm not advocating for it, but I was raised at a time where both boys and girls were taught, keep your hands to yourself. You don't hit nobody. You don't let nobody hit you. I'm sorry. That's the era in which I grew up in. I'm sorry. Girls understood that if they got out there with the boys and they got handsy, you subject to get the shit knocked out of you right back. You punch a motherfucker back in the day or slap a motherfucker back in the day, you was gonna get the shit slapped out of you right back, because that's how the environment was that I was raised, and at that particular point in time, that's what I was taught. Listen, keep your hands up and protect yourself at all times. That's how I was taught. You don't let nobody. You don't start nothing with nobody. This is how most of the young kids from my era and generation was taught. Listen, you don't start nothing with nobody, but you damn sure better not let nobody start nothing with you. You don't hit nobody, nobody, boy or girl, but you damn sure better not let nobody hit you, boy or girl, right? If they do, you make sure that they understand not to do that again. Don't put your hands on me. Keep your hands up and protect yourself at all times. I don't give a fuck if it's man, woman, boy, girl, bear, wolf, or child. If you put your hands on me, I'm going to ensure that you understand that that's not the appropriate thing to do, and you shouldn't do it again. That's how I was raised. I want to hear all that shit. You don't never hit a woman under no circumstance, because back in the day, man, them girls would sock the shit out your ass. They didn't play no games. And they were heavy-handed, too.
Man, say, my sister used to whoop niggas. Still can to this day. Dog roll shit out your ass if you ain't on your shit, bro. Cause she ain't no little helpful. Man, my sister 5'11", maybe 6 foot even. About 230 pounds. Man, my sister take half these niggas out here. On me, I got 100 on my sister. On my soul, cause I know what stock we come from. I got it on her. I seen her do it before. We done gave it to motherfuckers together before. So I already know. You know what I'm saying? I had to look at my sister one time because she was on bullshit. You hear me? So what I'm telling you is, I don't know what y'all be seeing, but I have more than 100 videos. Plus, I could bring people into the situation that's around me that'll tell you women out here whooping these niggas. All right, these young niggas getting dog walked out here, bro. It ain't what we think. Yeah, they'll take off, but they ain't got no weight. They ain't got no motherfucking fight development. Them niggas fight like girls, and these girls fight like niggas now. See how the tables have turned when you add xenoestrogen to men and women's diets? That's another way that this is shit.
I'm not disagreeing with you because I've seen it too, man. I've seen motherfuckers. Yeah. I know for a fact that these motherfuckers got gold. They got some giddy up. And these dudes, these dudes are not the young men are not in tune with the level of violence that these chicks are coming from. These chicks are going from 0 to 1,000 instantaneously. They not 0 to 100, 0 to 1,000. What? Who the fuck you talking to? You got me. You got me fucked up. And niggas ain't prepared for that shit.
Man, if your woman whooping on you, first of all, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Second of all, you need to take your punk ass to the jail. There's no reason a woman should be whooping on you.
You need to leave her.
Reason.
Come on, bro. Put that on the table. You gotta leave her, bro. Put that on the table, bro. You gotta leave her. Because if you do, you going to jail. Nah, family, we can't, man. We can't. No, I know you joking, bro, but I'm just saying that's actually a thought that people. I want brothers to not have that thought, bro. If you gotta listen, and I use this word because that's what you have to call those type. If you gotta beat a bitch, you don't need that bitch. Leave that hoe, nigga. If she beating on you, cuz, get up out of there. Because once you punch her in the teeth, my brother, and put them in the back of her throat, the world is not going to view you as a man. They're going to view you as an animal, and they're going to do whatever they can to see something negative happen to you. Nobody in this world gives a fuck about you, not even you sometimes. So what I'm telling you is, fuck that shit, bro. Get away from her if she treats you like that.
Straight like that.
And if you gotta hit up, punch her in the belly.
Hey, good morning. I wanted to agree with what Master said. Straight like that, man. Walk away, man. I ain't fought a woman since I was in my, I was like 6 years old. This girl was probably like 11, 10. I thought I was, the world displayed to me because I was a boy that I could beat any girl ass. I got that totally misconstrued. She beat my ass. And I had to sit and meditate on that because but ever since then, not only because of that, but when I grew into it, man, I'm just like, I know I can fight. And even in that time, I was brought up in martial arts. Even though I was brought up in martial arts, my mom's ex-husband was a grandmaster of a dojo, karate, Philippine. My uncles taught me, but I still got my ass handed to me because, first and foremost, she was stronger than me, whatever the case was, and I was dead wrong for just me trying to bully her off because I thought I could beat her because I was a boy. But on the same note, once I grew in the adolescence and I realized that, look, no man should be putting their hands. I was just the right seeds was planted, and I leave it there. The right seeds was planted in me, so no man should be hitting on a woman. Like, walk away. I know I got hands. I done shattered people's jaws with these hands. So with that being said, one punch. So with that being said, I know I shouldn't be putting my hands on a woman. I'd rather walk away from a woman, but or a man. Most gangster thing you can do is sometimes just walk away, especially in these cowardice times where people pulling out. Yeah, when people pulling out poles, people are, cowardice in these times. So I'd rather just walk away in these days and times and keep my life and protect my family versus, spaz out. And I'll leave that there.
I'm not saying spaz out. You and I are different, obviously from different generations. I'm saying you don't have to agree with me, and that's fine. Do not, under any circumstances, man, woman, bear, wolf, or child, do not put your hands on me. Don't touch. I'm not gonna touch you. I'm not gonna put my hands on you. So don't do it to me. I've seen a few niggas with that, oh man, just walk away shit, and get their whole goddamn eye knocked out of their socket, stab, cut with box cutters, all kind of crazy shit, because they trying to be the bigger man and walk away. I seen this girl, man, when I was first in the military, this dude and his girlfriend were having an argument, right? He gonna be the bigger dude. Go ahead now. She poking the nigga all in the head. Go ahead now. Go ahead. I'm telling you, he walking away. She shoving the nigga in the back. He kept walking. Go ahead, stop now. The nigga even took off in a jog. Do you know this bitch took a screwdriver and chased this nigga down and stabbed the fuck out of him with a screwdriver?
Hey, I get, and I don't agree with you to some extent. I get what you're saying, and I'm not being combative, but I'm saying that my hands got a mind of its own. My reflexes got a mind of its own. The last time a woman, which was my mother, she tried to put her hands on me. I saw it coming. You know what I did? I protected myself, and I did a couple of circle blocks, wrapped her up in my arms, and talked to her in her ear. You know what I'm saying? Like she ain't touch me. I ain't have to hit her. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my reflexes. Not everybody got reflexes like that. I gotta upkeep my reflexes. So I ain't gonna need to pretend that that's there all the time. But on the same note, I do protect this temple. You know what I'm saying? So if a woman, like most men, like I done took hits from most men and it don't hurt. So a woman, not saying that it can't hurt from a woman either, because there's some women out here. But on the same note, I can take a couple of blows and disarm this woman and put her down. You know what I'm saying? Without smashing her face in, or without, not saying that that's what people are implying. Or I can walk away. I ain't gonna walk away, dummy, and just knowing that she's a threat and she's on my ass with a screwdriver. Like, come on now. You know what I'm saying? So those were just people who just don't know how to protect themselves.
Right. I understand all of that training and all that shit. I'm a combative level 4 instructor and all that great shit. I've been boxing since I was 11 years old. I'm not saying just beat the bitch or beat a woman's skull into the ground, monkey dump that motherfucker and go and try to beat this bitch like you trying to win the MMA or some shit. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I just said. I just said that.
Okay, so well, I understand. What I'm saying is, if you smack me, I may. Now, as a man, you don't get that recourse. You're going to catch these fucking hands or this lead. One of the two. You got two options. You're going to catch these hands or you're going to catch this hot steel. One of the two. As a female, if you smack me, depending upon the level of aggression that it comes with, I may be like, okay, hey, chill out. I may catch your arms or restrain or some shit like that, move away from the environment of the situation. It just depends on the mindset at that time. Most people are reactionary when in the heat of moment. Most people.
Yeah, and that's like only reason I'm on board, and I'm on board with what you're saying. I'm not mad at you. I'm not disagreeing with how you should react to it. You know what I'm saying? We different people, but I'm somewhat agreeable in a lot of the way you carrying yourself. But reason I have this, all right, for example, my mom. Reason I came in this room, my mom is a violent woman. You know what I'm saying? So I seen her growing up, beating my uncle's ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to break them up as a 4-year-old child. Like, Mom, no, what you doing? And my uncle is bigger than my mother by far. But my mom on top of them, giving them the ground and pound on the bed. Mind you, they grown. So with that being said, not only that, I know my mom at her age now, she's in her 60s. She's very old, but she still got that violence in the way that she approaches men. She don't approach me like that because she know what I'm capable of and how I carry myself. Women only they look for loopholes or the spirit that a woman may possess at the time, will look for weaknesses and will only go after those weaknesses in a person, like the inner predator in anybody.
Listen, man.
So with that being said, my mom, I seen her be violent, beat up my stepfather, this, that, and the third, throw bleach on him. I'm at the time, I'm upstairs, and I listen because I know my mom is giving it to him. You know what I'm saying? He supposed a trained Marine and this, that, and the third. He was drunk as hell. whatever the case was, just got caught cheating, this, that, and the third. But on the same note, he was just sitting there taking blows, getting bleach poured on him. And
bro, you giving us a different. That's a different dynamic.
Yeah, but
because obviously, it's the same scenario, but a different dynamic. The dynamic is that's family, that's brother and sister, because it's your uncle and your mother. That's a different dynamic. We're talking about in the scope of moving around.
I said my stepfather. I brought up my uncle earlier.
That's still a different dynamic because there are emotions and feelings and things of that nature invested. What I'm saying to you is this: you go to Lowe's, Walmart, you out doing what you do. You ain't bothering nobody. You minding your business. You may inadvertently, without even seeing that person, step in front of them in line.
Mm-hmm.
Just so happen to be a woman. In this case, a black woman. She pick up the goddamn broom handle she got in her cart and whack you in the back of your fucking head. What are you doing? You walking away? You questioning that? You just shit.
I'm gonna snatch it out of her. I mean, don't imply it. I just said.
No. I'm giving her back. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna. I'm happy.
I'm gonna hit her back. That's the difference.
Listen, I'm gonna snatch it out her hand. I'm gonna snatch it out her hand. Probably. I'm gonna do everything, but probably hit her ass. I'm gonna probably throw her in the car. I'm gonna flip the fuck out. Probably just.
But you don't know what she's hitting you. Why you not gonna hit her back?
No, she ain't gonna hit me after that. After that first time, once I wake up, if God willing, because I don't want to curse myself. But if she hit me and I'm aware, like evidently I was sleeping. You get what I'm saying? Like I wasn't aware of my surroundings. So I'm in the line and she popped me in there and then she woke me up. Hold on, what the fuck? I'm gonna grab the broom. I'm gonna probably throw her whole fucking cart across the room. I'm gonna come at her aggressively, but I'm not gonna hit her. Once I see in her body language that she calmed that shit down, then I'm gonna walk off. But I'm not gonna put my hand on her because I know these hands is something.
I'm sorry, you want to get reset though, you know that, right?
Hold on. Hey man, them hands won't up or down when you was 6 years old. Talking about
They wasn't. Yeah, she told me
that girl beat you up at the playground.
I was fighting with a lot of emotions and I ain't had no real training like that.
To his defense, it ain't worth the trade. It's not worth it. Trust me, you lose friends when you fight back. Yeah, you lose friends when you fight back. This girl took my bike and I kicked in the ass.
All right, we're gonna let a woman get in there. Go ahead, Sonama. Go on, take a fight, baby girl. Let a woman get in there.
Good morning, y'all. How y'all doing? Y'all alright?
What happened, Sonama? They let their women with their ass and shit.
Y'all got
She a nigga beater. You tripping? She a nigga beater.
Y'all got that water? Y'all got some room temp water in y'all throats? What's going on? Y'all all right?
Hotel water.
Go ahead.
No, sir. But I wanted. You crazy. I wanted to tackle the topic, and I'm gonna bring a little bit of balance. In 2025, what I see is both men and women are just as violent. I'm seeing women do shit that I've never seen them do before. But of course, we've heard stories such as them jumping men and doing all types of shit. You know what I'm saying? I've seen that. I've seen recent Facebook viral videos of men killing their girls and then killing the kids and then killing themselves on live. So when we sit up here and talk about who's more than who, for me personally, it would be disingenuous to say that one is more violent than the other when I'm seeing both of them act the damn fool. I'm seeing both of them equally be just as violent, whether it's with each other or whether it's with other people or with close people. I'm seeing both of them do the same shit. So I just wanted to insert that, and y'all can get back to what y'all was talking about.
Okay, Tsunami, thank you, baby. But let me say this: the reason why we worded it like that is because we didn't want women coming in here thinking that, well, y'all just bashing. So we try to word it so it wouldn't impact certain people a certain way.
On both sides.
That's fine.
On both sides. So what we should have did, we should have just asked, and this is me, but I did what Trey wanted me to do. I would have just said, are today's women more inherently violent in 2025? Today's black. And my answer to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give it to you. My answer to that is the fuck yes they are. Yes. Back in the day, it was only maybe when I was a young man, teenage boy growing up, 15, 16, 17 years old, it was maybe 1 in 7, maybe 2 in 10 that would actually get out there and physically, throw hands with a teenage boy. It just didn't happen because we were, in my community, where I was, we were taught differently. Boys did boy shit, girls did girl shit.
Okay.
If you were over there playing goddamn, if the girls was playing tetherball and foursquare and all that bullshit and double dutching and jumping jacks and ropes and shit, and you took your dumb ass over there as a 13, 14, 15-year-old boy, young man, the adults would tell you, hey boy, come on over there and leave them girls alone. They ain't bothering you. And if you were a girl in that same age group and we were out there playing baseball and they played baseball and softball with us sometimes, it was cool after we aged a little bit and got a little maturity. But if you were a girl, 13, 14, 15, and we were out there playing kill the man with the ball, tackle football, you didn't take your ass out there. It was very few. And I'm going to land with this. There was this girl when I was in high school. Her name was Naomi McClendon. Naomi McClendon was a fucking bully. First of all, the bitch was about 5'11" when we was motherfucking about 14, 15 years old, so she was a big girl. She wasn't all that fat or healthy, she was just tall. And Naomi McClendon had this thing about socking boys in the back. Where you know how you get hit in the back, some motherfucker take their fist and swing with that curve overhand and sock you in your back and knock the wind out of you? That was her thing. She got off on that. Right? She kept doing it till she got the right one. And that was one girl that I remember very vividly was a fucking bully.
Okay, so now I see what's going on. This is really about women and what the fuck they doing. Got it. So with that being said, today's women are more outwardly violent than back then. But what's so weird about this is that, I came up in the 90s, and so my uncles used to tell me that a woman will set you up faster than a man will. And I never understood why he used to say that to me, right? I never understood that. And this was, let's just say, 15, 18 years ago that this was being said to me. Right. So as when we think about the things that we were told when we were younger, a woman will set you up faster than a man will. And then we compare that to today, a woman clocking your fucking head. Is there really a comparison? You know what I'm saying? Which one is a little worse? A woman that will line your ass up, or a woman that will clock your head? So, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm keeping it, for me, I'm keeping it in the center, which is, I don't think that today's women is more violent than yesterday's women, because yesterday's women would have had your ass in a body bag. You would have never known that she did that shit. Yesterday's woman would have put your ass in the police car, and you would have never even known that she didn't set you up like that. Yesterday's woman was a little different as well. You know what I'm saying? They weren't angels. They weren't sweetie pies and peaches and cream. They had their shit with them too. So,
that's right.
Whatever.
So who got the highest? Who got the highest domestic violence rate in 2025 at this moment? I'm gonna go back on.
Lesbian women.
Still a woman, right?
Sexual orientation, as far as who they lay with, matter in a situation like that.
It does. It does, master.
it does, because the studies is coming out that is saying that the gay relationships, the lesbian women are more violent than everyone, than heterosexual relationships, than men on men. Whatever way you want to go, they're more violent.
But you got to look at the reason why they're more violent, because they dealing with the same. They dealing with women. Like, you got to understand, you got a woman trying to be a man in the situation, and she's dealing with a woman. So she's in the shoe of a man dealing with a woman. So now she's understanding how we feel when she in that situation. So yeah, more violence is going to come, more disagreements, more arguments, because now she has a mirror up and she's seeing, damn, this me? Because most of them studs that get in relationships like that and that shit happen, they want to go back to me and happen.
And I think ultimately is because I won't just speak to the confusion that's happening internally, because I don't want to just suggest that all lesbians are confused to some extent, but I think like what War said, inherently, which I'm thinking about from the inside out, the thing that's been passed genetically to the women in these days and time, the physical part of what we're saying, is physical violence of what we're saying today in these days and time. It's just a manifestation of what's been happening internally for years, and that's going into what they call the Jezebel spirit, which is the manipulative, pride-led spirit. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, when it comes to lesbians, the statistics are saying that lesbians are more violent. They're trying to compensate for a confusion that they're not like a man, and you're not a man. You know what I'm saying? There's certain hormones that distinctive hormones that are living in male versus females that make men men and make women women. And I think we need to start inviting those things back in.
No. You see, the bottom line is, guys, it's real simple. I mean, if you're stronger, you tend to be a little bit more aggressive, because you see that you can have power over others, right? So like, you know, the lesbians, for example, they have a certain design to them. They have a little bit more testosterone going on, so they feel like they can control, and that's all it is. And some people have more violent natures than others. And that's just a fact of life. No, the thing is, listen. The thing is, you only react on self-defense.
And I Gary in the building.
In relation to what he just said, I was speaking on behalf of hormones, and not to be. And not to be combative with what you're saying. I agree with it to a certain extent, but I think it's important for women to realize that in order for them to have, like, men are actually built for more stress. Not saying that women can't handle stress, especially the fact that they give birth to our children and this, that, and the third, but they operate differently. They have a dominant hormone in their body called oxytocin. Men have something that's called vasopressin, and it is developed through troubleshooting and stress, and that's the building blocks of testosterone. So if a woman has, like you said, is growing up and she develops some type of coping mechanism where though she's bigger than everybody, so this is how her mentality, and she realized that she can get over on people just as long as she use, her body weight and this, that, and the third, that is going to like eventually be her downfall in a sense, and that goes for anybody who is operating the opposite. Oh, okay.
You know what's crazy? So in New York City, there is a movement called MGTOW. Similar to maybe you heard MGTOW, men going their own way. It is what you think it is. Lesbians going their own way. When I came across this, I'm like, I think I know what they're about to say. It's the same shit men been saying, and I'm like, so let me hold the fuck up. Lesbians going their own way, away from the problematic woman. Same with men going their own way,
which had nothing to do with women, by the way. It was going away from society using us as slaves and robots, but yeah, women just got thrown in there. But yeah, basically lesbians are now doing the whole thing online where they're dictating their issues and dating. They're voicing their outcries of dating women. The only thing I could do is watch. I can't be sad anymore. I can't hang my head. I can't empathize. I don't even laugh. It's just accepting what the hell is going on in America. I don't know what the hell got into women. Maybe it's feminism. Maybe American society is falling apart. But when you have lesbians saying the same thing and starting to think about dating men because dating women is just that much of an issue, I don't know where the fuck we're going, bro. I don't. Because that's confusing.
And then the women that date them and the other women still deny that it's a problem. So it's just like, what the fuck do you do from there? What do you say to a person that says, oh, we're not the problem? You got two different groups of people that don't even fuck with each other like they're saying that something's wrong with your ass.
But to be fair, this is kind of what we get when we just let a bunch of entertainers dictate how our so-called community or civilization or whatever. Because when this whole black thing of men and women get more violent, I don't blame mass media, but I do blame the black people that allowed mass media to come in. I do blame them to some extent. Why? Because before, they were broke, struggling, but they were talking about the problems that do exist and certain solutions. When the media came in, the media don't care about solutions. The media wants to make money. Pain, suffering, destitute situations that people are in, that makes money. So guess what? They are going to push that to make money. And yeah, unfortunately, the family unit was gone because the Vietnam War created so many drug addicts amongst black men that, yeah, it was kind of understandable why some of these women did decide to take the government check. And then on the men's side, a lot of these dudes, let's just be honest, people were moving back then. There was not a lot of legitimacy. Some men decided they are going to go through a bunch of women, do drugs and everything else, and that also had something to do with the breakdown of the family. I do not take away the government's involvement because they did want to destroy the black family, but black people participated in it. And this is the result. Men and women on both sides being indistinguishable because both are violent. That's what we got. Me, I don't see a difference anymore. If I see a young dude and he's black or whatever on the street, I'm not going to throw any alertness. I'm not going to tense up. I'm just going to watch. If I see a young black girl who looks like the typical colorful hair and everything like that, I'm not going to tense up. I'm just going to keep my eye out because they are the same exact threat. They just threaten you in different ways. The dude, I got to worry about physical violence. The girl, I might have to worry about other type of violence. But the violence still exists. And I would say both are violent in different ways. A woman, if she sees she cannot physically take you, she'll try other methods. If a dude sees he can't physically take you, he's going to get a weapon. That's where we're at nowadays. And to be honest, can't really say it's either side's fault anymore because both are just violent.
Anybody else can get in and speak to something that I heard they ain't already spoke? I've been listening in doing shit, but anybody else want to speak on it? If y'all in the group, y'all can come in. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the statistics about. I think that women are, you know, more violent in these days and time. I think the roles has been flipped. I think everything is in reverse. I don't think they're supposed to be that way, but I think that yeah, they're trying to compensate for a lack of internally. So I think that like what Isaac just mentioned. It was a lot of things that he mentioned, but one thing I'll speak to the feminist movement, not the definition of a feminist, because I believe in equality through both men and women. But the feminist movement did something to the people, and we all, you know, we can go back in history and you know, see how they use that against us as a people in general, not realizing that this will have an effect on humanity, in despite of your ethnicity. But it's the feminine movement. But as far as the definition behind being a feminist, which is it just means the equality through both men and women. I'm on board with that, but I'm not with the feminist movement and everything else that man twisted to be in order to rile up the people. And that's what the system does. It gets everyone. It puts us in bondage by our emotions, wavering fear over our head, knowing that we're not emotionally intelligent enough to and humbled enough to even acknowledge the fact that we feel a certain way. This is why stress is a silent killer. Because if you ask the average person in the middle of them arguing, why are you angry? The first thing that's gonna come out of their mouth is, I'm not angry. Like, what's going on? you don't see the hypocrisy and or the oxymoron behavior that's happening right now. You know, so it's look, many will perish due to lack of knowledge. I'm figuring this thing out. I need to be more. I'm guilty of everything that I'm presenting before you because I'm battling with emotions as well. But this is how they're holding everyone in bondage. It's through our emotions, knowing that we'll identify with these emotions before we take a step back, take a breather, and realize, am I being violent right now? In the way that I'm speaking, in the way that I'm presenting myself, will this lead to me put my hands on somebody? Like, people don't stop and think about those things. We just react.
Hey, bro, say what you said about equality again. I was trying to listen, but I'm working away from my phone. I can hear you.
I don't know exactly what I said, but I did say that women in the spiritual realm, and this is my faith, in the spiritual realm, I believe our Creator sees both man and woman as equal. So, with that being said, feminist, and I believe the Webster's definition of feminist just means a person that thinks that female and male are equal in the spiritual sense of the matter. You know, but this system says one thing, but they operate the opposite. That's just the way that the systems of this world work. So I really don't pay attention to what is being waving, what's being shown before us. Because like they said back in the past, Jesus said about the Sadducees in their praying, knowing the scripture, and I'm paraphrasing, but praying and knowing the scriptures, but doing the total opposite, and that's the way that the system works. They just use God and universal laws when it's convenient, but when it comes to actually modeling it before us, it's obvious that this world's stupid, man. Humanity is stupid. And I digress there.
Hey, punch me, I'ma punch you. That's all it is, too. And that's man or woman. But back in the gap, it ain't used to be like that. And now, because it is like that, more women have decided to become more aggressive. When they bought those motherfucking pistols during COVID, nigga, shootings went up. Fuck are we talking about? And it wasn't necessarily people breaking in. It wasn't even necessarily people being violent towards women. Were there situations like that? Yes. The lady in Chicago or the nigga. And no matter what she said, cuz, you know what I'm saying? She popped, but cuz got popped by the sun. You know, it was what it was. Motherfucking, what was that other one? Where the lady was getting robbed up there, and then she ended up popping cuz, not the cop lady, but the other lady. The nigga was in the car. Shit like that happens. We get it. We talking about the women like the woman who pulled up on the nigga in the car with his family member, his fucking family member. I remember the news broadcast when the girl who was in the car with the man was there with the family. That was his fucking cousin. The lady swore he was cheating. So she pulled up, went off outside the car and told that nigga, you ain't gonna cheat no more. Earth the driver's side of that motherfucker out. The cousin was just lucky. That's all. The lady, she was lucky. And he was lucky that she was here to tell the story. I don't know what happened to the woman. I'm gonna be real, I hope she got the DP on that one. Cause that was fucked up. I hope she got the DP. That man dead because of what you thought. You see what I'm saying? They think. That's what I was telling Hermie earlier. He say they just react with them. Nah, man, nigga, they be thinking, bro. They be fucking thinking.
Nah, I hope that she find it in her heart to realize that she was fucked up for what she did. Because if you knew better, you do better, right? So that goes for anybody. Except for that is Maya Angelou saying. Like, if someone really knew better mentally, was in a mental, a healthy mental state, they would do better, period. You know what I'm saying? But she wasn't. And she spazzed out and she aired out. And I think, I just thank God for his grace for me being forgiven for everything I did. And I still fall short. I still backslide. You know what I'm saying? But on the same note, I pray for her or anybody that's living that they could get out of those mindsets and really find it in their heart to forgive in general, because that is hurtful. Once you realize all the horrific things that you've done after doing something cruddy, and you realize what that hurts more than anything. But after you get through that pain, you will see something. You will see the light in a sense. So that's what I wish for her. And it was detectives that also mentioned, and I'm pretty sure some of y'all heard of the same thing, but they said over, and I'm paraphrasing, not exactly sure the percentage, but it was up there. It was at least 70, but I believe they said over 80-something% of domestic issues and or like murders and stuff associated with domestic issues started over a woman. Rather, a man was angry about a woman or jealous or a woman setting up a man. Over 80, I'll just say 70. It was at least 70-something% of murders that are happening is homicides and whatnot is happening over women. So that says a lot too about, and that was in the 90s. I need to research that more, but I heard it come out of a detective's mouth, but I need to also do research on it because I'm sure something to that. So with that being said, now we're in a day and age where that manifested more now. Like that was, everything starts off with thought, and then those thoughts turns into you end up speaking it off your tongue. Thinking it is not far from saying it. Saying it is not far from doing it. And that's just the manifestation, the levels of manifestation. So, what's in the darkness is going to come to light. So if a person angry and envious or pissed off, from something, it's going to eventually come out. Rather they going to speak it or rather they pull a pole out and light somebody up. But it's going to eventually come out.
So is he?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think we've been just chilling, man. We've been flowing with the conversation. I just noticed some shit. When I put that shit in that space when I was telling old girl, it got quiet. They couldn't talk about that shit. It got quiet in the motherfucker. We know who got the highest rate out here. They don't want to talk about that part. But we just having a conversation, man. Some people just can't have a conversation.
Well, statistically, men are more violent than women, though.
Yeah, but y'all got all the numbers though, so make that make sense.
It's still the men. It's still the men.
Yeah, bullshit.
Nah, hold on. Y'all gonna let me talk or y'all gonna come and fuck out? Goddamn. What the fuck? Look the shit up. Men are still more violent than women.
And I'm agreeing with you, Dimples. It is true in the physical sense of the matter. So yeah, that's true. But I'm saying under the scene, behind the scenes, I'm saying it started from a woman. Rather, a man was, you know what I'm saying, hating because he's jealous or whatever the case may be of a woman, or maybe a man with mother issues.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Certain things like that is associated with a woman. You know what I'm saying, to some degree. But when it comes to the actual stats of men killing men and being on top, when by far men are still on top of that still. But y'all catching up. I don't know when y'all are catching up though. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. y'all coming out of the woodworks.
Beat y'all motherfucking ass, cause I knock a nigga ass out. Play with me.
See, there's this
Hey, y'all remember
knock his ass clean off his
darndest things? Y'all remember that show? Kids say the darndest things.
Exactly.
Women say the darndest.
They must. You must mean with a pole.
Clean off his feet. One hit.
You gonna knock him? Yeah, one hit. Yeah, all right. You got the spirit of a giant. That's all I'll say. You sound like my mother and my aunt. They so small, but they don't care who you is. They gonna go smack to anybody. You know what I'm saying, including myself. Like, so I still gotta stand clear because I don't want no smoke. But you know, they know what I carry in a sense. But when it comes, they walk up to a giant if they in the right spirit. I seen them shy away from that too.
Want somebody else trying to get in, y'all? Who that was trying to get in? That was you, Digital?
Yeah.
Yeah, let Digital get in there, y'all. Let him get in. Go ahead.
Appreciate that. Man, there was so much that was said and so many points that I could have hopped in. Especially when the conversation was at its peak. But I'll just simply say this, because somebody took it back to when they started talking about Section 8 and, you know, women accepting the support from the government. Here recently, I've been reading this book. It's called Brainwashed by Tom Burrell. And I can honestly say, as a black man, 27 years old, in this present day and age in this country, it has given me so much insight on a philosophical level and a deeper understanding of how white America strategically destroyed this family. When we talk about government assistance for our women, you know, when it first started in between the 40s and the 60s, it was actually a requirement that the black man was not to be present in the household in order for the black woman to receive assistance. As in, like, if they would randomly show up for inspections and i.e. Health, welfare checks or whatever, to make sure that there wasn't a man in the household. So that was like one of the main steps to making sure that the black man walked away from the family. And this is going to tie back into something earlier when y'all were talking about being a bigger person and walking away. Then you fast forward, you got us black men having to leave for the Vietnam War. We left for the Vietnam War. That was the second phase of us leaving home. Then you turn around and as we're coming back and we're dealing with all this trauma and we don't have the medical assistance to actually target our trauma, we sit here and have the crack epidemic that's introduced to us. So you have 3 syringes that have just been absolutely penetrated into our bloodline that creates this void between the black man and the black woman that just absolutely destroys the family. And then you graduate to where we are today. The black man is so used to walking away from the black woman that now it's natural. It feels as if we're allergic to supporting black women and supporting our black family. In terms of the title, who's more violent in 2025, black men or black women? I honestly think the numbers don't. There's no real number that you can give. I think they're both equally violent in a mental sense, in a physical sense, they're equal, just about on the same level. I don't really trust the statistics because white folks have been feeding us bullshit propaganda for the longest. I go based off of what I see. And what I see outside of Clubhouse, outside of Instagram, TikTok, whatever bullshit the news is showing, because that's all they do is show the negative side of black people like they've been doing for 500 plus years. I see black men and women out here getting married. I just saw a huge group of black students come back from Harvard when we were going through the airport. I saw a big group of students. I think it was in Atlanta when we would come back from vacation. It was a group of students from Atlanta that had went to Harvard because they got a school down there that's been winning the international event for years on at a time. I see positiveness and less violence in the black community than what Clubhouse and other social media outlets are showing. So I think it's more so where we direct our attention rather than what we allow to be.
Wow, man. Thanks for sharing that light, man. You put the cherry on top. You left with the truth. Ultimately, it's more good going on in the world than bad. But I think man has a tendency to focus more on the fearful aspect because that's the protective mechanism. Like it's just like let's get the fear mongering things out of the way first. You know, that's a kind of logical thing that we kind of lean towards, but you know, my logic isn't my creator's logic, and you put the cherry on top with that. I need to lean more into the spirit, realizing that the good spirit anyway, realizing that it's more good going on than bad. It's just now we're in a time where everything is mirrored right before us with our phones. And we're starting to see more wicked things more than that. And it is more wicked things happening because, you know, there's more people on, you know, worldwide. But there's actually more good going on than bad. So thanks for saying that, Digital. Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'm glad you said the spiritual thing. I won't go into that because if we were to speak one-on-one, then I would kind of give you my personal opinion on that. I guess for a small context, I was raised in a church home, in a Christian home, and as I've gotten older and studied, I've kind of had a different outlook on that. So that would be a conversation we could have at a different point because I don't want to, you know, stir anything up. But when you talk about the fearmonger factor, why do you think that as black men, that is something that we focus on today, the fearmonger factor? Why do you think that is?
Well, similar to what you was kind of mentioning earlier with them getting the black man out of the household, which men represents the discipline of the household. So just a male role model being there, our biological father being around, just his presence, and you know, ideally speaking, it represents he will mirror to us on, you know, more discipline in a sense, you know, the being detached from our mothers, getting off the breast milk type of thing, you know what I'm saying? And that's what the male represents. But when it comes to fear mongering, not just in the black sense of the matter, I mentioned earlier about in general, I'm thinking the frontal lobe, which is associated with how we logically, like the logical thinking. A lot of times that's clouded with so much fear-based things because our lack of faith. I don't think we really believe in our hearts. I was talking about our brain just now, but now I'm talking about our hearts. We don't really believe in our hearts that there's a kingdom that's before us, that we can be in harmony because we've been conditioned to believe otherwise. And we're so when it comes to fear mongering things, I think logically we think that's the way to go. Like, let me get this out of the way. Let me take out the enemy first, versus letting God in and letting God take out the enemy, if that makes sense.
That makes 100% sense. And I just want you to know that my response to that is in no way, shape, or form personal. And please do not take this in any form of disrespect. But based on the response that you just gave, that response, for some reason, it triggers something inside of me that I would say is probably equivalent to the rage of a slave in a coffin, because I feel that that's the same rhetoric that them white men was feeding our ancestors back in the day.
And I get that. I totally get that. I fell out of that mindset. Now I'm a believer in that. Even the colonizers, the man per se, and they weren't all white, right? Primarily white, but they weren't all white. The colonizers, they took the spiritual backbone, which is the way, out of Ethiopia, and they twisted it and used our own spiritual traditions and practices against us. And yeah, they perverted the hell out of it. King James Version, this, that, and the third. And that still could be used, mind you. I still read all of these different translations, including the Apocrypha. You know what I'm saying? I let the Holy Spirit guide me through reading these things. But I get what you're saying. I get what you think that the oppressor originally didn't introduce Christianity to us. Even though there were different indigenous tribes and everything in Africa, not everyone was on board with the way in Africa. But the man introduced, just twisted. They used our own spiritual practices and they just twisted it. They perverted the hell out of it and introduced it to us in a way that they could benefit off of it. So I get where you're coming from, but I'm just letting you know where I come from. I know in my heart that the way is, not to sound too religious over here or dogmatic, but I believe that the way is originated in Ethiopia.
I got a question for either one of y'all, and it's just a thought that I have when people say this, because I'm Christian myself, and I go into a lot of rooms where people say, y'all believe in that white man religion and this and that. So keep this in mind. These people used us as farm equipment. So we was tractors, we was plows, we was backhoes, whatever they needed to, to produce their crop, whatever it was. Why in the hell would they be worried about any affliction of your spirit, where your spirit is going after life? I just don't understand when people say that's a white man's religion. Somebody using you as farm equipment don't give a damn about where you're going after life, because they don't even see you as
what you saying is juicy, but you breaking up over there, man. I don't know if it's just me.
I think that was you, because I heard what he said. But if you don't mind, I guess saying what you said again and back in, and then I'm gonna let you answer first, and then I'll go second.
Yeah, to sum it up, I'm just saying, if somebody don't see you as, human, they use you as farm equipment, why would they, introduce you to something that has something to do with your spirit? They don't care about your spirit. So that's why I don't understand why people say, y'all believe in this white man's religion. They wouldn't even let you read. So why would they introduce you to a religion that comes from a book?
My thing is, with the whole thing, this is why it's hard to have certain conversations on this app, because this is my opinion. Don't nobody take it personal. The biggest problem we have in our community is that we got too many different religions. Everybody believes in something different. So how in the hell you gonna come together as one and doing the thing on the same accord that everybody got 12 different religions they believe in? That's the biggest problem we have right now in our situation. that we speaking to as far as the black community. The biggest problem we have is everybody got different belief systems, and everybody got different beliefs and different religions. So you'll never be able to get on one accord to make anything happen for the community, because you're gonna have somebody gonna come in, they're gonna voice their opinion about what they believe. You're gonna have somebody else come in and voice their opinion about what they believe. How in the hell you gonna get to the bottom of anything? That's the biggest problem. That's why I don't have religious conversations, bro, because everybody believes in something different. Y'all gonna be able to have these conversations. I don't got no problem with it. But the problem is y'all gonna have these conversations about being that one disagrees or one agrees in this space. Y'all gonna bounce off each other for the next 2 hours to get back to the same point, that y'all both believe in something different. But you kind of believe in the same thing, but you got your own beliefs about it. So it's a bunch of shit. And I ain't knocking y'all, but I'm just saying it's hard to have these conversations because everybody believes in something different. That's my point, bro. That's why I don't have the religious conversations, bro. That's why we don't talk religion. That's why I don't put religious titles up. That's why right there. And we ain't even talking about title no more. It's all about religion now. You see how I switch up?
Yeah, but like you said, Trey, if you're a grown man, no matter what you believe in, you should be able to have a conversation no matter what.
And that's exactly why I apologize, because I didn't want to divert it to that. It's just once he said it, I was just like, that's something that I initially was raised up on, and I thought that was like what it was, that was the principle. But then, as I am now, a young black man that's educated myself, I don't believe in that shit. Excuse me, I shouldn't say that. I don't believe in that. I have a completely different understanding. To me, what a church is, I'm not even talking religion. I don't think a church should have anything to do with spirituality whatsoever. I think a church, the idea of a church, in my eyes, would be a council that is made up of the most elderly, and let's say in a small town of like 16, 17,000. A black church, one unified black church, the Church of African Americans. You have a council that's made up of the senior citizens. That is a mixture of like the women and the men, et cetera, et cetera. You got a bunch of different departments. You got health departments. You got financial loan departments. You got all these different departments that fall under this church. On Sundays, when they come together, they should be talking about what's going on in the community, building some type of like reform in terms of like, okay, hey, we got X amount of kids in this school that's getting ready to go on a field trip. This is how much of a fun that we have in the church. It shouldn't be like telling somebody that, oh, you should believe this or you won't go to heaven or this and this and that. I don't, that shit just kind of fucks with my head, honestly. But now, as I've gotten older, I realize that like I walk amongst some of these black people that are involved in these churches, and I just sit here and I just think, like, I hear some of them talk, and underneath that rhetoric, it kind of seemed like they trying to tell me to like wash off all this stuff that makes you you. And I'm like, I don't know, it's something that bothers me about that. And then I think back to when my grandmother and my mother used to talk to me like, it ain't no way. You just gotta be faithful and believe in God. Don't let him, man. If God was so merciful and faithful, half of this shit wouldn't be going on.
Well, I'm gonna Digital, I ain't tripping on it, bro. I ain't tripping on you. I'm gonna say this. This is what I know This is what I know about us as men. Everybody got all these belief systems. They don't believe in this. They don't believe in that. And guess what? So when your ass get in a fucked up situation, who you call on?
The New Testament Bible.
Who you call on? Who you call on? Well, God, can you please help me out? God, can you help me do this? But 20 minutes ago, you ain't said nothing. You was like, F God this and F God that. So now all of a sudden you got a hole in your ass. You want to start praying to the man upstairs, but just a few minutes ago, you ain't give a damn about him. So which one is it? Nah, man, it's a bunch of bullshit, man. There's a lot of hypocritical ass niggas out here that claim this and claim that, and they operate like this and they operate like that. When that shit blow up in their face, now they call on God. I don't even want to talk about that.
Amen.
Yeah, Trey, go ahead and talk about those shit there, bro. We gonna
maybe the main one calling God with the Bible.
Yeah, we talking all that
everybody
shit.
Christian.
Everybody talking all that shit. So when you get in your fucked up situation, you start praying, but you ain't never prayed in your damn life. You talk bad about the man upstairs. Now all of a sudden he means something to you. Nah. Boy, go ahead and do your shit, bro. I see you put some shit up there, man. Go ahead and reset this shit, man. Cause this religious shit, it'll fuck up a conversation. And I ain't got nothing against y'all boys. I fuck with it. It's just hard to have a conversation because everybody believes in something different. That's why I don't never touch on religion.
I agree.
Yeah, that's why I don't never get on religion, bro. It'll throw a whole conversation off. Completely off.
Yeah,
now you'll get to arguing.
Good conversation, though. Good conversation.
Yeah, it's a good conversation. Yeah, it's a good conversation, but what happens is the conversation don't go nowhere because everybody believes in something different.
And that's why people don't fall back to the basics, and that's why I think that even when talking about spiritual, things get lost in translation. Just spirituality, in a sense, we're talking about subtle things, emotions, the things that are happening behind the scene, the things that people can't see with their naked eye. So spiritual topics are very important because this is mainly about kind of emotional intelligence, spiritual discernment, things like that. Why shouldn't we talk about this? I mean, not everybody. I'm saying that you're right.
Some people don't believe in the spirit you believe in.
No. I'm talking about emotional. I know, but do we understand emotional intelligence? Do we understand that what's happening in our community is tied to mental health issues? Mental health issues that's what I'm saying. So much things is lost in translation. Soul means psyche, and/or our mentalities. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, yeah, this is why everybody gonna have it, because everybody want to stay surface level, and nobody wants to sit and admit that, you know what, I could be wrong about this, that, and the third. Like you said, the first thing people ball back down to when a real situation happens, oh, good Lord, please, Lord, no. You know what I'm saying? You know, because deep in their heart, they never really stop to think that, do I really believe in a God, or am I just angry at God right now? You know what I'm saying? Because he let me down. Or use God when it's convenient. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I get what everybody's saying, and I'm not opposed to. I get where you coming from, digital. Like I said, I've been through the pro black stage and this, that, and the third, studying post-traumatic slavery disorder, all of these different things, post-traumatic slavery syndrome by Dr. Joy, like Dr. Umar Johnson, The Hidden Truth, all 5 of them. Like, bruh, I'm 40, so I've been studying these esoteric things, but now I'm bringing it right back to all I believe, I like to say in good faith, all of our inner child. I think all of our inner child, but behind that corroded, angry heart that we have about us being pissed off about the churches that's been put before us. It says clearly in the Bible that God's church isn't made by man's hands. These are us. We are the church as individuals. That is his temple. God lives in each one.
You just proved my point again, bro. You don't even know. It might be somebody in the room that don't even believe.
Exactly. I know, but
so
this
it's
exactly. All right, I land the plane here. But when I was talking about the inner child, I think deep down inside, the inner child of all of us, to some degree, if we invite it in, I think we can believe that we can be harmonious with nature and everything, with each other, and that is it may not seem realistic because we haven't seen it with our naked eyes or really experienced that in our societies, but deep down inside, I think our inner children know. Nature knows. But man is opposed to nature, and this is what Mother Earth is screaming to us.
The ancestors.
Yeah, well, ancestors. My bad. Go ahead, man.
No, that was the line there. I just heard him say ancestor, and I get what you were saying with the ancestors too.
Yeah, no, I respect everybody's viewpoint, but I mean, really, I just want to get back to the root of it in terms of, like, you know, when we talk about the topic at hand, because I want to respect the room, but when we talk about you know, who's more violent, men or women, I believe that it's really hard to narrow that down to who's more violent than who, because I can sit here and talk about, when somebody mentioned earlier, they were talking about the lesbians, like them having a higher, I guess you could say, domestic violence rate. Hell, it makes sense, because one of the things that I'm noticing, you know, in some of the studying that I'm doing is that at a certain point in time, you know, the black men, once we had the fathers removed from the home, there was this natural development of black men feeling like they have to learn the element of nurturing. So they didn't really have that concrete foundation of being like masculine. Now, not every single black man, because I hear it in majority, I can hear it in the way some of the mentors talk on this app. Like, I can listen to, for the most part, when I hear a black man speak, I can hear and tell whether he has some type of like a father figure in his life or something like that. But then the reason, in my eyes, why these black women, a good majority of these black women, especially these younger girls, are dealing with the relationship animosity and toxicity that they are dealing with today is because they are in a sense, in a relationship with another woman, because half of these young men don't know how to tap into their inner masculinity because it's been ripped from them. They didn't have an example. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't have an example on how to be a man, then, like, for example, if some of these young cats got in here and was talking to y'all and they was like they were around more stuff like this, it would be a different turnout in a relationship. Am I saying the relationships would be 100% gold? Absolutely not. But there were certain things they wouldn't be falling out about. These young men are raising pistols to our young black women. They raising their hands to these young black women. Like I said, I'm 27, but when I was a kid, I did grow up when we were outside and the black cousins was running the streets. When we would be in school, if you put your hands on one cousin, you finna have to fight every single other cousin that go to that school. If you got in an argument with one of the black females that was a part of the family, in a certain sense, if she's getting in an argument with a dude, the black cousin, the man is gonna step up and handle that. And then if she's not in her place and she don't know how to be quiet when two men are talking, I ain't gonna say I don't condone putting your hands on women, but brothers and male cousins, I didn't see one of my male cousins slap his sister because she was too busy trying to entice another man when it's not her place. You see what I'm saying? So it's like things like that. Those examples are not present in these young men's age. They're too digitalized. Everything that they see, they're being raised by the internet. So me personally, I think, and even like this, they grabbing statistics from the internet and they being fed this shit and they think that it's a part of their moral core. So they feed on it and they think that's what makes them them, their personality, like the internet is raising our kids. This is the biggest custody battle the black community has ever faced between them and the internet. The internet is absolutely destroying our kids. So that's just my humble opinion on the whole, like who's more violent. I don't really feel like you can say one is more violent than the other because together we're just one big ass bomb. And we're fighting each other, so I think it's equal across the.
Well, I'm gonna ask somebody who I know deals with a lot of goddamn shit in this space. Mr. Wilson, what do you think, bro? Because I know you're a professor. So what do you think? What you done heard so far, bro? If you can speak.
I would say in 2025, inner city, especially in the inner cities across the country, and by the stats, black women are definitely the more aggressive.
Now, how you come over with that, Mr. Wilson? Let me know how you come over with that, Mr. Wilson. You talking about your way.
No, I mean, I do a few things for work, you know what I'm saying? But so that's what we're seeing now. I think if you say like violent, vicious, men will still be leading that, but just across the board with violent crimes, I would say women definitely lead those statistics now. And then another piece of it, some of them that just don't get reported, or it might just get to the point of, maybe a report, but, they won't go any further than that. So, we're not even going to talk about on the high school level. You know what I'm saying? That's absolutely out of control.
Sadly, man. I see it.
Yeah, so it's bad. And I don't see it getting any better anytime soon. Especially with the left still pushing this agenda, just basically let everything just burn. I don't see it getting any better soon. So
You've been in your profession 20 plus years, right?
Absolutely.
And you don't deal with cases like this, I don't know how many times, right or wrong?
Every day, 7 days a week.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Tell them what you do. I'm going to go back on mute. They want to argue this shit, and then you deal with the shit. I'm gonna go back on it. Tell them what the hell you be saying on your desk when you was in the game, when you was really dealing with.
The most dangerous call you ever get in law enforcement, a police officer, will be a DV, a domestic violence call, by far. And especially the last few years when I was on the street, women were always the more aggressive. Black women, white women, purple women, green women, always. Brothers had a lot to lose, knew what the situation was, usually cool, calm, and collective. You know how many times we got there and they might hit the brother with a frying pan or throw hot water on them or whatever. So I would definitely women are much more violent and aggressive in 2025 than men are.
Uh-oh. Thanks, Mr. Wilson. I'm on board with everything you said and everything that I've just been receiving on the opposite side of your profession. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've been looking at the same thing. Experiencing the same thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Another thing is men, we have certain boundaries and checkpoints for us to get out of pocket. So we know if we put our hands on somebody else's daughter or wife or whatever, there will be consequences. Women don't have consequences. You know what I'm saying? There's really no consequence for women putting their hands on somebody they're not supposed to be. But there's always consequences for us to do something like that. Even if you do it and you was right, still be consequences, So
evil going unchecked will always get out of control. So like you said, there's no consequence behind what they do. And this is because everybody take the women's side, this, that, and the third. And, it was an insidious growth that's been happening for generations.
And that brother from New Orleans, god damn. You heard that accent.
Hold on, Ace, don't come in with your shit, Ace.
Brother sound New Orleans like a motherfucker, man.
Rooms and shit. Don't come in with your shit, Ace. You like to blow up rooms and shit. You like to blow up a goddamn room. I know you blow up some shit quick. Nah, man, I asked Mr. Wilson because I know Mr. Wilson know. I know he's seen this shit on his desk I don't know how many times. And I've been hearing people argue this shit. Nah. How you gonna tell somebody who been doing this shit for 20 years what it is? Done dealt with the cases, the front end, the back end, and in the middle. How you gonna argue with it? That's why I like having people around the experts in their field. Because you got a lot of people that think they know every goddamn thing. That'll argue the experts down. And you don't know shit. You're not the expert in that space. So let the experts tell you what it is out here in the game. Like Ward, if I talk about the military shit, I'm gonna ask Ward because I know he knows. I ain't gonna argue with him about it neither. We got 25, 30 year plus experience in that shit and retired. You think I'm gonna argue with him about it when I know he know? No, I'm gonna say
this is Clubhouse, Craig. The specialists and the experts don't know shit. They lying.
Yeah, I noticed that. Everybody got all the goddamn answers, but they ain't never done this shit. All right.
That is another big thing that, my bad, I ain't gonna.
Go ahead, you good, go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, first off, Mr. Wilson, I appreciate your insight from your professional career. I definitely think that's something that's more needed. Most of my research, I like to base it off of people that are in the career professionally that are Black and seeing it from, the inside, so I can really appreciate that. And I do think that's something very vital that you were just saying earlier. When we, at least on this app, I see it. A lot of people will argue with the people that are doing it professionally. And whenever they get that information from the person that's doing it professionally, it's almost as equal as a culture shock. They're like, oh, damn, that can't be real because Google ain't say that. So that's why I be talking about the whole internet stuff in comparison to, whether you're reading it in books that are statistically going to be written by people that are professionally in the career field. Because you can go on Google and just read a simple article and it'll tell you something. So I appreciate it and the enforcement.
Yeah, I done had motherfuckers come in the room and argue me down about my trade. I'm a master welder, been doing this shit for 20 plus years. They come in and tell me how I need to do my shit, and they ain't never picked up nothing in this field. Nothing. You'll tell me I'm doing it wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. And you ain't never touched this shit. You have no clue. Zero knowledge. Yeah, you can Google the shit and read on it, but you ain't never put your motherfucking hands on it. So I ain't even trying to hear that shit. All I'm saying is, y'all, when you got somebody who know they experts in their field, try to hear them out because you might learn some shit. Don't try to overtalk them and knock down some shit that you ain't never experienced. Because it done happened many times in there. We done had people in the room that's giving you real game, bro. I done had motherfuckers in there arguing them down about that shit. They've never touched it, never been nowhere near it. But they'll argue down about that shit. You done had motherfuckers dropping out business knowledge. They'll argue down about it. Motherfuckers got all kind of goddamn business. And they'll argue down about it. You ain't never opened a business. But you'll say argue your ass to sleep about it. Just to argue. When your ass can learn so that you shut the fuck up and just listen. That's all I'm saying, y'all. I ain't gonna argue none of y'all down about the fields y'all in, because I know y'all experts in the field, because you've been doing it so long. I'm not gonna argue down about that shit. If anything, I'm trying to pick your brain, which we should all be doing. Picking each other's brains. Trying to figure out how we can put that shit into work. Pick the motherfucker's brain. If you listen long enough, they'll tell you everything they need to know. But this is what I've noticed when learning about the experts in their field. Once you try to overtalk them, once you start cutting them off and they give you free game, they shut the fuck up. They don't tell you nothing else. That's what I know. They go on mute and leave the room on your ass. You be sitting there with a question mark on top of your head like, damn, I wonder what he was about to say. Yeah, if you shut the fuck up, you got to see, listen, man. You get free game on this bitch for free, bro. You getting barbershop conversation that you'll never be privy to for these women for free. You never get these conversations in real time. The shit that we be talking about in him, you'll never hear this shit around a bunch of men. They're gonna wait till you leave and talk about that shit. So why sit here and fuck up the knowledge and the wisdom that you get for free? All this shit is free. So why sit here and argue and cuss each other out when you can get some shit for free to help you? Because there's a lot of people on their ass, and there's a lot of people that's not on their ass. They can tell you how not to be on your ass, and you argue them down and still be on your ass. That's some dumb ass shit. They telling you, bro, do this, and that. And you choose not to do this, and that. And then you come back to the table and want to talk about shit, and guess what? You chose to do the opposite, but go ahead, shoot. This shit's stupid to me, bro. Go ahead, man. Yeah, you in the matrix a little bit, bro, but I guess you gotta move around that truck. Hold your phone in there.
My bad. So I'm just trying to agree with you because, like, you were trying to tell.
You still in the matrix, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to even the planes a little bit of something I was thinking about what Digital said and when Mr. Wilson said earlier, but Digital was kind of hinting on or saying that pretty much you don't think either one is more violent than the other, like, you know, and what Mr. Wilson said, obviously, which I was on board with, was that, you know, we know most domestic issues and violence is, you know, tied around the home and murders and, you know, what is it, 5 mile radius of the house? You know what I'm saying? So most things are going to happen. Most people are murdered within a 5 mile radius or homicide, a 5 mile radius of their home. So in general, when thinking about women and putting women in the mix and the how they are today in a sense, I don't think, even though women are more violent than men, I think that we're all responsible for it, rather man or woman. I think that's what even the playing for me. I think we all have to take accountability in what we're contributing to our communities, period. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that I'm learning to own on a daily basis. But yeah, you know, I personally believe that and heard through the grapevine for years that women was the leading cause behind violence and everything that's happening. When it like they were behind the scenes about all these different things, and what Mr. Wilson revealed, kind of, you know, in his profession, revealed the same thing. I've been experiencing it. Not only have I looked at the stats and saw it digitally, I've experienced it, and I've seen it happen before me. I've been involved in you know what I'm saying? For example, I had a near-death experience where I spazzed out on a dude for hitting on a woman, but behind the scene, the woman was you know, putting his hand doing sneaky stuff behind the scenes that I wasn't, you know, I wasn't aware of. So there's two sides to every story. But, you know, I still believe that a man should just walk away and leave the situation in general. Like, it's not that important for your life or for your mental health. But we all need to take responsibilities. We are equally responsible for what's happening in our community. All that's living right now.
I think it's different. Go ahead, Mr. Will. You keep saying we're responsible. So what does the responsibility look like in 2025? What does it look like? How is it implemented?
That's where it gets spiritual. I think that's where we have to identify. That's where it gets spiritual. So I'll stop there with that laugh that he just now.
Oh, that's where I knew you were going to say that. That's why I put the laughter emoji up too. Because let me just say this. I'm going to tell everybody that listen to my voice in 2025, it's not worth you to get involved in any physical altercation in 2025.
Amen.
How about that?
Amen to that. Period.
How about that?
Even though I experienced these things firsthand, I learned. Thank God I have my life today in so many different situations, but two out of the matters, it was because of women and me call myself defending a woman that didn't give a fuck. And I know.
Hey, Universe, you know what I think, bro? I think a lot of this shit, it varies, and I think it lands in different spaces because the consequences are completely different. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the consequences of people doing crazy ass shit, as far as when it comes to doing it to a man, they hit different, bro. But if you do the same, your ass is through.
Pretty
so
much.
Like, nah, bro. So it's
exactly.
Like, nah,
as a man,
bro.
as a black man.
Hold on. I'm not taking responsibility for nobody out here whooping nobody's ass. I ain't do it. So how is my fault? And why I gotta take responsibility for somebody else whooping somebody else's ass? See, if you stay and mind your goddamn business, you would have damn near lost your life trying to protect the motherfucker. See, y'all gotta stay out of full relationships, man. You don't know what the fuck she did. You wanna go over there and be Superman and be the main motherfucker on the news because you thought you was Superman. Shit y'all just gotta leave alone.
One was personal. One was my mother. Now that's different. And that's something I was trying to describe earlier. Yeah, that's different. But on the same note, my mother, like I said, she has a violent personality, came up in a physically abusive household, this, that, and the third, not making an excuse for her. But because she know now, me and my mom is closer than we ever been. We love each other dearly. We talk about deep spiritual topics. But on the same note, back then, she spazzed out, did the most, and I was just up there just waiting. He never knew I had it in me as a kid. He never knew I had it in me. But he thought I heard her spazzing out doing all the stupidest stuff. I'm like, please, Lord. In the back of my mind, I'm like, please, Lord, please don't put your hand on my mother. That's all I'm thinking in the back of my head. Don't put your hand on my mother. All I heard was boom, 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 boom. Did you just hit me? He heard my feet come down them stairs. I ain't never ran so fast in my life. But sadly, I had to put my hands on him and put him down. But I cursed my mother out because she put me in that predicament. And trust me, she felt my rage. I still talk about these things till the day. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't involve myself no longer and like you said, being Superman to things that ain't none of my business. I'm like, hey man, it is what it is. I feel bad now because I know better. But like I said, one of them was my mother, the other one wasn't, and there was some other associations tied to women, this, that, and the third, but those were kind of different situations. So yeah, I ain't no Superman, and I ain't jumping in there for nobody no more.
Nah, you good. I want to see if anybody else want to chime in or who that is. Queen. Listen, you trying to get in? Oh, Yeah, let one of these women go first. Y'all do how y'all want to do it. I'm gonna get out the way.
It's Kena. Good everybody. Good morning, everybody. Look at me. Can't even get my words out. Yes. Specifically to the topic, and just listen to you, gentlemen. Whew, okay. I'm not sure. I don't really hang around many people these days because times have definitely changed. You know what I'm saying? So I only speak to say, and people may not like it, but I don't care. These type of topics are always going to be who, why, what, when, where, if that foundation isn't covered, which is spiritual. It's always going to be an ongoing hamster wheel of a question. Okay, well, why this, or well, who this and who that, until people really find out the Black woman and Black man were created for a certain particular reason. And the divide, I believe it was Mr. Digital, and I heard maybe Universal saying, between that has everything to do with that foundation. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say on that. And then I did have a question for, is it the tradesman?
What I do now?
You didn't do nothing, beloved. I was just listening to you, and I agreed with you when it came to you, like, how you finna tell somebody that's been doing what their expertise is? You're going to be quiet and listen. So let me ask you, does this apply to a person that actually comes from Yah? I'm not talking about religion. I'm not talking about no false doctrine. I'm not talking about all these extra religions. But does that same application go towards one who is actually sent from God to help? Or do you not know?
I mean, it can be applied the same way, but just because you feel you were sent from God, they might not believe it. See what I'm saying?
I understand. So just because somebody feels like their expertise in a social services position or a trader at a trading firm, just because you say that, I don't have to believe you, right?
You ain't got to believe nothing. You can go with what you want to believe, but I'm going to believe the experts because they the ones who've been doing it. That's just me. I'm not going to believe nobody who ain't never done it. That's like me telling you how to run your shit, and I ain't never done it. You never seen it, don't know nothing about it. I got to be quiet and watch you do it.
Well, exactly. That's my point. So when it comes to this specific topic, Black women, Black men fighting violence, how times have definitely, changed over the years. Well, I guess more visual for us because we do have, iPhones and whatever. It will be, in my opinion, I'm not telling you, when you have certain kind of commentary on religion and spirituality, it would sometimes be best to know for yourself so you can know who's right and who's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Or where the confusion comes in. So I don't know. The foundation is biblical and there's no getting around it.
They're way too violent for me. I don't know what.
You say I'm down.
Y'all too aggressive.
Let Ms. Richardson get back in there, man. Go ahead, Ms. Richardson. That boy, that's stupid.
I'm sorry. Good morning.
What's up, Ms.
The thing is, we can only speak on our opinion and what we think and what we feel. And the thing is, you got to remember, our opinion only matters to you. Just you. Your opinion is your opinion. Respectfully, everybody respects everybody's opinion, and that's how it goes over here. For the topic of which one is violent, I think it's both, because here's my thing. If you looking at the news, you ain't gonna just see women doing the violence by themselves. Okay, you're not gonna just see that if you just looking for it for yourself. There are, I think, to me, it's both sides. It's women and men. They both, if you, like I said, look at the news. It ain't just gonna be showing just women being violent. It's gonna show men as well. So I, in my opinion, think it's both. I think it's both.
I mean,
that's my opinion.
You got the right to have your opinion, but watch this. Hey, Mr. Wilson, tell them one more time what you been saying on your desk, man. They don't want to hear this shit, bro. When you look at your desk, you know. I know you ain't here. That's why I be asking Mr. Wilson, because I know he done seen that shit. He in the field. He in the space. He deal with this type of shit. Break it down one more time for the ones in the back, Mr. Wilson. I'm going on mute. They don't want to be
It's definitely women, especially in the inner city across the country.
Hold on. One more time, Mr. Wilson. Tell them how you get to that, because they ain't going to believe when you say it. Tell them how you get to that stuff.
20 plus years in law enforcement.
Okay.
There's some factors, especially in the last 5 years. The lack of security, or whatever you want to call it, or in the school systems. School systems are out of control. That's been spilling over to the community. The community clearly don't know what to do with these young folks, these young women. And as we know, men, we have a certain level of accountability when putting our hands on women, especially black men. So I'll put the stats in the chat too. Across the board, it's pretty easy to assault and battery, dangerous weapon, shot foot, simple assault. Women get that those three right there automatic, because most men will be like, I got too much to lose. I know somebody's gonna come back and do something to me. This is somebody's wife, sister, etc. And the last piece of it, you know how much these things happen that never get reported. The officer might give that woman a pass. So it's pretty crazy. But I'll put some stats in the chat for the room. All right.
Okay, so what's his answer? Is it men or is it women or is it both? Which one is it?
Is women in a sense, because something that he didn't mention was also evil unchecked. Evil going unchecked, because women, y'all don't, usually men favor y'all because we protect y'all, but also, like he just mentioned, we know it's consequences behind if I put my hands on a woman. But women know deep down inside that y'all, you know what I'm saying, ain't gonna get checked, because most people gonna be on y'all side. So evil unchecked usually just gets worse. Not usually, will get worse.
Okay, so Trey, what's your conclusion? Are you saying that because he's in the law enforcement, which is great, not knocking down anybody, which is great, he sees that pretty much every day for the last number of years he's been doing it? And my thing and this just like I said, it's just me. That's how he sees it. And when you ask the question, you want everybody's opinion. Everybody don't see it the way he sees it. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because, like I said, he might.
But that's his job.
He calls. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. It's more of how everybody see it, and everybody gonna see it differently. Is that okay if everybody see it differently the way he see it?
Man,
what about police report? That's what I'm talking about. Police report, data. It's not about how you see it at that point when it's in black and white writing. It's not about how you see it. It's evidence. It's proof.
Yeah, I want to see the stats because I got family that's in law enforcement too. But now if we do say law enforcement, we going state by state then.
Right. That's what I was gonna get at. Because if you're going by law
you can't say
no. The stats don't go. The stats are federal. When you
I understand that, but what you said was you see more women because you're in law enforcement. So that means we're going state by state.
No, we're
and
not.
I can beg to differ because I have family in law enforcement too.
I'm not going
and they
state
can
by state.
testify that men are more violent in the state that they're in than women.
Okay, I'm going by the federal data.
Okay,
ma'am, I don't want to argue. When the stats are
you're not arguing. We just asking a question.
Yeah, but let him explain. Let him give him a chance. You can't explain if you keep shooting questions at him.
They're going to explain.
When the stats are entered to the system, it becomes federal. All the stats from every city and state go into the federal database. You can break it down by city, state, or county, but when the feds report it, that's the United States of America. Okay?
Yeah, I'm saying you're going to post the stats. Thank you.
wanted to respond to tell me how to say your name again. What not?
It's Keena.
Keena, my bad. I can't read.
You're good.
No, but what I was saying is like back to you and Shanika about the observation thing. So, when I was saying that, I observed Simone Biles, but I don't know what's going on. But I know she is an expert by number one, the react. So I don't have to discern anything. The judges will, discern it for me or whatever it is. But even in just watching it, I know she's an expert based off watching because I know the general gist of what she's doing. But to say observation isn't, what would you say?
So what if another person, and I'm like, Simone Biles, no, she ain't that good. Then that opinion of yours becoming, of her being an expert is subjective. Because that's not necessarily my opinion on her just because she can flip 100 times in 0.3 seconds, that's your opinion on it. So.
But see, I'm talking about, so she is
just an example.
She's a subject matter expert. So if Simone Biles started talking about gymnastics, I'm going to assume what she's saying is right. Why? Because, the places I watched her or observed her have been the Olympics or World Championship, big stages like that. Somebody who's done the thing. So what I'm saying about like Mr. Wilson, you can argue and say, well, he might not be a subject matter expert because he's only using his perspective. But like I said, observation is not just watching because when you pull up stats, those are considered observations as well, but they're just observations of numbers.
Well, see, that's why I mentioned
so it's the same thing as somebody. Hold on, one second. It's the same thing because he's observing this in real time. So you can, if y'all want to break it up and be disingenuous and divide it by state and by city or whatever, but the people who are going to come in contact with violent people the most are going to be police officers. He was a police officer. So it'd be crazy of me to say he is not a subject matter expert because he does not have empirical data because he's seen this shit firsthand.
Well, see, the thing is, what I mentioned in the chat was a surfaced observation versus a foundational observation. They're two separate things. Of course, you're going to look upon something with the eye and have your assessment. That's cool. But are you looking at why he's able to give you these statistics being in that position? That's a more of a that's where I was coming from when it came to, having discernment on what's what. Because unless somebody knows what you're talking about, they can only listen from that surface area. But if they know what you're doing and they've analyzed whatever you're saying, that police nature and the statistics, and they know too, that's how you'll be able to tell whether he's telling the truth all around or whether he's fabricating some part of these statistics. So that's just an example. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Just to clear up.
Fabricating the statistics, I'm about to pull over, man. Y'all are I'm really about to pull over.
Man, this
but I don't think my point. Hey, War. They proved my point, War. Exploitation shit, they argue down about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, argue. You know what I'm saying?
Why does it have to be an argument when
listen, how are you going to debate? All right, hold on. How are you going to debate with someone that has been in the field for as long as Mr. Wilson has been in the field?
It's not a debate.
Hold on, can I speak real quick? Because I have family that have been in law enforcement for like 40 some years. So I'm not being disingenuous, but they're in Chicago, Illinois. So that's why I'm saying, are we doing state by state? Because men are more violent in Chicago than women are. And they have encounters with men more than they do women. So that's why I said what I said. So nobody's being disingenuous. Nobody's trying to argue with him. I'm just trying to figure out if he's going by a state level or a federal level. He said he's going by a federal level. Okay, cool.
Right, trying to get that information.
Here's what happens. Here's what happens. You have your local, then you have your state, and then you have your federal statistics. Local statistics is going to give you the city. Then your state statistic is going to give you the state. But your federal statistic takes all of the numbers computed from all the states and all the cities And that's how you come up with a cumulative number of who has the highest percentage of violence, theft, rape, murder, whatever it is. That's how you compute it.
Oh, that's a fact.
Then now, you can then take that large number and say, well, it says here that women, for example, are filing for divorce with a high school education at a 70% clip. Well, that's where a person who really doesn't understand debate or a person who really wants to be this and that say, well, that may be in yours or that may be in your. No, we're looking at the cumulative numbers across the country. We're about all states, all cities in America. That's what we're talking about. Now, we can break that number back down. Then it says women in this country with a bachelor's degree or higher are filing for divorce at an 80% clip, while men are only filing at a 30% clip. These are actual factual numbers that you could go and you could actually look up. Demographics and statistics. You can go to the FBI fucking crime monitor fucking website and look these numbers up. The fact of the matter is that women across this country, all women, black women, Latin women, white women, Asian women, all of y'all are more inherently violent. You're acting out more violently than men, on average over the past fucking 10, 12, 15, 20 years. Women have become increasingly more violent. 10 years ago, you would very rarely see a woman out chest bumping with some man talking about, I'll beat your ass, I'll fuck you up, nigga, you got me fucked up. 20 years ago, it was even more rare to see a woman in the middle of the street chest bumping at 5 foot 5 inches tall. She's chest bumping a nigga that's 6'5", 300 pounds. Y'all know this.
And nobody stops to think or ask why.
May I ask a question? Mr. Wilson, I know you're driving.
I got a question first.
Hold on, that'll be very quick. Are you referencing the Crime Data Explorer from the FBI site or a different one? When you're talking about the statistics you were going to post, are you able to tell us?
This is crazy.
So now we just.
Say that again? Again?
No, I'm because we're talking about, I think they're going back and forth with the actual site. Is it the reference point of the data? Is it the
FBI?
The FBI's Crime Data Explorer, that area?
It's gonna be the FBI stuff.
Okay, so those of you who are interested, go to the FBI Crime Data Explorer. So it should be the link I put in the app or in the chat. There you go.
So you have many different.
Ask a question. I think Ms. Richmond want to ask a question.
Thank you.
Let Ms. Richmond ask a question. Don't ask a question, Ms.
Thank
Richmond.
you. I appreciate that. So who is saying that he is wrong with his answer? Who is saying that?
It's the mere fact that I don't think anyone was saying it, but it's challenging what statistics he's looking at, because now you're hearing, well, that they're in Chicago or they're there. And I think Mr. Wilson was talking about the cumulative number from across the country, not just in a given city or a given state. That's where the confliction came up at.
And no one is directly saying it, but you are suggesting it by asking questions, what are pretty much called stickman fallacies. You kind of asking questions by kind of suggesting that they're wrong in a sense on a low-key, covert type way.
Okay, well, let's correct that. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. It might assume to you that's what we're doing, but that is not what we're doing. We're just asking questions. Doesn't mean I'm asking you questions. Doesn't mean that your answer is wrong. We're just asking questions. That's it.
Yeah, but if
we can ask questions,
It's in the context of how you asking it, and that's why I said stickman fallacy.
It's in the context. Oh my Lord.
No, you probably
because
you're standing.
Hold on, brother. Slow down. Here's the context. Here's the context, dear heart. The context was, hey, women are more inherently violent. And then one of the ladies jumped off their mic. I don't know who it was. I don't want to allow nobody. And they said, well, they're in Chicago, right? Assuming that he's only looking at.
That's not what was said.
because he said he was a law enforcement. So I'm
Okay, straighten it out.
Trying to figure out, are we talking about because where he lives and where he works, he encounters more women than he do men being violent? Because if that's the case, then another police officer from another state can say different. That's all that was.
That's what I meant about that.
Okay.
That's all that was.
Okay, I'm glad you
said. I'm not trying to say, oh, you know.
Okay, I got you.
State.
Too easy. I got you. You are absolutely right. It's gonna vary because you cannot compare goddamn Chicago with damn near 3 million people in it to a place that got 3,000. You can't. You can't compare a city where women outnumber, case in point, let's look at Dallas, the DFW area, for example. Women outnumber the men there as they do in Atlanta in double-digit numbers. So would it make sense to do a comparative analysis there compared to some place where men outnumber women? It wouldn't. That's why he went to the overall statistics across the country, which gives you an on average par ratio of violence among different groups.
Man, well, I'm gonna say this, well, it boils down to this, man. It's simple to me. It's simple to me. Motherfuckers don't want to believe that the women is the most violent one. So you're going to ask all these questions because in your mind, you don't want to believe it. But he just told you from all around the board, not just in his city.
I don't think that's what it is. We're just trying to get facts.
That's not what it is.
That's not what it is at all.
Well, you know, we respect your opinion. We respect your opinion. But for me, I can only speak for myself, and I know the other ladies can only speak for themselves. That's not what we're doing. We're just asking questions. That's it. And women have a right, as men have a right to ask questions.
Nothing
we ain't
wrong.
trying to be vindictive. We're not trying to be mean. We're not trying to disagree with anyone.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with seeking clarity, right? Clarity.
That's it.
Nothing. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. And you have this thing that's called subject matter experts. That's his field of expertise. None of you, even though you may have relatives, this is what I have to go through a lot of times on this app and in other spaces. I got motherfuckers that come and tell me, well, my brother was serving in the army. That's not you. That's not, I'm sorry. Well, my daddy served in the military. That ain't you. Your dad's experience and my experience, they're going to mirror each other because it was military service, right? He may have been in a different branch. He may have been in a different MOS, a different job set. He may have been stationed at a different installation. So even though our experiences are going to be similar, they're not going to be the same. But what really gets in my ass is motherfuckers come up here and try to tell you, and they've not even driven past a military installation. They've not even suited up to put on a police uniform and then try to tell you about the job you've been doing for over 20 plus, 30 plus goddamn years. Like, I can't tell you, Miss Richardson, you are an over-the-road truck driver. Now, I have driven some large vehicles while serving in the military, Max Flow, Max Pro Plus, but I have not driven a fucking 18-wheeler. So it would be non-conducive for me to come on this app and try to tell you about truck driving experience as a fucking over-the-road truck driver. How to back and park a goddamn big wheel truck in a lot. Because I ain't never done it. But I can tell you, I got a cousin that owns his own trucking company. He got 4 or 5 of them motherfuckers. And if I can get him on here, he probably could have the better conversation with you. That's what's being pointed out here.
I got it.
I can't tell you, I'm going to give you one other example, Ms. Richardson. I cannot tell one fucking single solitary woman on this fucking panel right now the pain and the difficulties that one may encounter while pushing a child into this world through your vaginal cavity. I can't tell you that. I can't.
Gotcha.
But I can goddamn tell you what it's like as a man to have to protect and provide for that child once it's here. Now, you may protect and provide for it, but the two are going to be vastly different in the ways that we do it. You understand what I'm saying?
And I think something else that Something else.
I just want to say, Trey. I'm learning. If it don't apply,
there you go, boy. You smart. Well,
I'm sorry. Because the thing is, if I can't get my opinion respectfully and not to offend no one, I don't know what to do. I mean,
you can give your opinion. No, you can give your opinion, but if you know somebody else, you can ask questions. Listen. What I'm saying is, it's like you said, I can't come to you and ask you and tell you what to do when it comes to that truck, because I ain't never drove now. I don't know shit about driving on 18-wheeler. So when you get speaking on 18-wheeler, I'm not going to question shit you saying. Right. Yeah, I ain't never done it. So I'm going to sit back and I'm going to listen. I'm not going to, that's why I'm saying. But that's why I'm saying, Ms. Richardson, I can't tell you how to drive that truck. But I'm going to sit here and listen to you break down everything pertaining to that truck. And if I don't believe something you saying, instead of ask you all them questions, I'm going to look it up for myself and learn on that accord. You see what I'm saying? But what people do is, but what people do is, Ms. Richardson, what they do is instead of doing their research on something they heard, you ask that person 1,000 questions, pretty much saying in so many words without knowing you saying it, that they don't know what they're talking about. You see what I'm saying? And they're the experts in the field. So at the end of the day, if you don't believe something you hear somebody saying, and they tell you the expert in that field, go look it up. Don't ask 1,000 questions. Just go read up on it for yourself, and then you come back and say, damn, maybe he was right. Now you're going to come off that high horse. See how that works?
Exactly.
If that applied to me, that means that applied to everybody.
That's for
When
everybody.
you have a conversation, you ask questions though, right? To get clarity, to get an understanding of what people are saying, right?
And I believe I added to the flame by bringing up the stick man fallacy, but that is something that's so true in Clubhouse or nickname for a clown house. And because everyone heard of probably is a saying, everyone probably heard this term, but they say throwing the rock and then hiding your hand. But has anyone heard of the saying, what if a person threw the rock and they can't even see their hand? And that is the question we need to ask ourselves. A lot of people aren't just emotionally intelligent enough to stop and realize, man, did I just I asked this question, but what did I mean behind? What was the spirit behind why I asked the question? And a lot of people aren't stopping to ask themselves that.
Facts.
Yeah. And I think so if I may,
because I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
No. I just want to offer to the room. I believe why the women came off the mic is because to hear that, specifically, I'm gonna use you, Des, for example. I know that you're working on your master's degree and studying, and so that probably went against things that we consider as norms, right? So when we asked Mr. Wilson, and I'm not discrediting Mr. Wilson, I find that his commentary on Clubhouse has been helpful. I'm not questioning whether or not his point of reference is correct. When he asked his reference, or we asked him his reference point, and he said the KBI, or the FBI's website, everything he says about it being women on the FBI website, it does not state that. If you go on the FBI website right now and you look, and as of, January 15th of 2025, it will tell you that offenders by sex, the greatest one is males. In every category, assault, robbery, homicide, rape, it's all males, according to this Explorer site. So that's why the question was asked by me, was this the site he was referencing? Because that says male. It does not say that the highest perpetrators of crime are female. And so, again, I don't discount that that's what he's seeing when he responds in law enforcement. But if we're referencing this FBI Crime Data Explorer, and you all can go to the site yourself, you can go to the dashboard, and if you look at the dashboard, it clearly says male. It says male at 3 months out. It says male at 6 months out. It says male at 5 years out. So it clearly says male. So I think that what happens is when we have these conversations, and we don't want to question individuals when they say they are in the field or they're the subject matter expert. I work in public health, but I can't tell you what public health looks like in the state of Maryland. I can't tell you what it looks like, even though I see the statistics. That's not my everyday. So when he said, when he made the reference that
women are the greatest perpetrators of crime. I'm like, my reference point, which is the Kansas Bureau of Investigations, wouldn't agree with that statistically. So again, I don't want to be disrespectful in the space, but this website that we're looking at as a reference contradicts what we're talking about right now. And I'll land it right there.
And can I say something? But it does say, now I've been looking it up since we've been having this conversation. Now it do say that the crime rate in women has raised though. It does say that we are more violent now than we were back in the day.
That's the whole point.
But it still don't say, but no, y'all saying we're more violent. No, it wasn't.
You may not. Okay, so hold on. I don't think. Hold on.
Said, who's more?
Hold on. 2020. I think that some of you were here. I don't. God damn it. I don't think that some of you were here for the earlier conversation, right? So the conversation was, we were talking about men and women. Have women become more violent than men are today? Well, we know that that's not true because men by nature are inherently violent people, right? Violent human beings. We know that, right? So what we were trying to deep dive into is that are today's women more violent than yesterday's women? I think that should be the actual question. It's not that women do not have a propensity to be violent or that they wasn't violent back in the day. The fact of the matter is that more women are acting out on violence today, more so than like they did of yesteryear. It was very rare, and I'm going to say this for the slow people in the back of the room. In my day, as a 16, 17, 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old young man, young boy, young teenager, it was very rare to see a girl chest bumping with some boy on the playground talking about, I'll beat your ass, bitch. It was very rare to see that. Miss Richardson is here. She should be able to attest to this. Miss Richardson, when you were a young girl, did you see girls by and large out there chest bumping with boys talking about, I'll beat your ass, bitch? Did you see that, Miss Richardson? Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Don't rush me. Sir, I'm gonna answer your question. Then I'm gonna respond later. Do I see them? No, I did not see that. No, I did not. No.
Is that more prevalent today? Do you see that more today than you did back in 1987? And I'm not saying that it did not happen. I'm saying it wasn't as prevalent as it is today.
Well, see, that's we're going by state level then again, because she's only in one state. She's not all over the world.
Right, and I'm going by where I was, by my location, and I'm not trying to prove a point, I'm just trying to tell you. Again, when you look at it state by state, it may have been different in Chicago. It may have been different in New York. It may have been different in California. It may have been different in Baltimore, right? In certain areas, in certain communities, based upon whatever the issues were in that particular community. It may have been different. You may have come from a place in backwoods Georgia, some goddamn where girls love to fight boys. That may tomboys. That may have been your shit when you was a young girl. Climbing trees, jumping out of trees, wrestling with boys, beating boys' ass. That may have been your shit. My point is, everybody on this goddamn stage of a certain age should be able to think back and say, well, when I was a young teenage girl, 14, 15, 16 years old, girls didn't act that way. I'm sorry, Miss Richardson, come on. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm going to have to say it. You're going way off topic. Sorry. You're going way off topic of what we was talking about. And I will have to say it. The question was asked, as it is at the topic, who is more violent in 2025, black men or black women? That's what the topic we was talking about. You're going way off topic.
Not at first.
And they don't even have a statistic for 2025 if you guys look it up.
Because like I said, I've been looking it up since the conversation came about. We're only up by 14% since 1980.
I'm gonna let them have it.
All I'll say is this.
You know what?
All I'll say is this. It's an insidious buildup, which ultimately means something that starts off subtle, something that people don't see, that is surely going to be wicked. And that is, I believe, has been happening for a long time. And women, y'all are favored. I agree with Dimples earlier when I sat there and said that men are more inherently violent. We are the protectors. We want to get physical. We are them. But when it comes to what's happening behind the scenes and it's on a spiritual, deeper level, you know what I'm saying? There's something brewing behind the scenes. And I'm not going to say that it's all women, but definitely women are catching. I won't even say catching up. It's progressing. I won't say catching up because I think men will probably stay on top, and I hope that it kind of ends with that. But the roles are switching slowly but surely. The roles are switching in a sense. You know, so it's something insidious that's going on, and it's subtle, and people, you know what I'm saying, you know, it's hiding behind beautiful eyelashes and pretty boom, 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 but hey, you know what I'm saying, the weaponry of warfare is going up, and there's a deeper spiritual warfare that's going on that we cannot put on paper, and that's something that I've been seeing it because I was raised in a single parent household by my mother, but raised by the street for the most part, running back and forth. But on the same note, my mom was very violent from abusive upbringing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not speaking from an angry level because me and my mom, we love each other to death and we understand each other. But I think it's very important for us. It's all right. I'll land the plane here. There's something called the Jezebel spirit, and above all, and that can be in a woman or a male, to be exact. But that Jezebel spirit is very subtle and is very manipulative and insidious. And I think that's something that, that's a spiritual or something that people need to put their eyes on because there's something happening behind the scenes. There's strike building up.
Okay, hey, real quick. Hey, tradesman, you see, I just changed it at the top of the room, right? Are women more violent in 2025 than they were in 1985? Right? Or you can say 95 or 2005. See, tradesman, I'm going to say the way I'm going on mute because I want to hear this shit, right? When you try to be bipartisan down the middle and you ask a question between black men and black women, this is what you get. So for me, from now on out, I know you like to let people put titles up there. I'm just going to say it how the fuck I think it. Are black women more violent in 2025 than they were in 1985? Go.
We are at a 14% rate, though. There go your answer. Yes. Only at a 14% rate, though. Men are still more violent today than women. Either way it go, and we're still not that violent as when men are. But yeah, the crime rate in women is up by 14%. And again, we don't have database for 2025 yet. So you can't even say 2025. That's going back 2020. From 1980 to 2020, women crime rate is up by 14%. Look it up.
It could be worse than. That means it could have gone up way more.
Well, that's true because it's only going up since 5 years. It can be up maybe 30% or something. Who knows? But right now, the data shows that we're up 14%. Men are still more violent.
Well, this is the thing. I'll say this.
And then we're going by race too. So hold on, let me look that up.
At the root of my understanding,
There you go, the most progressive woman.
You just got to ask questions based upon what you're trying to get across, brother. When you try to make it bipartisan and down the middle so nobody feels, picked on, then this is what you get. Because I think everybody and their mama knows that, and their grandmama and granddaddy and grandpappies and everybody in the world knows that men are more inherently more violent than women are. Period.
Yep. Well, you know what it is though, War? Boy, you know what it is though, War? No matter how we have this conversation, ain't now a woman gonna put it on them. Not one. They gonna find every answer. Hold on, Dad. I get where you come from, Dad. I ain't tripping on it. But what I've noticed is, anytime we have these type of conversations, they don't listen to, they listen to respond. That's why I've noticed people find shit just to pick and pull shit apart, but you don't pretty much bring nothing to the conversation. You just want to listen to respond instead of bring something to the conversation. And if it ain't nothing to respond to, you stay on mute. That's what I've noticed. But if it's something you can just voice your respond to, you come on mute. But you ain't gonna bring nothing else or a different point of view or a different mindset or anything else to the conversation. You just find one word in everything you done heard just to try to debunk some shit. Instead of just listening to what we've been talking about. At the end of the day, it is what it is. And people gonna argue this shit down because they don't want it to be on the woman's side. I don't give a damn how we chop this shit down. They never want this shit to be in the woman's face. Anytime you put anything in a woman's face, it's everybody else's fault. They ain't gonna hold up or claim nothing. They ain't gonna be accountable for shit. And it don't matter how you look at it. Ain't nobody trying to hold y'all accountable. We were just speaking on it, and I sat here and I listened for a long time. And I ain't say shit, and I just watched and listened. All I heard was people trying to debunk some shit instead of listening to what the fuck they were doing. They want to figure out a way to tell the motherfucker they wrong, or you don't know what you talking about, instead of listening to what they were saying. Because you don't never want to be in a woman's face. And listen, man, this is what I've noticed. In 2025, all women are queens, all women are angels, and they can do no wrong, no matter how much wrong they do. It's never nobody else's fault. It's never your goddamn fault. It's always this and that, this and that, and this and that. But at the end of the day, we know like everybody else knows. And watch this. And I said it earlier. And when I said it, old girl got the hell up out of here. The lesbians fighting like a motherfucker right now. And it's woman on woman. They got the highest motherfucking rate right now. How in the hell y'all gonna put that on man? How? How you gonna put it on man, the system, the kids? How you gonna put it on anybody else but the woman? When it's two women got the highest rate. Ain't no man got nothing to do with that. That's all women out here fighting against each other and going to jail for the shit. And the number's telling you that. How any man got anything to do with that? But nobody want to claim that shit. And never mind, guess what? I'm not lesbian, so they don't count for me. But guess what? She's still a goddamn woman, just like it is with me. The same thing with me. You ain't no different from us. You just got a split between your legs. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And they'll argue your ass down about this shit for 2 more hours, bro. 2 more hours, they'll argue down about this shit. Bring something else to the conversation instead of trying to debunk some shit. That's all I'm saying, but y'all guys.
Because it's in the question at the top of the room. They don't want to take accountability or responsibility for shit.
The lady that's still on here that gave the lady that's still on here that gave the information, is she still on here?
Who?
That gave the for the FBI information stuff.
Oh,
Shanika's still up there.
Yeah, I'm here. Shanika, I want to thank you for the information. I got my answer. So,
you're welcome.
And I mean,
you was cracking me up. No, I understood what Jekels was saying.
Yeah, we still have that base for 2025 though.
We don't, and we know that data points never catch up. You're always going to be 3 years behind.
Right.
There's very few entities that will have, actionable or, up-to-date data, specifically when we're talking about these things. So, what does,
those are facts.
I guess, what are we hoping to accomplish? I guess, sometimes when I think we're having these conversations, what are we hoping to? Not the point, because I think the point of the conversation is for us to learn something. But what I always struggle with on these apps when I'm having these conversations is, what are we trying to accomplish? Because sometimes we just get into the weeds and we just end up arguing. So what are we trying to accomplish?
Okay, I'll tell you what the thought process is, in my opinion, and it may not be everybody's thought process, but this is mine. The reason why we hold some of these conversations is so that we could gain some understanding and hopefully bridge the gap between the black man and the black woman. That is why a lot of people have these conversations on this particular app in this manner, right? That's why people hold these verbal symposiums on this application so that we can figure out a way. Okay, diagnose the problem. Here's the problem. Let's get a diagnosis. Now, what's the best way ahead forward? How do we fix it? It's not just to simply point out, well, women do this and men do that, but other groups of women do it too. Well, white men do it too. That's not the point. That's not my point for it. My point is, let's bridge the gap. Why do men get up and walk away from after they impregnate a woman 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 times, and then get up and just walk off and leave the woman there with the kids and not come back? See, I could go down either side of the hatch with it. You understand what I'm saying? But what we're trying to do is find the problem. Here's the problem. Now, what are some of the solutions, possible solutions that people could take away from these conversations and apply them in their everyday life and use them to hopefully bridge the gap in your own personal life? I hear people every day come to this application in their big old grown-ass age and ask shit that the kids I deal with at school ain't even asking because they already know the answer to this shit. You got people on here right now still asking, well, how do you know you dealing with a good man? Well, where you gonna find a good woman at? This shit, you 40 years old, motherfucker. If you don't know that by now, something wrong. So to answer your question, what it's about, trying to find solutions to the problems that exist within the black community. We know what the problems are within relationship of life going on between black men and black women. Many of us already know what these problems are because we've either seen it, heard about it, or encountered them. And if you haven't, you're behind the power curve. You're still stuck in a state of arrested development.
Anybody else, or is that going to be what's going to ground the conversation? Which I'm here with that. I think that, getting to solutions is important, but is that how we're grounding the conversation? Anybody want to add anything, or that's the grounding? So the grounding is solution.
That was my take on it. And if anyone else wants to give their take on it, I'm here for it. But I would be more entertained to hear your take on it. Why do you think these are the conversations that are in rotation on this application? It's either about dick, pussy, love, sex, relationship, can't find a good man, can't find a good woman, who cheated on who. It's either that. These are the conversations you'll often find on this app when it encompasses black people. But what do you think these conversations are about and what we're trying to attain from them?
Honestly, I feel like a lot of people must live in chaos, right? So oftentimes I come on this app and my reality isn't on this app, right? I don't really have a lot of division within the group of people that I'm around. I don't disrespect black men. I don't argue with black men. I'm not in those environments where I feel like I'm not loved, supported, appreciated by a black man. And likewise, the women around me love, appreciate, and support black men. So sometimes I get in here and it confuses me that we are still having these conversations 4 years later on this app about the very things that you mentioned, war. So I feel like people don't want to change. That's why I asked, what are we grounding the conversation in? What are the actionable items that we're going to take away from these conversations and actually, go home and do this with our intimate partner or our family or our friends or whatever that network looks like for you? Because we'll talk in circles, but what are you doing when you leave quietly in your actual life? What are you doing to improve your life and the lives of individuals around you?
I can answer that for you real quick. I'm not doing the shit that I'm hearing on this app. I'm not out here as a married man. Right, so it may not be directly meant for you or meant for someone else. It may be meant for somebody else that doesn't say a word, that's sitting in the goo, that's listening, trying to learn.
Exactly.
Now, here's something more. Real quick.
Grounding it in a solution, though.
That's what we're attempting to do. In this room, that's what I believe we were attempting to do. Now, here's a question for you. I've heard tradesmen say this for the last fucking 3 weeks or so. Hey, y'all minds and shit, what do y'all want to talk about? Come up with a title. Let me ask you a question.
What would you like to talk about at this very moment?
None of this. I'm not here in the position. I'm not.
Right, I know you don't want to talk about this. That's why I'm asking you. What would you?
Okay. So when I go in these rooms during the workday, I can't moderate, right? So I can't give tradesmen a topic for me to be able to mod a room because I'm at work. So I come here, I listen. If I'm able to jump off the mic, I jump off the mic. Most of the time, I put my comments in the chat, or Trade will even say, Shanika's at work, she can't come off the mic. So I pick with Trade about his topics because Trade initially did not want to establish his room this way. Here's a room, he can put whatever topic he wants. He doesn't have to mind me if he doesn't want to mind me.
Shanika, you missed my point.
No,
let me say this real quick.
And want to do the topics, put the topics. He knows I'm going to give him the topics.
I know, but let me. Okay, so you may not, but let me say this. This is what fucking works my nerve. The guy takes his time out of his day to open up a space so we could come here and commune and have conversation. But invariably you have somebody say, come on here, and they can't come up with not one thing to talk about. Not you, because you're at work, not others that are at work. I'm talking about the ones that are like me, or the ones that are off work that are sitting here for entertainment purposes. For whatever reason you're here, they'll complain about what the topic is, but they won't come up and bring nothing to the table to talk about. You see how asinine that is? That is the most asinine shit in the world. Why y'all always talking about women? Y'all always bashing women, right? Oh, that's all y'all know to talk about. Is dick and pussy. That's all. Wait, hold on, baby. I'm gonna rant for just a few seconds. I'm gonna give it to y'all. Got some shit to do. That's all y'all know to talk about. That's all y'all. But you won't come off your mic to say, hey, this is a good topic. What y'all think about discussing this? If it ain't talking about some goddamn dick and pussy shit, some goddamn love, life, and relationship shit, who treated you bad, why men can't find and passport shit, Donald Trump, or some goddamn shit going on with Diddy, you motherfuckers don't have nothing else to talk about but complain about what other people come up with to talk about in this room, to push conversation. Make that shit make sense to me.
Okay, so hold on, Miss Richardson, one question, because I need Trade to come off the mic and say. So my understanding, Trade, how the Peace Zone came to exist, because there were other rooms like urban politics, where what we're doing now used to happen in urban politics. What we're doing now used to happen in hood news. So there were other rooms where we would have these topics and we would have these conversations, and they would just ignite a fire on this app. And Trade, you created a Peace Zone area because you was tired of listening to all of that yelling. Incorrect or correct?
That's on Blue Jays.
Hold on. Let me explain this for y'all, for the ones in the back. See, it was a transition period. This is how I know y'all really don't give a fuck about this. Because watch this. My uncle passed, right? I stayed gone for a whole week, and I told y'all I'm on some whole other shit. We gonna have to switch this up, because ain't nobody gonna be crashing out and cussing each other out. And I came back on something positive. And just because I started putting up titles, now I'm the bad guy. I just told y'all. I just buried my fucking uncle. I didn't want to be cussing each other out. I didn't want to be in going crazy. I didn't want none of that no more. I didn't want to be talking about dick and pussy shit. I want to try to bring something different to the space. And just because I chose to do that, it caused problems. That's how I know y'all really don't give a fuck about me, bro. Y'all don't give a fuck about me. Y'all don't give a fuck about nothing I be saying. And I told y'all I just buried my uncle. I was going to play a whole week, came back on a whole nother energy. And all y'all got mad at me because I had type. And I told y'all what it was. And y'all still didn't give a fuck. Like you said, ain't nobody on this bitch your fucking friend. But y'all got it.
Trade, now let's be fair. Not everybody heard that. Not everybody heard that you were on something different.
Yeah, I wasn't here.
Yeah, not everybody heard that you were on something different. When you started the title rooms, what I will say is the people who really struggled the most with you in these titles, they no longer come in this room. You don't see them in here. They'll come in the morning when you have We Coolin', and then once that title come up, they leave. What you stated to everybody was, what you realized is that in the morning when people came in here and they were just shooting the shit, by about 9:30, everybody went on about their day,
and you still had time, because we know you have the privilege of walking around work and supervising everybody else's duties, and you were on this app by yourself, or there was nobody in the room. I don't want to say by yourself. There was nobody in the room. But when you had titles, it allowed other people and other voices to come in the room and be heard, and the conversation could continue. So that's what majority of the people who were originally in the Peace Zone heard. They didn't hear the things about your uncle and about you being on new stuff. That was something that I just recently heard, Trey.
When I came back on the app, I had my first room. I told all y'all the same thing. You was in here, shoot one in here. All the women was in here. I told all y'all the same shit. I'm gonna start.
No, I didn't. Trey, I don't believe I was in that room with that, because I wasn't even on the app when I learned that your uncle had passed. I learned that your uncle had passed from Kiki. So I was not on the app when you made that statement.
Was I here?
I just heard that this morning when you said.
It really, okay, so it really does, I don't know if you were here or not.
No, wait, sir, no, we don't do that. Don't do that. I want to speak to Trey. Was I here?
Go ahead and listen. No, you weren't in the room
at
that time. No, you wasn't alive.
Okay, no problem. Now you can go ahead, because I'm like, because I feel bad now, because like I said,
But
I didn't know anything about that.
It's okay. I'm not tripping on my thing.
Trey, no, it's not okay. It's not okay, because if you wouldn't have mentioned it if it was okay. It's not okay. And I know it's okay, and I understand that. Trust me. We all pretty much done had lost family members. If you would have said that or said
I'm gonna say
then
this
I would have known.
I got you, Miss Richard. It's okay. I'm not tripping on. This is my thing. It doesn't matter how you look at it. If I switched up something in my own room, why y'all get mad at me? It's my fucking room. If you don't like it, then don't come fucking back. That's for anybody. So we gonna have conversations. If you want to sit here and talk about dick and pussy shit all day, that's just something you want to do. And I proved that this morning. We were talking about dick and pussy shit, and I did it on purpose, and I told y'all I was going to do it. And I've been down. It was kicking and fucking and sucking and all this extra shit. Soon we switched it up, it was fucking cricket.
You know what I'm gonna say, Trey? The state of what? There you have it. The state of arrested development. I come in here in the morning time, and at first I come in, I just sit before, it was automatic for me to come on the stage. I would sit in the go and listen, and it would just be a bunch of rambunctious ass bullshit talk, and I get it. I was cool with that. That's why I'm here now. The Peace Zone. Everybody was just talking about, oh yeah, girl, we go shopping here. Yeah, nigga, I gotta get up and go to work, or this, that, or whatever the fuck the conversation was. So I would wait until somebody would invoke a thought-provoking conversation. But I see now, as it is with most of these rooms here, if you ain't on some free-fall shit, niggas don't want nothing to do with it. Anytime you try to introduce structure, order, discipline into a conversation or a room, niggas don't want nothing to do with that. They want to be a free fall so they can say and do and act however they want to say, do and act. Come into your room and tell you how you should run it, what you should talk about. That's what it is. You got it.
I'm gonna tell you why I ignore people when they talk about the titles, because y'all don't see my back channel. I get back channels from people that don't even open their fucking mic. So, bro, I appreciate that shit. I appreciate that title, bro. Because I appreciate it because people were telling me different point of views, and they helped me figure out my shit. So you can get mad all you want. Y'all don't see the back end of people telling me, bro, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate the men opening that shit up from another angle and helping me look at it from women that don't even come on stage and sit in the goddamn booth. And then y'all gonna be seeing this shit, so y'all just want to argue and crack jokes. Yeah, I get it, it's fun, we shoot the shit. But like I said before, you don't know who's actually listening that's trying to figure out some shit. They might hear something from somebody that's on the whole other side of the country that may fucking help them. So you're not gonna tell me not to make no title. You're not gonna tell me to stop doing it, because I can see how it really affects the people that don't even fucking talk. I can see how it affects them, bro. I done had motherfuckers tell me, man, I appreciate that shit, bro. I'm good now, man. I was dealing with some fucked up shit, but now I'm good now by just listening to y'all, man. Y'all really helped me get through this shit, and now I'm on a whole nother level. I be hearing that shit on the back end, so I'm not gonna switch my shit up just because people don't know how to just sit there, sit on their hands and have a conversation about putting their feelings in. I'm not gonna switch my shit up. At the end of the day, if you don't like it, it's 2,500 rooms, man. You want to go hear somebody get cussed out all day? That's easy to find. We ain't doing that, man. Because at the end of the day, what's the purpose of having a conversation if we ain't going to tell nobody nothing to help? Why? What's the point? I just know there's a lot of self-centered ass people that don't give a fuck about nobody but themselves. So when we get to talking about trying to look out for people, it be crickets. You ain't got to give a motherfucker a damn coin just by hearing some positive shit for that moment. It helps them make a different decision. But people don't understand that part. I'm an asshole. I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. But you have no clue what this shit really do for certain people. Some people are mentally fucked up out here, man. They don't know what they're gonna do. But just by hearing us talk about certain things, it pulls them out of their space. So why I go back to this shooting shit all day when I told y'all it's a wrap? Why I just go back to that shit? Why? That shit wasn't helping nobody. We were just shooting shit and getting our 50 plus labs in every day. So what I was thinking was, how can we get our 50 plus labs in throughout a real conversation at the same time? So I've been trying to figure that part out. Because at the end of the day, it's all about trying to help somebody, bro. I don't understand people's mindset. No, you don't try to help nobody. You don't think your wisdom will help anybody on anything? You just want to keep it to yourself and take it to your grave? How the hell you gonna help the community if you sit on every fucking thing? Make it make sense, man. It's just too many self-centered ass people out here. That's why people don't understand me. That's why we bump heads. That's why it's hard for them to be around them and tell you why. Because in real life, I do not fuck with self-centered people. That's why we bump heads. And it shows. Just look around. When we have these conversations, it shows. What happens when people get mad at me for no reason? Because in the back of their mind, you can tell they self-centered. And then the stuff that I be speaking on, they cannot fucking take. Because I'm not a selfish person, bro. I really do help people, bro. Some of y'all don't do shit. Some of y'all just talk shit and sit on your hands and point at motherfuckers, but you ain't helping nobody do a goddamn thing. Are you passing down trade? Are you passing down the wisdom and knowledge to the next generation? Or are you just sitting on the gatekeeping and shit? Make it make sense. I know Mr. Wisdom doing his part. I know Ward done his part and is not still doing it. I know Shoot do what he do, if not still doing it. I know Ray and Surf do what they do, if not still doing it. I don't know about everybody else, but I know the men do. That's all I'm saying. How about that? How about this? How about everybody just focus on one little piece and just do your part? It ain't got to be expensive. It ain't got to be extravagant. Just do your part, bro. And we'll be all right as a community, but nobody, in 2025, everybody feels they don't have a part in nothing. And that's why we fuck. You get your little money, you get your little shit, you go hide over in the corner and you stay over there. You don't try to go back and think shit to nobody, don't help nobody do shit. You just talk down on people and wonder why shit fucked up in your space. What y'all got?
Trey, you know I'm with you, brother, so I support you no matter what, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Condolences on your uncle, bro.
I'm good on man. I'm good on
I feel you. I'm still on the show.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I know it's been about 2 weeks, man. It's been about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. I'm good, man. I just been trying to tell y'all, man, because I hear y'all talk all this tough man shit on this app. I hear y'all talk all this rah-rah shit, what I ain't gonna do, what I ain't gonna tolerate, what I don't give a fuck about. I hear y'all talk that rough shit. I wish I could take some of y'all and put y'all in my motherfucking shoes for about 2 minutes, see how long you can stand there, since you know every goddamn thing. I wish I could take you there and sit you there for about 2 minutes, since you so self-centered and hell-bent on this dumbass shit. I wish I could put you in these same motherfucking shoes and see can you have that same mindset since you know every goddamn thing. Since you don't want to hear nobody say shit, you just want to argue and talk about stupid shit. I wish I could put y'all in these motherfucking shoes and see what your ass be eating out the goddamn trash can. Since you know every motherfucking thing. And you don't want to hear nothing. I guarantee you walk around this motherfucker with no shoes on, eating out the goddamn trash can. You don't know what the fuck to do with yourself. Call like if I put you in these shoes for 5 fucking minutes. That's all I'm saying, y'all. I ain't mad at nobody, man. We just be trying to have a conversation to help your mind, help you get through your day, man. And leave your feelings in the hall. We're just trying to I'm trying to help you get home the same way you left, goddammit. I don't want you cussing nobody out, so you can lose focus on what you're doing and fuck around, lose a finger or get fired. I don't want you cussing nobody out in all these goddamn rooms. I want you to just be able to have a conversation so you can turn your 8 hours to 4 hours for the ones who work. You can talk, baby girl. Hold on. I can't want to let a man talk like that. Go ahead, you can talk, speak your piece.
I got a question.
Hold on. See, what her name is? Mark. Speak your piece, baby girl. We on everybody on mute. My boy, sir, you take all that.
Well, I don't know the beginning of this, but ever since I've been in here, you've been mean and demeaning to the women who are around, and so it just doesn't feel good. That's all I'm saying. I can't have that. It's just like not me. I like a man with positive energy.
You don't know the basis. You don't know the basis. You don't know the basis.
Okay, so I'll leave. I'll thank y'all for having me.
Listen. I tell people all the time, leave your feelings in the hallway and just have a conversation. You can burn out. I don't give a fuck. That's the problem. Everybody in their goddamn feelings.
Makes a whole assumption about somebody, and you just walk in this room and don't know what the fuck going on. But you're just gonna have an assumption about somebody. You don't know what the fuck going on in this room, but you think you know this man based off of the 2 to 3 minutes you was in here.
You're not saying things as a man that make me feel good. You supposed to say women are the salt of the earth.
Somebody knew her, or she just random?
I ain't know her from a can of paint. That's that big pussy stuff you wanted to talk about. Or nobody wanted to talk about.
You're supposed to say that women don't do nothing wrong. That we some black queens. That's not positive for you to show us our wrongs and put it in our face. We know we got some issues.
Trey, you saved ass. I had a meme set up in the comment. You let it live. I was finna sit there right to the home.
You should just open this motherfucker up and just sit here. Hey, y'all talk about what y'all want to talk about. I'm just here to facilitate y'all having the space to do it.
Hey, but war this morning, Trey said some shit like, you know what he usually say, all motherfuckers gonna talk about is dick and pussy and this and that, whatever. I changed the title to can you still be pro-black while choosing capitalism or something like that.
I was here for it.
Up there. Man, you said he was up there for 10, 15 minutes. I went and took I went to jail. Came back, motherfuckers still talking about dick and pussy.
Uh-huh.
Don't understand that they be making themselves look crazy as a motherfucker. They think that be my title. That's all I want to talk about. Nah, I want to show you that that's the only thing you can talk about. I want to show you that since y'all don't believe it. That's the only thing you can really respond to. We have a conversation that make your ass think. You get the hell out of the room.
So that's the question I want to ask, Trey. Is today women becoming more animalistic? Because it seems to be if the conversation doesn't end up in an argument or it's not sexual, then it doesn't stimulate. So if it ain't fighting or fucking like an animal, then it seems as if our women don't want to be intellectual with the conversation. If it's not something that they can argue about, nitpick with you about, or if it ain't something that involves dick and pussy, it's not worth having. Because remember, I'm not going to let this die. We had a whole conversation about men the entire day, and not one woman came in that room. I'm not going to let it. But then we have these big discussions today about, conversations and how we're always talking about women. And it's like, yeah, because, we talk about women because that's the only thing that brings women in the room. If it's not, it's kind of narcissistic. If it isn't about women, y'all not coming in here.
like I said, man, a lot of motherfuckers just listen just to respond. They don't bring nothing to the conversation. They just want to respond to something they heard. And then the part that people don't understand is about this shit. If that's the only thing you can talk about, and certain people say certain things, your ass light up, you just telling everybody that you ain't getting fucked at the crib and you want some wood on the back end, but you don't even want to tell everybody.
I was waiting for you to say that shit, Trey. I swear to God, we can say that. Ain't getting no dick at home.
Man, don't say that, man. Y'all
don't say
that ain't how the ladies
He's serious though. Now you serious? I was waiting for him. When that nigga got quiet, I already knew what it was.
That ain't how our ladies don't operate like that.
I already know how Trey be doing. That nigga set niggas up.
Cause I was saying that.
Trey, our ladies don't act like that, Trey. Come on now.
It doesn't look good for a bunch of people who are in a relationship to be constantly talking about sex.
Especially married.
I don't give a fuck what nobody says. If my wife is talking about sex in a room full of niggas every other goddamn day,
we got a problem.
You got a problem.
Amazing
participate.
You need to be hearing about another nigga dick. What the fuck?
Watch this, sir. Watch this. You remember I put that tide up and saying the wood is on the market on free, what happened?
They shot up in here.
Motherfucker popped right in. They popped right in this motherfucker. Sit there and talk all that shit. I'm through. I'm out the game, ladies. Hey, ain't no access. It'll never happen. I just be talking shit and cracking jokes. There's no access to nothing. If you even thought it was access, I just talking shit and cracking jokes. There's no nothing on nothing on nothing. I just be talking shit and cracking jokes. And like I told y'all a long time ago, I know a lot of these motherfuckers will go. They sit here and hide behind this goddamn mic. Your ass will go.
NDAs.
And right, I know they'll go. Say what?
I said, what boy be saying? You know she a step. Some shit he said the other day.
Right there, goddamn go. They say and talk all that shit. The right motherfucker pull up, say the right shit, and step out the right way. Your ass going with your man. You don't give a fuck. You think I don't know this shit? You can sit here and hide behind this mic all goddamn day. If you ain't never met a motherfucker in everything, they pulled up on your ass and they stepped out right. And they had that shit the way you wanted it to be. When you thought it was gonna be, and they looked apart, your ass is going. And nobody never know it. Man, that shit ain't changed. Ain't nothing changed about the game. The game's still the same. It's another goddamn year. These motherfuckers will go, man. Y'all look, I'm out the game, because I'll come to this motherfucker and prove to everybody your ass will go. You better go, I'm out the game. All that, I won't never. I ain't will never. Bullshit.
Taking pictures and videos.
Hey, your ass to go. You ain't fooling me with that shit. I can hit through the mic and tell your ass to go. Well, oh shit, why you say that, Trey? I didn't know. Yeah, I know your ass to go. I was just gonna see your ass light up. I know you light up. When certain shit gets said and your ass light up, you just tell everybody your ass to go. I gotta stop giving y'all this free game. I should have just kept this shit to myself so I can last some more. Now y'all gonna be trying to protect the shit. It's too late now. Goddamn, the cat is out the motherfucking bag. Been out the bag. You can't put it back up. I know your ass will go. You ain't fooling me. You can say you hold a dick and pussy conversation with a motherfucker you don't know every day and cool with it. Your ass will go. You will go. I be setting y'all ass up. Y'all think this shit be Trey don't know what he's doing. He don't know shit. Bullshit. I set you up for it. So you can show everybody your ass will go. Why you saying being old?
That's why they loneliest. That's why they loneliest.
Oh, I would never. Bullshit. Everybody say they would never be the main motherfucker done did it or doing it. Fuck out of here. Think I'm stupid. I know the game. This ain't my first motherfucking rodeo. I know how this shit goes. Y'all now be trying to tell y'all don't be understanding this part neither. This is what I think a lot of y'all fuck up at. Not y'all, but just women in general. A lot of women don't know they be talking to the men that had their picks out here. That was the ones who pick and choose who the fuck they want, and you don't be knowing you talking to them. So you say certain shit. When you say certain shit, we automatically know you're a ghost. Y'all don't even know that. You think you're talking to some bum ass motherfuckers. They ain't never had their way when it came to women. Bullshit. Shit, I know War had his way. I'm pretty sure Shoot had his way when he was younger. Mr. Wilson tried to have his way and he was younger, and y'all saying try to convince him like we don't, like this shit gonna change up. Bullshit your ass and go. You ain't gotta verify it. I know you'll go. Fuck out of here with that shit. I pulled up on your ass like Will said, if I pull up on your ass and that black on black on black on black, your ass gone. Fuck out of here.
Pull up with the goose in the quarter, nigga. We talking about 83. Body bill.
Man, let your ass go. Saying how behind this goddamn mic. Your ass go. I know the conversation like this. When a motherfucker go, it's certain shit they say, it's certain words they say, and it's certain points they love to talk about. And a lot of motherfuckers don't prove it to me. They don't even know they proved it to me. I just sit here and laugh at you. No, never. Bullshit, you fucking out of both legs. Cut it out. Fucking out of both legs. You can take that shit to somebody who ain't got time to say, but I got too much sense to believe that you won't look. Fuck out of here. I ain't no fucking, this ain't my first rodeo. I know the game. I go over 8 on it. You think I don't know the fucking game? Bullshit. They taught me well, nigga. Watch this. I be damn, that's what it was. Yeah, you right, huh? Yeah, I know. Y'all got me. I'm trying to wear this shit together, laughing at y'all over here, trying to fool me like your ass won't go. Fuck out of here. Why this, sir? I get talking about a hall pass. What happened? I've been setting y'all up for this shit for a long time. Famous out here. Plays. Yeah, but I don't know nothing. I'm the slow motherfucker in the room. You know, we slow in the South. Now we slow. You been getting set up for this shit for months. You don't even fucking know it. Now we slow. All right, we going to move. Fuck out of here. I'm slow. Now I'm motherfucker. Y'all slow. Yeah, they say we slow in the South. Yeah, I can't even tell. All this time, motherfuckers ain't never picked up on it. But I'm slow. The South is slow. Y'all just learned this now that the South got way more sense than you think. And we very patient. But we slow. You see how I sat back all the time and knew this shit was going on and they ain't say shit to y'all. But we slow. Alright, you like me, y'all motherfuckers slow. Cause y'all got all the brains and all the goddamn degrees and shit and come pick up on it.
Why is Mrs. Richardson at the bottom?
She always put herself down there when she doing something. Where you been, your long ass look?
I had to step away. I'm about to, I was gonna log out this bitch, but I just put y'all on mute real quick.
Hey, I'll be in Kansas next week, goddamn. I'll be in Kansas next week.
I don't give a fuck about none of that shit.
Oh, you ain't been cussing me out. Now you want to cuss me out after the shit I done said.
Nobody give a damn.
You ain't right.
You done went on a rant for 50 days and 50 nights. You done had that. I'm looking at the chat. What y'all do to that girl?
She said she was chilling.
Amira. What ain't her name? What y'all do?
Ain't do nothing. Get her first class flight.
Y'all kick her out?
She kicked herself out. But she could come in here and dominate the conversation and tell nobody how to fucking talk.
She said Trey was too aggressive.
You know that girl. If you in the hospital, you know that girl.
You said what now, Master?
She said Trey.
No, I'm telling y'all know that damn girl. Y'all know her. She been disrupting the fucking room. That's Amina, my nigga. Yeah.
Amina? Oh.
Yeah.
That wasn't Amina. That didn't sound like her.
Nigga, that's her.
That is right. She do got about 300 profiles.
She said Trey was too aggressive for her.
Blow the water.
Sasha, you ain't back in today?
Trey was beating on that woman and everything, man. Said she was below minimum and everything.
Boy, you stupid as hell.
Oh, I guess she went park over here. I was about to say, where's Jenny Carter? Hold on.
That's why I was quiet when she was talking. I don't feel like doing all the yelling and going back and forth with motherfuckers. I'm just assuming that's to shoot you on the rock. But anyway, you know, the college girls graduated this summer. It's a whole new team out there. Never forget that. So all you nigga folk are at work right now? This shit crazy. Don't trip because y'all gotta be quiet at work.
We
actually doing work, bastard shit.
I'm working too, shit, but I can talk to a nigga. Shit.
Look, you rolling the blunt, I got the cigar.
Oh man, shit, I can't smoke in here, but I be goddamn if I ain't finna smoke when I leave out of here, shit.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, that's how they passed a law though in Texas though. They trying to ban marijuana. Is that true?
Never. We shot it down. Greg signed it out, and now we got a bill to put in more dispensaries, nigga. We getting more dispensaries for medical damage.
Yeah, my homegirl moved to all dispensaries. Telling me they trying to put a ban on. Word.
She better reread. That's dead. That was dead 2 weeks ago. That was dead. Oh, you knew we was on our job. We're not even gonna let y'all take this away. No.
That shit was a whole lot of people about to be. Hey, look, everybody about to leave Texas now if they couldn't smoke, nigga.
Bro, we got to get rid of Ken Paxton. It's his whole ass. They keep trying to blame Greg. These niggas don't know nothing about politics. Greg ain't no motherfucking lawyer. Greg the goddamn governor. The lawyer is the one who get to change and shit around based on findings or creation of evidence. The lawyer is the nigga. And who is our attorney? Greg Paxton. Get him out of here. Get Cuz out of here. He's not fit for the job. It feels so good to walk outside with a 1.5, 2 goddamn me gram blunt.
Where'd Trey go after he went on a rant for 50 days and 50 nights?
Shanique, what you eat for lunch today, Shanique?
Shit, I don't know. I'm in my coworker's car because she got to go downtown. So wherever the hell she decided to stop, she pregnant. So wherever the baby tell her we need to go.
Hey.
Oh Lord.
I'm trying to find a spot out here in Solana, but there's a lot of crackers out this bitch.
They got good ramen spots. If you
yeah, I'm looking it up now.
Ramen places. Yeah, if you like ramen places.
So you talking about ramen or pho? Which one? Pho?
No, ramen. Not pho. Yeah, ramen.
Nigga, she pregnant. She finna take your ass about 3 restaurants.
And like she like do any day pregnant. So we gonna see wherever she go. I was like, girl, you better. I'm planning an office baby shower for her Friday. I was like, now listen here, you just gotta make it till Friday, okay? Shit. But yeah, ain't no telling. She over here being nice, so our the people who come and pick up our internal mail don't have to come over here today. I was like, look at you being nice to the people.
They told my fiance with our son last year, she had just got a new job.
Mm-hmm.
So she had to last till October 3rd for her to get her
FMLA
or whatever.
Yeah, somebody let Miss Richardson up. She's trying to come up.
Motherfucker was born October 4th.
Yeah, because Trey was sitting up there going on for 50. Miss Richardson, I'll let you up. If it won't let you come in, like leave and come back in, and then maybe it'll let you up.
She always put herself down in the room.
Oh, there we go.
There she go.
Yeah, we take care of women around here. She okay?
Shoot, what you doing in Solana? You all, let me tell you something. You just moved to this damn state, and you all over campus.
I was talking, I was on mute. Y'all could hear a damn thing what I said.
She probably like, why that girl talking while I'm talking? Sorry.
That's some fucked up shit. Y'all know I don't know this shit. I don't know this.
Well, you on stage now, baby.
What I said, you Miss Trey ran for 50 days and 50 nights. Trey know people love him. I don't know why he be going on these rants as if everybody's out to get him.
I know you hear me. You done came back in the room, damn it, Trey. Shit.
I'll be over there in about a week. We're gonna be friends about
Nigga.
1 week.
We're not gonna be friends. I told this nigga, I'm not friends with nobody on this goddamn app.
I told him ain't nobody
Shit mean that shit too. Shit crazy.
I'm not friends with you niggas. Tell them what happened to me. Nope. Tell them what happened to me the last time I tried to be friendly on this goddamn app. I'm not playing.
Oh, he had a stalker, huh?
For sure. For sure.
We are
Stalker
all
the place.
associates.
Okay. For
That's
sure.
what you get, goddamn. That's what people
You don't gotta worry about it.
I don't think we got no stalkers over here.
Jesus moment here. I got called in the office. Like, God damn. I'm like, what I missed?
These people crazy up here, though. I don't want no friends over there.
They get crazy. Crazy.
Hey, love.
Hell, the nature.
Trey was giving his confessions. What the hell was that?
You know, Trey, he think his friends is mad. He got titles. Nobody cares. Nobody even mad at him about the title. But we do not care. Okay? We be sitting in here listening to y'all yapping.
I'm like, I'm feeling bad. Is he talking about me? Did I?
No. Trey don't be talking. He be talking about. I be like, Trey be talking, and the people he trying to get his message to ain't landing.
I be like,
I know what it is. I know what's gonna land. I know what's gonna land when I get the goddamn therapy. These nuts.
Oh, Lord.
I don't know. I guess you and Shoe don't have a. Shoe gonna show you some places you can go.
Damn, why you put me in this? But I ain't got nothing to do with this one.
Hey, listen. She's gonna show you some places you can go.
I know more places than you do, and you from here. That's it.
First off, I'm not from here.
You from here,
Okay. And on top of that, you be around with all of the Caucasian activity. I'm not doing
I don't like being around those niggas, man.
about all of that extra shit you be finding out about this state.
I told you, my wife, she don't get along with the blacks, man. She don't like being around a bunch of niggas. When they started crazy, we out this bitch. She gone.
You be saying, like, when you was like the rodeo, I was like, Apple ain't rodeo? Oh, you fucking tripping.
Hey, we felt safe with all the cowboys and the guns. We good.
I bet you did. But your beige ass.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I need someone to make me laugh today because I had to cuss these people out. I did this job.
What you do now?
I ain't did shit, but I ain't finna do shit. Want me to go somewhere? My day is done.
I miss being on the road sometimes, then I don't. Them black lizards be real, boy. Woo.
Let me ask y'all this. Why do you think that you can offer your worker more money and think that they gonna like, well, yeah, I can do that. I'll do that for you. Mass. Why?
Yeah, no.
What we doing?
You get paid by the load or you 50-50, Miss Richardson? You own operator?
I'm not doing it. I'm done for today. Leave me the hell alone. Sorry.
What is the ambulance? Shoot, why
we all about to get it.
We got a kill on the loose, Shanika, so stay out the way.
Where you at?
Kansas. Listen to people.
I can't hear. Why you in Topeka? Or why you in Salina?
I'm gonna capture his ass up there then.
There ain't no outlet out here. Oh, I guess because the ambulance has got to come out that way. Shoot, you should come on over to Riley County so you can see this new EMS station they done built.
Pregnant lady look like.
Boy, shut the hell up.
Nah, I gotta come over anyway. Don't think so loud. I'm not going to it.
It's actually a nice building over here.
I know that motherfucker ain't say what the pregnant lady was like.
He did.
She look like.
He most definitely did.
A whole hot ass mess.
And I'm ready for this rodeo next week. Yeah, right.
Well, you talking about the rodeo that's in our town? You see them kids out there? Oh.
There's too many niggas in Johnson, so I'm good.
The rodeo down the street.
I'm good. They ain't a real one.
No, it's not. They just in the fucking way.
That's all they do, yeah.
I'll be like, shit, I don't even go down that way. I gotta go around.
Straight up, I got another title for you.
I'm not ready for that case.
You gonna go to the game?
Damn right. Got the tickets already.
Oh, nigga. Do you guys see the tickets?
My brother-in-law do. Shut up, did.
Oh.
What's your motherfucker? Yes, sir.
We gonna have to. You might become your brother-in-law.
Right.
I need a couple tickets.
And we got them Viking tickets. We going right back to Minnesota again. We're gonna drive out there.
No, you and I will probably go to a Chiefs game.
Trey, you in the Matrix.
Yeah,
bro.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Trey, I said I got another title.
Yeah, what you say, Trey?
I told you, boy, you can't put God in your titles, bro.
Oh, Lord, he about to mess up right now.
What?
Mess up.
You're gonna have all the Bible thumpers, you're gonna have all the Muslims, you're gonna have all the
singers, everybody.
You don't want to be in your room, Trey. You don't want to have the conversation. We make him learn something.
Look at you. You want to listen to the response. Give me your goddamn phone.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
No, where your brother see? I'm trying to hook a deal. So where your brother got tickets? Like where he got? Like what tickets do he have? Do you know? Did you know?
Like he got in the skybox.
He got skybox. Oh,
yeah, they got skybox.
As long as you don't take your mistress now, you know they do the kiss cam.
Oh shit, they do again.
Don't get viral now.
Yeah, he got that real retirement moment, so yeah.
That shit. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, that.
Over there off of the little Shamrock shit.
Now you know you gonna have to in order to get them tickets, you gotta do something for them tickets.
She already know.
Shit for free.
Little string for a little change now.
You gotta fix that lip or put it up.
I get some tickets. Ain't nobody tricking off for no fucking ass KC trick.
You know them white girls, them white people tricking off.
But Starbucks tickets, they got a little piece of coin.
Yeah, you know, he got that real retirement money, so yeah.
I think they cut this tree overtly because now it was against the law and they still wanted to carry out those activities. So yes, of course he's guilty. Of course he's guilty of it. But he doesn't want that to come out. Like I said before, when this comes out that, today is different, it's against the law. It's against the law, federal laws and state laws. When this comes out, that whole mega, everything that MAGA that they've done, the alligator, Alcatraz, all this stuff, ICE, everything is going to fall apart and it's going to sprinkle. And that's why they're so afraid. The truth is going to come out anyway, but when it does, all of that's going to fall apart. That's why they're doing everything they can to try to sully Martin Luther King Jr. and all these other people. Shoot, King David sins against God. He raped Bathsheba and murdered Uriah, her husband. We still quote the Psalms and all that stuff from David. So I mean, bringing out what Martin Luther King Jr. did many years ago, whatever he did. I mean, most black folk, we ain't gonna care about that. We're still gonna hold his legacy to be somebody that really did something for our people.
I agree with you on that, and I'm getting ready to connect this right now. Because it's disheartening that we wake up this morning after we held the room last night till 4 o'clock in the morning discussing how this is despicable that Trump is trying to bring down, well, trying to bring down Obama, number one, and also throwing Martin Luther King out there to have his legacy destroyed to save his own ass. And it's not surprising, it's just fucking fucked up and disheartening that, but why would he care? I mean, I'm saying, why would he care? He has nothing for Martin Luther King. He has nothing for the black community, but we sit here caping for him constantly. This should be a wake-up call to all you black MAGAs. When you see, a legacy trying to be destroyed like this over some fucking bullshit to save his ass because he doesn't want the world to know and to verify that he was involved